I do left and I'm gone with the wind. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 쇼피파이 테란 프로게이머 변현우입니다.
안녕하세요. C9 소속 테란 고병재입니다. 구미호 고병재입니다.
안녕하세요. 트위스트 마인즈의 클래식 김도희입니다.
안녕하세요. 웨이보 게이밍의 김준호입니다.
어떻게 돌아가는지
병재가 잘할 것 같은데.
아니, 어떻게 돌아가는지 설명하면 그냥
그거보다 몇 개월이고
18개월.
현재는 이제 18개월이고 제가 군 생활할 때는 그래도 한 18개월 우리 반 정도 했나? 19개월
아직 18개월 아니잖아.
19개월 정도?
21개월에서 18개월로 줄는 기간 동안 이제 군 생활을 했기 때문에 우리 뭐 어느 정도 했지?
한 19개월 우리 저희 다 한 19개월 했을 거예요?
그 정도 생활을 했고 일단 여기 이 세 분은
왜 차이를 둬?
다른 지역에 가서 다른 병사들과 같이 24시간 같이 생활하는 병영 뭐 합숙이라고 그래야 되나? 그런 느낌으로 생활을 했고 이쪽은 출퇴근을 했습니다. 그런 좀 차이가 있긴 한데 뭐
차이가 크지?
아마 4명 중에 군대는 제일 빨리
먼저
갔죠? 먼저 가서
제일 먼저
저는
갔죠.
19년 1월에 가서 1월 29일에 가서 20년 9월 3일 날 제대를 했고
저는 이제 2019년 12월 16일인가 17일 이쯤에 가서 2021년 6월 31일 이때 제대했습니다. 부모님은
우리 다 비슷하잖아.
비슷하잖아.
응.
비슷할 때 갔었나? 근데 기억이 안 나가지고.
20년 1월에 가서 21년 8월 1일에 전역.
준호가 나보다 살짝 일찍 왔던 거 같고 맞지?
내가 아니야. 너 늦게 갔는데? 저는 19년도 12월에 나 12월 군번이야.
나도 12월이야.
아 그래?
다 겨울 군대.
12월에 가서 21년 6월 말에 전역했던 것 같습니다.
저는 근데 이 세 명과 다르게 집에서 출퇴근이어가지고 연습하는데 전혀 지장이 없었고요. 오히려
군대가 아니야 사실.
군대를
갔다 왔다고
갔다기보다는 그냥 다른 사람들처럼, 그러니까 일반 사람들처럼 좀 일상생활에 조금 다른 평균적인 일상생활을 하지 않았나. 군대를 갔다기보다는
본인 입으로
네.
내가 말하게 되는 거 봐.
저는 연습 열심히 했습니다.
저는 일단 군대 갈 때 그 당시 근데 이게 군대를 가는 것도 가는 건데 사실은 되게 많이 지친 상황이었거든요. 이게 군대에 대한 압박도 좀 심리적인 압박도 크고 이게 매 대회가 이제 마지막이라고 생각하는데 잘 안 되고 마지막이라고 생각하는데 잘 안 되고 약간 이게 반복이 되다 보니까 정말 그만둬야겠다는 생각으로 갔어요. 왜냐면은 이제 더 이상 진짜 내가 이걸 할 만한 힘이 없다 이런 생각으로 군대를 갔는데 이제 가서 생각이 바뀐 거죠. 제가 거기서 이제 생각할 시간이 진짜 많아요. 막 훈련을 받고 뭐 일을 하고 작업을 하고 이러다 보면 생각할 시간이 진짜 많아서 진짜 내가 뭘 좋아하는지 생각하다 보니까 나 진짜 별로 바라는 게 없구나. 그냥 다시 한 번만 기회가 있었으면 좋겠다 이런 생각으로 계속 시간을 보내고 그러다 보니까 나와서 다시 게임을 하게 된 것 같아요. 원래는 그만둘 생각으로 갔습니다.
사실 저 앞에 변 선수랑 다르게 이제 저희 3명 현역 입장에서는 군대를 가면 아예 게임을 할 수가 없어가지고 18개월 동안 거의 게임을 안 했거든요. 그래서 사실 갔다 와서 게임을 할 수 있을까라는 생각을 가지고 있었는데 사실 복귀하기가 쉽지 않을 거라고 생각을 했는데 그래도 예전에 하도 게임을 많이 했다 보니까 이제 갔다 와서 좀 열심히 하니까 그래도 계속 실력이 올라오고 있는 것 같아서 네, 올라오고 있네요.
저도 병재랑 똑같은 것 같은데 뭐 게이머 생활에 지쳐서 사실 게이머 생활에 지치기도 했고 군대 압박에 지치기도 해서 이제 도피하듯이 군대를 가게 됐는데 막상 이제 병재랑 똑같이 군대를 가보니까 생각할 시간도 많았고 나와서 할 거에 대한 막연한 생각이 있었기 때문에 게임을 다시 하게 됐지만 거기서 이제 괜찮았던 건 연습을 아예 못했지만 빠르게 적응할 수 있었던 프로토스란 종족을 고른 게 신의 한 수였지 않나 싶습니다.
아니 근데 저는 솔직히 패턴이 그렇게 달라지지 않아가지고 그렇게 배운 게 없긴 한데 그나마 좀 느낀 거라고는 아무래도 이제 9시 출근하고 6시 퇴근이니까 내가 게이머를 그만두고 일반 이제 회사 생활을 하면은 그러니까 너무 힘들 것 같은 거예요. 이렇게 출근하고 퇴근하는 게. 그래서 하는 거나 열심히 하자. 내가 잘하는 거나 그냥 열심히 하자는 마인드로 했던 게 이렇게 지금까지 게이머를 할 수 있게 한 원동력이 아닌가 싶습니다.
저는 하나 있어요.
저는 근데
할게 없는데?
군대 있을 때 일단 그런 게 있었어요. 제가 군대 있을 때는 그때가 당연히 제가 나이를 많고 어쨌든 제일 밑으로 들어간 거기 때문에 되게 힘들긴 했지만 그때 이제 오히려 게이머 때 생활을 했던 걸 기억하면서 좀 버텼던 기억이 있거든요. 그렇게 처음에는 그렇게 버티다가 이제 나중에 막 훈련도 받고 이렇게 하면서 이제 세월이 많이 지나서 어쨌든 전역을 했잖아요. 지금 이제는 군대에서 힘들었던 생각을 가지고 지금 게임할 때 버티는 것 같아요. 그러니까 군대에서 엄청 힘들었던 훈련들이 있고 그걸 견뎌냈었던 내 자신을 생각하면서 내가 지금 게임할 때 힘들면은 그때보단 낫지 그래도 이런 생각으로 좀 버티는 것 같아요.
저도 비슷하긴 한데 그냥 이제 한창 게임할 때는 게임하는 게 너무 힘들고 이제 그만하고 싶다 막 이런 생각을 가지고 있었는데 또 군대에서 더 힘든 생활을 이렇게 보내다 보니까 게임할 때가 좋았구나, 게임할 때가 편했구나 이런 생각을 가지게 돼가지고 지금 게임할 때 좀 더 힘들어도 군대 생활 생각하면서 더 열심히 할 수 있는 것 같습니다.
모두 느낀 게 똑같은 것 같아요. 저도 두 명이 말한 것처럼 군대에서 이제 일하면서 그냥 나가면 뭐든지 다 할 수 있겠다 이 생각이 너무 많이 들어서 그 생각으로 저도 게임하고 있는 것 같고.
세 명이 아니라 2명이서?
넌 딴 얘기했으니까.
저는 뭐 앞서 얘기했듯이 사실 군 생활 자체가 게이머에 도움이 될 만한 건 당연히 없고 그냥 이제 마음가짐밖에 없죠.
여기
약간
왜 있어?
뭐라 그래야 되지? 그래도 아무리 막 연습할 때 힘들고 뭐 어쩌고 저쩌고 해도 당연히 군 생활 할 때보단 나으니까 요즘엔 좀 많이 옅어지긴 했어요. 이제 좀 전역한 지 많이 오래돼가지고 근데 초창기에 진짜 실력이 안 늘거나 아니면 뭔가 막혀 있는 거 같을 때는 항상 군 생활을 생각했죠. 내가 야외에서 자던 때를 생각하면서 뭐 밤새 그냥 훈련 갔다 와서 뭐 밤새 다시 근무 들어갈 때 생각하면서 그거보단 낫지 그냥 차라리 지금 연습하는 게 뭐 힘들어봤자 얼마나 힘들다고 약간 이런 생각으로 버틸 수 있었다는 게 좀 도움이 됐던 것 같아요. 그냥 마음가짐?
인내심.
네, 인내심 그런 느낌이죠. 그런 게 도움이 됐어요. 더 최악의 상황을 겪고 나니까 현재는 그냥 어떤 일을 겪어도 기쁘다.
좋은 게 아닌 것 같아.
원래 근데 몸에 좋은 약은 쓰다고. 근데 전 진심으로 그게 나쁘진 않다고 생각해요. 뭔가 좋은 경험 그래도 이왕 어차피 시간이 흐르는 거 힘든 경험을 해가지고 좀 도움이 됐죠.
한 번 더?
두 번은 너무 힘들어. 두 번 안 돼.
When it's been hours of grinding to the top and the world is watching, yet with a simple distraction, the moment can be lost entirely. Clear Men eliminates all distractions, on or in your head. Here is your moment of confidence and clarity. Clear Men. Keep a clear head.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
안녕하세요. 탈론 e스포츠 다크 박영우입니다. 우선 감사드리고, 솔직히 이거는 제가 뭐 아버지에 대한 소감, 아버지가 된 소감 이런 거를 말로 설명하기가 정말 굉장히 어렵고, 여러분들도 나중에 아버지가 되시면 아시겠지만 인생이 좀 굉장히 많이 바뀝니다. 우선은. 그리고 제가 평소에 진짜 제 딸이 태어나기 전에는 눈물 같은 거를 이렇게 흘려본 적이 많이 없는데, 요새는 미디어 같은 데서 이제 뭐 애기 내용이 나온다거나 딸 얘기가 나오면 우선 눈물부터 나오더라고요. 그래서 정말 제 인생을 완전 바꿔놓은 그런 소중한 존재. 그리고 너무 행복한데 너무 힘들어요. 네. 그래서 뭐 인간이 살아가는 막 욕구들이 있잖아요. 그런 것들이 우선 너무 힘들다 보니까 다 사라지고 수면욕만 지금 남아있는 상태입니다. 그냥 자고 일어나서 딸 얼굴을 보면 그냥 자연스럽게 웃음이 나온다? 그냥 행복하다? 근데 이걸 제가 어떻게 말로 설명해 드릴 수가 없어가지고, 그냥 어쨌든 뭐 와이프도 있었지만 딸이 생기면서 좀 가정이 좀 완전 좀 이루어졌는데 되게 행복하기도 하고 안정감도 들고 그냥 좀 살아간다는 느낌을 많이 받는 것 같아요. 우선 이제 솔직하게 말씀드리면 육아랑 프로 생활을 같이 하는 게 정말 말도 안 되게 힘들다는 사실을 깨달았고, 그리고 이제 대회 같은 큰 토너먼트가 있을 때는 와이프가 정말 많이 배려해줘서 뭐 그냥 예를 들어서 이렇게 해외에 가는 경우 밤낮을 좀 제가 미리 바꿔요. 일정 같은 뭐 시차 같은 것도 적응해야 되다 보니까 그러다 보면 밤낮이 좀 바뀌고 이러는데 근데 아기가 보통 아침 일찍 일어나서 저녁 일찍 자는데 제가 일어나면 거의 아기가 잘 시간이고 이러다 보니까 와이프가 거의 혼자 본단 말이에요. 그래서 솔직히 저는 몇 시간 안 보면 돼서 되게 좀 편하긴 한데 병행하는 것 자체가 정말 힘들다고 생각하고, 그리고 와이프가 희생해서 지금 더 노력해서 돌봐주고 있는 거니까 그런 부분에 있어서 굉장히 좀 마음 아프고 미안하고 약간 이런 감정이 있고요. 솔직히 좀 많이 힘든 것 같아요. 근데 이게 마지막 대회다, 저한테 있어서 마지막이 될 수도 있는 대회다 보니까 그냥 그 부분에 있어서 서로 으쌰으쌰 하고 그런 식으로 잘 해결을 하고 있습니다. 근데 뭐 연습하는 시간도 옛날보다는 줄어들 수밖에 없고, 제가 한다고 열심히 했는데 옛날보다 많이 줄기도 한 것 같아요. 그리고 거의 뭐 먹고 자고 하는 시간 빼고는 애 보고 그냥 나머지 시간에 뭐 놀지 않고 연습만 했던 것 같아요. 뭐 미래에 대해서 크게 걱정하진 않았고요. 우선 뭐 미래에 대해서 와이프랑 얘기를 해봐도 그냥 미래의 일은 군대 가 있을 때 생각하면 된다. 즉 군대 가서 시간 많이 남으니까 라는 얘기를 했기 때문에 딱히 미래에 대해서 크게 생각해보진 않았고 그냥 이번 대회가 어찌 보면 마지막일 수도 있으니까 여기에 최선을 다해서 그래도 마지막 유종의 미를 좀 거두고 이때를 하면 좋겠다 그런 생각을 좀 많이 했던 것 같아요. 일단 뭐 사랑하는 와이프, 사랑하는 딸에게 대회를 준비하면서 거의 한 달 정도 밤낮을 바꾸면서 생활을 했는데 밤낮을 바꾸면서 나도 힘들었지만 가족 전체가 좀 많이 힘들었거든요. 그래서 그런 부분에 있어서 정말 많이 열심히 했고 그래도 놀지 않고 쉬지 않고 열심히 했고 힘들었던 부분에 대한 보상이 이번 대회에서 잘 이루어졌으면 좋겠고 돌아가서 이제 뭐 군인 때까지 아마 한 달 반, 한 달 정도 남을 것 같은데 네, 힘들었던 거를 잘 케어하고 열심히 놀고 쉬고 행복하게 잘 지내다가 뭐라 해야 되지? 진짜 처음 해봐가지고 잘 편집해 주세요. 근데 뭐 그냥 사랑한다고 전해주고 싶네요. 그리고 지금 하루 정도 됐는데 벌써부터 너무 보고 싶고 둘 다 너무 보고 싶고 얼른 이 대회를 잘 마무리하고 가족한테 돌아가고 싶습니다.
Have you ever seen a stage this big, man? It is crazy.
Biggest stage I've ever seen in esports, actually. And tasteless, what do we have here?
Oh my, hello, I didn't see you there. Welcome here. We're at day 3 of the Esports World Cup for StarCraft II. A crazy day the other evening. We had Clem defeating Serral in a 3-0, easily the biggest upset of the entire tournament.
Yeah, it's like his first loss of the year, basically, on LAN. And I got to say, the players in that lower bracket right now, you got Reynor, Serral, Maru, Hero, among many others, fighting for that one last spot, trying to avoid that knockout bracket at all costs.
I'm personally watching Hero very closely. As a Protoss player, I'd like to see some more Protoss representation deeper into the tournament. But enough about us. Let's get started here with day 3 of the Esports World Cup for StarCraft II. Let's get into it.
An unbelievable show of force and fortitude as we saw yesterday. Emotions were riding high for a lot of these players. We have got an opportunity today to see exactly how everything is going to shape up, who is going to join 2 members already in the Final Four, and who goes down to that grueling knockout bracket. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 3 of the Esports World Cup for StarCraft II, our World Championship here, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is Kalaris. Okay, you guys aren't out of breath? How did you get from all the way over on the stage?
Soccer blink over here. It's that easy.
Nice. Well
like a nidus worm.
We are just, peak human males over here. We are fit, James.
Cardio for days.
Bellies and all.
Love it. All right, we have got loads to talk about. Yesterday, of course, Tasteless really was spectacular. And we also got to witness what might have been the biggest upset in the whole year.
We all knew that this was possible. It's still insane that it actually happened.
Yes.
We had Clem defeating Serral, not just in a close game, not in a back and a forth, in a 3-0, a definitive I am better than you today. And right now, that's all that matters.
Absolute elation coming out from Clem, of course, here. We saw some of those final moments as well. And just wall-to-wall, great moments as a whole yesterday, Ben, considering the quality that we saw. We did see a few 3-0s here and there. And again, of course, we saw the biggest 3-0 with Clem being able to defeat Serral.
Yeah, I mean, the day started off with a lot of 3-0s, and it's is it one of those days? But very quickly, after like 3 series or something, every game went to the final match, right? Where it's just like Australia's games against Byun, it was like, oh my god, so close. You had Reynor's game against Clem. I mean, that was actually the closest that Clem came to losing. It was a really close series between them, but a lot of big moments as well. Dark making it to the top 4, Clem making it top 4. Really big for Team Liquid as well.
Yeah, definitely it was. We'll get to that in a few moments' time when we talk about the club championships. But yeah, we got to talk to Reynor last night, and he was saying that really, even though he pushed Clem to the very verge, Reynor wasn't having the greatest day. So obviously he's probably going to be coming in still feeling confident. Lambo mentioned it, that he feels confident regardless of losing to Clem. So hey, Reynor might be on a tear down in the lower bracket.
Let's hope so. It's been a bad year for Reynor, and let's take that with a grain of salt. I mean, he's one of the greatest players of all time. So when I say bad year, I mean it just hasn't been as completely and insanely dominant as years past. But he's putting up a fight here today. He's still hungry. I think the fact that we've seen Serral destabilized as far as being the undisputed GOAT here at this tournament, that's exciting. If Reynor and Clem had a really close match like that, I don't see why Reynor and Serral, or Reynor versus anybody who comes close to Serral couldn't be just as close, if not closer.
I think the best way to describe it is the invincibility aura that has shifted a little bit for Serral. A lot of people came in, maybe even an 80% chance of winning the whole tournament, Ben, for Serral. However, that's been dispelled a bit. So now question marks revolve around the Esports World Cup as to who might take it.
No, absolutely. I mean, Oliveira showed there was maybe like kinks in the armor, right? But then Clem just kind of took down the force field with what he did, because 3-0, nobody expected that whatsoever. And I mean, those players in that bracket, especially bracket B, it's a ridiculously tough bracket. Like Reynor versus Solar, Hero versus Cure, and then the winner plays Serral of those 4. It's like, oof.
Well, let's take a look at the Doritos top reactions from yesterday, because we had some spectacular ones coming out from the likes of Dark, the likes of Clem, of course, here. But again, as I mentioned, well, that was an interesting...
That's the face of disgust. I know that face.
Oh, dear me. But honestly, looking at the emotions, riding very high Tasteless here, not only in victory, but also in defeat.
I mean, talk about an emotional moment. So many crazy games. Just the other day, we even saw duck lips from Estrella. That's a rare face to make during a competitive StarCraft match. We're really ticking all the boxes here. Of course, here's Clem, having basically the day of his career so far, and who knows, he might just keep going.
Imagine casually beating Reynor in just an absolute barn burner of a series, arguably my favorite series of the whole tournament, but then going on to beat the Finnish phenom Serral. That was, for me, looking at these reactions here, Clem's really does stand out, but at the same time, Ben, watching Dark, after he realizes he gets through into that Final Four right there and is able to take a guaranteed $80,000 at least in what might be his final tournament of all time. It might be his final tournament. If he goes on to become the world champion, what a story that would be.
I mean, that would be phenomenal, right? And like in that pre-interview that we saw with him, talking about like being a father now, like representing all the dad game, and it's like, you just made top 4 at like the biggest tournament we've ever had in one of the hardest games that there is as well. As a new father, and after this, it's like military for that man. But I tell you what, it is a dream story for him.
Yeah, some dreams may be made, some dreams may be crushed as well. And actually, in fact, all of the players have come into this tournament with the key. Let's talk about the key and see exactly how it works here at the Esports World Cup.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Actually one of the coolest things of all time in esports, let's be real about it. It's awesome to see this actually go down today. No keys getting crushed, okay? Tomorrow with that knockout bracket, that's when we will see those keys crushed, but also those crushed dreams in order to try and claim points, basically, for the Esports World Cup for your teams, as well as claim the World Championship here. Now, what's important, actually, I really do want to talk about this, is here with the Esports World Cup standings, is that last year, actually, Clem was one of the big victors for Team Liquid in terms of earning them points and getting them extra money. Yesterday as well, Ben, was instrumental, now that Clem has made the top 4, for once again for Team Liquid.
The $1 million boy at this point, maybe the $2 million boy. I mean, like, it's actually crazy what he's doing for Team Liquid right now. Making top 8 is what you need for the points, but that's 2 years in a row now that Clem has made top 4 in the biggest tournament there is.
Right,
and I mean, it didn't end too well for him last year, but I mean, this feels like a different Clem coming in this time. Like, people expect him to do well if he's on song, and 3-0 Clem or Serral in the way that he did.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
So the details of this is because he made top 4 and has guaranteed claimed 275 points, that pushes them above T1, which puts them in 2nd place. So currently, Team Liquid with Clem just went from 2 million currently to 4 million potential dollars on that from a 3rd to 2nd jump. That's insane.
It's insane. It's also really cool what they've done here at the Esports World Cup by having these larger teams absorb these 1v1 games like StarCraft, Tech, and other games, bringing them into the fold. It kind of unifies the whole front. Sometimes you have big orgs, but they're really only focused on like 1 or 2 games, but instead it kind of puts them all under one umbrella, and it makes it really cool. It makes it hyper competitive. It kind of unsilos a lot of these esports leagues or games where they're sort of separated and bottled away from each other. And you're seeing that here now. A big win here for Team Liquid. That is huge. Clem bringing that up to rank 2. Huge. Very exciting stuff. Huge.
All right, let's talk about the Aramco highlights coming in. Then they're zooming in here for the pre-show as we had some awesome stuff. Let's take a look at number 5, Serral versus Clem. No surprises here, Ben.
I mean, this was actually really crazy what Clem was doing in this game. It was like first Hellions come, 2nd wave of Hellions, 3rd wave of Hellions. The pressure really never stopped from Clem. It was absolutely gorgeous out of him.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff coming in from him here. And I mean, it's funny because it felt like the whole series was a highlight. But let's take a look at number 4 as we move on to Reynor versus Clem Tasteless.
Crazy back and forth here. We had some of the best lurker surrounds I have literally ever seen. We've got almost 360 degrees here of infantry coming in here and crushing. It wasn't once, I think it was actually 2 or 3 times that this happened here. Lurker busting Clem, getting in here, taking Reynor out. Had any one of these moments not happened, we might have had an entirely different result.
Yes, we may have. It was that close, that down to the wire here between Reynor versus Clem, and of course, instrumental in Clem's progression to try and get to the top 4. Let's take a look at number 3 as we've got Estrella versus Byun, Ben.
I mean, this clip right here, this is Storms for Days, I think, coming up here. I mean, Byun put forth a very good series, but for me, the true winner, even though he lost this series, Estrella, he just played his own style. He had mothership recalls into the main base multiple times, and he's done it throughout the tournament as well. And yeah, some of the storms in this game were absolutely crucial. We're all watching this backstage and just being like, holy cow, Estrella's actually playing out of his mind.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, let's take a look at number 2 in just a few moments' time as well. Estrella, it's been difficult for the Protoss, but they're trying their very best. Number 2 to figure things out. Back into Clem versus Reynor here. Huge fights, Tasteless.
A lot of insane fights going on here. These guys just make for some incredible games here. We've got some crazy Hydra Ling, Baneling bust coming through. Reynor exhibiting that he's got so many different ways to approach Zerg. You never know what you're going to get, and whatever he's bringing, it's going to be his A game.
I love how they match up against one another. It's absolute beauty. But let's take a look at number 1. I won't be surprised if it was from there again, but no, it's not. Oliveira versus Maru here to get things going.
I mean, this was gorgeous, actually. When you saw this live happen, it was just like, oh my goodness, he's literally stopped every tank from shooting. I mean, Maru, it was a really close game 1 between them, because at one point he was massively behind, I do believe, and he just manages to make it look easy, and that is no easy feat whatsoever. Like, he almost makes the game look slow in a way. That's just because he's doing things so methodically and fast, you know? It's like when a professor talks about something, they can make it seem so simple and easy. I feel that's what Maru really shows with his play.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, but before we actually really start getting into the games today, we have some fun little things to show some people. So we're going to check in with your partner, Artosis, and see what he's got going on with some of these players here at the Esports World Cup. Let's check it out.
Hey everyone, Artosis here, joined by a gaggle of pro gamers. These guys have given each other scores for the player cards that you guys have grown accustomed to. And I have some information about the scores they gave each other and the scores they gave themselves. And I've got to talk to you guys about some of these. They're a little bit wild. So let's start with Reynor. Let's get him up there. So 90 overall, looks like a good score. Are you happy with that 90?
I'll take it. I've been a little bit washed, so I'll take it.
Yeah, is there anything here that looks bad to you? Maybe the strategy?
Yeah, they don't consider my strategies highly rated, but I do. I think my strategies are S tier and they're undervalued, honestly.
Yeah? Well, I know one guy that doesn't think you're very good at strategy. Estrella, you gave Reynor a 7 on strategy. Would you like to defend yourself?
I mean, last time I watched him play, all he did was turtle liquors to late game every time, so it's not like...
He plays Zerg.
Yeah. I mean, there's more to do than that.
I would disagree with that. I think our options are very limited, and I always choose the best one. So that's 10 of strategy, right? If you choose the best one.
I guess if you're always choosing the best strategy, but you're not doing as well as the guy next to you. So 90 though, pretty good score overall.
I didn't deserve that.
Speaking of Estrella though, let's go over and jump to Estrella's overall score. It's going to be a 79. And Reynor, you got back at him a little bit on this one. I see kind of a low speed score here. Would you agree with that? Because he thinks you're about a 6.
I gave him 6. Oops.
I mean, I'm not the fastest player ever.
Well, 6 is not bad.
I think the score I see up there is fair. I don't think a 6 is fair, but yeah.
Maybe, okay, I'll be honest, maybe a 6 is a little bit on the lower end. I didn't really think it through, but I don't consider Protoss players to be the fastest out there. So I'll just put it out there.
Well, his style doesn't really move too fast all the time.
I've got him a little bit gapped in strategy, though.
Well, I would hope so. You actually have a lot of strategy in your play. That's about mostly what you do. I actually want to jump over to Hero Marines next year. Now, Hero Marine, you have an 81, but what I'm seeing here is that you gave yourself all 10s.
Yeah, I mean, that's the truth. I mean, I think you should be confident, right? Like, I see myself as the best player, so I have to give myself a 10.
Okay, well, I hope that your results catch up with your opinion of yourself. What do you guys think? Does he deserve 10 in any category or all of them?
I think he's a macro beast, so at least in the macro department.
Okay. Any 10s that you see that he deserves? Did you give him any 10s?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't remember, but I don't think so, I'll be honest, Gabe. I do think his macro is top notch.
All right, well, let's go to Showtime next. Showtime edging out here Marine a little bit at 82 overall. You know, this is something kind of funny here. Solar, do you remember what you gave Showtime for strategy?
No idea.
You gave him a 1.
What? Excuse me.
Because like, I think I gave him the lowest strategy point to him because he only plays one build, and so that's why I gave him.
Do you have anything to say against that?
I mean, it's just nonsense. Like if you actually watch my games, I play many builds.
Like 2 builds, 3 builds, what are we?
At the very least 2. In PvP, maybe 20, you know.
Okay, Solar, let's go over to you now. So for Solar, we have 84 overall. Now, Solar, you gave yourself 7s all across the board. I'd like to know here, Marine, are you like 30% better than Solar in every way?
Yeah, I mean that if you don't give yourself a 10, I mean you're not confident, you know.
Okay.
Who wouldn't give himself a 10? You know?
Now, Solar, I mean you're a GSL champion at this point, and you gave yourself all 7. Seems a little bit low for you. Are you just being modest or what?
Actually, I gave a lot of players. I didn't give him that. I didn't give them that high points. Oh, okay. So I think 7 is already enough higher.
Okay. Well, Showtime thinks a lot more of you. Showtime, you gave him almost all 9s.
Oh, really?
Did you give him a 9 on strategy?
On strategy? I don't remember, to be honest.
No, don't remember? Okay. And let's jump over to Serral now. Serral at a whopping 97. And I want to know what you guys think. Does Serral have the highest score out of all the cards?
Probably, yeah.
Probably not.
I mean, it's literally on the screen, isn't it?
Well, no, not out of all your guys' cards. Obviously that, oh my God. But I'm saying in the whole tournament, right? So like, well, I mean, let's just make this obvious, right? It has to be him or Maru. Who do you think has the higher score there overall?
Well, it's either the same or Serral.
Huh? Same or Serral? All right, well, it was actually Serral by 2 points, 1 for each 4-0, and Maru comes in at 95. So, guys, maybe next time you can give each other a little bit more thought. The 1, you know, that's a little bit rough, but thank you for joining us, and hope you guys enjoyed the tournament.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
All right, we need more of that. Here we're 30% better than Solar in everything, apparently, Ben.
I mean, Gabe's a character. He really is. Like, I think most of the score sheets were fairly fair, actually, across the board.
Yeah.
Like, when I think of Big Gabe, I've always said, like, if you played one of those skateboarder games where you have the stats, he's, like, very close across the board on everything, you know?
Yeah. All right, well, let's take a look at the schedule then here. We've got a lot to get through before we get to our first game, as we have got ourselves 7 series today. Now, all of this will be best of 5s. We are down in the lower bracket right now, but the all-important game, I mean, technically all of them are very important, otherwise you go down into the knockout bracket straight away, but that one at the very end will be second place versus second place in both of these groups to determine our 3rd player going through into the final 4. I'm sure we have some names that are floating around that might make it tasteless.
Absolutely. It's going to be pivotal to try to get there. If you go into the lower part of this bracket, it's going to be so punishing, so grueling. You're going to have to give away a lot of your strategies going forward, so you want to try to pocket that as much as possible. Coming up here, we've got these two duking it out here. It's going to be Reynor versus Solar here. I'm loving Reynor's hair blowing in the wind here. It's racing down to get to the venue. I think this is one where Reynor should be winning, but Solar is not going to be an easy fight.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Our match upcoming here as we have 2 Titans of Zerg going head-to-head. Reynor versus Solar, both champions in their own right. Reynor, of course, on the opposite side of this, has done some things in StarCraft in his technically shorter career than almost all of these guys that nobody else has done. Constant, repeat, back-to-back World Championship appearances, Ben, is nothing to sniff at. And again, he said last night, he still feels confident even after losing out to Clem.
And honestly, the Reynor that we saw yesterday against Clem, that was some of the best Reynor we've seen in quite some time. And if he says that was a bad day for him, then I'm looking forward, because if you saw this matchup a year ago on paper, you'd be like, Reynor could do that with Zerg 3-0, and maybe with Protoss as well 3-1 against Solar. Like, he actually used to beat Solar quite a bit with his Protoss, which was crazy to think about. But now, I do think Solar has got as good a chance as ever against Reynor, just because it has been a little bit of a bad year for Reynor, because when you see Reynor on paper, you're like, guaranteed lock-in top 3 for any tournament that he enters. But a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, Zerg versus Zerg is a mystifying matchup, and you guys at home can give us your predictions as to who you think is going to be winning. Go to stcplay.gg and tell us who you think might take this one and keep themselves alive in at that lower bracket for now. But back to what Zerg versus Zerg is and how it works out, because for a long time, actually, European ZVZ was able to kind of trump South Korean ZVZ for a long time. Reynor, Lambo, Serral, the likes of these guys going head-to-head. But Solar, even during that period of time, was one of the only Korean Zergs that could give them a run for the money in their matchup.
Historically, Korea was the dominant region in literally every matchup. And Zerg versus Zerg was the first matchup to be usurped. And it was the European scene, the European server. Those guys started figuring out a very different approach to the matchup. It sort of hijacked the entire way the game was approached. And we've seen European dominance kind of continue on and trickle into the other matchups. So this is going to be a fun one. Who knows? Maybe Solar can come back here and have something to take Reynor on with. But I think Reynor probably the much stronger player here going forward.
There was often time in Zerg versus Zerg where European ZVZ was just, okay, well, if we get to the later stages of Zerg versus Zerg, we're going to be flying and absolutely fine. But Solar can throw some spanners in the work and hang in those big macro games for Zerg versus Zerg, Ben.
Yeah, just to talk about it a little bit, Solar was the one to beat Serral last year in Riyadh. And he dominated him too. It was like 3-0 in the top 8, which was crazy to think about. But I gotta say, the Korean Zergs, they still have one thing up their belt that they whip out more than anybody else, and the Europeans don't do it as much. These 12 pools and one base builds, and it's just, they can actually be very, very scary, and especially on a big stage like this. And you got to remember, group stage Solar that we talk about, like he is so good getting into the playoffs that very often it's almost like a different player. Like Solar is going to be scary.
He is scary, definitely. Final thoughts, Tasteless, before we go in?
I'm excited to see this, man. We're getting very close to the point where players are going to start getting knocked out. This is all about survival right now. And I don't think we could ask for a better ZVZ to start the day off.
No, it's exciting. I mean, again, especially considering Reynor was saying that he has still confidence. Any final prediction on a score, Ben?
Honestly, after seeing Reynor yesterday, I would say like a 3-1 Reynor is what I'm kind of guessing. I think he's really solid.
Yeah, okay, fair. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Day number 3 is truly upon us here in the lower bracket. Today, we are going to eventually whittle it down, find out who is going to take that second versus second spot. Will it be Reynor or Solar that maybe take that? But for now, it is time to get day number 3 truly underway here. We have Reynor and Solar head-to-head.
Welcome to day 3 of StarCraft II at the #1 tournament this year. I'm your host, Seltzer. This is my buddy Fancy, and along with Hylaris in the studio and our incredible team of casters and analysts, we're ready to bring you another day of StarCraft II action.
We've seen some amazing matches yesterday, a lot of unexpected results. I mean, you gotta know that Byun and Oliveira are now in the lower bracket for Group A, and we also have Maru and Serral being at the lower bracket final, waiting for their opponents based on today's matches. But the biggest shock of them all, we've had Dark and Clem be at the Final Four.
Yes, and if you tuned in last night for the final match, you might have caught Clem taking out Serral, our final boss of the tournament, proving that nothing is granted and everything is earned here in Riyadh.
Absolutely, and we have so many more amazing matches to get to tonight. So how about we start with the first one, and with the first player walking on stage. Please welcome Reynor of Team Basilisk. This man did not have a break since day 1, having to go to Game 5 to win against Cure. Then another Game 5 series against Clem, knocking him down to lower bracket, and now he is in our first ever ZVZ matchup in EWC.
Reynor's opponent this morning is Solar from Team Vitality. After a loss against Hero on day 1, Solar rallied against Coffee last night, and I caught him sipping another chug of coffee this morning to prepare for this match, so you know he's ready.
We're opening today with one of the best matches we've had so far. Reynor versus Solar, Zerg versus Zerg. So casters, please take it away.
Right, what a way to start the day. The Korea versus Europe rivalry. Two players that have a storied history against each other. It is, of course, Solar against Reynor. I am Pig, and joining me, our in-house Zerg expert, Lambo, ready to share some of that knowledge and hopefully spot some of these build orders before they even get started.
100%. I mean, I know both of these players so well. I play against them all the time. I also talk with them. I'm friends with both of them. We discuss this matchup, and there's going to be a lot of mind games involved here. Both of them are at the top of ZVZ as well. Solar was even for a time known to be a ZVZ sniper, one of the only players that could take down Serral. I think he even did it twice in a row. So a very scary opponent for Reynor this early into the tournament.
Oh, some very nasty builds he was bringing out last year against Serral, famously knocking him out with a mixture of some very cheesy builds, but also just some solid roach timing attacks and the like. And that really was, I mean, Solar was probably one of the few dampeners on Serral's year last year, one of the few people who actually stopped in his tracks. But Reynor and Solar have gone back and forth throughout their career. It is Solar favored the head-to-head historically, but not by a long shot, right? It's gone back and forth, and what I love looking at their record is just how close the big LAN experiences are. The number of times it's like 4-3, 3-2, barely one of them beats the other, so it is very much an even match.
100%. I mean, Reynor even twice already in big LAN tournaments chose to even play Protoss against Solar. So, and even in those they go back to back. So it's a strong matchup, I think, for both of them. The thing with Reynor is I think ZVZ was his weakest matchup maybe half a year ago. So he chose to play a lot of Protoss when he was still in Europe before he went to Korea. But the moment he started practicing in Korea, he got more practice against top Zerg players, and his ZVZ improved a lot. So he feels super confident. He told me he feels confident against anyone, and I really do mean anyone, in the later stages. So
wow, not just the mid game.
Yeah, not just the mid game, even against someone like Serral. So he's like, okay, you know what? He needs to do some crazy stuff. He needs to catch me off guard. He needs to be the aggressor, and I can sometimes sit back, relax, try to scout, try to play reactive. He just has pure confidence in the later stage.
That's awesome to hear, because I often think of both of these players as wanting to fight early, having some tricky builds up their sleeves, having good mid-game timing attacks, and it being kind of two monster trucks smashing into each other head-on collision. But, you know, that kind of tells us, who knows, maybe we will see a slightly more adaptive and defensive stance from Reynor. Solar is so known for his aggressive builds that I also wonder, you know, he knows Reynor's prepared for this. He knows he's been thinking about this all day since yesterday, and is going to come in with, obviously, knowledge of what you've been using. You've been spamming out 2-base Roach Bane attacks. You've been pushing out so many of these different timings. The cheesy builds you use versus Serral with, like, the 1-base Link Bane all-ins. I can't imagine you're expecting that's going to surprise Reynor or catch him off guard here.
Yeah, the question is, last year in Gamers 8, Solar actually came up with these strategies just within one night. Like, he thought about the game, he thought, what can I do to catch Serral off guard? And he just thought of these in his hotel room. He wasn't even at the PC. He didn't practice those. He didn't have them prepared. And he was like, you know what? I'm just going to try this. And he's one of those players that really thinks about the game. He thinks about how can I catch my opponent off guard. And I think if Reynor has one weakness in the early game, it's those really weird builds, because he doesn't play against them very often. In Europe, maybe a young Yakov or a Wayne throws him in, you know, once in a blue moon. But really, that's the one thing that he doesn't have a lot of experience in. So I'm interested to see if Solar actually busts out some of these really early gas pool openers, the 12-11s, the 13-12s.
That's going to be fascinating to see, because preparation is integral in Zerg versus Zerg. Scouting is essential. We've seen players often opening up with not just in a single Overseer, but double Overseer, Overlord speed, a big part of the matchup in the mid stages. But before you get to that point, the wall-off has become such a big part of Zerg vs. Zerg in the last few years. If you cast your mind back to maybe before 2020, it was Serral Zergling just always would get in, see what's going on. Everyone started doing that, and it was impossible to hide anything. Everyone started walling off now, putting that queen in the wall, plugging the gap, and there's a lot of mind games around kind of pulling drones from your natural, sending them to your third, pretending you're building more workers than you actually are. Is there any special scouting tactics that come to mind, like maybe a slow Overlord sacrifice or a little poke in here or there that you use to try to get more information?
I think the most crucial part is constantly keeping track of the drone count at the third and the way the larva is spent. Because if you try to do those all-ins most of the time, you're not continuously making drones from the third base. So the moment you see like 4 larvae at the third base, that's where you already got to make blind roaches. And because those builds that you're talking about are so hard to scout, because players got so good at having a wall of Zerglings at the natural, even before they have the full wall of, a lot of players started to going for a early roach warren and even some blind roaches, just getting ready in time before you even scout anything. And Reynor really likes that. He usually makes a couple of roaches early on, blindly, and then if there's no attack coming, he fakes aggression himself. And sometimes he also mixes it up and goes for a full all-in himself. That's the kind of mind game that we're going to see from those.
Well, there has been just a slight delay there as some of the settings get adjusted for the players, making sure they both have the optimal environment. And the competitive integrity is 100% there for both sides. But no doubt going to be seeing the players just staying calm and focused. Reynor has had a different sort of intensity for this tournament. It's kind of fascinating because I think a lot of players said, you know, Solar, he always comes in well prepared, well planned, very stable kind of mentally as the games go. Reynor's a bit more fiery, a player where emotionally the ups and the downs can have a real roller coaster effect. And I think we saw in the past, he used to have this aura of, hey, I'm going to go down 0-2 in a series, and it does not matter. I'm just going to go, oh, whoops, made some mistakes. And it's almost like he would lean into the challenge. And there was maybe a rough patch for him last year where Reynor, after that Game as 8 win, was taking the losses a little bit harder, and you could see him maybe tilt or spiral a little bit, and his performance dropping as those losses would stack up. Recently, we've seen Reynor with more of that fighter mentality, right? The ability to make comebacks from behind, not get upset by 1 or 2 things going wrong in the series. I think that mindset's really going to help him out here.
Yeah, 100%. You could see him with more of a serious demeanor in this tournament as we see him spawning in the top left-hand side of Oceanborn. Representing Basilisk, it is Reynor.
Game paused.
Oh.
Okie doke, no worries. I guess we're going to be getting that one sorted there. And does look like we just want to make sure everything's sorted out here at the start of today, as the admins are 100% immediately going to be getting that sorted out. So that will be, of course, a slight delay there to starting the series. And this is interesting because, I mean, I have you up here, Lambo, and it's such a chance for me to kind of nerd out about the psychology of the playing experience. Nerves up there are a big thing. You've been here for a few days. You've played some big matches, but still, you know, you've been up all night thinking about this game. You get in there, and then bam, oh, there's an issue. You got to pause the game. You got to restart. It's kind of a bit of a mental challenge just to stay focused on the game. And there's all these little distractions, admins coming over and talking to you, things getting sorted out. Maybe your chair height suddenly feels like it's off by just a centimeter. Is there any sort of mental technique that you yourself apply just to keep yourself in the zone when you're up there?
I try to just ground myself a bit, try to breathe, focus on breathing, focusing on going through my exact strategies, the exact steps that I want to take. For my chair and desk height specifically, I actually do use a ruler, just like Flash used to, as well as the monitor stuff. Yeah, so that I don't freak myself out about that, because if you feel slightly off, you start being paranoid about exactly that type of stuff. So in order to deal with that, yeah, I'm bringing a ruler to these events.
Well, that's the way to do it. Coming in prepared is the way. We are back underway with everything sorted out on the tech side of things. Representing Vitality in the bottom right side of the map, it's Solar.
Yeah, I think a little bit interesting to note is that their vetoes were very standard. So both of them must have a lot of confidence going into it. There's a bunch of weird maps in this map pool. There's Dynasty with the gold base where you can attack from behind. There's Ghost River, which is super short. And they actually vetoed both of these maps. And both of them picked a very standard map to start with. So that shows me that either of them is really confident in the more standard ZVZs, and neither of them are trying to look for easy wins, just catching their opponent with some very wild strategies on the wild maps.
Reynor does have a few bigger wins in his career over the last few years than Solar. Keep in mind, though, if it wasn't for a guy called Maru, Solar's teammate, Solar would have won a lot more championships over the last 3 or 4 years. It really has been the one weakness against Maru, a player who's honestly kind of preyed on both of these players and blocked a lot of them from winning tournaments in the past. That's been a big issue for them. It's that ultra defensive kind of fantastic late game Terran play. But when it comes to ZVZ, it is such an even match. Solar ahead 14 wins to 11 losses against Reynor historically. Reynor, though, coming in with a few more of those big wins over the last year or two. And so far, mirrored build orders, hatch gas pool, and the link speed starting up at a near identical timing. Solar's only going to pull one worker off the gas there. and Reynor going to do the same. Looks like this is about as standard as it comes, Lambo.
As standard as it comes indeed. If there was a third worker in gas, this would either signify a 2-base opener or something really weird with early roaches, but instead, both of them choosing to go for the normal 3-hatch standard opener. I'm also expecting a baiting nest from both of them afterwards, and then is that the time comes where we really see the divergence of strategies.
You can see Solar there, not frantic as a player. Some players are very, very fast. You can see Reynor's hands just blitzing across his keyboard. And that's the way he always plays. It's not a sign of nerves or overexcitement. That's just how Reynor plays StarCraft. Whereas Solar, he plays fast, but a little bit more methodical, not quite as blitzing in the speed. The Baneling S goes down for both sides. Reynor's is a little more careful, whereas Solar's hidden in the back and a little bit later. So Solar's already trying to play a little tricky here.
Yeah. This, if you scout at the front, you see 2 queens. You might think that he skips the baiting nest and goes straight for Roach Warren. So what you do in response is very often go for the Link Bane pressure. That's exactly what Reynor is going for. He's banking on Solar not having a baiting nest, so Solar is kind of baiting him into the exact aggression that Reynor is doing, and then if he defends it, he's going to be ahead.
This is fantastic mind games to start the series. This matchup is all about tricking your opponent. Reynor commits to the Ling Bane and Solar's ready for it. 4 Banelings instantly morph. He's got extra queens and a 5 worker advantage that Solar is looking to defend. Finds one of the Banelings. They do have 50 hit points and a couple of armor points. So that Zergling does have to just cancel, pulls back. Great micro for Reynor to keep it alive.
Yeah, this will be the big Baneling reveal. It's good that he split off 1 Zergling to make sure that, okay, you have enough defenses, and I don't think there's going to be much that he can do. This evens out a little bit, but that already means that Solar mined more. Obviously, he has the extra drones right now. He still had to build the Zerglings defensively and the Banelings, so the drone count will equalize, but he already mined more than his opponent. Little misclick there from Solar, attacking his own hatchery, and now all the 4 Banelings are bunched up. Good Baneling connections from Reynor, honestly. And he might even get 2 queens here.
Oh, 1 queen goes down, the other one barely survives. Yeah, attacking his own hatchery for a good 2 seconds. An unfortunate misclick, and you can see Solar's posture even moved over his keyboard, hunched a little bit there and kind of went, woof. Okay, gotta get focused. That is an uncharacteristic mistake. I mean, before that, he'd looped 2 Lings around and sniped the Baneling, which was a fantastic move. But now, his +1 range upgrade in the back does get scouted by Reynor. But the Ling counter attack for Solar looking for damage as the Roaches emerge, though. An easy defense for Reynor.
I love that he also hit the evolution chamber. If I'm scouting this, I'm thinking this is going to be a +1 carapace and a delayed attack. So what Reynor is doing right now is exactly what I talked about earlier. He likes to do these blind roaches, just making sure that he's not going to die in the early game. Then he moves out, trying to force some defensive units. But Solar's Roach Warren wasn't even in time to make the defensive roaches, so it didn't work out at all. Solar now twice got away with having extra workers early on, and I think he leaves this early game with a decently sized advantage already.
Oh, and it's tempting now for Solar to potentially just commit to a giant +1 range hatchery tech Roach all in. This could be a really nice play because he's already built a worker advantage. Reynor's trying to catch up on those workers. Sees lots of drones, a gas. This all kind of looks relatively economic. Solar, though, a little supply block waiting for the Overlords. I mean, he looks like he's committed to this, Lambo.
He does look like he's committed to this. But one thing that I know from the preparation is that whenever Solar builds the gas early at his 3rd base, he does this. He just keeps making roaches. He's like, oh, you know what? I'm taking this gas. I just want to play macro. I have drones at my 3rd base. And I don't think Reynor will fall for that. Because Solar did it so often in the past, even in these open cups, right?
Yeah.
That if Reynor prepared well for this, he should just continue to produce roaches and then be fine. The question is, did he make enough drones though? Because even though Reynor has enough roaches that he should be able to survive, Solar has the +1 advantage and now is also starting his own lair, so it's not like Solar is super committed to this. As long as he starts making drones, which he is doing right now, he still just has that upgrade advantage and the game kind of equalizes apart from that.
The Roach is coming forward for Reynor right now. He's droning hard behind it. We've got that defensive setup for Solar, and with so many Roaches, it's definitely something that Reynor can't commit to. And he knows it. He was never planning to, and he backs away, gets the Overlord speed. Numbers are relatively even, and despite all the mind games, the back and forth, it feels like neither side has really fallen into a massive trap of the opponent. The supply's similar enough, and even though there was a much faster +1 range for Solar, because his lair's so late, he couldn't start the +2 and get that advantage.
Yeah, he still will be able to start it a little bit sooner because Reynor's +1 is not even halfway done yet, and this is the first time that Reynor actually is getting tricked. He's starting 2 spines. I think he cancelled 1 of them now. There is no disadvantage from moving out, so whenever you make defensive units, you should move out. The only way you get caught is if the other guy has roach speed, which at this stage in the game, they both know, okay, the other guy made so many roaches, he can't possibly also have a lair and roach speed and time. So it is a very low-risk move to move out with the roaches, and they always force the defense from the other, and that's the reason we see a somewhat equal game, with Solar just having a slight lead because he made more drones early and he already has the upgrade done.
Overseer scouts coming in, making sure there's no surprises, no spires on either side, anything like that. Spine Crawler does get cancelled for Reynor, realizing he does not need the Spine Crawler. The static defense is good if you're getting hit by a big attack, but it doesn't give you the flexibility and the mobility to be out there. The earlier +2 feeling fantastic for Solar. But it's always hard to finish your opponent off. In Roach versus Roach, right, there is a strong defender's advantage, and often becomes a game of kind of splitting a few Roaches off here. The Roach drop, of course, a famous move to pick off Queens, drones, just kind of force big over responses. And it's a lot of moving around and then trying to catch your opponent unprepared in one area.
Exactly. It's all about the army movement. How do I split my army, and how do I force an overreaction to one side from my opponent and then maybe strike on the other? Very often, even though there is a defender's advantage, since you dictate where the opposing army moves, it is still good to be out on the map, poking and prodding with the Roach Ravager force. We can see both of them really respecting the Overlord drops. I think Solar made 3 spores and Reynor made 1 spore, so they're spending a lot of money in just playing it safe. Reynor already going for the second evolution chamber, while Solar opting to go for just a single evo, which I believe means that he's going to be aggressive.
Holding that upwards ramp, Reynor in position. Very nice positioning on top of the ramp for Reynor. Can't push up there. Solar, though, comes in with the Roach drop from behind. Burrow starting up as well as Tunneling Claws behind this. It is a Baneling drop, not a Roach drop, in fact. And, ooh, Reynor almost walks back into it. That almost looked like a fumble, and it ends up being perfect for Reynor. You know, it's like, oh, don't walk into the Banelings. Wait, no, every drone got hit by a single Baneling, none of them by 2. Doesn't lose a single one.
Yeah, that's basically the perfect defense from Reynor, as he didn't lose even that much mining time. And I think he also killed the Overlord, so 4 Banelings go down, the Overlord goes down, he doesn't really lose that much. Both of them are maxed, which means they shouldn't really be able to kill each other. It's all about the trades now. You want to find good trades, maybe split off some Roaches, kill some economy. I love that both of them are going for the burrow movement.
Ooh, Reynor knew he was behind on those upgrades. That was an issue. He goes for the Contaminate. He is one of the few Zergs in the world who regularly uses Contaminate to try and slow down his opponent's upgrades. Biles coming down for Solar. Reynor dodges the Roach drop battle in the back. Solar has to pick up and back out of Reynor's main. I love that picture-in-picture, the ability to follow what's going on, because these players are doing so much in so many places. Reynor tries to wall off, but the Roaches get in and snipe that drone just before the Evo Chamber comes out, and Solar going to force a big response from Reynor.
Yeah, but good move by Reynor to still stay ahead of Solar's main army, to not let him get up there for free, because that's really where you want to hold your position. But at this point, Solar has way more Roaches on the screen, as we can see it, so Solar takes a decent engagement. He also borrowed the Roaches. Does Reynor keep track of the Roaches that are in his own main base, as well as the third base?
Reynor, you can see a lot of head movement there on his camera, because he's just frantically looking around his screen going, where did they go? Burrowed Roaches are everywhere. He's trying to clean it up with Overseers, trying to defend all of his worker lines. Easier said than done. The third base Spine Crawler looks like it's taking a fair bit of damage. Reynor, he's getting on top of these Roaches, but at the same time, Solar's trying to poke that ramp. And anytime you're outnumbered on the front, because of these over responses, Solar may be able to find an opportunity. Right now, though, Reynor's down 4 workers, but he is up in army supply. The upgrades are very similar on both sides. And here we go, Biles landing on Solar, but Reynor is outnumbered. The Roach versus Roach number's scary. He's got to bring more reinforcements here. That may open up an opportunity for more of those Roaches in the back to get in and do damage. But so far, Reynor has avoided the catastrophic damage. I mean, that's a situation that can snowball very quickly. Reynor manages to get through without taking the catastrophic damage.
Yeah, I would always favor the player that hits first with the burrow movement Roaches on the other side of the map, because it just gets so chaotic. It's very difficult to split up your units reactively, especially if you're not prepared. If you don't see the burrow movement from far away, you don't already have detection everywhere. And Solar, once again, with the counterattack, just moving a couple of Roaches into the fourth base and then splitting them right away. No Overseer in position, which means a lot of these Roaches are even going to get out.
Reynor is very light on Overseers right now. He's been trying to not overcommit to the response, but not even having an Overseer with your main army when you're dealing this. It's not like Reynor is here making silly mistakes. It's Reynor is dealing with 4 things at once. He's putting out multiple fires, and there's just 1 or 2 small things slipping up. Finally goes for his own counterattacks there, but you can see Solar was all over it. Those Roaches got shut down very quickly. And I think the units lost tab is something we're going to want to be checking in on as this progresses. So far, so good for Reynor. Even though he's on the edge of big catastrophic mistakes, he's trading 1,500 resources better. That's a really big advantage when you're both using the exact same style of army.
Yeah, that really makes up for the workers that he lost and also the mining time that he lost, because he needed to move his drones around quite often. But he's taking very good fights with the concaves in the middle of the map, and he usually cleans up the roaches cost effectively. The one big advantage that Solar has right now is that he had his hive way earlier. The +3 is already started, the lurker then is almost done. So Solar is going to have a timing where he's going to have lurkers with range against Reynor without lurkers at all. So the question is, does Reynor have the Vipers in time to defend against those? As we can see, Reynor deflecting Solar on his side of the map while also counterattacking with a couple of Burrow movement roaches.
Those roaches getting in the main. Nice focus fire on those drones. There is a spine crawler in the base, but the spine crawler takes a while to deal with these. Reynor causing some distraction, putting the pressure back on Solar. Will Solar be able to handle it the way Reynor did for the last few minutes? Roaches in the north and the south at the same time, not to mention those roaches that are in the back. Reynor wants to get damage because, as you said, Hive is finished. Lurker upgrades on the way for Solar. The Hive has only now finished for Reynor, and he hasn't really had time to do anything with it yet. His Lurker Den's just started. Reynor, he's got the forward position on the map. He's taken some good trades, but he's got some catching up to do in the tech.
Yes, I think it's crucial for now for Reynor to stay in the center of the map, to not let the lurkers get sieged on top of his base, because he doesn't have Vipers in time and he doesn't have his own lurkers in time. So what he's doing right now is super important. Keep map control and don't let Solar run on top of one of your bases with the lurkers, because he just has them way earlier than what Reynor does.
Here we go, Roach Ravager counterattack for Solar, but Reynor very decisively jumps on top. Solar, though, lands a few biles and scares Reynor away from that chase. Reynor sees the roaches in the top coming in. He's going to be moving up there to respond. Solar still committing to these roach moves, but this time it's one of the first times he's run in, and Reynor has just completely shut it down. Moves up there, only loses a spine crawler. Those roaches falling. Solar's going to push the left side at the same time. Will that pay off? Reynor in position on the high ground every single time Solar tries to get in there. But the lurkers are done, and there's no Vipers just yet for Reynor. He's got a few Hydras. He's trying to get lurker upgrades. It feels like if there was a big lurker push, it could do big damage, but Solar doesn't quite have his forces together. If those 7 lurkers were sieged on Reynor's 4th, I don't know if Reynor could fight that.
Yeah, I don't think he could. I thought he was just throwing away the roaches at the 4th base to distract and then come into the natural with all the lurkers, but he didn't have all of them together, as you said. I think that was the scariest moment, honestly, for Reynor. The moment he saw the lurkers right in front of his base and he's like, oh, I don't have my own lurkers. Let me get some Vipers. Let me try to get some lurkers up. He doesn't have lurker range yet. Now he survived the most crucial part of this game. He has his own lurkers. He's getting up his own Vipers, and now the resources lost difference really starts to show in the mineral department of their banks.
3,000 in the bank for Reynor's minerals, 1,400 gas. Solar's only at 2k and 1,000 in the gas, but the Nidus Worm coming up. The Nidus Worm is infamous for just winning games no matter how it looked like things were going up to that point. So far, it's been a pretty even back and forth game, but now that Reynor has a bank advantage, a worker advantage, and he's caught up on the tech, it's the Nidus Worm that Solar is resting some hopes upon. But he's taking damage behind this. Those Tunneling Claw Roaches, Reynor's starting to get in his rhythm. You said Reynor feels really confident in these long, balanced games. He's happy to play defensive. I think we're starting to see why.
Yeah, and he even spots the Nidus right away. The question is, does he have any units here? Because he is maxed. Oh, huge catch here. He catches a lot of lurkers from Solar. You can really see Solar is struggling with the bank. He spends all of his money and he's just barely maxed now. Still making a lot of lurkers. The Nidus actually pops up, but nothing is inside because Solar is just busy defending Reynor.
There is so many units coming in here. The Lurker Morph almost ready for Solar, but not quite. Reynor says, that's fine. The Queen finally cleans up that Nidus Worm in the main base, and look at this. Abducting a bunch of these lurkers. Solar does abduct one of the Vipers and snipes it with the Hydras. Nice move. I like the counter Viper play from Solar, abducting a few of Reynor's lurkers as well. Remember, it's all about those Vipers. They can yank those lurkers out of the ground, pull them up, and then, of course, without their splash damage, they do get sniped down. This is a really good fight back for Solar. He loses the base, but at least he gets some value. Unfortunately for him, Reynor's not done yet. Roach is on the right side, going to be sniping his Roach Warren potentially.
Yes, he's trying to counterattack, but Reynor is perfectly in position with a lurker and a couple of Hydras at home. Solar can't even max out anymore. He's trying to go for the Nidus in Reynor's main base once more, and this one Queen is the Nidus defense, but I don't think that's enough. This Nidus will finish, and this time around, there's gonna be lurkers inside.
Oh, big mistake for Reynor. Doesn't put the Roach on it that time, and that is gonna be a big amount of damage. 5 lurkers coming to the main base right there. Roach Ravager on the front, hanging out. Roach Hydra counterattack for Solar as well. Reynor may have bank, but will he have a chance to spend it? Solar has just found the opening that he's been looking for this entire game. The main base gets deflected, but I think most of the lurkers evacuated, and the Roach Hydra is going to find a lot of damage. That being said, you don't want to get cornered. Lurkers reinforcing for Solar, both sides facing off, and Solar will deny Reynor's 4th base.
Yes. And I think that also gives him access to the 5th base if he decides to go for it. For now, he's trying to abduct a couple of units instead, getting some free value, but Reynor at the same time with the counter abducts both players not maxed anymore, it's starting to get very scrappy here.
Yeah, I mean, Reynor's got more bank, but he's just lost the heart of his economy. And as you said, that 5th base in the top right, I don't even know if Solar knows about that 5th base. If he realizes he could go out there and do big damage, Byle's his own lurker down, funnily enough there, due to Reynor abducting Solar into his own Bile. Not something you see every day. But the reinforce for Solar is so good. The Roach Hydra there, the Lurk is still doing well. Of course, the drones long distance returning gives away this base location. Solar realizes, runs up there. Spine Crawlers will slow down the base getting taken out, but only by a few seconds.
I'm not sure that Solar has the army that he can do this with still. I think Reynor should try to catch this army. In the top right-hand side, we can see Reynor with a 30 army supply advantage, and he also has 6 Vipers that are ready to abduct all of these Lurkers. The Lurkers don't get a lot of shots off. Only a single Lurker burrows, and now Solar is cornered here.
Yeah, he's got to get out of there. Oh, Lurker counterattack as well. Reynor staying calm in the face of chaos. And all of that damage he did earlier in the game paying off because he had that extra bank that you were talking about for a few minutes. Those resources do matter. It is a strategy game. Economy matters. And oh, Solar accidentally corners his army there, losing the last pack of Hydras. An unfortunate misclick for Solar.
GG is called, and Reynor takes the 1-0 advantage with a solid late game. Honestly, just winning off the back of a lot of good trades in the mid game, getting the bigger bank up, and that saved them in the later stages, because once that Nidus got up, Solar actually managed to take some momentum back. If that game was more even going into that, coming into that Nidus move, I think Solar would have had it.
That's the face of a man who's not happy that he let that Nidus worm up.
Yeah.
I think everything else, he's like, okay, you know, I'm kind of on the back foot. The Roach tunneling claw got a little messy, but I think it's the Nidus worm, especially getting up, that has Reynor a little bit maybe disappointed in himself, because it felt like he was getting in control, finally had put out all the fires in that game. He knew about the previous Nidus worm, and the second one right next to it gets up, and that's one of those things you kick yourself for as a player. You say, oh, that should never have happened. But he comes out with the win, and that's that sort of mental fortitude we talked about that's been the game changer for Reynor recently, is when things go wrong, he does not tilt.
Yeah, 100%. I think if he thinks about it, he played super safe in the early game. The entire way through, he put some Ling Bane pressure, it didn't really work. Then he made a lot of defensive roaches. He delayed his tech. He really just wanted to get to the stage of the game. And once the mid-game happened, he even got caught off guard with the Roach Burrow movement. And yet still, he just out-traded Solar. So if he thinks about it that way, I believe he can even gain some more confidence from that game.
Absolutely. If you can survive on the back foot like this, it is a confidence booster. And there we go, the nice slow-mo on the Lurker getting biled. Oh, it's a shame it cut off just at the cool bit, just at the cool bit, but that's all right. As we are going into the next map, we are down in the losers bracket now, the lower bracket. These players fighting, of course, to try and get that spot in the top 4. In the top left side, he's up 1-0, representing Basilisk. It is Reynor.
And his opponent in the bottom right, representing Vitality. He's down a map. Can he bring it back? It is Solar.
Such an intelligent player, Solar. I like that. APM comparison last 2 minutes, and always fun to compare Reynor's APM to other people's. There's some spikes, for sure. There's some button mashing. His hands fly across that keyboard. At the start of the game, obviously, you're just kind of warming up your hands. You're doing unnecessary tasks, simply as sort of a habitual practice, so that there's not a sudden change in pace later on in the game when you do need to actually do 3 or 4 things at once.
Yeah, it's funny because in these late games you tend to have less APM than if you were to play like a Ling Bane game against a Terran or a Protoss, simply because you're making less units. And I'm pretty sure that spikes comes from the rapid fire of the abducts, because that one spiked up so high. I don't think that is possible by just pressing all the buttons very quickly there. 1,255. I think your fingers start burning at some point.
Yeah, that's obviously a big thing, which is very tournament legal, is increasing the repeat rate on your keyboard. So if you hold down a button, you know, if you want to build 20 Zerglings at once, rather than having to press that key 20 times, you hold it down, toggles, and it basically starts to tap those automatically very quickly. And Zerg players are infamous for putting that at incredibly high repeat rates, incredibly low repeat delays. If you ever want to experience it, get your hands on the computer of one of these Zerg players and try to type something, just into like Word or something, and have fun watching every letter get typed 10 times when you feel like you barely tapped the button. It's a cool thing. Solar, of course, makes use of it as well. Solar is actually a player with some, you know, very modern habits mixed with some older habits. I'll never forget the time I saw Solar at a Home Story Cup. He's still using P for Patrol. So you'll see him use the left shift and the patrol P all the way on the right side of the keyboard. He has to use his pinky and his thumb at full extension, kind of reaching across the keyboard when he has to patrol his overlords in the mid-game of ZVZ specifically, so they don't get corrosive biled. But other than that, Solar's mechanics are very, very crisp, very organized, and it's kind of cool to see how he goes up against Reynor, a player who generally you don't want to play in a speed match. You want to play him in the strategy game if possible, because Reynor is just so fast.
Yeah, 100%. This is the second game in a row, by the way, where Solar lost one of the two links on the other side of the map to a queen, which is unnecessary. And I saw his facial reaction even in the first game already. He beat himself up a little bit over it. So maybe feeling nerves a little bit on that big stage. This is such an important match. Trying to make it into those top 4 without dropping to the knockout bracket.
Going to see Reynor a little greedier this time around, and the Evo chamber for Solar going up in the back. He wasn't as delayed on his Baneling Nest. He didn't hide the Baneling Nest this time, so he's not playing mind games from the start. Reynor himself does add an evolution chamber, not that much behind it, but for Reynor, it's a wall off. It's a, I'm playing very solid. I'm just going to block your scouting. I don't care if you see the Evo chamber. For Solar, feels like a Carapace opening, right, Lambo?
Yeah, it does. He is going for a missile now, and he did this last game as well. But if you scout this as Reynor, I think you're thinking exactly about that Carapace. Reynor, Solar is also known for these Carapace attacks, for these big Roach Bane attacks in general. And you can see Reynor with a good scout denial. That's really clutch. Because you can also mind game the other way around. On this map, you can actually wall with 2 buildings, which means that you only show the Evo chamber, and then you can still go for an early Roach Warren without needing it in the wall off. And as a player, you're not entirely sure, does my opponent have the Evo chamber in case of Solar, or does my opponent have that early Roach Warren?
And indeed, Reynor is just macroing up. He's getting the lair. He's going for +1 himself. He's droning incredibly hard. Solar's doing the same thing. They're neck and neck. And yet Reynor is just keeping that very slight worker edge and denying the Zergling scouts very well. Now, historically, some players have criticized Reynor for being a little light on his own scouting sometimes in the middle stages, where he'll deny your scouting really well, he'll macro really well. Does he actually have that much information about what Solar's doing in this game? Like, I know there's no attack coming from Solar, but it does feel like his Zerglings haven't been quite as active.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily as active. Usually he counteracts that by just playing super safe and going for a lot of early roaches. And I can also see this mind game of, you know, I played so safe. Like, Solar knows I didn't have an Evo chamber forever. I had so many roaches, I just fake moved out. And that's also what he's known for. When he was practicing in Korea, he consistently was making roaches. And this time he's actually playing it way more greedy. He went for the early +1, he went for the early lair, he's going for the overlord speed. And Solar is just holding down the roach button.
Yeah, this is so greedy from Reynor. He's still droning here. He went straight to 60 workers. He's just, the thing is, yep, he's got the Overseer coming in now, and that's going to give him the info, but I think it's too late. I think he's still droning up to 65 workers, Overlord speed, Roach speed, Overseers. None of these things are going to help you defend the attack. Is this even mathematically possible? I don't know. He only now sees the Roaches coming forward. Mass Ling behind it. No lair for Solar. Solar committing 100% to a massive attack.
Yes, Reynor cancels the fort base right away. He does make 3 spines, and this is one of the bigger maps. So he will, at the very least, this time around, he went for the early +1 missile, so it's going to help him defensively against the Link follow-up, because there is no +1 carapace from Solar that those +1 roaches can do wonders defensively. But does he have the numbers?
He's definitely being very greedy. If he holds on, even with 10 drone losses, he'll still be miles ahead. Queen's on the front line trying to tank here. The Baneling's got to be careful. You want to keep those alive for the Zerglings. Solar just shoving forwards. The Spines are coming up. One great Baneling detonation on the Zerglings. Roach Ravager landing piles. The Spine Crawlers on the left are a problem. Solar reallocates his attack and says, let's go to the right side. But there's a Spine Crawler coming up there as well. Reynor, can he get his Roaches together? The Roach count on the bottom is starting to gather up numbers. Biles starting to take out these Spine Crawlers. Roaches on both sides. Reynor frantically trying to micro back in 2 directions.
What a beautiful defense from Reynor so far. He tried to buy time in the center to buy time for these spines, but now Solar is getting on top of these spines. He's binding them down, but the numbers are not in his favor anymore. The roaches are spawning, and the Ling reinforcements are simply not good against the +1 missile roaches, and GG is called.
Wow. Wow. That is Reynor in a nutshell right there. That was monumental greed. Most players get taken out by that attack, but that is the special characteristic that Reynor has, and it's why he gets away with being a little lighter on his scouting than other players. He's just that good, that he can pull off that defense. He didn't even see the Roaches when they moved out the ramp. They were halfway across the map when he first spotted them, and yet it was an instant reaction on those Spine Crawlers, microing the Roaches back on both sides. He made it look almost easy, but that's incredibly hard.
That is incredibly hard. I think his defense, the execution on defense was perfect. He bought as much time as possible, and he made the spines on the third base first because he's like, okay, this is the most likely outcome, that you're going to try to attack this base. He kites back towards the spines that finish up first. Then the spine in the natural finishes up last, but it's just in time for when Solar tries to move in there with the Zerglings. It was picture perfect from the spot that Reynor was in, which, as you said, there's so much that he spent money on that didn't come into play there. He made an Overseer, he made Overlord speed, he made 15 workers more than his opponent, he made a fourth base, he made Roach speed, he finished the lair. On paper, Solar would have just way more units, and that's exactly what we saw, but with a perfect defense, apparently it's still holdable on Golden Aura.
Oh, Reynor, doing Reynor things. I mean, I remember thinking that there were certain attacks you needed to stop at 60 workers to defend, and I'd seen him defend them with 87 workers, and I was like, well, you just changed my perception around what's possible in StarCraft, Reynor, and starting to do it again here in this Zerg versus Zerg. Everything has been going perfectly for him so far, navigating even the most dangerous and scary positions with poise. Let's see if he can get the clean sweep. In the top left side of the map, representing Basilisk, it is Reynor.
And his opponent in the bottom left-hand side, he is tasked with the almost impossible, with a reverse sweep. The only way he advances in this one is to win 3 in a row. It is Vitality's Solar.
And that is Amphion. Interesting map because it's got a feature where there's this left path that can be opened up by minerals on the map, a very wide ramp on your natural, and strangely enough, Reynor goes 15-15. And I got to tell you, Lambo, I'm so happy you're here with me because I would spend the next 3 minutes going, but why? On this map, is it a 2-base Roach all-in he's planning, like with an Evo wall? I've got you here, so maybe do you have some insight? Why would you do 15-15 on this map?
Yeah, I think it is because of the left side. So usually 15-15 is very strong on short maps for the power 2-base openers, the Ling flats, the 2-base Roach openers. But on this one, it's a little bit different. You just have more options because A, you can play gasless with a wall at the front and then try to defend the left-hand side, where you only open up 1 mineral patch and then you can hold from there. So as the player against the 15 hatch, you're not quite sure how many drones can I make, because as the 15 hatch player you can play very greedy. You can drone up and you don't need to make that many roaches to secure your third base, which would otherwise be the case on a normal map.
Oh wow, so that makes a lot of sense. Planning to go out that left side if you do macro from here. And of course we know that just at the start, the advantage of the 15-15 is you get those queens out 11 seconds earlier. I mean, 2 injects that much earlier. The natural hatchery is producing lava faster as well. So as long as, you've got an initial income dip, you're down a few workers because you've taken the hatchery faster, you've had to do a few extractor tricks, but then you have a big jump in terms of how quickly you can saturate 2 mineral lines. But it does come at a cost, right? You can't do this and get Ling speed and get a third hatchery at the same time. So Reynor's going to be locked on 2 bases. Solar is going to have much more freedom in terms of taking a third and droning up initially. The question is, as you said, how does Solar judge what Reynor's doing? Does he play greedy? Does he play very safe? Does he try to get very aggressive? He kind of has to flip a coin at some point, at least a little bit, in terms of guessing what Reynor's up to.
Yeah, if you try to play safe against everything, you will most likely just be behind in the end.
Yeah.
So if you're something like Serral and you're the huge favorite, you can try to do that. But usually it's all about gambling. When one of the players plays 2 base and the other one plays 3 base, it's really up to the 3 base player. If you have the perfect response for what the 2 base player is playing, you're gonna be ahead and it's gonna be an absolute battle. But the scout denial is what is so important about those 2 bases. He actually sees the 3rd queen spawning. That's already a decent tell because the other 2 queens were down. So most likely it's a 4-queen opener. So I think Solar will be ready to drone a little bit more than he otherwise would have been without that scout.
And the reason for that is because right then is when you need to inject. So if you've got 2 queens there and a 3rd one, well, are you going to miss an entire inject in your main base on 2 base? No way. You need those lava injects. So that's actually a really good piece of insight. Now, Ling speed's coming up. Roachhorn is on the way for Solar. And building a few Zerglings, it kind of looks like quite an aggressive stance for Solar from here. Ling's going to poke forward. He's going to look for the cancel on that 3rd base. And it looks like there's no way to defend this, right?
There is no way. Solar pre-mined these minerals, so he was ready to go there right away to cancel it, just in case Reynor was trying to do the greedy follow-up that I talked about. And you can see Reynor's Roachhorn is not even remotely close to being done yet, which means Reynor will be locked onto 2 bases. So I love the Zerglings that Solar built here. He actually saved a lot of minerals. I'm not sure about the roaches he's making right now. These seem aggressive, right?
Yeah, because, I mean, you're on 3 base versus 2 base, right, Lambo? So to break this down for any viewers, you're 3 base against 2 base. If you get up to, say, 45, 50 workers, you've got a very tangible economic advantage, right? But if you're building army right now and attacking into a 2 base player, it's going to be hard to actually have an army advantage. So Solar building 5 roaches there feels like a little bit of paranoia, a little bit of, ooh, I'm not sure if Reynor going to counterattack now with something. And of course, we can see everything that's going on. That is him potentially misjudging it. It will keep Reynor locked on 2 base, which you might think is a huge support. He's actually building more Lings as well. How much Solar just built around a drones? So it felt like he wasn't really committing to this. Now it feels like he is really committing to this. Reynor's panicking and building spine crawlers as he needs to. Solar is going for a bizarre attack. Is he going to commit?
I am not sure myself. I mean, he's still producing Zerglings, which leads me to believe that he is, but he also has a lair and the +1 carapace on time. And if I'm going to be honest with you, I think this is a mistake. I don't think he can break Reynor here. I mean, he stops at the same drone count that the 2 base player will be on, obviously. Maybe he tried to counteract at 2 base Muta potential play, and that's why he went for that pressure. But against anything else, the units that he just made would be not good for him. Like,
so he went for a hard read.
Yeah, he went for a hard read.
It's got to be mutas. I know I'm going to counter. I know this is risky. Sometimes you have that spidey sense as a StarCraft player, and when it pulls off, you look so smart. Yeah. And when it doesn't, you go, ah, damn. You know, sometimes there is an element of gambling in a game with limited information in terms of you've just got to take a risky decision, weigh up the odds, and try and play it out from there. Solar now finds himself with an economic advantage, but it's nowhere near as big as it could have been. And the scariest thing for him is the upgrades. He has not even started +1 range. +2 is already on the way for Reynor. He's got the second Evo. Reynor's already thinking about going for that 2-1 timing. One of the scariest timings. If you've only got, say, +1 carapace, they have +2 range and carapace. My lord, your roaches are so much worse.
Yeah, and especially his Zerglings. The +1 carapace works in a way that the Zerglings can tank a 3rd hit from a roach. Whereas now, the moment the +2 will be done, all of these Zerglings will be very weak if Reynor decides to go for an attack. And he's doing exactly what you said. He added the second Evo. I think this is just a pressure. He wants to move out. He wants to force Solar to make a couple of workers. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Reynor stop at a 52 drone count, maybe a couple more, and then just starts massing Roach Ravager and try to hit with a 2 upgrade advantage.
Indeed, very good choice to do that. Of course, Solar's going to have more stuff. Solar gets in, kills 2 drones. Does at the same time have a worker advantage, but Solar's got to be careful about pushing that too much further because we know that Reynor is only moments away from most likely going for mass units. But hold on, that's a big Ling run by Lambo. Right into the main base. No roaches popping out right now. Reynor has to evacuate his main base. Solar getting some really nice momentum in this game.
Yeah, I love that Ling counter attack. These Lings will not be useful the later the game goes. So the fact that he's denying so much mining time, even getting some drone kills, is huge for him. He's slowing down the timing that Reynor wants to go for, and he's even attacking at the front at the same time. Right now, the upgrades are basically even. A lot of Ravagers are exposed, and this is a decent fight for Solar, but he really needs to back off now.
Yeah, those upgrades are about to kick in, but more importantly than anything, he's just outnumbered. He got a few Ravagers, a few high-value snipes, and he does still have a 5 worker advantage. Spire goes down, Solar's got to be careful. Reynor is re-droning though. Reynor, I thought, would just commit to the all-in at some point here and say, screw it, we're going. But now that he's droning back up, I wonder if Reynor is going to drop a 4th base and play a longer game. He said he's confident to play a longer, slower match. From this position though, it feels very awkward.
It does feel very, very awkward. But I think for now, he's just going to attack. And if he actually decides to go for the attack, he will have the 2 upgrade advantage. And those are also 2 missile upgrades. It's not just the carapace upgrades. We can see the numbers are even. But if Reynor manages to get a good arc, I think he would win the fight. The question is, does he know exactly what position he's in? This has been a very weird game. Solar made a lot of units early, but then Reynor's own 3rd base was delayed forever. He doesn't really know the tech situation of Solar. He doesn't know the drone count of Solar. So yeah, I think maybe with his confidence, he might just sit back, try to relax, and try to play it safe.
It's a stressful situation for both players. That limited information, the fog of war becomes extra scary in these messy games, these unfamiliar situations with so many interactions. It's hard to keep track. In a game that's very standard, players, you can take them out of the game at any moment and quiz them and say, how many workers does your opponent have? They'll usually be within 2 or 3 workers in terms of accuracy, even without seeing it specifically. And that's just how good their game knowledge is. In a game like this, there's big question marks. Neither side knows exactly what the other's up to. Big roach push here for Reynor, committing into the choke point. Solar with a fantastic positioning. He also has his own +1 range upgrade, so he's only behind 1 upgrade now. Not as bad a position for Solar as it was just 30 seconds earlier.
Yeah, I love the aggressive posturing from Solar. I think the last thing Reynor is thinking about right now is the 9 Mutas that are on the way. He doesn't have a Hydra, and I know he has a quick Overseer, but I'm not sure he paid attention to it, and I'm not sure he even scouted the Mutas. This is the first time the Mutas will be revealed, and Solar goes straight for the Ravagers. He knows there is no anti-air. There are no Spore Crawlers ready. Reynor still does have Queens with high energy because he opened up with 2 base, but this is his only anti-air right now.
Solar is not willing to go down without a fight. I think there's a lot of people thinking maybe, oh, an easy 3-0. No. Solar playing an excellent game 3, anticipating Reynor's 3rd base earlier on, cancelling it, keeping the momentum up from start to finish, and now these Mutalisks, a nightmare to reckon with. Take out the Spore Crawler in the main base. Oh, they stop attacking it for a second. 2 Mutas go down. Slight misstep there for Solar, but his Roaches on the front are jumping on top. Reynor has a similar army supply, but Solar, the positioning is excellent.
Yeah, he just keeps taking great fights with good concaves, but at this point I think Reynor can come in from behind with a surround, and he should also have the numbers advantage. He still also has the upgrade advantage, so that fight goes hugely in favor of Reynor, and he now even takes the supply lead overall.
Mutas are still a problem though, so a counterattack can't happen for Reynor. That's the problem for him, is Ravagers getting sniped. Every one of those costs 100. A lot of people think of the Ravager as an early game unit, and it is, but it costs as much as a Mutalisk. My lord, this interception is huge.
Yeah, great army movement from Reynor now, catching all of these Roaches. The question is, what is his next step? Does he add a Hydra then to be able to move out on the map? As you said, it's very difficult to counterattack. If there's 9 Mutas in the sky consistently putting out damage on the Roaches, they might not deal a lot of damage right away, but over time in these fights you just can't move out without mobile anti-air.
Roaches gathering up for Solar in the middle. When his +2 range finishes, which is going to be very soon, it's going to be equivalent units. Reynor though, on a more desperate income with a bigger army right now, 55 drones to 65. Both players have a 4th base up, but Reynor's vision is getting pushed into a corner, and this is the Mutalisk advantage. Not only do you force Hydralisks, a more expensive unit with expensive upgrades, you've also removed the vision in the meantime. We're going to try and use that for the Nidus Worm. Oh, Mutalisks are so good for opening up holes in the vision and then taking advantage of that. Nidus Worm in Reynor's main base going up. Reynor has no idea. Roach Ravager pressuring on the front. This is a feint. It is not a serious attack for Solar. He's got to be careful not to get surrounded. Solar does quickly pull back, but the Roaches in the main are causing big damage.
Instant great split from Reynor though. You can see he left just enough units at the front. He's still wildly out of position, so a lot of drones are gonna go down, and potentially even the base, as Solar tries to hold the high ground here with a concave, but he needs to watch out. A lot of Ravagers are now exposed. They're trying to force their way up the ramp, and I think Solar is gonna snipe down every one of these.
Great snipes there for Solar, but Reynor had to get up that ramp. You understand why he did it. It's a desperate move for a desperate situation. Solar unloading in the main base. He's not willing to be done just yet. He says, nah, I've got control of your ramp, mate. Get out of here. Your base is mine now.
Yeah, Solar moved all the way back into the Nidus on his own side of the map, and Reynor's units were still chasing the units of Solar, and Solar can now just go back with the Nidus. But how much damage can Reynor deal? Because Solar only managed to take out a single base. It has been the lair, but all the tech is already out, and Reynor can still produce as Reynor is fighting back. He kills the 3rd base. He already kills 12 workers, and he's gonna kill more.
Reynor has been in a terrible spot in this game, but he is not giving up. He is down in army supply. Those Roaches got stuck there on move command. They tried to evacuate. They could not get out. There's no Nidus Worm for Reynor. There is no way out of this base. This is a one-way trip, and we're seeing what looked like Reynor evening out the supply. Suddenly, his Roaches are trapped. He takes out as many drones as he can before he goes down, but you can see it in his demeanor. He knows how desperate this position is. He did kill a hatchery, so it's 3 base against 3, and arguably he killed a more important hatchery in that it does have more fresh minerals on it, but he's up in 6 workers, but down 40 army supply. I mean, a 6-worker advantage, a few lurkers on the defense. Reynor needs some magical defense in the next minute. He's got to defend this attack because he's ahead in economy. He's arguably ahead in tech with the lurkers, but dude, that is so many Roaches.
It is so many Roaches. It's not a lot of Ravagers though, so it's all about the concave from Solar. Reynor's out of position. All the Roaches get up the ramp.
Hold fire, lurkers!
Oh my god!
He activates them at the last second. Reynor told his lurkers to not fire until Solar's Roaches were right on top. It's a big gamble, but it pays off. Solar's Overseer was trailing behind, and that was massive damage on those Roaches. Solar luckily saves most of the units, but without Burrow, he doesn't have an easy way to heal them up. They'll take a long time to regenerate. That was an amazing hold for Reynor.
Great hold from Reynor and great move from him. Noticing that Solar doesn't have the Overlord speed, so the Overseer is lagging behind, waiting for the last possible second. So Solar is as committed as possible, and now with the evened out supply, I do favor Reynor's spot because he has the fresher bases and he has the tech advantage. His army is looking good and he's trying to fight back here in the center of the map.
+2 Carapace even starting up. You can really see this macro focus of Reynor. It's crazy. So many players panic when they're in these situations, but we've seen him in multiple spots showing an ability to fight from desperate positions from behind and just calmly continuing to do everything. No tunnel vision, no over-focusing on one thing over anything else, but Solar is not done yet. Solar is going to keep pressuring him, trying to force those mistakes, gets a few Spine Crawlers, pulls into the main base. The Mutalisks there making it especially hard for Reynor to reclaim that territory, but he's got a big army on the front, and the spawning pool not the most important structure. That only allows you to build queens and a few roach horns, so it doesn't matter too much if we lose that.
Oh, it's very important that Solar pays attention because Reynor is going for the wraparound from the left and from the right. A lot of Ravagers are exposed. Reynor is taking a great fight here, killing a lot of Ravagers that were too far forward from Solar, and he stutter steps forward. I much prefer Reynor's army here because there's so many roaches still on the other side of the map, and he just keeps killing more and more of Solar's main force.
What in the heck? This is a fantastic comeback move from Reynor. The Lurkers defend the roaches at home. His own attack moves in, and Reynor goes through the fires and comes out the other side. He got burnt, he got crisped up a little bit, but he didn't drop the map, and that is damned impressive.
What an impressive series from Reynor. He was behind in game 1, he was behind in game 3, and it was such an uncomfortable position. He didn't have any vision, he didn't know where the roaches came from, he didn't have the Nidus. I mean, crazy series from Reynor. Just super calm and collected defensive play. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to get put in those positions as a player where you have to play like this. But when you come out the other side on top, you feel so good about it. It's honestly, Solar put so much pressure on him. I feel like this was a masterclass of a game for Solar. But yeah, the Lurker trap there, keeping Reynor alive. His roach counterattacks and such a decisive way to finish it off here. Just an impressive way to fight from behind. I feel like so many Zerg players don't really understand the later stages that well, but he has just been looking so fantastic. What an excellent play.
Early on in this tournament, there was some discussion of you potentially being in a slump. I'm not seeing any evidence of this right now. Is this a turnaround, or was that an early misunderstanding?
I can understand why, because my past results haven't been going my way, but I truly believe that all the practice throughout the year is showing right now, and especially today I feel like I'm playing a lot better than yesterday. So I would not say I'm in a slump right now. Maybe you can argue that I was, but I think I'm playing decent now.
Oh, you're playing excellent, especially when it comes to playing from behind. In all 3 of these matches, you found yourself maybe on the back foot here or there, especially game 2, an excellent call on defense, and then fighting your way back in game 3. Is that something you particularly practiced?
Yeah, I know Solar is a very aggressive player, and I think my late game ZVZ is second, maybe only to Serral, but I think I'm very confident in late game ZVZ right now. And so yeah, I was just trying to survive. I was like, no matter what, even if I'm behind, as long as I survive past 10 minutes, I should be getting the W.
Well, last year at Gamers 8, you claimed the championship. This year, in a similar fashion, your teammate Serral, a favorite to win, has fallen in the ranking. Is this your place to win, Reynor? Is this Basilisk Reynor's championship home ground?
Well, it would be nice to get the double, you know, back to back. As I said, I feel very confident this year. I think the practice is showing right now, so yeah, hopefully.
Well, I hope you can keep riding this high on in your matches. Congratulations on picking up an excellent win right here. Let's send it over to the analysts for another look at that best of 5.
Set him up and knock him down. A 3-0 for Reynor here in the lower bracket, and he makes it look good. That is a brilliant win here for Reynor, moving in one step closer towards potentially that second place match, Tasteless.
We were talking about how this match was going to be another test about that European ZVZ style versus the Korean ZVZ style. Obviously, the European style much more dominant, and it's exhibited here again. Reynor with a 3-0 crushing victory.
Yeah, very impressive, Ben.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it really felt like Reynor was in control of every game. Even with the all-ins that were coming, it just felt like Reynor wanted to greet him, you know? He didn't want to do any of the cheesy stuff. He just knew that if it gets to this kind of game, he knows how to play it better than Solar can.
Of course, Solar in those last formative moments of that game was trying to bring some kind of mutilus play here, Roddy. Not to be the case. He really felt like he wanted to get Reynor out of the game as fast as possible, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, I think game 3 was by far the closest one, and definitely looked very good for Solar at one point. But I think towards the end, he maybe misread the state of the game a little bit. We see like 20-something supply of roaches and a couple of mutalisks in a completely empty main base. Like, there's a spawning pool there, but that's not important. Reynor is attacking you. I think throughout the best of 5, Reynor played incredibly well, though. Game 1 had its moments. The way that he handled that Baneling drop, guys. 4 Banelings got dropped in a natural where he had no units. He lost 1 drone. Like, that goes to show Reynor really is on point.
Yeah, if there was any, as Rachel was asking about kind of the slump situation for him throughout the year, yeah, some of the results weren't great, but it's so clear that this is absolutely not one of those tournaments, Ben, considering what we saw from him against Clem, how he's just easily, well, relatively easily dispatched Solar here. I think Reynor's looking for some gold at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Reynor was actually a question mark for maybe one of the first times in his career coming into this. It's like,
which is rare, very rare.
Yeah, what Reynor's going to turn up, but if there's one thing that really shines through when it comes to Reynor, when it comes to the big stage, he's been on so many at this point. Like, his career is short, but the amount of podiums that he's had, really damn clean. And the Reynor that showed up today, just as good as yesterday, if not better. And that bracket, it's open for him. Yeah, it really is.
No, definitely. And Solar not done just yet. He will go down to that knockout bracket here. But again, best of 3s is just so brutal down there. It's going to be very, very tough for Solar with all the other great names we have here in the tournament.
Yeah, I can't say I'm too shocked that Solar went down. It is going to be pretty rough because best of 3s are very punishing.
Yeah.
You really have to select your builds right. You don't have as much time inside the match to maybe concoct something different, learn something from your opponent, and try to make those adjustments. So best of luck to him. Let's see how far he can get. But right now, he's in Trouble Town.
Yeah, Trouble Town.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. We've got ourselves Roddy over at the side as well. Talk to us about what you've kind of selected from this game.
Yeah, Lambo really wanted to cast the CVZ. And what kind of an animal would I be if I don't let Lambo cast the CVZ? So it's me with the iPad. There were obviously a couple of cool things we could have done for. I really love that split against the Banelings, like I mentioned. I think in game 3 we had a couple of devastating lurker hits. But I think when you look at a Reynor Solar series, you know Solar is going to bring the aggression. Reynor knows that as well, and I think because of that, Reynor was very in his face in game 1, so it was easier to have a read on it. The game 2, Reynor went a little bit more towards his macro-oriented style, but Solar still brought the trademark Solar aggression.
Yeah.
And let's take a look at it, because I really thought game 2 Golden Aura was a fantastic hold, and a lot of correct calls were made by Reynor in a very short period. So I've got the clip. Whenever we are ready, I want you to take a look at a couple of things. I'm going to draw some arrows over it. This is my moment with the iPad, okay?
5 minutes later. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's probably going to go on for a little while. Don't bully me, okay? This is my only moment with the iPad. So Reynor went up to 4 bases. If we take a look at the work count, he's got a 15 drone lead. That's pretty serious. If we take a look at some of the upgrades, he's got road speed on the way. He's got a 4th base on the way. Those are a lot of things that are not going to be useful against the Solar that is going to try to kill you. But what is very important is obviously +1 missile attacks finishing up. That is going to help him against all the Zerglings of Solar. Solar has not tacked up, so roaches are going to be slow. Reynor knows that. He's going to cancel all those things. He builds spines, he cancels the 4th base. Solar is still here though. This is a big army, and we're going to go ahead and take a tiny look at one magical Baneling, Glorious, because we all aspire to do great things in life. I mean, you love the parachute game, but you still love us as well. That makes me happy. Take a look at this guy. He is in the spotlight, kind of like you. This one little magical Baneling actually does get to do great things. Look at all these Zerglings of Solar. They're so clumped up. And at this point, Reynor knows, hey, this actually becomes a doable hold. Like, I have defender's advantage, I've got the spine crawlers, I've cancelled all those upgrades that don't matter, and where it looked so promising for Solar, Reynor just did like 5 things correctly in a very short period that gave him the 2-0 lead and obviously set him up to win this series 3-0 in the end. That really wasn't that bad. Come on, guys. You guys are just mean. You guys are total bullies. I'm sorry I care. You know what, Lambo, come back. I want to cast it.
Clem, when yet? What happened?
No, I mean, I was getting down. I was like a little pupil, you know, learning about that fight, because it was really sick to watch it backstage. Yeah. Bit of a rough moment, but Reynor made all the right calls, like cancelling the right building, getting the spines online. The Baneling as well, I was talking about that.
Oh, you can participate in this bullying and now suddenly be like, oh yeah, that was really cool. Like, no, I was the best man on your wedding. You did me dirty like this.
I was not falling asleep. I was actually just there like a pupil enjoying, okay?
Yeah, we were studiously watching what you were talking about.
It was Nick, mate.
It was him who was sleeping.
All right, I'll take it.
What? All right, anyway,
Good bedtime
We're done.
story.
We're done. We are getting ready for our next match here as we've got a great one coming up. Hero versus Cure. We're going to go to a break here as we have another banger. It's banger after banger after banger. And hopefully, maybe down the line, we can get another Rotty breakdown. Join us right after this for more Esports World Cup.
Hey everybody, Quick Shot here, the host of EWC Central. Yesterday, 2 players have already secured their spot in the Final 4 of the StarCraft II tournament here in Riyadh, with big implications for the Club Championship. So let's get straight into this with the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by SDC. Well, to start off with in Group A, it was a great day for fans of Dark and Talon Esports. The club has previously secured a 6th place finish in the PUBG Mobile World Cup, and with this appearance in the Final 4, Talon Esports has become eligible for the Club Championship and a share of the $20 million prize pool. Now, while only sitting at 345 points right now, if Dark continues this run, taking out names like Estrella and Maru, then he could make a deep run into the finals and climb very high up into the top 10 standings to win some serious prize money. Now, when we turn our attention over to Group B, it is in fact Clem from Team Liquid, who took down the reigning world champion and StarCraft superstar Serral in a clean and decisive 3-0 to advance to the Final 4. Previously this year, Serral had only dropped 3 maps across 2 tournaments, and he lost 3 of them to Clem last night. Now, with these additional points secured for the club, Team Liquid has jumped back into 2nd place in the live club championship rankings. You can see them there, hop, skipping, and jumping over T1. And with strong participants both here in StarCraft as well as EAFC, the club could cement their 2nd place this week. For more updates on the EWC Club Championship, as well as every other game taking place here at EWC in Week 7, as well as interviews, mini-games, conversations, you can tune into our show, EWC Central, 3 until 7, Thursday to Sunday, twitch.tv/EWC, and youtube.com/EWC. I have been your tongue-tied host, Quickshot, and we'll see you again later for the next episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC.
All right, welcome back. I hope you're paying attention at home. We've got such teachers like Rotterdam still ready and raring to go later on. I'm excited for more breakdowns, but we've got excellent matches across the board as always. And our next one is going to be Hero going up against Cure. It's another banger here for the Esports World Cup. And before we get to the breakdowns, let's actually hear from Hero as he comes into a very important match here at the World Championship.
I am now joined by Hero. How are you, my friend? So far, you only played against Zergs. So now you're playing against Cure. I am wondering if you think that's an advantage. He played against Classic. Did you watch those games? And yeah, do you feel like it's an advantage that he couldn't watch any of your PBT?
일단 김준호 선수 일단은 지금까지 저그전만 해오셨는데 이제 김도욱 선수를 만나게 되셨잖아요. 근데 김도욱 선수는 이미 또 김도우 선수를 상대로 한번 또 토스전 한번 해봤기 때문에 그래서 그 점이 어떻게 보면 좀 유리하게 적용할 수 있을 거라고 좀 생각이 좀 드는데 어떻게 보시나요? 뭐 자신 있으신가요?
네, 일단 말씀해 주신 것처럼 그 경기 VOD를 좀 꼼꼼히 보고 왔고 그렇기 때문에 자신 있습니다.
Yeah, I definitely watch his VODs of his matchup against Classic, so I'm definitely analyze what he does, and I'm confident.
Confident. Fighting!
Fighting!
Thank you for that closeout, Cats, there. Yes, Hero versus Cure. Let's talk about it here. You've got the numbers on your screen right now to see how these two really stack up against one another. And Pig, I want to start with yourself. As Hand of the King, which king do you serve?
Oh, I mean, I serve for the Chaos Lord. I serve Hero. You know, he's the closest thing we ever do a Night King in StarCraft. So, dude, Hero's awesome. I love Hero. There's a lot of hype behind him. Best Protoss player in the tournament. Many would say the best chance for Protoss to have a great finish. Unfortunately, despite riding that hype wave, part of my job as Hand of the King is to predict foul things and terrible events that are going to happen so we can prepare for them. And if you're a Protoss fan, Cure is a terrible maelstrom of evil in the world. He is a Protoss slayer. He comes out and he ends Protoss hopes in these tournaments. He does it regularly. He got Classic last year at G8. He's got Hero in some big tournaments before as well. Q is a really scary player in this matchup.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Dan, as a person here on the talent lineup who looks most like Daenerys Targaryen, who are you favoring coming into this one?
Well, I'm going to take that as a compliment. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so here's the thing. Like, I truly believe that Cure's peak play is as good as anyone else's in the world in every single Terran matchup. Like, I think his peak TVP is easily like Maru level. His peak TVZ is easily Clem level. But he doesn't peak that often. So I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the way that they've already been playing. Hero did play well so far this weekend. I do feel Hero's playing a bit better. I think Hero's going to be able to take it.
Yeah, it would technically make sense, especially with how kind of they've been faring throughout the years. Don't forget, though, Cure is a guy that has been able to go to some of these finals here and really be able to prove his worth. I think one thing that really stands out for me as we take a look at the predictions that you guys can also be participating in as well at stcplay.gg is that for me, Cure has one of the most exciting to watch PvTs as well in terms of the times where he can force base trades, just make things absolutely crazy himself. So in terms of clash of style, I think this one is a very intriguing one.
Yeah, you know, Cure is somewhat standard in this matchup, and yet his matches also end up in chaos a lot of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, I always think of him winning so much against Protoss in these big tournaments, but it's never one-sided. It's always like, oh gosh, he's losing. He was down 1-2 against Classic earlier in the tournament. I thought he was going to lose 3-1. And then it was like, no, he just dragged that series back. And Cure does this all the time. So yes, you've got Hero trying to make it chaotic, trying to take him out, but you've also got Cure with this ability to lose 50 SCVs and then just like win with this one army of Bio Ghost that's microed perfectly.
Yeah, well, I think that is something that happens to Terran players that get really good at the matchup, that if you are pulling it out, eventually the Protoss player is going to knock all the chess pieces off the chessboard and it's going to get real dirty, right? So, like, if you're playing kind of to survive, kind of to grind Protoss out, eventually a lot of your games are going to look like that. And, like, if you look at, for instance, his GSL run, right, like, just plowed through every Protoss in the world, he's capable of doing it absolutely.
No secret, of course, Protoss not having the easiest of times. Hero, for a lot of people out there, Pig, is seen as one of the absolute hopefuls to try and make it deep, but it doesn't get easy when you've got these names constantly having to kind of battle it down here.
I mean, Hero looked unstoppable when he played Solar, and then he looked like he was a little out of his element against Serral. That's just the difference between those two players there, to be fair. I feel like Hero brings out that fire, and he looks fantastic. Unfortunately for him, Q was very intelligent. We saw the map vetoes just there, removing Dynasty, removing Amphion, take away the weird maps. He's trying to remove as much wild card kind of elements that he knows Hero will be able to just be in his element. He loves gold bases. He loves weird Amphion backdoor ledges and pushes. So I think Q played very smart in the vetoes. We'll see if Hero can still get some momentum going despite that.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is an opportunity here for these two to survive in this bracket. If you lose this one, once again, you go down to that grueling knockout bracket. You want to keep yourselves alive, try and get to that second versus second place match. Let's get to it. It's Hero going up against Cure.
Admiring our trophy. So have the players. They are one step closer with every match to potentially taking this home, as well as our massive prize pool. Fancy, we have had our players knock down, drag out battles for the opportunity to make it to Sunday. But first, they have to get through today.
Absolutely, they have a long way to go to get to the playoffs, to the final four of the tournament. So our next match is going to be an exciting one. So let's welcome our first player on stage. It is Hero of Weibo Gaming. The strongest Protoss player in the tournament, the smiling assassin. He's smiling now, even though the pressure is on to stay away from knockout bracket.
We'll see if he can make it through Cure of Team Liquid. Every match of his at this tournament has gone to all 5 games. But when he pulled out the win, it was against the Protoss. Can he do the same against Hero, or will Hero avenge his race?
You have another rare PVT matchup here in the EWC. It's going to be an exciting one. The winner of this match will face Reynor in the lower bracket semifinals of Group B. So casters, let's get it on.
It is time for our second best of 5 of the day. The first one was short and sweet, but we still got to see some lovely ZVZ. Now it's time to dive into a PVT to figure out who's going to duke it out with Reynor in the next round of the lower bracket match, Group B. I am joined by the man who just betrayed me, Benny. You excited for some PVT, mate?
I did not betray you, Kev, but I am so excited for this matchup, actually. Like, Cure, as far as Terrans go, when I was a professional player, he's one that I really looked at because I felt he was very consistently good. He's not the fastest Terran in the world, which makes it very important for him to have the right strategies, the right builds. And, you know, he is the pioneer of the Rotty killer, Kev, and I love what he brings to the table in this matchup.
And he's already done that at least once this tournament, perhaps even more. It's very cool that he has gone to all 5 maps in every single series he has played so far. Obviously, he had a nail-biting series with Reynor. That's actually funny, because that's one of the games that really left us with a lot to discuss. That game on El Sayani, where Lambo thought he was in trouble. We all kind of thought he was in trouble. We spoke with Reynor, and he's like, what? I was in trouble? I was chilling, man. And then we took another look at the game, and he's like, I really was chilling, but if I take another look at it, maybe it was a bit closer than I actually thought it was in the end. It is going to be fun. The winner will duke it out with Reynor once more, as we are going to kick things off on Golden Aura for our second best of 5 of the day. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of the man who lost to Serral on the upper bracket, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero.
That's Cure. That is Cure. I was about to say, he looks magnificently different. I mean, I love the jersey and everything. And spawning over in the top left-hand side, it is the second Terran representing Team Liquid in this tournament. It is Cure.
That's Cure again.
He's playing himself.
Obviously, Cure, perhaps inspired by that performance of Clem yesterday, because sure, we had a lot to talk about day 2, and I really feel that today is the day, Ben. I mean, the first day was awesome. We got to see some high-level games, and we got to start seeing some storylines develop, but yesterday was obviously a fantastic ending. We have our first 2 players in the Final 4. At the end of today, the very end, we will seed our 3rd player into the Final 4, and that means that the remaining 15 players are going to duke it out tomorrow for that final slot. But today is such an important opportunity, because we already know that in that knockout bracket you're going to see at least either Hero, Cure, Serral, Maru, Reynor. It's going to be crazy. Only one of those guys is potentially going to make it out. Let's not just count out the other guys, because there are still Byun and Oliveira active as well in the lower bracket of Group A. That knockout bracket is going to be killer. So I think a lot of the guys that are playing today will look at today and say, I should really get the job done today. Because sure, they will not give up, and they're still going to do their absolute best tomorrow. But that is just going to be so incredibly difficult.
It really is. And just saying, even one of those names in the knockout bracket, it's like, that is scary. Like, that is a landmine that you have to avoid. But there's going to be many guys in there. And if you can make the whole thing way easier for yourself by just getting through all of these top-notch players, guaranteeing yourself $80,000 top 4, that'd be huge.
Let's talk about this opening, because this is already kind of interesting. Hero got eBay blocked, and this is something that's relatively common in this matchup. Some Terrans do it all the time, some Terrans used to do it, some Terrans still do it from time to time. I don't think Cure does it necessarily every single game, but apparently here on Golden Aura he does like it. And Hero has not gone for the response that a lot of other Protoss players go for, where they pull a couple of probes and they chrono boost out a Zealot. Hero says, I am just going to take my 3rd. That obviously means that he's going to have a slightly better economy, instead of trying to deal with it in the traditional way, but this also means that it's going to be incredibly difficult for Hero to keep probes safe in the main base and in the third. He knows that, Cure knows that. Now I really wonder, what is Cure going to do? We see the first 2 Hellions, that is not surprising, but what I'm incredibly curious about is what is going to be the follow-up. Will it be more Hellions? Sometimes Terran players go for Cyclones immediately, to instead of just looking for some probes, they look for that finishing blow. They look for lethal damage immediately. As this adept is very low, it's so important for Hero, by the way, not to lose an adept, because you don't have a lot of units as Protoss in the early game, and now you need to defend a very wide open area.
Yeah, and I mean, he is going Phoenix behind this, which are cool for lifting up the Hellions, because if you can kill one, lift up another, no longer one-shot potential. But this build from Cure is designed to deal damage. It was gas first opening, he went round a weird path on the map, so avoided the probe, but now he wants to deal some damage.
I love Phoenix in this matchup, as I think everybody knows, but this is a moment where I think a first Oracle is actually better. This is the only moment ever where I think Oracle into Phoenix is superior, because a single Phoenix doesn't do enough for you. You live 1 Hellion, there are still 3 Hellions remaining, and sure, you can start working on one of these Hellions, but you can see these Hellions are one-shotting workers. Now I gotta say, losing 4 probes is actually kind of acceptable. That's really not that bad, and once that second Phoenix is out, that's where your life becomes a lot easier. Cure finds what I kind of feel like you're always going to find, especially against the Phoenix opener, and that is 5 workers. If I'm Hero, I'm annoyed, but I'm really not mega upset, because this could have gone a lot worse.
It could have gone way worse. I was a little bit surprised that Cure, after getting that Adept super damn low, didn't try and finish it off there, because it was piling out quite a bit of damage. But anyhow, the follow-up will be getting that barracks back on the reactor, getting out a few Cyclones as well. Cyclones obviously way different to what they were a year ago, but still very efficient at dealing with bog standard units before Blink and Charge come online and such. And right now, Hero's third is kind of late, but this is still a scary bit of pressure.
Absolutely. Without a bunker, this is going to be rather difficult. Now, of course, the Phoenix can lift the Cyclones, but the Marine count is kind of high. Hero does not want to lose a Phoenix, but he also doesn't want to give up, because he's like, hey, you don't have a tank, you don't have a bunker. That means there is real potential for me. And the moment he can just lift the 2 Cyclones, the rest of the army is not that scary. Stalkers can kite that for days, but obviously he does not want to lose a Phoenix. He does not want to fly those Phoenix in and put them right above all those Marines. So in the end, Hero, perhaps against his own will, has played this out rather cautiously, and that's not something we say every single day when we talk about Hero in literally any matchup.
Not. Yeah, certainly not. And these Cyclones, he's making more of them, Kevin. One big thing here, he's on 3 barracks already, Stim and Combat Shield on the way, a single Engineering Bay, but this is kind of the one build that you don't want to go up against when you're going this amount of Phoenix, right? Like, you're kind of forced into playing against it once you made Phoenix, but this is going to be a big timing window for Cure.
Yeah, but it also means that if Hero just survives the first move out, he's going to be cooking. He will be absolutely flying, because Starport is mega late, there's not going to be any medevacts. I think we have to go Charge here, because you really don't have time to get anything else. Charge is the one that finishes up the quickest. He's even going to get a cannon. That's kind of funny. Wow, Hero goes for multiple cannons. Cannons can definitely tank, especially if they have shield battery overcharge support. But what he really needs to do is use that Twilight Council, and he's still not using the Twilight Council. And that means that basic Protoss Gateway units are not going to do fantastic against all these Marines, but maybe he can lift the Cyclones in range of the cannon, in range of the battery, and with a good battery overcharge and Guardian Shield, he absolutely has a shot. I am surprised that Hero that Cure is not willing to go for it. I mean, I understand static defenses are scary, but his army was so much better there than Hero's army.
It was. I think he was like really looking at the upgrade time, and the Combat Shield wasn't yet done, and stimming with 45 health Marines as opposed to 55, it is a big deal. But these Phoenix, the longer this game goes on for, it's just free damage getting done. And I don't know what the resources lost tab is between these 2 players right now, but the amount of vision and power that these Phoenix have given Hero, and he survived, it's scary.
Cure has rotated around, but obviously Hero had plenty of time to warp in more units. Guardian Shield gets popped. I wouldn't hate a battery overcharge here. I think that'd be kind of smart. We have warped in a few slow Zealots, but Charge is already halfway done. Hero is okay when it comes down to losing a couple of these basic Protoss units. He's allowed to lose a probe or 2. What he cannot do, obviously, is lose the Nexus. That is one thing that is absolutely unacceptable. He's going to have to use battery overcharge. Phoenixes have used a lot of their energy pen on the other side of the map, and now still not having Charge is so painful.
It's really painful, Kevin. These Phoenix, they don't have that much lift potential right now, but I tell you what, Hero's doing a good job of whittling down these Marines that have had to stim twice at this point, and now it's a big deal, because getting back home with these units, it's going to be very tricky. You're going to see Hero try and do everything he can just to make sure that this escape is not without pay, but Kyo very quick to reinforce with a lot of Marines, and most importantly, these medevacs heal things up.
Yep, now a couple of these targets are going to get picked up. That sentry is incredibly low in HP, and Cure will grab that too. Zealot charge is done though, and Hero should have been able to wipe in a few more Zealots. Some of these Marines are still low in HP. I would love to see him lift a full HP Marauder or a Cyclone, but instead he's just going to go for Marines. Hero wants it on. Hero's going to get it on. We cannot forget that the third base of Cure is dropped on location, so Cure really cannot just lose a fight, because the moment he does that, he loses control of this area too. In the end, a bit of a trade is not bad, especially for Cure if you save a couple of the bio units, and he did manage to do that. It's not like he lost everything there, and that's often the biggest problem when you play against Phoenix as a Terran player, that if you start losing a fight, it is so hard to get home with literally anything.
It really is, and these Phoenix getting damage done again, just getting on the patrol. Nice target fire there, probably rallying the barracks to that very low health Phoenix, and losing a Phoenix definitely hurts, but Hero behind all of this has been probing like crazy. It's just the tech's low. Like if Cure sits and builds up this army, which is what he's going to be doing, Zealots, you need some splash to deal with it. And I think so far I would give Cure the little edge here, especially with the amount of static defense that Hero was forced to make earlier.
Yeah, fun dynamic PvT here with a lot of things that could have played out in different ways, and it would have had massive implications. Cure could have gone for it the first time, felt that that was not the moment, but by retreating he kind of said like, hey Hero, if I were you I would go for some damage again with the Phoenixes. And when the Phoenix were out of position, that is when Cure still took that fight with all these bio units, and in the end it was a bit of a wash, a bit of a trade-off. And now we're just kind of looking at a game where both players have a lot to be very hopeful of. But Hero is obviously looking at the Drobobay that he just dropped. It's going to take a little while before that comes into play. And it is so important to get some real splash damage in this matchup, as one of the Phoenixes did get picked up there. The Zealot run by is fantastic, and Hero's absolutely finding some value. But can he deal with the army of Cure that's on the other side of the map?
That is the question here. Cure still with a big supply advantage, and the AoE is far away right now. The static D is pretty okay here. Nice shield battery overcharge, and it keeps it alive as well. But still, any damage being done, that Zealot run by definitely bought Hero a bit of time and stopped the reinforcements. But his army's just not really good enough to take this on right now, especially in this little nook here. The gas, the minerals making a wall, and Hero smiling, just realizing like, oh my goodness, did you just catch me off with this?
Well, that's going to be difficult. The Immortal was there, and the Immortal absolutely pushed out some good damage. The Phoenixes are lifting as many units as humanly possible. I think in the end, Hero will barely be able to stabilize, and we can't forget that he does have that Drobobay. First Colossus is on the way. Hero could really use just a couple of Zealots right now in his main base. He cannot afford to lose these Phoenixes. Cure's macro is perfect, as always. A lot of extra reinforcements show up. This game is nuts, Benny, as these Zealots and Stalkers will pick up not just the Marauders, but also the Medevacs, so that's a solid pick-off. Heroes is counting down the seconds, right? He's like, Giraffe, mighty Giraffe with lasers, where are you? It's going to show up real soon.
Yeah, and I mean, these Phoenix, another one is lost here, but I feel that they've done more than their job this game. And Hero, he's not the kind of guy that wants to stick with the Phoenix. Nice self-damage there, done by that Phoenix, running in, making the Widowmine blow up on everything, and the medevac count has absolutely been obliterated here. So these units, they can't stick around as much as they'd like to. They'd love to be healing, but still, Hero has to be so careful.
Perhaps we can get a second overcharge if we do pop another Guardian Shield. The first Colossus is out. Losing the Phoenixes is painful, but it was okay. It was a decision there by Hero where he said, you know what, I've got Blink right now. And at this point, I'm done. I'm not going to rely on two Phoenixes to win any sort of an air battle for me anyway, keep me safe. I've got Blink Stalkers. That's how I'm going to deal with the Medevacs. Let's see if these final two Phoenixes can drag the Widowmine shots above the Terran army. And they absolutely did. I love it. It's still a very close and competitive game, as Hero is a 4-base Protoss. Cure is piling on a lot of pressure, but I don't think he's really that close to killing Hero. And those earlier cannons and batteries that Hero built against the first push, they really have been incredibly useful for Hero throughout the last 2 minutes too.
Yeah, and you're going to get another run by on the picture-in-picture here, just attacking the rally point, stopping the reinforcements, and this has been doing really well for Hero this game. He's more than back into it at this point. Tech is online. He's getting +3 thermal lance disruptors out 4 probes at a time. Hero's more than back in this one, Kev.
Yeah, he's absolutely. I think he's even crushing Cure at the moment. Yeah. Now, he's not there yet. He knows that he's still going to have to do a lot of things right. Whoa, the Zealots could have maybe dragged those Widowmine shots on top of the SCVs as all the SCVs were clumped up. But Hero is even going to get a second Robo. Extended thermal lens is about to finish. We can't ignore the fact that Hero is a 4-base Protoss. There are no ghosts yet. We have 3 ghosts in production. Look at all these sentries. Force fields are going to be so damn difficult for Cure to deal with if the force fields are good. And I gotta say, I've seen better force fields in my days, but Hero's army is still damn powerful.
I tell you what though, losing those Colossus, both of them were just taking those hits in the face. I don't think he was expecting that much damage so quickly, but still, Hero has a good army. The Ghosts are only just coming out now, which Cure's already taken a battering and a bruising. 12 SCVs going down amidst all of this as well. Not good for him.
Pretty solid disruptor hit there as well, getting the 2 Widow Mines that were burrowed, making it a bit more doable for Hero to continue to attack. But yeah, it is a real shame that he lost the Colossus the way he did. He should not be losing the Colossus then when he's got that many forces to work with. And there were no Vikings earlier. We see the first Vikings show up now, and Cure is probably going to regret even building those because he's already killed all the Colossus, but he could not have known that he was going to kill them. I still think Hero is incredibly close to getting the job done here. He is seconds away from having +3. There are Zealots, there are Stalkers, there are a couple of Disruptors, and at this point, of course, there are no Liberators, there are no tanks. And the man who was even smiling mid-game where he was like, I gotta give you kudos there. That's a good position for your bio units, and that's going to be incredibly difficult for my Zealots to get on top of. But he had that Immortal, he had enough range units. The Phoenix helped him stabilize, and I think at this point, as long as he prevents Cure from stabilizing on 4 bases, either we keep attacking the 3rd, or we should have maybe attacked the 4th base before it turns into a planetary. I think he's got Cure on the ropes. Now it's just a matter of, can he get him out of there?
Absolutely. 2-2 is finishing up here for Cure, so the upgrades are good for him. But the amount of splash, if these disruptors hit, and especially with Hero macroing like he is, he's taking a 5th base, looks like he's getting ready for a 6th base as well. Very solid macro behind all of this aggression, and the shoe is absolutely on the other foot here.
One thing I would really love from Hero, because I do feel like he's making things hard, is the old age Wings of Liberty rule. Make sure you have some immediate reinforcements if you're attacking. Like, we absolutely could have snuck in a War Prism at this point, and he was so close to winning the game already. If he had reinforcements immediately on this side of the map, he would have been flying, but he does fire a nice Nova. And he's still obviously finding value, finding good trades. Any Protoss that's up 30-40 supply with double Robo and +3 is loving life. But honestly, with a Pilot and a Gate on the other side of the map or a War Prism, I think this game would have been over. And Hero does do this quite often, where I feel like he makes life hard, because we know that he's a bit reckless, and that's why we love him. That's why he's so damn fun to watch. But you also make life really hard if you are reckless and you don't have those immediate reinforcements.
Yeah, he's almost playing it like he's, you know, back against the wall, has to have battle units only, but it's not that kind of situation. But Cure is out on the map right now, and army supplies are very close. It's just that amount of AoE Kev. I can't stop mentioning it, but the Ghost energy, pretty low. I don't know how many more EMPs he has available, and Hero is just biding his time. Like, he doesn't need to take a fight right now.
Solid blink there, by the way. Gets a medevac, gets a lot of damage on the second medevac. Some of these medevacs are low. There is a second medevac kill for Hero. And this is obviously difficult for Cure, who's still just working with a single starport. This is not the kind of game where Cure had all the money and all the time in the world to sneak in a second starport, a fusion core, and build Vikings, Liberators, and medevacs for days. So losing those medevacs, and he has lost at least, I think, 8 medevacs in this game, if not more than that, is painful, because it forces him to rebuild those expensive medevacs over and over again. As even the SCVs will get pulled as well. Cure thinks that he should surround this army, but I think that's going to be incredibly difficult, Ben, because this is a big, powerful Protoss army. He might be able to get on top of the Disruptors, but Hero really has done enough right in this game to win this fight too and get the job done. At this point, Cure is running out of steam. Cure knows it. GG gets called. Hero takes the 1-0 lead in a very fun, first, interesting game.
Yeah, there was a lot of twists and turns there. Like, at one point it felt like, okay, you're making the static defense, but then Cure went to the other base where there was less static, less units prepared, but all the time it felt like Cure was a little bit scared of what could happen if he actually did engage. And once he finally did start doing it, there was just one pushback too many for him, and Hero managed to grab real good control of the game. And this was a lot of disruptors happening over here. I mean, that is a lot of disruptors, but all of these big balls were connecting with everything they possibly could. And I wanted to talk about how many bases Hero was on the end. Did you see which base he was going for at the end there?
The one probably at 9 o'clock, I guess, under the 3rd base of Cure.
He went for the top right as well. He was about to go up to 8 bases, Kev. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous. It's one of those scenarios where you're just like, yeah, I'm super comfortable. Like, I'm doing my thing. I'm just riding the wave here.
Yeah, the final moments of that first game were fun, but I really think that the early game was the most interesting. And this was that point where we kind of thought Hero's in a bit of trouble, and he was even smiling. He's like, you know, I'm not even hating. That is a really good spot for you to be in. That's going to make it so difficult for Zealots to get on top of these Marines and Marauders. But the sentries did their thing. Obviously, there was a bit of healing coming in from the shield barrier on the left side. And that one Immortal, even if it got picked off, it really did make a difference. This fight honestly should have gone a lot better for Hero. He should not be losing Colossus there when he's got 5 sentries against a man that doesn't even have any kills. And also he was sitting on 1200 minerals. It's like, come on, Hero. Sneak a pylon and a probe to the other side of the map, get some immediate reinforcements, and you make life easier. But this man is not exactly known for making life easy on himself. He is known for being a world-class Protoss though, and always entertaining us. Taking the 1-0 lead here in the lower bracket against a man who has traditionally done very well. Against him, it is Hero.
And spawning over in the top left, one of the best TVP players on the planet, a strategic mastermind in this matchup, it is Cure.
A man who was down 0-2 against Classic in the lower bracket. That was casted over at the B stream. We did have that stream open. We were watching it in Game 3. Cure is like, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and build a couple barracks on the other side of the map. A few Marauders have never hurt anybody. They have never really truly committed a crime or took away ladder points of people who deserved it more. And Cure started to turn that into a series, and he got the reverse sweep against a world-class Protoss in the name of Classic. So I don't think that he is all mega shocked yet over the fact that he's down 0-1. And obviously not what he was looking for, but he's been here, he's done that. We know that he's capable of turning things around.
And he's been going full distance in all his games as well, like 2-3 against Reynor in a series that was actually way closer than I thought it was going to be on paper, just given that TVZ is definitely his weaker matchup of the three. But this game, far more standard from these players. It isn't an eBay block with a gas verse, just your bread and butter. 1 Rax, fast expand on the low ground.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about the early game, because obviously in the late game we saw a couple of good fights in that first game, and Hero had a lot of great moves, a couple of big balls connecting, but I think a lot of high-level StarCraft is about those first 5, 6, 7 minutes. Those are the most crucial ones. The Hellions, I think, was a bit of a trade-off. Cure got 5 workers, he's like, ah, not too bad. Hero, tiny bit annoyed, but he's like, well, at least you made 4 Hellions, that's a bit of an investment. And then the Phoenix got the perfect scout off, knowing it was triple barracks, no starport yet. So obviously Hero knew what was coming. And Cure, sure, he had a cool army rotation, right? When he poked into the natural, he said, no, I'm not going to take that fight. So he rotated all the way back towards that triangle coming in from the top right. And that did give Hero the time to maybe send those Phoenixes out. That's exactly what he did. And I still think that if Cure would have gone for it a bit earlier, as cool as that rotation was, that rotation gave Hero time to warp in a few more units. And Protoss has so few units in the early game that, sure, maybe it's a better angle to attack in from, but you're also fighting into way more units now, because you gave your opponent all that time by you moving from the natural all the way to the top right side of the triangle.
And you can't forget, like, Hero to me isn't the greatest Phoenix player on the planet, but he utilized those Phoenix really damn well. And it was like, you know what, gonna fly them in, kill them, they'll do the job, deal lots of friendly fire damage. All these things helped, picked off so many reinforcements as well, and the run bys of the Zealots really cool. We'll be going for a Stargate, and yet again this game, which it's a pretty good call. Like, I think Stargate openings in general are very decent against Terran. You can't go wrong with them. Obviously there's a few, I want to say, hard counter builds against them, but still they're so risky. Like any of those Marine tank pressure builds where you get to the bottom of the ramp on this map in particular.
Yeah.
But Hero is very much about scouting, getting a read on what his opponent's doing, and so far, that game 1, it does spell confidence if I'm a Hero fan.
Yep, I think there are some maps where you can absolutely blind counter Phoenix pretty hard with some of these Cyclone Viking pushes, and you can even bring an SCV or 2 to the other side of the map to start building a bunker or even a missile turret for all I care. That kind of stuff is very difficult to deal with if you're Phoenix, if you're the Phoenix player, and in this case Hero is the Phoenix player. But I think on-site Delta you do have that ramp to work with, you've got that high ground advantage. So I don't know if Cure is really willing to go for something along those lines. We can already see that he's got a very different setup this game. We've got a couple of Widow Mines. We had a very quick starport, but yeah, do you really want to go for a Widow Mine drop against a man who's opening up with Phoenixes? That is incredibly risky. Cure says, you know what, I'm still going to go for it because Hero can't possibly have eyes everywhere, right? And that is correct, and the Stalker is barely going to miss it. The thing is though, you know that if you're sending this in, you are committed. You're not going to get out with any of the mines. Maybe if you're very lucky and the Protoss is really busy with those mines, you can get out with the medevac, but more often than not, this is completely committed. And then I really hope for Cure that he finds a lot of damage, because if he doesn't, this is just a donation.
Yeah, I mean, this is a one-way ticket right at this point, and 2 Widow Mines. Oh, that was beautiful that he delayed picking up that second one there. And
he needs to attack the other one though. Oh, the Sentry doesn't have enough DPS. Oh, now he had to use one more lift, but it's okay. All 3 mines have fired. Only a single probe have gone down. And Hero obviously wasn't born last night. He will get on top of this medevac too. In the end, it turned out that this call was a tiny bit too risky on the side of Cure. I mean, a little bit of lost mining time, and he forced the Phoenixes to use their energy. But losing a medevac and 3 mines for Phoenix energy and a probe, no, that's not worth it.
Not worth it at all. And the lost mining time was very minimal as well. Hero handled that about as beautifully as he can. I just want to talk about like that hallucination. Very often when I'm against a Phoenix guy, they use all their gas to get this Phoenix out as much as possible, or some Adepts or whatever. So what he saw earlier, especially with noticing that was a hallucination, I'm not sure he knew exactly what he was up against there, but that was absolutely the worst case scenario for him. Will be +1 coming online. He's got Stim, combat shields on the way as well. Medevac down in the south. This could be a big game, Medevac have.
Yep, but Stim is very early. So Cure absolutely still has potential in this game, but this move out, it's crazy by the way that he's dropping a 3rd on location, because it feels that if this attack does not work out, I mean, we are just dead, and especially with a 3rd on location. This pylon by Hero is massive, because 8 Marines with Stim can deal a devastating amount of damage in the main base. But now Hero knows that it's there, Cure knows that Hero knows, so he's forced to unload these units for a little bit. And that's going to give Hero a few more seconds to perhaps dive on this army. Like, Hero's army is a little bit funny, it's a bit clunky, but it's okay, especially with Guardian Shield, it's going to be very useful. Now there are those 8 Marines stimming in the 3rd base, but we are seconds away from a Colossus showing up. I mean, Cure is finding damage here, but I feel like he needs more than just 5 probes.
I'll tell you what, getting rid of these Phoenix is a big deal, especially when it looks like Hero wants to commit more to the Phoenix, so definitely not bad on his side of things. And remember, like, all of these units that are getting picked off here, these Marines still aren't even close to being dealt with.
Nope, and now it's gonna be big, because 5 is nice, but 9 probes is a whole lot better, and Cure is gonna try to get a few more nice force fields on the side of Hero, but it's perhaps already a little bit too late. This is a silly amount of damage. These Marines right now are going to stim on top of the 3rd. There is a Colossus, believe it or not. We haven't seen it yet. It's been out for like 10 seconds or so. Look at Cure. He is all over the economy of Hero. And it wasn't easy for Cure to find an opening, but in the end, creating chaos in the center of the map. And with that 8 Marine drop, it is more than good enough.
Mate, that was like he was trying to like block the dam, and a whole waterfall came out. Like 30 probes going down now. Hero, he needs to deal some economic damage back on the other side of the map, and he is pushing. He's got an okay little ragtag army, but that is a lot of bio here, Kev. I'm not sure he can do it.
Well, there is an Immortal in the mix. 1 Immortal, 2nd Colossus about to show up. Hero is an absolute master in these very weird scenarios where he does find crazy damage. He's gonna build up a War Prism. Hero no longer believes that this is the kind of game where it's about economy, it's about building probes, dropping a forge. No, Hero says, you've done too much damage to me, as he flies that Phoenix in range to Widowmine. That's a little bit painful. I need to deal damage in return. He would love to get the Orbital, but it's not going to be that easy. Where is that 2nd Colossus? We could really use it right now. That 1st Colossus is going to get picked off. That Immortal is really packing a punch, though, against the Marauder. 2nd Colossus is here. This fight is pretty close. It's pretty competitive, but I think in the end, especially with Defender's advantage, it is Cure who's going to be able to stim forward, get on top of the 2nd Colossus, too. And that is going to do it. Hero always having fun playing StarCraft, even when things don't go his way. Cure ties things up.
I tell you what, after such a start there, shutting down that Widowmine drop in the way it did, I was like, all right, Hero's looking pretty fresh, but that one drop, the big Gabe medevac that didn't do the big Gabe thing, went to the 3rd, and then it started dealing damage there, dropped off into the main. That Colossus, I don't know where it was. It must have been bouncing between the bases or something, because it was not there to greet any of that terrain.
It wasn't out to deal with the initial 8 Marines. It was almost out to deal with the drop, but then it was making its way over towards the main. But at that point, he finally dealt with those Marines in the main, and then a few more Marines just stimmed into the 3rd base, as we're going to take another look at the final moments here of Game 2 on site Delta. If this 2nd Colossus was there a tiny bit earlier, it honestly, I think, could have been a very close fight, because that Immortal was putting in some work. The Phoenix count was low, but what the Phoenix can do there is just lift the Marauders, and Marines by themselves, even with medevac support, no longer are able to stim forward and get on top of a Colossus. So in the end, convincing win for Cure, but that really could have been close, and we saw how close it was with even that Orbital almost going down.
Yeah, and this was the start of the fall here. I mean, this medevac 8 Marines did so much damage and distracted for way longer than it should have as well. And while all this was going on, Pure ran an army straight down the middle of the map and was like, all right, let's get some damage done here. And from 5 probes to start things off to 30 falling. Crazy game 2. And spawning here in the third map, Oceanborn. As our red Protoss in the top left, it is Hero.
The smiling assassin, truly living up to his name. He's been smiling a lot in these first 2 games. Win or lose, that man is always smiling. In the bottom right side of Oceanborn, we are looking at the main base of one of the best Korean Terran players of all time. His teammate is already in the Final Four. And of course, he would love to join him. Representing Team Liquid, it is Cure.
Quite a road to go until that happens, though. This bracket here is so phenomenally hard. If you just take these names, if Cure is to make it, he has to defeat the likes of not only Hero, Reynor second, Serral third, and most likely a Maru from the other place just to get into the top 4. I mean, that alone is kind of a championship in itself, but this tournament is so damn stacked.
I mean, if you do that, you already get $80,000, and I would say those are the most deserved $80,000 ever. If you show up on a beautiful Friday here in Riyadh and you open things up against Hero, you get the job done, you go on to defeat Reynor, then you beat Serral, and then you beat Maru, yeah, you deserve that 80K. And it doesn't really matter what you do on Sunday when the Final Four will duke it out. But I think Cure also knows that is going to be incredibly difficult, but still, every round does matter, because it could help you, giving you a better seeding into that knockout bracket tomorrow. And having superior seeding, I mean, there are no weak players in this tournament. We're looking at 18 of the very best StarCraft II players on the planet, but just making it 1 round further, $5,000 extra. Making it 2 rounds further, $15,000 extra on top of the $15,000 you get even if you go out in knockout bracket round 1. So every match it does matter. Even if Cure will look at that lineup of players that's ahead of him and be like, yeah, I'm gonna have to literally play the best StarCraft of my career to get the job done today. It is still worth it to truly go all out today and just give yourself a slightly better spot heading into that knockout bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, and Hero pretty much the strongest Protoss left in the tournament. I mean, there's a few Protosses that
everyone is still left, Ben.
Pardon, sorry?
Everybody's still left.
Everybody's still left, but I mean, like, we still haven't seen Showtime yet, but him managing to make it and guaranteeing that Protoss slot in the top 4, we've already got 1 Terra and 1 Zerg. That would be an absolute dream for him. And Cure, we can't forget his pedigree. He made it to the absolute finals of Gamers 8 last year, which was incredible for him. I don't think many players would have had him on their bingo card.
Nope, and he played damn well in those finals. Won the first game against a Reynor that truly was on fire, and even that second game, Altitude, one of the least Terran-friendly maps in the history of competitive StarCraft 2. He looked damn good on it. Gamers 8 last year was awesome. Cure's got very fond memories of Riyadh, and he's trying to relive some of those memories here this summer. So far, not off to the best start, but definitely not a bad start either. I mean, a very close competitive 2-3 loss against Reynor, and a solid win over Classic. Now we're all tied up with Hero. Can't say that Cure is playing a poor tournament so far.
No, you really can't. I mean, he's a true battler as well. And this game, again, very different. Doesn't want to lose those SCVs. I think the Reaper did go and kill a probe on the other side of the map, but these Adepts got their damage done. They get to force a Marine, a Hellion out, get to stop the construction on that CC as well. And behind all things, Hero's going for Blink. Now, we don't know how many gateways it will be with, but it's a very fast Blink, and that is a 3 CC build out of Cure.
Well, Hero is definitely the kind of guy that I feel like almost always goes 4-gate Blink, and he's like, you know, I don't have to be committed. I can always drop a Nexus, because Hero, I don't think he is mega worried about these super tight build orders where it's like, oh, if it's 2-gate, I need to do this, 3-gate, I go Y, and 4-gate, well, then I really need to get X, Y, Z done. I feel like Hero wins it more often than not, where he's like, well, I'm just going to go ahead and poke, and I'm going to see, and if an opportunity to presents itself where I can straight up win the game, I will absolutely grab it. I'm expecting a 4-gateway opening here coming out of Hero, and he's going to start being aggressive, and there is absolute potential against a triple CC to be very aggressive, but also Cure, not his first rodeo. He's gone up against this build time and time again. I believe that Cure can handle this. Like, this is just a dance of execution that these two have participated in many times over against each other, but also against other world-class players.
It looks like a bit of a middle of the road.
Yeah.
Sometimes you go 2 gates and get the third down much quicker. He's gone for 3 gates and going to go for the Nexus anyway. So definitely a Hero-esque thing here. Not the extreme one way or in the other, but it's going to be able to get some damage done. And maybe most importantly, in this stage of the game, we'll be able to scout and see what's going off.
I do like that for Cure though, like, because this is perfect. If you're very greedy as a Terran, when you go up against a middle down the road build where it's not all out aggression, but it's also not all out macro, that is a dream scenario. But just because it's only 3 gateways, that doesn't mean that Hero cannot find damage. Like, it'd be very silly for us to sit here and be like, well, He doesn't have the 4 gates, he only has 3, so Cure is going to be fine right now. Hero is excellent when it comes to being aggressive. The players often give him 100 for aggression. There's a reason for it. With 3 or 4 gateways, Hero is gonna go for it.
Oh, I love the wall that he's made with all these barracks and factories, by the way. That made it much harder to get on top of that tank, so a good few shots did go down. And so far, even the Hellions finding quite a few probes on the other side of the map. Kev still going undefended here on the picture-in-picture. And I mean, there's a lot of damage being done on both sides, but that Hellion, what a little winner over there, but still needs to focus here on the aggressive, on the defense rather for Cure. And tanks are staying alive, the Marine count's pretty high as well, but the worker count is very close between, which a Protoss doesn't want.
Yep, the Hellion was awesome, and the Hellion is what made all of that okay for now, but Hero is obviously not done yet. Even if a lot of these Stalkers took a little bit of a beating from that one tank, getting a few big shots up, Hero ain't done. 3 Stalkers in the back of the main looking to pick up some of these low HP SCVs. 4 Stalkers is the magical number of Stalkers to one-shot SCVs, and all of a sudden Cure is dropping down to 32 SCVs, and Hero is finding crazy damage. 2 gates, 3 gates, 4 gates, it does not matter. Hero will find a way.
That was actually crazy out of Hero, and he's just absolutely catapulted himself to the lead in this game. And behind it all, he's thrown down more gateways, he's on 3 Nexus. Didn't matter if he took a little bit of damage. The amount that he dealt with those last 7 or 8 Stalkers on the map, jeez Louise.
And it's very important to keep in mind, like even early when the work accounts were closed, you can look at it and be like, oh, this is really good for Cure. But it's like it's 3 base on location for Hero, but Cure, his orbital, is still stuck in the main. And there are still a bunch of Blink Stalkers in his face. So Hero is going to delay this process for Cure, flying this orbital over and saturating that 3rd mineral line for as long as he can. And that is not really a 3-base setup, right? Like, yeah, you got the SCV production, you can drop a few mules or drop a scan for all I care, but you don't really have 3 bases yet. I do really think that Hero is flying here on Oceanborn. That doesn't mean he's there yet, because it's going to take a little while before his army becomes better in a straight-up fight. But Hero has dealt a tremendous amount of economic damage and is putting himself in a very good spot to enter the mid-game.
He certainly has. Cure's been pretty good about spotting the observers in this series thus far. Every time he sees one, it's just boom, dead, just trying to deny vision. And Hero feeling comfortable enough to start a 4th base, and I think he's absolutely right. I mean, your opponent has been wounded pretty damn badly. The 3rd isn't up yet. You know the army comp you're going to be up against. Nothing cheeky. And Hero, this is where he likes to play, on the other side of the map. Not having to defend everything, just having all the upgrades on the go. Robo soon to be finished, Charge soon to be finished as well. Even these kind of pushes could be very scary.
Yep, without a bunker, this is hard right now, man. Because if the Zealots get on top of the tanks or get on top of the bio, the tanks, they don't really have a choice anymore. They need to go for the Stalkers. But if they go for the Stalkers, then the Zealots are just going to deal a tremendous amount of damage to these bio units. If Q had a bunker, it'd be totally okay here. Without a bunker, it's honestly going to be a little bit scary. Couple of Zealots coming in from the right, and Hero even makes a forward blink. I don't know if that's quite a play, but it will allow the Zealots to do what they need to do, and it opens the path for this Immortal to get on top of the targets that Immortal is looking for, those Marauders, the tanks as well. A crazy reckless fight by Hero, but once more, that's how we know and that's how we love him, and he can justify all of this because he's on 66 workers, he's transitioning into Colossus, he's going up to 4 bases. It's wild, Ben, but it's good.
It is. I mean, he's the one that can actually afford the trades like this, and we're looking at a game here, and if you just tuned in, you wouldn't know the kind of chaos that has ensued so far. Can we look at the workers lost? Because it's got to be a good, like, close to 40 SCVs. 35 SCVs have gone down. Hero with that maximum score in attack, I do believe, and he's showcasing why. He's just not going to stop with the run-bys from this point. He's richer. He's still probing up like a madman. He's in a good spot.
Yep, I think Hero loves this matchup as long as Terrans are not maxed out on 3-3, have Ghosts and Liberators. And basically, Hero's entire playstyle is around making sure that that does not happen. Prevent it at all costs. It's not that he's afraid of the late game, he just doesn't want to play a slow late game where both players are rich, got sensor towers all over the place, and that's why he's willing to take some of these crazy fights. Like, you look at that blink and you're like, oh no! But in a weird way, it worked out because it allowed the Immortal to do what it's supposed to do. It allowed the Zealots to shine, and Hero probably looked at it and be like, well, you know, if I lose a couple of Stalkers and all my Zealots are still there, Zealots deal way more damage than Stalkers anyway, so this is okay, and I'm rich enough to replace those Stalkers. Hero really is playing the kind of game, the kind of series that he absolutely enjoys, and Cure would love to slow things down, but there is just no way to slow Hero down at this point. He is that raging bull that you often talk about, and all that Hero sees is blue, and that actually makes him extra angry.
it does make him extra angry. He's the Protoss kind of bull. Blue makes him mad. 51 SCVs falling. I was like, was that another 30 SCVs? But it must have... I mean, SCVs are dying so frequently in this game that tally keeps on stacking so quickly on the left side. Ghost Academy coming down. Hero, again, very quick about taking the bases. But when you're in a position like this, why not?
Yep. I mean, we're getting that second Robo, we're getting the second Forge, and he does still have that Warp Prism, right? And he's actually been very cautious. For Hero Standards, he's been cautious with that Warp Prism. He's been crazy with every other unit, but he keeps that Warp Prism alive. So that problem that we mentioned on Golden Aura, where he doesn't have those immediate reinforcements, that will not be an issue right now. Cure goes for a big stim as he needs to run away from that Disruptor. He's now thinking about running into this Protoss army, but I think this Protoss army is too big, too powerful to get on top of, but he does get the Disruptor, so that's something. Cure is still light years away from finding himself in a very solid, stable spot.
I mean, Hero has to be kind of careful. There's only one Colossus in the mix here. I mean, Viking count gets absolutely squatted there, but still, when it comes to fighting in a little choke or something, these Zealots, not super upgraded yet. They are taking quite a bit of damage here. Cure's doing this about as good as he can, I would say.
I gotta give it to Hero there as well, though. That was excellent target fire with the Stalkers. He has picked off 3 Vikings already, and he saves that Colossus too. He's got Zealots for days. It's not the most sophisticated Protoss army of all time, but Hero knows that he is rich. He's just counting down the seconds, perhaps for +2 armor, knowing that that is going to make it even more difficult for Cure to deal with all these units. I'd kind of love to see that Warp Prism maybe rotate to that 3 o'clock position, and then he can warp in Zealots there. He can just right-click them blindly into the natural, and then keep on paying attention to this army the way that he's been paying attention to it. But Hero really has Cure right where he wants it, and at this point I feel like it's an unfair fight. That was a monstrous Widowmine hit, and with a few more Widowmines like that, Cure is allowed to dream, but Hero just has so much.
He really does. I mean, a lot of this army's getting battered and bruised. These Colossus, did they even have thermal lance? They were getting so close to this army. Cure might be able to hold, but losing again another 20-odd SCVs. And Hero is so damn rich behind all this, Kev. Like 70 SCVs or so have fallen now. And Hero, he's not looking to back down. He's just trying to muscle his way to get Cure out of this game. Hero's actually taking a 6th base as well.
Yep. Like, all of this could be scary if Hero was stuck on 3 bases or even 4 bases, but 60 pros, but he's not. He's going up to all the bases. He's got 79 workers. He's got the double Forge. He's got the double Robo. He does not have extended thermal lens, and it does not matter. Like, Cure has done really good against these armies, but I'm afraid for Cure that it's just not going to be enough, because economy matters, macro matters, and Hero really has just consumed his entire side of the map, and he can do this all day, every day, and Cure just can't possibly keep this up. It's an unfair fight at this point, even if Cure is playing well and he's microing well and he's doing his best against larger armies. Like Hero, yeah, the graph does not lie, Benny. Hero can keep this up for days and Cure simply cannot.
No, he can't. I mean, he's wounded, man. Like, his main is dried out at this point, I do believe, in this kind of situation. It took him so long to get his 3rd up, and now that amount of Hero knocking at your front door is better upgraded as well, and look how much his supply has really climbed here. And Cure can't leave his base, can't leave this little sector of the map, and that is so much Protoss. I mean, the Colossus not doing what it's meant to, but it doesn't matter. That is just way too much, and Cure picks on up, gets on out of there, but to where? Yeah, out of the game, that's where.
Alrighty, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide there indeed. Hero takes the 2-1 lead. 3-gate opening, no problem. This man will be as aggressive with 3-gate as he could be with 4 gates. The 2 Hellions for Cure initially made it alright, but the fact that he lost that first tank just opened the doors for Hero to find more damage later on. Love the split off of 3 Stalkers in the back of the main, couple of Stalkers with a Warp Prism in the natural, and that is just where Hero started to catapult himself ahead. Couple of very cool engagements, especially this final one. I love the idea of sending that Nova there in the dead center, and Cure just tried to pick everything up. It seems like the players have requested a tiny break, so we'll be right back.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بار معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back to the third day of the Esports World Cup 2024 as we are still in our second best of 5 today. This is going to be a magical day of StarCraft II where we will get to see some fantastic players like the reigning world champ Oliveira, like Maru, like of course Reynor, as well as the defending Game SA champ. But we are still only in our second series of the day. This man is down 1-2 against the raging bull that is Hero. It's been a fun series so far, Ben. Very explosive StarCraft.
But also really cute StarCraft. Like they're both making a lot of little moves, and really you feel the games, how tight they are, that one little move can spiral it out of control. Game 2, I think it was Kyo when he did those marine drops in the main and then everything just lost control. Kind of similar thing happened in Game 3 with Hero just taking the game by the horns and just what you can do with 8 Stalkers and a Warp Prism.
Lower bracket, Group B. The winner of this best of 5 will move on to duke it out with Reynor a little bit later today. In the bottom left side, the man who has taken the 2-1 lead, hailing from South Korea, it is Hero. The gold chain looks so cool.
Yeah, I was just thinking, for a smiling assassin, he sure looks mean right now. And spawning over in the top right-hand side, the Team Liquid Terran, it is Cure.
Every best of 5 that Cure has played so far has gone to distance. Is he gonna keep that up and send us to Game 5 here? That'd be very fun. What is very cool about Cure in this matchup is that I really feel it's impossible to say, oh, Cure in TVP likes this. No, Cure just does everything. He makes it incredibly difficult for a Protoss to figure out what they're going up against. We've seen 3 completely different openings so far. We've seen an eBay block, we've seen a bunker rush, we've seen a 3rd orbital opening. It is difficult if you're Hero to figure out what you need to get ready for. And it's not even that Cure has a certain tendency to do certain things on certain maps. No, the man truly keeps it a guessing game. And of course you can scout, you can try to scout over and over again, but it's always difficult as a Protoss to load into a game against Cure because you just don't know what he's going to bring.
Yeah, you can know that he has like several tricks up his sleeve and maybe you've seen them before, but you never know when they're going to actually come. And you can never play against a guy like that, truly blind countering one of the things, because all of them can come. And there was a period of time where Kyo broke his arm really badly, but was still coming to events. You know, he could barely move, but he was still absolutely tangoing, coming top 8 in tournaments when he could barely move his arm, and that's because Cure's greatest strength isn't his speed.
You were going to talk about yourself there, Ben, because that's something that you did too in the past.
Well, I like to think that Cure is a little bit of my spirit animal, you know. Nice, slow, strategic god. But,
oh my god.
No, I mean, I've always felt that Cure's been very good. He's lay in the shadow of a lot of great Terrans, and he's been around for a long time, like the Jin Air Greenwing days.
Is this a 3-Rex?
Very well could be, Kev.
The build that very rarely loses.
The second Roddy killer.
I actually don't think I've ever seen this build lose.
What? Well, that's
Kidding.
because
That's the meme, but whenever you say it, it does kind of hold up. This is a very, very greedy version. Well, this is big, by the way, for Hero. Perhaps Hero kind of already figured it out, but I still think this is pretty big. Getting in there with the probe, he should be able to see the additional barracks. What he has also seen is that, he's going to see everything, but he already saw Reactor first. Reactor, and then we had a Reaper, but the Reaper straight into Reactor while the Reaper didn't stay around at home. I mean, that is pretty big. That could have already been a bit of a tell. Now it's the biggest tell, but just because you know you're going up against 3-Rex, that doesn't mean you're just going to win, but it does make life a whole lot easier. And the main reason for that, this is actually a really bad start right now for Cure, because the command center is not done yet, Ben. Now these Marines are going to take some damage too. Hero knows he doesn't have to worry about factory units. He knows he doesn't have to worry about something like a Cloak Banshee, a Medevac drop, so he can just rally all of his units to the other side of the map, and that is going to make the eventual 3-Rex move out so much weaker and so much easier to deal with.
Yeah, and the one thing you really don't want to play against when you go 3-Rex is Blink Stalkers, because they can come start greeting you, making you really take some damage walking across the map with that push that you're inevitably going to try. And yeah, this is definitely a dream start for Hero, especially getting the big scout off.
I actually feel that Cure should really get a bunker, no? Isn't it kind of crazy that he doesn't have a bunker? I know against the Adepts you're going to be fine with a high number of Marines, but if the first 2 Stalkers start running to the other side of the map, until you have Stim, there's really not a whole lot you can do against Stalkers. Perhaps Cure just seems to think that as long as my Reaper is out and about, the Stalkers will stay at home. I'm really surprised that Hero is even keeping a Stalker at home. And this one I said, just rally everything to the other side of the map. There is no bunk here. This is pretty greedy play by Cure.
It is greedy play, and he's thinking like, I need as much money going into this push that I'm going to do as possible. And he's getting some good scouting information. I think he knows for sure it's going to be Blink at this point. But Stim, Combat Shield's still quite some time to go, and Hero's doing the exact thing that you should be doing. Coming out to greet this. It takes a long time for those upgrades to get online. Every Stim that you force out of a Terran, it's problematic. And, you know, when you're struggling against a build like this, it's the kind of replay where you can be like, oh yeah, let's see how he does it. Scouts everything, gets to know everything that's going on, delays the CC, dream start.
But what would have been nicer by sending your Stalkers to the other side of the map is that you would have seen this move out. You would have already been able to get a couple of hits off. But Hero is showing us that this is not his first rodeo. And even without seeing these units go via the top left, he says, I know you, Cure. And Cure is even going to bring the boys. He's putting it all on the line here. It's been a bad start. Most of it has been revealed. Hero is now going to see that there are SCVs too. If you're Hero at this point, you just built some shield batteries. You know that it's not just a 3-Rex. It's a 3-Rex with a bunch of SCVs in the middle of nowhere. Just get a couple of batteries. Hero is supply blocked. That could make life a little bit harder than it should have been.
But the SCV's going back home, Kev. Like this, you know, we got spotted early on, pants down and everything, and right now Hero's still supply blocked. Like, he's going to have a lot of money to spend. He will be on a good amount of gateways, but I mean, this game it reeks of desperation for Cure.
Cure does have a Stim. He could use it, but he doesn't want to use it too early, apparently, because he knows he got no Medevacs, and it's going to take a long time before he's got Medevacs. I mean, the Stalker count is so high. This really is a nightmare start for Cure. Everything went wrong since the very beginning. That probe getting into the main base, giving Hero way more information than he's supposed to have. And then obviously the Adepts being a nuisance to delaying that command center from finishing up. And then Hero even sniffing out that Marine move out to the top left. Hero has played a close to perfect game. It perhaps could have been even easier. It could have been better. And Cure is just in all sorts of trouble. A lot of these SCVs have already absorbed a whole bunch of Stalker shots. Now base trading is a tiny bit risky, but a lot of the units of Cure that are going to YOLO into the natural of Hero are so low in HP already. And Hero's got double shield battery. I mean, the supplies may not tell the entire tale of this game, but I do not like the position that Cure is in at all. I don't think Cure likes it either. Numbers-wise, it's not that bad. And if they would fight straight up in the middle of nowhere, it's not that bad. But the biggest problem for Cure is just that his factory is so late, his starport is so late. These units are kind of stuck, so they are going to stim. They are forced to take this fight. But Hero is going to micro his Stalkers close to perfection. Eventually, Blink is going to be on cooldown. But Hero takes an amazing fight, finds all those units, and the man is just flying. There's a Colossus on the production tab before the factory is done, Ben, and that is the stuff that Terran Nightmares are made out of.
It certainly is. This Warp Prism has to be a little bit careful. There were quite a few Marines walking south, but it looks like they want to try and deal some damage. Looks like he's expecting this third to be far longer on the go. But, you know, Hero's played it cautious by Hero standards, taking that third base rather late here, and he's going to turn up way before it's ready to get going. And I tell you what, every move out has just been absolutely dealt with by Hero. I'm wondering if the early moves by Cure, where he tried to get some units out past those Adepts, allowed Hero to think like, you want to go that way around the map with an army? Maybe I'll just check it later.
It's rough. It is an incredibly rough game for Cure. Even if he's only down 10 supply, he's just so far behind tech-wise, and he knows it. I don't think there's a whole lot he can do. The only thing you can do at this point if you're a Terran player is just try to rebuild all those buy units you've lost. Try to play the best possible defensive game and move out a little bit later once you've got some medevacs, once you maybe can ever get access to some Vikings. But out of the 4 games we've seen so far, this is by far and away the biggest lead that anyone has had in the first 8 minutes. I mean, Hero dealt crazy damage on Oceanborn, but even that he still had to work for. At this point, he really feels there's not a whole lot that can go wrong for Hero. And we saw in that first game as well, like how well Hero can play when he's even in a bit of trouble. Well, in this game, I just don't see any trouble. He should probably get Zealot Charge. He could probably get a second Forge. Make a few more probes, because economically he's not Omega far ahead, but tech-wise he really has taken full control of this game.
If there's anything that bodes well for Cure, it's the fact that his Marauder count is extremely high. And those guys with +1 can deal a lot of damage, and Charge will be finishing up soon, but when you're relying on a lot of very armored units here, 13 Stalkers, 2 Colossus, those Marauders with the right surround could make short work of them. That Warp Prism will fly right over a turret here, will stay alive though, and this is the kind of stuff that you can't allow to happen. And lovely force field spy time. 1 Colossus does fall though, and that's a lot of juicy Stalkers here, Kev. This could be absolutely the opening that Cure was hoping for.
It's a lot of stims though. Cure is absolutely taking a decent fight, but I want to say he should take some damage at home from these Zealots, but I haven't really seen any SCVs dying yet, so it seems that Cure is taking control of that too. A couple of the Zealots perhaps got recalled. Yeah, Hero now showing us like, okay, perhaps we should still be a tiny bit careful. That was a great dive by Cure, and he indeed had a very high Marauder count. Like, Hero has played it out very safe for a little while, and there wasn't a whole lot that could go wrong. But since Cure is building SCVs non-stop, and obviously is still cranking out a lot of buy units from all these barracks, this game is starting to look a little more competitive again. I still think it's very good for Hero, even if he's down in supply. He's got the double forge, he's got a Colossus, he's got Disruptors out. The only thing that Cure has are Marines, Marauders, Medevacs, and it's probably going to stay like that for a little while longer. But another fight like that for Cure, and we could very well be looking at a potential Game 5 after all.
I mean, that was actually the worst fight for Hero. Just the timing of everything just was not it. And Hero's going to look to slow down Cure even more this game, feeling like time is on his side. And he's right. He's actually taken a 5th base, even though his pro count isn't super high here. But he's been very much about expanding like a Zerg player, just really consuming the map. Cure's on the most basic army you can have in this matchup, just pure bio with Medevacs, and he's looking to deal a drop here, which Hero's been very good about scouting pylons this series as well. Like even on, I think it was Site Delta, had the drop ready to see at the bottom.
Yeah, but Hero's just had a lot of map control since the very beginning, because he got such a good scout first with the probe, then with the Adepts, and obviously later on with the Stalker, so he's had all the map control, and then it's also easy to give yourself a lot of map vision. But it is important that you don't forget about the important things of StarCraft II. Building workers, make sure that you're progressing in the game if nothing is happening, and yeah, perhaps Hero was a tiny bit overly cautious and then took a silly fight in the center of the map, which probably gave him a bit of a wake-up call. He's like, whoa, I'm going to have to step it up a little bit, because this is still Cure. It's still one of the best Terrans of all time that I'm playing against, and I can't just think that I'm going to be able to move my way to victory. He's going to have to work for it. Upgrade-wise, the game still looks fantastic for Hero, but Cure absolutely has reasons to dream at this point, as he's got a lot of buy units out, some in the bottom right, some in the center. There is potential. If Hero would handle some of these drops poorly, could really give Cure an opening.
It really couldn't. I got to say, the fights for the last minute or so have all looked in favor of the Terran, right? And here. Has to be careful about disruptors. This is a big Hero-esque army. He's dealing some counter damage with Zealots as well. But Hero's got a huge drop in the main, absolutely uncontested by the looks of it on the map, and that could be a dead Nexus over here, Kev. This is very reminiscent of Pult back in the early days.
Yep. Now, there isn't a whole lot in that main base besides in Nexus. I see a Cybercore. That's something you probably want to rebuild quickly, but it's not like this is where the double forges are or the 18 gateways, right? Losing your main sucks here for Hero, but most of his production has actually been in the natural, in the third base. So this is definitely painful, but it's not necessarily the end of the world. Now, if he also loses the base on the bottom side of the map, he could be in trouble. That Nova went in a tiny bit too deep. I mean, these are difficult fights for Cure. Even if he's got a lot of bio units, it is really hard to get on top of these robo units, fight in range of cannons, but Cure is going to come down to Colossus. He might even be able to get the second Colossus there too, and Hero is absolutely having a difficult time right now in stabilizing.
He's down in probes, Kev. He's down in army right now. I mean, he will start deflecting this army, and Cure has to be careful. I don't know how many units were in that medevac, but Hero is climbing back in supply. Hasn't dealt with all the drops yet. There are just units here, there, and everywhere. It does feel like Hero is stabilizing, and that army is not one that the Terran can take on right now.
No, because Cure does not have tanks or Liberators, so dealing with Disruptors is so difficult. He's hoping that Hero makes a micro error, that Hero overexposes those Disruptors or sends in silly forward Novas. Gets a bit too trigger happy, but that's a nice blink by Hero as he gets underneath those medevacs, and that means it's going to be even harder to get a lot of Vikings out. Now, we do have a couple of Vikings, one Nova towards the top left, more Novas connecting with bio units. That bunker, though, is holding strong for a little while, but Hero is rich, and upgrades are so important in this matchup, and it's the Protoss who's ahead in upgrades, and it almost feels like these are impossible fights for Cure, but Cure says, you know what, with SCVs, with Marines, with Marauders, I absolutely have a chance, and he does get a lot of these robo units.
He certainly does. He got a lot of them, and I mean, there is just fights going on here, there, and absolutely everywhere. The supplies are way closer than I thought they would have been a good 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, but if Hero spends his army, he would have 30 supply more. And then 30 supply more with an upgrade advantage. It still looks good, but perhaps some of the gateways were unpowered. I like how they're both 95 out of 200. How often do you see that? Supply depots for days, violence for days, but Hero is like, you know what, I really need a few more gateways. I need to start spending my money. He is going to build an Immortal, and Immortals are also amazing against bio units, especially if you're heading upgrades. Like, Cure is putting up a really good fight, and he does have another command center here. I still think he's in trouble, but if he can ever get his hands on a couple of goals, if you do see the first goals there, and if you can keep on picking up those high-tech robo units, yeah, there really is a chance for Cure, and this has been an almost impossible position for the last 7 minutes for Cure to play from. It's impressive. He's definitely not there yet. I still think Hero is ahead, but Cure is really making Hero work for it.
He's been willing himself back into this game. Like, he had no right still being in it, but the amount of moves and good moves at that he's been making here. I mean, Hero, he's not going to go down without a fight by any means, just as Cure, but these Zealot run-bys getting good damage. He's got good upgrades right now. 2-to-1 is upgraded. They are getting a lot of damage with that whole position, and right now, neither one of them can really afford to be losing that much economy, and it feels like every fight that Hero takes at this point, even if he trades in efficiently, it's going to be all right. He's backed up that probe count. It's expanded down to the bottom of the map as well.
Yep, and he never really lost his robos, right? So he's still cranking out Disruptors. This is the problem as well, that if you're a Terran and you're behind in the early game against a Hero was about to accidentally build another Nexus there, guys, but that obviously would have been a misclick. This is the problem where, as a Terran player, if you're behind in the early game, then you don't have money to spend stuff like sensor towers or get stuff like missile turrets, sensor towers, etc. Cure had to spend every single penny he could get his hands on units to give himself a chance in some of these battles, to give himself a chance to deal some damage on the other side of the map. But that obviously means that the doors are wide open on your side of the map for your opponent to find damage, and Hero is an absolute master in finding openings, especially if there are plenty of them. Those Novas are a little bit chaotic, and Hero is still playing, honestly, a very messy game, but it still feels that he's just far enough ahead that he can get ahead, that he can get away with it. This really is the most Hero game of all time. The man right now is working with 27 Zealots, only 3 Stalkers and 2 Disruptors. It really is a bit of a silly army, but if you have this much more, Ben, I guess even 27 Zealots will get the job done.
Certainly. He must have remade his cybernetics core, right, to like make Stalkers or something, but I mean, Hero, yeah, he does have it. Hero's just getting so much damage done. He's killing him from the inside out here with all these run-bys. 21 SCVs remain, and this is probably the last fight of this game. I mean, Cure, He's given it his all this game. I can't believe he made it even as close as it was at some points, and that is the last bastion of all his economy, because these SCVs, oh, they've been slaughtered.
This is one of these games where you can absolutely hide the name tags of the players, and a lot of diehard StarCraft fans would immediately guess, this seems like a hero game. Clearly an incredibly high-level player who's really good at a lot of stuff, but then also likes to make life harder himself and has a couple of silly moves here, there, and everywhere. And that is Hero in a nutshell, and that's why he's always so damn fun to watch, and we're happy that he makes it to these kinds of tournaments. And the man is going to go strong. He is going to get the job done here against the man who has given him a lot of trouble in the past. Cure's got a pretty damn good record against Hero. But today, here in the lower bracket of Group B, this best of 5 belongs to Hero. Cure knows it. Honestly turned this into one hell of a game. An incredibly impressive effort by Cure, because the start was disastrous. The start was game-ending on this level against a player like Hero. You're never even supposed to see minute 17, minute 18. That's kind of impossible. Cure did it. Unfortunately for Cure, it is not enough. Hero's here with too many zealots. Stalk is disruptors, and I think this is finally it, Ben.
Wow, what a series out of Hero. Honestly, for most of that, there were the hero moments, the little silly moments, but a lot of it was just killer instinct. Good defense by him overall, good reading. Got quite fortunate in this final game, but he made all the right moves after it. One of those fights was definitely a bit problematic when he took a few of the Colossus losses, but he was so far ahead that it didn't truly matter in the end. And honestly, really solid Protoss play out of him.
A game that you could write a book about, whereas like Hero has a game-winning lead, but then plays it out a little bit cautious, makes a little boo-boo here and there. Cure finds an amazing opening into the main base, kills everything in the main, but Hero perhaps on purpose, or perhaps it was just a tiny bit fortunate, built the vast majority of his production facilities in the natural, in the third base, so where that drop could have been game-ending, really was not. And that is going to be it. Let's hear from the man himself as he's on stage with Fancy.
Hero, what a series that was. We've definitely enjoyed it, but in game 2, you've tricked your opponent with your Sentry Stargate build, and you were ahead, but then you fell short to Cure's attacks. What happened there?
일단 김준호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 첫 번째로 일단 2세트 경기부터 얘기를 좀 해볼게요. 일단은 파수기 이후에 일단 우간을 가면서 상대방을 잘 흔들어줬던 것 같은데 오히려 또 역공을 당하면서 좀 무너지셨어요. 또 어떻게 됐는지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 괜찮았던 것 같은데 제가 게임하면서 좀 정신을 못 차린다는 느낌이 좀 들어가지고 급판하고 좀 집중하자 생각했던 것 같아요.
Well, I thought I was ahead in the first game, in the second game, but I kind of felt like disarray in a disarray somehow after he getting a lot of harassments and like Marines going. So what I would try to do was trying to be focused more on the other games.
Well, I mean, it definitely worked out for you at the end. You definitely qualified to the semi-finals lower bracket, and you're going against Reynor next. He's one of the best players that we have in the tournament. He's a favorite. Do you feel at all pressured?
이제 다음 상대로는 이제 레이너 선수를 만나게 되실 텐데 레이너 선수가 요즘 폼이 굉장히 좋고 또 보니까 확실히 우승 후보 나온 모습을 좀 보여주고 있기 때문에 좀 부담되실 수도 있을 것 같은데 어떠신가요?
지금 일단 세랄 선수와 경기했을 때 저한테 너무 실망했고 아쉬운 모습을 많이 보여드린 것 같아서 지금 세랄 선수를 잡으러 가자는 일념하에 지금 게임하고 있거든요. 그래서 레이너 선수도 꼭 이겨가지고 세랄 선수와 다시 해보고 싶습니다.
Well, initially when I met Serral in the upper bracket, I was disappointed in myself being 3-0'd by him. So all I'm aiming is like getting a revenge on him in the second versus maybe winner on the lower bracket, and maybe on the second versus second match.
I mean, he's going against his teammates, so that's definitely a match to watch for the night. But for now, let's head back to the analyst desk and talk more about the tournament.
Thank you very much, Fancy. That's right, we have got ourselves a Hero victory after a grueling battle against Cure. Quite diverse in the games that were presented to us here, but Hero is able to come out on top pick.
The only player in the world who can look like he's on the brink of defeat the entire game and then just win. It's such a delight, because as a commentator sometimes you can predict games out of time and it starts to feel like certain matchups are predictable. Hero's games are never predictable, you just have no idea what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I like what you said before, Pig, where it's like he can be about to die and throw down forges and just play normally, and this is normal for him. It's no problem.
Macroing in the face of incoming all-ins is his natural state of being. There is never fear in that young man's heart. He is always willing to play the riskiest styles possible.
Yeah, Kira tried to pull it back a little bit, of course, today. I feel like Kira really excels in the small Marine skirmishes, be it the drops, be it 8 Marines at the front trying to poke around and stuff like that, which was successful in some phases of this game for him.
Yeah, he was able to get a little bit of damage done, but Hero is probably the best Protoss player in the world at just rolling with the punches. I mean, we've been talking for, what, a decade about how Protoss players are very stylistic. You get crazy types like SOS, they love proxy gates, they love DTs, and then you get somebody like Hero, you can hide his name, and you will be able to know exactly who that is in all of these games. I mean, he is down in a mud wrestle with his opponent basically every single series. It's a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, and he will continue to survive on through with an opportunity eventually to get towards a second place versus second place match. It's still by no means guaranteed yet, though. There's still so many games that he actually has to play to get to that. Let's check in with the brackets here and see what is up, as we do have ourselves bracket B to get things started. So here is where Heroes landed. Hero versus Reynor, and the winner of that goes up against Serral for that potential opportunity at the second place versus second place match. So Hero's got a Zerg gauntlet ahead of him if he's going to do something, Pig.
Time to run the Crucible, mate. I mean, you're going to go hard or go home. If you're going to make it out and get to the top 4 already in the group stage, there's only 3 spots to the top 4 amongst these 16 players, and fighting for one of those last spots is very, very difficult.
And Group A is all about the Terrans to finish things off for Group A here, State. The fact that we basically have a rerun of what we watched at the beginning of this bracket.
It's kind of funny. Looking at Group A, we were always expecting all of these TVTs, and I thought for that reason, Maru was probably the favorite to advance from Group A, even though he most likely would need to play Dark in that final match. And now he has to do it again. And I know that Maru is the king of TVT, but you play this many TVT series back to back to back to back. Maybe in this kind of short sample size, your opponents can start to figure out. I think these series might be a little bit closer than the first ones.
Maybe. And I actually want to stick with you, State, for a moment. Yeah. So we want to dive a little bit more into the series that we've just witnessed. So what have you got for me?
I've got a couple of replays ready from this series. We can jump into them right now. This is Game 1, Hero versus Cure. It was a slugfest getting to this stage. Hero really battling for his life. Was able to finally get an advantage coming in like this. And this was just a beautiful engagement. Now you see Hero coming in like this. Cure, he's setting up to try and find some angle to attack. Right here, he's got half his force off screen. Down here in the corner, there's a lot more bio getting ready to come in. And Hero, he almost falls into the trap. You see the art coming in from Cure. He's got the Vikings ready to try and focus down these Colossi. The SCVs are getting pulled. He's got half his bio on this side, half his bio on this side. The arc looks fantastic, but the disruptor shots coming in from Hero were just absolutely monumental. You see so many disruptors right here in the center. They get a million shots off. And the kiting back against the Vikings as well. I mean, look at this last shot on the SCVs, just adding insult to injury right here. You can see the frustration on Cure's face. As, I mean, Hero just played a masterful game number 1. And then game number 3 was another part of this series that I felt really set the tone, because Hero came in with a style that we don't see all that often in the Korean PvT meta. It's something we see Max Packs do quite often. The gateway pressure on a 2 or 3 base Terran. So let's jump into that right now. Looking at this poke, the wall-in for Cure, I have to give him a lot of credit. I was talking with Lambo about this one upstage, and he was telling me that he was telling Terran players to do this wall-in right here for years, and it's been taking a while to catch on, because it is so important for the Terrans to keep their one tank alive in this stage. As the Protoss player, killing that tank is what gives you the freedom to maneuver through the main base to the natural expansion to get some damage done. So that's why Hero, even in this tough spot, is still going to come through this choke point despite taking a lot of damage to take that tank down, because this sets up for the play at the natural. A couple of moments later, you know, he's going to blink back, get some more damage on these SCVs. You're going to see the next tank pop, but you still only have one tank here for Cure, so you can't be everywhere at once with that tank. Cure's going to come in once again, and over the course of, what, 15, 20 seconds, Cure loses so many SCVs, and it all culminates in basically this masterful army. Where Hero overpowers him at the end with like 30+ zealots. It was a crazy game.
Yeah, masterful and cool. I mean, like, the SimCity in general in StarCraft II, it doesn't actually get much credit paid to it in some of these scenarios, but just those small things, they are cool when it comes to this kind of strategy.
I mean, rewind your brain to 4 years ago when every single Terran would lose their whole worker line in the main to a Prism Zealot drop every game. These days, they've got those tight little choke points. They pull the SCVs, a single Marauder in the choke point, the rally pops out, the Zealots just can't get surface area. And all it took was just a very detailed, kind of organized habit of how you place those buildings. So the little things add up in StarCraft.
And now Hero, of course, goes on to play against Reynor. That's kind of cool versus cool. But of course, now we have ourselves Oliveira versus Byun. And it's pretty cool that we get to see these two go head-to-head here to try and figure out exactly how things are going to go down. So what we're going to do is go to a break, and it's going to be cool as we have ourselves more cool things happening here at the EWC.
I like being in Riyadh because it's a classic event feeling you get. Everything is about the tournament. Yeah, I feel like it's pretty comfortable. I can fully focus on it. Service is great. I prepared for this tournament by making sure that I'm pretty much always capable of playing my A game at any given day. I like the fact that I get to play many matches, so I don't just have one chance. In fact, I have like 3 chances to advance. I always take it step by step, so the further, like obviously I want to win, but if I just win and advance around, that would already be amazing. Well, Terran players have a lot of amazing players. I mean, it's natural. They're all handsome, good looking, very skillful. To me, it's like not that crazy that like 9 Terran players play. I mean, look at them. They all deserve to be here. I don't really care so much about how much money is on the line because for me, it's about just prestige, winning a tournament. That would definitely mean a lot more to me than the money.
A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
We're caught in a time loop because we've got exactly the same matches coming from this bracket, and it is going to be our TVT. Who knows, if we get the same winner, maybe we'll get the same TVT in the next one as well. Welcome back. We have got more matches coming at you here, and now we shift gears to the TVT Mania. And what better people to have with me to talk about it than ZG and Ben, as we've got ourselves Byun going up against Oliveira. Ben, we've just seen it.
We have just seen it, but it was a great first series between them. You know, it went all the way 3-2. It was like I had State with me, and it was we were talking about who could win. State thought Byun. I thought maybe Byun, but Heart said Oliveira. The normal man against the one-man army. It's a really cool fixture here, and I think they are very evenly matched.
I'm pretty sure that was my line.
It was your line. Sorry, Zombie God.
Are you stealing things from Zombie?
Stealing.
The flake. I'm the flake on stage. I'm also a thief. I'm a weasel, James.
I'm surprised you're even here.
I think we just had 3 behind-the-scenes stories.
Yeah, actually, that was way too many. All right, just ignore the last 10 seconds that actually happened. That'd be great. Okay, so, but again, actually, these two were very equally matched. I want to say in their first series that they did have. Oliveira clearly came into the Esports World Cup very well practiced and ready to go.
Absolutely. Byun as well. You know, I look back on that, I cast it, and a couple of things just really stick out in my brain, right? Which is, one, Oliveira's ability to consistently catch Byun's medevacs when he thinks that he's away from the base. I think that influenced some of those games, and that final game where it was the strategic decision after playing him so often and seeing those openers, and then the map as well, playing to the Banshee's strength. It's what kind of pushed him over the edge. But I look at it as a whole, and I actually kind of got the feeling that Byun was playing in a more consistent fashion. Game 1 was maybe the outlier, but the next 4 games, I kept feeling like Byun was supposed to be in a better position than he was. And it was a tale as old as time for him, which is that he can't quite end the games like he should be able to with the 8 racks, or how he wants to, I should say. The defending Terrans like Oliveira and Maru just a little too good, and then that punch with the strategy was very good for Oliveira.
Well, I really hope that the video production team just recycled this video from day 1. That would be sick. But I'm assuming that maybe it's not the same one for all of this. But yeah, it's quite the dynamic, because oftentimes when you actually have this happen, Ben, in these kinds of bracket scenarios, is usually you get the salty run back, the GSL revenge. Maybe Byun can like do the fight back after learning what Oliveira's made of.
Yeah, I mean, like, pedigree-wise, you'd probably, in fact, I don't know who you'd put ahead in terms of highest heights. You know, they've both been world champions in the past, which is amazing. But I would say that Byun does tend to lean himself into the more predictable builds and stuff. And you could definitely tell by the end there, Game 5, that Oliveira was learning his opponent. Did the Cloak Banshees, which is super risky, but he just was like, he's not been opening Ravens. He's been doing the same thing. So I do think in that regard, Oliveira is learning his opponent well. So, and if that does come into fruition in this next series, that could definitely pay off in dividends.
Yeah, we're getting those bands and picks coming in here between these two players as well. What was this Irish jig that you just did as you turned around?
Might as well use the stage. We don't often have one like this, you know, James.
You can actually walk around a little.
Yeah, we can. Wow.
Like statues.
Isn't it weird? We have legs. People didn't know about
No,
this
I'm actually really
before.
disappointed. Everyone knows I have legs now.
Yeah.
Like, for all they know that I was like a 6'5" beauty, but now I'm just like looking like I'm like 5 foot.
I'm just happy you can't hide behind a desk for your block this time, James. You know what I'm saying?
It's called my Apple box, actually, Ben.
I like how we eventually like shortened the height of the commentators over the years.
Yes.
Because like I joined, you know.
We got rid of Todd.
Exactly, right.
We love
Absolutely.
you, Todd.
We love you, Todd, yeah.
Now we don't need the boxes anymore.
There's too many tall people in esports, honestly.
There really are.
Whenever I'm doing anything else, everybody's Danish and Swedish and they're all 7'3", and I'm like, guys, can you please? I'm a short man. This is not good for me. All right, anyway, we've got the bands and picks coming up. Any interesting things whilst we get going with this?
I'm like trying to also tell what they are because we don't get the actual name on them behind us. But
Oceanborn.
right, Oceanborn's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Alcyone.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah,
the
thanks,
bad
man.
ones, one of those has got to be,
Thanks, guys.
oh, that's Dynasty for sure.
You say it so weird.
I know why.
As opposed to Dynasty.
Yeah, so actually, this is a difference in British and American
like
English.
aluminum.
I would also say Dynasty, technically, but I've been brainwashed by Americans to say, oh, it's Dynasty.
Yeah,
You know?
I'm not about that
Victory
life.
for
you know?
Americans.
Yeah.
Nice. You're
It's
gonna
funny
say
when
vitamin
Americans
C.
say things posher than us. For example, like they say garage, and it's like garage, and I'm like, oh,
Wait, you
fancy.
think garage sounds fancier?
Then garage.
Yeah, but also you say like English place names like, oh, North Yorkshire.
Oh, that's
I'm like,
true, that's true.
what? North Yorkshire?
Yeah.
You're right, that is fancier. Yeah,
That is
we do get a win on that
the
one.
Shire.
This is it's an interesting conversation.
Yeah, sorry, we've gone off the rails a little bit. Any predictions before we get into the game? We've got 30 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think Oliveira clearly knows how to read an opponent in TVT,
Yeah.
so I think he gets a benefit from a rematch, even though he did win the last one. So I'm going to say that he wins, but Byun, maybe he finds that little extra to actually push through with the 8 racks.
Score?
Yeah, I'm feeling Oliveira, maybe a 3-1 this time, but it's going to be close regardless.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. It is time to get to this TVT. This was unhinged and off the rails. Hopefully the casters can bring us some normality. Stop doing an Irish jig. It's time for the game. Let's go.
By luck of the groups, by luck of the bracket, we get a salty run back between Byun and Oliveira. They're coming with extra beef for this matchup because they already played once on the first day of this tournament.
Absolutely, and it had to go to Game 5 to decide the winner for that matchup. But now, for that rematch, let's welcome our first player on stage. It is Oliveira of Weibo Gaming. Ever since he claimed I Am Katowice 2023 trophy and shocked the world, he's been an unstoppable force. But now, he has a long way to go to the Final Four.
Absolutely. His opponent, Byun from Shopify Rebellion, has a lot of reasons to put heart and effort into this match. He's hoping to pick up a win and reclaim the title loss on that first day. Let's see if he can do it.
Another TVT matchup here at the Esports World Cup StarCraft II. But the winner will go against Maru for another TFT matchup. So casters, let's get it on.
Let's get it on. What's going on, everybody? Tasteless and Artosis over here to bring you a very exciting Terran versus Terran. Should be a close one. Byun versus Oliveira.
Yeah, it was close already earlier in the tournament. And, you know, 2 world champions going to be duking it out. Of course, Oliveira a little bit more recently. But Byun, you know, I think that still, even though he already lost to Oliveira and everything, I'm still, like, kind of feeling him. You know what I mean? It's Byun.
He's looked really good at this event. He's looked really strong. He's kind of leaned into the style of play that's worked for him historically. It should be an interesting one as far as how the games pan out. I think both these guys are very good at taking advantage of the early game, so there could be a lot of chaos here. We might see them both kind of attacking into each other at the same time and should make for some games we otherwise wouldn't be able to create unless we had these 2 very special players here now.
Yeah, I think very likely you're right about that. Both of them do lean towards that aggression. Hopefully, for Oliveira's sake, he can kind of bring it together. He really looked, you were casting him versus Maru yesterday, if I'm recalling correctly.
Yeah,
it really looked like he had game 1, but he just couldn't finish him, right?
Well, he seems to be able to get into a better position early on, even versus Maru, which is saying a lot. Maru usually is never behind in any of his games. He kind of just maintains the lead, knows when to pump the brakes or when to go pedal to the metal and close it out. And, I mean, he looked very good. The interesting thing is that Byun is a very active player. He likes to engage. He's probably one of the weakest players in a full-on late-game TVT. Full-on, we're going to mine out the map. We don't have a lot of resources. He's actually,
I think you're right.
We saw him with his quirk here at this event where he actually didn't get gases at his, 2 last bases. That's not the first time I've casted a game of Byun where that's occurred. It's probably just a handful of them in the long history I've had with casting him. But Oliveira, I think, also a player generally pretty active, likes to take fights, likes to try to get in good position early on.
Yeah.
So this should be a fun one.
Yeah, I think so. A very good match between these 2, so I'm hoping it will go to those full 5 games. Who do you think out of these 2 has a realistically better shot of beating Maru?
You know, to beat Maru, that's a good question. I would have said Oliveira earlier on easily. Now I'm not so sure. I think both of them are going to be the underdogs, but it looks like we're actually ready to get into this first game in this best of 5, a TVT that should be a blast. Introducing our players in the top right, in the red, from China, he is Oliveira. And his opponent down here in the blue, from Korea, he is Byun.
All right. Halcyon going to be our first map here. And yeah, I'm just kind of excited to see the types of stylish openers that they want to do. You know, are they going to stay very aggressive? Are we going to see any 2-Rex Reapers here between the 2? I do love it when it's 2-Rex Reaper versus 2-Rex Reaper. That can turn into some wild games. You know, obviously there's these two in particular like factory openers quite a bit. So it looks like both of them will be going for factories here early on.
Yeah, going to be teching up here. And we'll have to see what kind of positional plays they're going to go for. If there's going to be any moving out on the map. Two extremely active players duking it out here in this best of 5 where everything is really on the line. Oliveira sends the first scout SCV across the map, making a beeline to the south, headed towards Byun. We're going to wait for the factories to start up, and then it's going to be about what add-ons are made and what they're attached to and what types of units are going to be produced. And that should give us a much clearer idea of what kind of strategies are going to be used here.
Yeah, very oftentimes going to be some Hellions and Reapers coming out, but sometimes you will see that quicker Cyclone. Of course, we see Oliveira here scouting both where the barracks is and where that factory is, and back at this base, not really seeing any of that quite yet. So, yeah, this is obviously pretty standard openers so far, and I gotta say, Tasteless, this has been like a really wonderful tournament so far. Anything really standing out in your mind?
I mean, are you asking about games or just the whole event itself? I
Both.
was going to say just the stage.
This is an open question to you.
There's no wrong answers in this.
While we wait for the factories to finish and the reactors to finish, I just want to talk with you.
The stage these guys are on is insane. It's like the biggest stage I have ever seen, and you and I have kind of seen it all as far as big events for esports. And the fact that this is just one of many major stages down here. Each one that we walked into, I'm like, oh my God, is this the one where we're going to do the finals? We're like, no, there's another one we've got to show you after this. So it's been kind of crazy to be down here at the Esports World Cup and to see all these games coming together. I feel like we were all really siloed before this. There was a period where we had esports all in one place, and then it became fragmented. And it's nice to be seeing, the whole StarCraft family down here, but it's also people from other games. We just saw the Street Fighter guys when we came in here to start this off. They were heading out. Now the Tekken guys are coming in. We got Call of Duty on the stage just down the block over here. So that's been my big takeaway.
No, absolutely. It does kind of feel like the old days of esports.
Yeah.
Kind of keep track of each other a little bit. Now, taking a look at this game, it was a quicker Cyclone here from Byun, so playing maybe a little bit more defensively for the very early portion of this game. But obviously those Cyclones can turn into some pressure afterwards. Nice Reaper jump up. Those two Reapers doing some really solid damage, but 3 jumping up here from Oliveira, and he's going to get a few probes here or SCVs here before those Cyclones can clean him up.
Yeah, he's going to drive this back out here. Little tit for tat right now. Looks like Byun's Reaper should be able to get away. Big cleanup over here for Byun inside Byun's main. Oliveira getting wiped out over there. And this is the kind of game we were talking about. A lot of activity, a lot of little skirmishes starting things off.
Yeah, and Byun definitely taking a bit more damage there, but he is going across the map now with a medevac that has a couple of Cyclones in it. So we'll see if he's able to get some damage with that. The two Hellions come back. The Marines are there, so looks like they won't really overstay their welcome, but I love that Oliveira's looking for that damage once again, and in fact, trying to micro some against these Marines and pick some off.
We've got that drop here with the Cyclones coming in. He's going to target these SCVs. It is going to be driven out by the 6 Marines and 1 Cyclone in that position. It's funny. We've had a lot of kind of never-ending punches coming in. Little jabs on each side. None of them doing anything, I would say, too detrimental. It's more of trades, but kind of in line with what we talked about. It's going to be Raven Tech now here for Oliveira. A tank as well. It's going to be matched by Byun's tank here on this side of the map. Again, we got to see if anybody is going to be taken to third base. Another moment where they're both going to micro in and out of the medevacs. Nobody losing anything there.
Well, Byun here, I bet you he is going to go into those Ravens as well. We'll see in a second here as his Tech Lab finishes up. But, it can be... Oh, no, he just builds the Tech Lab with that starport and going to go ahead and swap it. In the meantime, comes out with that medevac with a couple of Cyclones in there, but against the Cyclone Siege tank defense, doesn't want to overcommit.
Okay, you could see a little drop over here with these Cyclones. Once again, going to try to pick away at whatever you can find, take what you can get. It's not going to be much, just a pittance. The Liberator's going to come up here into the main, and it's going to go right behind those workers. He did drag these Cyclones back there. Actually, never mind, he's going to park that. He might bring it in now that these Cyclones are here.
Yeah, drops them out again, but again, just a pittance there.
Yes.
I just want to fit in with you, Taste. I want you to think I'm cool.
Pittance was my word this cast, okay?
Yeah, well, I want it to be our word, okay? Now, comes out with those Cyclones once again. Get a few more kills here. Of course, the Ravens helping out quite a bit as well. And really kind of tit for tat, opposite from last time, right? It was 7 kills and 2 kills. This time it's 2 kills and 7 kills. So these guys really showing just how evenly matched they truly are.
It's been a tight game so far. Stim is halfway done on both sides. We do have that third command center about to finish up here for Byun. If he can kind of maintain this position. You know, it's kind of hard to deal with this because there's no way to really get rid of that Liberator just yet. The Cyclones are able to roam in, take some shots off. You know, it's funny, some of these SCVs that are damaged now, they can be killed off later when the Cyclone comes back in.
Yeah.
And this should give a little bit more leg room here on the map for Byun. He should be able to land that command center much later on.
Yeah, you know, it really looks better for Byun right now. If you just take a look, right? Like, his upgrades are much, much quicker than Oliveira's, which can be a gigantic deal in this matchup. Not just that, though. You know, he's up in workers as well. He's up in that army supply. He's been really active with that one medevac with the Cyclones in it. And, like, Oliveira's coming in. He's doing a little bit, right? We just saw a little Marine drop, get a couple of CVs and everything. But just not quite getting as much done as Byun is.
Yeah, we got the Ravens coming down now from above. He is going to try to chuck down some auto turrets here, see what kind of kills he can get. Obviously, they're going to take out SCVs very fast. Putting this even here by the tank. I don't think it's going to be enough to take that tank out. Unfortunately, he did not target workers instead, so no value there. With all of the energy that was spent dropping that position, a tank comes down now inside Oliveira's main, shelling that one Cyclone. And, you know, it's a double bottleneck position here. It's kind of hard for anything above this to get over here. He's going to actually run through this narrow area of the barracks and hit now. And I got to say, Byun is getting a lot of value with this attack. This is a lot of workers being killed. He takes out at least 7 over there.
It's kind of crazy that 6 were killed on the other side by like 3 Marines in a medevac.
Yeah, yeah.
So Oliveira got some counter damage there as well to kind of keep himself in the game. But definitely, each time we see harassment, it does feel like Byun's getting a little bit further ahead, don't you think?
It does seem like that. It's a very close race, but he is getting a couple paces further along. That command center is going to land just now for Oliveira, so SCVs will be transferred. Meanwhile, Byun's already soaking up the resources at this third base. He's looking pretty good. Oliveira, I think he hasn't lost any tanks yet. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think he has.
Yeah, I think so. His tank count's going to be quite healthy here. Meanwhile, another tiny drop here from Byun. I mean, you just take what you can get. Even getting this turret, I mean, that's going to be something you could take out later on, or move in here with an attack later on. He's so good, he lets it burn down, Artosis.
Yeah.
What are you doing with your life, Artosis?
Yeah, we don't get experience from last hits here, bro. And then he turns around and kills a Marine as well.
But yeah, Byun keeping about this 10 supply lead. Looking very healthy on the map. And, I mean, it's not that Oliveira can't catch up, but, you know, Byun kind of playing his own game here. I would say on a scale of all the aggressive kind of micro players, Byun is basically at the top, right? And we're kind of seeing that. Even though Oliveira, known for being very good early on and taking control of games, it seems like it's going to be Oliveira on the receiving end here. Byun already in the middle of the map. I don't think he's necessarily going to attack in somewhere, although he could, but he might just be sharking around here trying to look at positions and maybe deny a would-be fourth base.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised that we don't have Byun, like, roaming a little bit more right now. Like, yeah, sure, he has these Cyclones to the side, and those actually do a fantastic job trying to catch some medevacs there. But here we go. This is what I want to see, is a little bit of a roam here from Byun, right? Because his upgrades, they were a little bit quicker. He should feel pretty confident with the amount of damage that he's done and how much he's deflected, that he can move around the map a little bit, you know? And when you are moving around, your opponent really has to keep good track of that. If you suddenly appear from an angle and Oliveira's not ready for that, he might force like a liftoff on a command center or something like that, and those can be very hard to get back into place.
Yeah, there is a sensor tower that it seems like Byun is just now outside of, but if he moves quick enough, there might not be defenses over here at this third base. He's going to slide through. He scans to try to see, can he get in here and do this damage? Byun seems to think he can.
Ooh.
He's going to spread out here. I think Oliveira's tanks are just way too perfectly placed.
Yeah.
In fact, this completely backfires.
Yeah, the disables as well. That's like kind of the funny part, right? Like Oliveira's had these disables for days and has been waiting to utilize those. So as soon as he disables a couple tanks, it's like, yeah, Byun, you're not going to be able to break in there. So feels like the game gets evened up reasonably well from that defense.
Yeah, good control here from Oliveira. Byun definitely overextending. Not, I would say, behind in this game, but definitely an attack that was thwarted. The starport's coming along now. And, you know, Byun has reached up into a further north spot on the map, taking this base just over here. He is basically growing a little bit more quickly. His upgrades a little bit further ahead. We see on the sidebar here, they are about to finish. So Oliveira overall in a game of catch-up, I think there's not much he needs to do other than not get punished. We see a drop coming in here now. Now remember this turret was killed off earlier. This may have been what incentivized this, but this is not going to go well.
No.
Because the majority of these units don't even get out, and the rest of this is just going to get wiped. And you can see the pain in Byun's face. That was the first, I would say, real blunder of the game. And he is now behind.
Yeah, when you said this isn't going to go well, that's the greatest compliment you could ever give that drop. That's like the kindest anyone's ever. Like you're not doing him any favors by saying that. That was a disaster.
It was garb.
I can't believe that he saw it. And the thing is, you know, a lot of Byun's wins are off how decisive he is, but that was crazy what we saw him go into. And now Oliveira should be feeling on top of the world. I actually love what we saw him doing right before that as well. He was adding additional command centers. He was adding additional starports. So Oliveira right now really getting ready for that kind of end game, whereas Byun is like, well, I need to make as many Marines as possible and drop them in someone's main base, which is kind of like, okay, there's a stage for that. You know, there's a stage and a time period for that, in fact.
It wasn't...
And they both have passed.
It wasn't even prompted. It was like, I'm just going here now. Yeah. You know what I mean? And, okay, hold on a second. Oliveira's going to try to break this position. And he basically does. We see Byun immediately set up just a few spaces back here on the board. But I think he could probably press forward right now. It's 3 tanks to 11 Artosis. And that 11 is here with our Chinese player, Oliveira. And we're about to see it down to 1 tank as he takes those 2 out. So all you have to do is start to leapfrog the tanks.
Yeah.
As long as you keep this covered with the Marines and you don't have too many unsieged at any point in time, you're probably going to be okay.
This is a terrible position right now for Byun. How do you even hold on against this many tanks? Because, you know, 1-2 tanks there, it doesn't matter. You can just move up and siege in range of them and blow them up. So look, he forces the lift off and, in fact, very likely to kill this orbital. Byun trying to repair it, but no, can't quite get it in time. Bleeding off extra units. He's technically up in supply right now, but the supply he's up in is mostly Marines and medevacs.
And now he's going to attack down here at 6 o'clock. There's no way to save this. So Byun's going to lose another one. You know, it's going to come down to Oliveira just maintaining this lead. I mean, there's been some big wins right now. It's once again 11 tanks to 3. This is a bit of a game of a story of hubris, I guess you could say, here with Byun. Just a little bit too ambitious, kind of had a steady lead, but Byun has never really exhibits the kind of patience we see from Maru. Yeah. Maru knows when to pull the trigger, and he knows when to basically sit and wait and lie there. Another push in here. A couple tanks are going to be killed off, but the Marines are going to be punished with that splash. And, you know, it's a situation where, like, I think Byun played his game early on, and, you know, the defining negative side of any aggressive player is that double-edged sword of you overextend, which is what he did here.
Yeah.
We're seeing drops come into the main. I kind of thought we'd have more pushing up at the top, but I guess the main is a great place to try to push into.
Byun will go ahead and end up clearing all of that out. And, you know, supply-wise, not that far behind, but he has lost a couple command centers. The game has been in control by Oliveira. I guess the one thing we can say for Byun is he did take that 4th base up in the top leftish area.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Big kills on those Vikings, actually. You know, it's easy to dismiss a couple Vikings lost, but that is really how you're going to catch drops and punish a lot of stuff. So, unfortunate to see that. 3-3 is about to finish here for Oliveira. We have vehicle weapons, level 2. Finishing up over here for Byun. But Oliveira, I think, is going to basically grow into the upper left corner, which should give him a pretty easy launching pad to hit the base just adjacent to where he's expanding to now.
Yeah. You know, Byun Like, I mean, you can really tell who Byun is just by like looking at what we were just looking at right there. It's like, oh wow, he has like 1,000 Marines. Is this a TVZ? No. In the same time, Oliveira's like, I have that many Marines as well, and comes down and just powers down that command center. But yeah, right now it's that same type of number you were talking about before, 3 tanks to 10. So even though Byun has like a lot more Marines, and you'll see him take out this Marine force, the thing is, there's so many tanks for Oliveira that he can do things like dive in and kill a command center, but Byun can't do that because there's siege tanks that will stop him from doing that.
Right.
So it's like Oliveira is doing what Byun wants to do because he has what Byun won't make.
This is a tough moment, man. For Byun here, he's basically been on his back foot this whole time. He does have some opportunities to try to take some fights here. I don't know where exactly he wants to go. He's got a nice spread through the middle of the map diagonally. No sensor towers here for Byun, by the way. This is another sign of an aggressive player, is they're not using sensor towers because they're the ones attacking in. Speaking of which, we got a big angle coming in here for Byun. He's going to just keep pushing through this spot. Some auto turrets come down. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Has Byun actually managed to break this? No, he has not. The auto turrets and the few Marines were enough to drive that back. Oliveira actually with a shockingly high supply lead now.
Yeah, he's really starting to pull ahead. You know, killing 3 different command centers in the last few minutes here. Keeping all of his alive just by making siege tanks and sieging them. Look at that, 273 Marines lost against 171. And they've lost the same amount of tanks, so like Byun is just not producing as many siege tanks as Oliveira. And that's the key unit in Terran versus Terran, you know? This is like the defining unit for 26 years for the Terran race.
Yeah. A scan comes down here. Oliveira is still biding his time, producing tanks in 2s now to Byun's 1. Basically finishing off every upgrade he needs, kind of ticking every box, so to speak. And we'll probably see Oliveira start to move out on the map and be a little bit more aggressive here. But for now, Byun is making a ring of sensor towers, at least of his own. I guess maybe not, just 1 in the bottom center. And so, yeah, it's still Byun looking for damage, trying to come in somewhere and get something off, but I just don't think he's going to find anything.
Yeah, look at all the sensor tower rings that Oliveira has. Look at all the missile turrets he has spread out in there. And you're trying to fly a medevac in. It's just like, no, man, he's literally got radar to watch for that. See his Marines kind of getting frozen there. But yeah, Byun right now, okay, well, trying to shove his Marines through that through that little choke there, not working out.
That very splash damage friendly narrow area. Tanks are going to come down here. Seems like tension's starting to build just around this watchtower here in the center.
You know, Byun still has a chance in this game, just to be clear, because like looking at the game, there's no question Oliveira is outplaying Byun and has been for a bit. But if Oliveira screws up and loses an army, the tempo swing could go to Byun so quickly that he clears out a huge part of the map and can win the game. But if Oliveira is kind of methodical about this, I can't see that occurring.
Can I point out that Byun is not taking gases at his expansions here?
You're not allowed to point that out.
That is, that's against the gas rules. So he's just...
Marines don't cost gas, tasteless.
Yeah. This is what concerns me, because you can see he's trying to crash into these areas with just Marines. I can't believe he's going through here. That's wild. He gets about halfway through. But yeah, he's not getting the gas he needs. In fact, his gas is just at, what, 100? So it's the same thing that happened earlier in this tournament, where, like, he looks good, but he's not getting the resources to make the stuff he needs. Those gases are just sitting unused for the time being. And this is going to allow the force of Marines to come through, the tanks to leapfrog, the auto turrets to be cast, and he's going to be, I think, tapping out. GG.
Yeah. So Oliveira is going to go ahead and take that. So I would say, like, I mean, just watching these two play against each other, you know, here's the thing. I've actually really liked Byun's play this year. I think he's been in good shape overall.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed a lot of his series. But, like, there's some fundamental things about him. If you're not a complete player, a player like a Maru or a Serral, where you're like, well, they just do everything really well, right? Like, everything. If you're not like them, then the thing I always like to mention is, like, your greatest strength is your greatest weakness. And for Byun, his attacking style is also where he loses his games, you know? Where it's like, oh, he's overcommitting, he doesn't have the right siege tank count. Oliveira just, it feels like he's got that kind of aggressive early game that Byun has, but he also has the transitions. We actually see him continuing to make the siege tanks, we see him adding the command centers, adding the starports, whereas Byun is just go, go, go on the Marines.
Yeah, you know, Byun, it's weird. You know, I think I cast this earlier GSL this year, but just seeing him not have the right number of refineries is crazy. So we're watching these fights, but just notice that there's more tanks in the fight for Oliveira. There's more Marines, or there were more Marines there for Byun. It's like he's going down an avenue of incomplete. Yeah, this was really bad here. Yeah, we're doing this in slow motion apparently.
I had to slow it down to just show how bad it was. That was 40 supply that killed like a turret. Yeah, we're seeing like so many attacks from Byun that don't really make sense. Boosting over all the anti-air, attacking up a ramp into Siege Tank Marine.
It's hard to watch, man. Game 2 is here now. In the upper left, in the red, he is Oliveira. And his opponent down here in the bottom right, in the blue, it is Byun.
You know, Estrella in an interview earlier mentioned that Byun has the most games on the NA server, okay? I don't want to be mean, but, like, you have to be careful who you're practicing against and what information you take from that. So if you're playing people a lot weaker, a lot of these moves that Byun is doing will just win the game, right? That's not good information for you. That is not good practice for you unless you can identify, be like, oh, yeah, okay, I just won with this, but I don't think this actually works against championship-level players.
That's right.
Because you're seeing him make these moves, and it's like, yeah, well, I mean, just mechanically, he's so good. He'll wipe the floor with 99% of Grandmasters, but when he's playing the people in this tournament, those moves are not going to cut it.
Yeah. You know, it's a funny thing. It's it sounds weird, right? You're at the top of the ladder, right? You'd be like, well, there's nothing better than the top of the ladder. Well, actually, at Pro StarCraft, there is.
Yeah.
There's a little layer above that you never see it. It's the few players you've got now practicing for each other.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. Yeah, if Byun has been just grinding on the ladder, he may not be coming into this equipped with the right tools to take on somebody who is just going to have the mental calculus of somebody like Oliveira.
Yeah, it's kind of insane actually. Like, a lot of people don't realize that how big the skill differentiation gets in StarCraft. Where, for instance, the difference between people in Platinum and people in Masters is probably like a similar gap as like low GM to Pro. It's just like, yeah, no, they're forever away. It's so crazy how much better the pros are than just like the standard random GM player. So, yeah, it feels like he's doing moves that work against lesser players and just won't work here. And the thing is, I don't expect him to just always be doing that, but we definitely saw that against Oliveira, like 3-4 moves that, of course, weren't going to work.
Right. So this game, we've got a proxied barracks over here. So Byun trying something a little bit more aggressive. A pretty sealed off Oliveira here. I mean, this is so typical now in the meta for TVT that we're seeing these become less effective. It's almost like you assume you're not going to win the game or do anything devastating with this, but you're at least keeping them honest. I do like the push up into the main here, you know, this kind of not trying to take advantage of the Reaper jump ability. And, you know, I said that these might not, or they generally don't do that much. This could be an exception here because he has gotten in here. He's going to try to fight the Cyclone. Now, the Cyclone will clean this up, so maybe Byun overextending there. I think it's almost better to get the kills and get out. If you see a factory making, it actually doesn't matter what comes out of it. That will kill your Reapers.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But with 2-Rax Reaper, like, I do like being kind of divey, you know, because the Reapers aren't going to trade well after a bit. They just scale so poorly. So, like, for instance, that particular one, he got, you know, he was up like 5 SCVs after it, so I'm kind of on board. You know, he can make the arc at the bottom of the ramp, which will slow down, like, the landing, but he might not kill very much when they come down, right? So, yeah, I think there's some nuance to exactly when and how to try to trade these units out. But I would say, looking at this game right now, a pretty even position so far. We're going to have to see what the tech from Oliveira ends up doing here. Is his Banshee Cyclone going to be able to make something happen against the more bio-heavy with medevac opener here from Byun.
So Byun going to send that barracks back. It's going to land, make that add-on here. Homebound right now. And things are probably going to be a little bit slower for the time being. Oliveira is going to have a Banshee that comes out and try to harass. I think a lot of the last game we had, a lot of the little back and forths. Probably nothing too monumental is going to occur. Oliveira here, he's got 2 Cyclones. Those could be used to defend. There is a drop inbound right now from Byun. It's important when you watch these drops, if they are completely and totally and utterly shut down, it's actually a pretty big deal. But sometimes they get away and they get a lot of damage.
For sure. Now, Oliveira going across the map with that Banshee. Coming back up here to intercept, and will intercept, dealing a ridiculous amount of damage. Very close to killing that medevac.
I thought it was actually going to be in range and get shot down with that final.
It almost looked like it, yeah.
Missile coming out.
In the meantime, Oliveira is getting up into those disables for the Ravens. And yeah, Byun just making a little bit of anti-air right now to help him deal with this Banshee.
All right, Banshee beginning to shave down the numbers over here. This is the kind of damage that he was really looking for here. Now, there's no cloak, so the Viking will clean that up. He gets about 2 SCVs. Meanwhile, Oliveira's side of the map, he's going to go for Ravens, getting upgrades for them as well. Stim just now starts here for Byun. Meanwhile, Oliveira is inbound. He's moving across the map. And, you know, he might end up colliding right in with these Cyclones, or they could even pass each other. Okay. Yep, Byun's moving out.
Ooh, ships passing in the night, perhaps. Oliveira coming down with this attack. His attack definitely looks a little bit stronger, but there is some defense at home here for Byun. So let's see if that's going to be enough to hold this off. I think we're going to see a very quick disable. Yeah, disable goes off on the tank, and he's going to move up and be able to snipe that tank before it gets undisabled. No, I guess not.
Yeah, the tank for Byun is just out of range, actually.
Yeah.
So he can't do anything. This is really bad. Now, the attacks that come in from behind him, no doubt Byun was, Oliveira was not ready for that. But look, man, 9 SCVs killed, that's all you need to do.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. That ended up being completely fine.
I wonder if the SCV should have been pulled at all there at first. He might have wanted to keep them back and just run up the ramp. There's going to be a counterattack here. We do have 3 command centers. Obviously, this one has to lift. You can't do anything with it. You can't expand for the time being. Maybe lift it and make an orbital. Though he's going to start an orbital. Let's hope he can finish this before this push gets here.
Well, the push is coming right now from Byun. Bring these units up. Yeah, I think the orbital will be all right. He's sitting right now, Oliveira, very defensively back at home. Has that tank sieged. Has the Raven. A couple Vikings up here as well, so should have and maintain air control. A defensive siege tank in that main base also. Playing a really defensive stance, and I like it. You know, he's got a little bit of an edge after killing all those SCVs, but of course traded some army for that, so has to play this carefully.
Okay, Viking got to come through the top here. He's not going to find anything. No drops, nothing like that. And it's going to be another one of these moments where Byun's going to be looking for a fight. He's got the medevacs loaded up. The question when you're this low on base is there an opening? You know, the more spread out you are, the more opportunities there could be. But he's going to be moving on the map. Now, the observer's showing us that there's kind of a landing zone here inside the main that's going to be pretty enticing. Oliveira scans and doesn't see anything. I don't think that necessarily gives away that there's a drop inbound. But, you know, when you're against Byun, you might be able to assume this is coming. We'll see how much damage it actually gets off. There's also some Cyclones here in the front to basically try to, you know, draw the screen away.
Yeah, and I think that, that does kind of work. He flew his air units down. But there's so little there. Maybe he'll... Oh, no, he's still got them in kind of a defensive stance.
You know what? This might not work for Byun. It seems like the 2 tanks in the back are just in a good enough spot.
Dude, he knows what Byun's planning. He's
Where
like,
is it?
Why are there so few units there? If Byun boosts in that direction, man, he's going to be in some trouble. Is he just waiting for the 1-1?
Oh, my God. No, and he's actually responding so late. Oh, I just felt it.
Yeah.
You could see him.
Yeah.
Feel the loss of the drops.
Well, he's playing pretty predictably, I guess, right? Like, Oliveira scanned the front. He's like, something's wrong here. Why are you poking me with, like, 3 injured units? And so he just flies up and catches the dropships as Byun wants to go in. Byun is like, he's setting traps, but it's like the really basic ones, you know what I mean? I don't want to be mean about Byun's play, but like it really feels like Oliveira is outdoing him here.
The Marines are going to come stim in. And I don't think that Byun could do a whole lot about this. I mean, he's already lost a lot. He's actually taken a lot of damage. There's so many tanks right now. Medevacs are being shot down here as well. He's going to stim in. He's going to be able to disable that tank, which allows him to fight the infantry. The SCVs are going to be pulled. This is all going down. I don't think there's any way that Byun can recover. He might need to tap out.
Pretty bad situation for him. He does lose 11 workers, but that actually brings them pretty close to even, surprisingly. Picking off a lot of these siege tanks, I think, is almost even more important. Byun going to continue to try to keep his economy going. Another command center immediately gets started for Oliveira. And you know what? Byun is ahead on those 2-2 upgrades. So there are a few things in Byun's favor here.
Okay, he's even going to be able to hit this tank over here. The Marines are going to come forward. I think this might be a little bit too ambitious from Oliveira. He might be able to get some kills anyways. Reinforcements inbound. You know, sometimes you see these pushes where they each have like 1 or 2 tanks and like 5 to 10 Marines, and sometimes those can really decide battles, right? If somebody miscontrols even a little bit. In this case, Oliveira is going to go right by the scan.
Yeah, he's going to fly around. No turrets in the main base for Byun, though. Whereas Oliveira had his minutes ago. So this is going to do a lot better for Oliveira than these other attempts for Byun have done.
Yeah, he's just taking out so many workers here. The Marines are going to come in. The numbers are a little bit low. But in the end, it is going to be Byun driving this out. Yeah, it's Oliveira ahead in every metric for the time being.
That 33 SCVs lost to 6.
Yeah.
Huge, huge difference.
4th command center finishing right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, Byun is going to get ahead on these Marine upgrades for a little bit, though, right? He's going to be at 2-2, and it's about halfway there for Oliveira. So maybe there's something that he can do. Maybe he can get out on the map, roam around a little bit. Obviously, if they have a Marine versus Marine fight, that's going to bode very well for Byun. Loads up 4 medevacs once again. This is just the magic number between these two.
Nice spot here from Oliveira. He sees the drops. Meanwhile, Liberator's going to come in here. Good evacuate here from Byun, only losing 2 SCVs. Some Marine's going to come in here to try to defend. He has to come in at the correct angle here. This is just not going to work. In fact, these Liberators are going to trade out, even though they're not being moved away, kind of nicely. I think he'll take those kills.
Yeah, some medevacs being lifted here. And, oh, is he just going to send his down the side as well? Byun actually unloads back at his own base with those medevacs. So going to join his entire army together. He is down a little bit in Army Spy, a little bit in the SCVs as well. Still has a slight upgrade advantage, but that's just about to go away. Oliveira going to nail this 2-2 timing with the drop.
Okay, here we go. Big drop up here, and Byun's right in the middle of the map. So a lot of important stuff is going to be picked off over here. He's going to go for that armory there, taking out the eBay. There's not enough Marines either. He could even get another eBay. This is going to send Byun back into the Stone Age.
Really painful. That's one of the big places Byun was ahead in this game. And now he loses those upgrades. 3-3 definitely going to be finishing for Oliveira. Way ahead of Byun. But Byun is taking a 4th. It's a little bit later than Oliveira's. And Oliveira going to drop out here and attack it as well. But yeah, not able to get that. Byun quickly pushes him away.
You know, it's kind of crazy. There's been a lot of painful moments for Byun this game. We've had a lot of shots of Byun just...
Yeah.
You know, with faces of disgust. Now, a scan comes down here from Oliveira. He's trying to figure out, okay, is Byun going to try to move somewhere? Tanks sieged up generally means no, especially when you see Marines around them. It means he's not dropping anywhere. Now, Oliveira's almost maxed out. He may try to take out one of these bases, possibly this one over here at 3 o'clock. Depends on where Byun's Marines are as to whether or not he could try to hold it off.
Yeah, I think he has a fair amount down near those siege tanks, so he might be able to hold on here. That is a very damaged orbital, though, so he's got to be careful if he tries to lift that off. A lot of Vikings there as well. And, oh my gosh, Oliveira starting to just bash through everything, but the siege tanks in the back doing huge, huge work against him. Oliveira hitting that, and look at that, the liftoff against the Marines and the Vikings will turn into a dead orbital in a matter of seconds here. Byun taking more and more damage.
Yeah, we've got that little strike force on the map here for Byun, but it's not really doing anything. And so he's headed back home. It seems like Oliveira is just going to try to double down on the position he's already earned. He's going to run right over here into this area where he was taking out the eBays and armories before and basically set up a super annoying position that's just going to be a headache for Byun to deal with. A lot more SCVs are at risk of being killed off. Some of these Marines here for Byun are in range of the tanks. The Vikings going to, of course, hit these medevacs.
Yeah.
Byun maybe having the worst game of the tournament so far for himself.
Yeah, I would say that this was a little bit rough for him, and GG is called. Oliveira going to go up 2-0 right now against Byun. Yeah, it feels like he's a couple steps behind strategically, if that makes sense.
Well, you know, it seems almost like he's not playing versus the player. It's like he's going into a super fast build order.
Yeah.
And he's reacting to things that don't need to be reacted to. You know, we're seeing drops in locations that just don't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, it really feels like the way he's playing is as if he's much better than Oliveira. When you're much better than someone, you can just do things quickly and they die.
He's trying to outrun him, but actually Oliveira's got quite a bit of stamina. He's able to keep up. That moment where he sent the injured Cyclones up to the front.
Yeah.
Try to do what I call the old Timmy 2 screens. You know, you bring your screen down here, but actually my attack's going to be somewhere else. This is it right here. So the moment that he even showed the Cyclones there, he's like, oh, you're trying to trick me.
Yeah.
And so then he's like, oh no, I'm going to lose the drop. I love, by the way, that Oliveira tried to spread the missiles so he would get both of those medevacs. And while I don't think that lost in the game, it made the rest of this easier. We have Oliveira coming down here now, and he does a great job of killing off these workers. Probably a little bit caught off guard by the attack north of the screenshot. See the 2 tanks coming in here.
Yep.
But even then, he manages to clear out those tanks. And then there was another moment later on. I don't know if we're going to catch it on camera here, but yeah, Byun just sort of like attacked it again, and it didn't have to happen. This was absolutely the fatal damage because this gave Byun no viability in the late game. Losing all the upgrades, yikes.
Yeah. That's a little bit rough there for Byun. He's down 0-2. Gonna have to fight back. We're gonna go to Golden Aura for map number 3 here. And I'm hoping Byun can start to bring this back a little bit, but we're gonna have to see a better mid-game out of him.
Okay, game 3 is here now. In the bottom right, up 2-0 from China. He is Oliveira. And in the top left, in the blue, the most aggro player in all of Korea. He is Byun.
Okay. Man, I am hoping that Byun doesn't just like exit here 0-3 against Oliveira. That would be really rough if you went like 2-3 against him. It's like, okay, this is a pretty good series. And then you play him again, and he just knocks you out like 3-0. It's like, oh man, I got worse against me, got better against me. What's going on here, right?
Yeah.
And then you only have that one crazy knockout bracket at the end. So I'm hoping he can at least put up a nice fight here, even if he ends up losing the series still. It does seem like that's the way it's going. Oliveira's just putting out some really high-quality games. Speaking of which, the double barracks play here for 2 racks Reaper for Oliveira, but he did not proxy one like we saw from Byun previously.
And this is kind of cool to see. You know, I thought every game, even though these guys both can be aggressive, maybe Byun would always be the one that would be kind of pushing the envelope here, but Byun right now going for a very middle-of-the-road build. We don't have a whole read on it yet, but the double racks Reaper here is kind of cool from Oliveira. I think that one unique feature of Byun that I see more in him than anybody else is it's almost like he's not playing the other player.
Yes.
Good and bad. Does that make sense? There are moments where
and he's not playing the map.
Yes, but I think even more so not playing not playing the player, not even playing like in the game that he's in. Like some of those drops he's trying to set up. It's like, remember there's this one game, I think it was game 1, he just like sent a medevac through the map full of sensor towers, and there's just turrets there, and it's like, what are you going to do with that? You might need those Marines in medevac. I mean, it doesn't seem like you have a plan necessarily with what you're doing. Sometimes Byun is just fast. And StarCraft is in many ways a game of speed. Okay, we all know that there's actually a certain amount of speed you have to even be viable. It doesn't matter how much you know or how quickly you can think. If you can't turn that into actions per minute, it doesn't really matter. But there are periods where it's almost like Byun is such a speed freak that he's actually running into booby traps and setting off alarms and actually taking the advantage that he's built up. And, you know, he's very, very good at getting positional setups and kind of pulling the trigger a little bit too soon, where maybe it's better to actually stay with the Cyclones outside the natural and the medevacs and just wait. Don't do anything just yet. Maybe an opportunity is going to happen later on, because at some point in time, players are good enough, like Oliveira, that he's just kind of covering everything neatly.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to look at it. Oliveira, by the way, here, trying to micro a little bit, but Byun seems to be fine here, right? Like, he's got the Hellions, he's got the Reapers himself, so he will be able to parry this. But yeah, back to what you were saying here, right? So something about, 4 Reapers for 2 SCVs, so Byun really coming out on top in these build orders. Not Oliveira, not really, he's not like known for Reapers like Byun is. But yeah, Byun is a little bit of an enigma as far as his play goes. It's like, what is that Forrest Gump quote? Like, Byun is...
Life is like a box of chocolates.
As Byun does.
You never know what build order you're going to get.
No, not with Byun, though. Byun is like a candy bar. You know exactly what's in the wrapper. But, yeah, well, hold on. He's coming in with some Hellions. I really actually want to dive deeper into that, but they're attacking each other nonstop. And the Cyclones will push that back a little bit. But there's like funny things about Byun, because like if you think of like the 4 Horsemen of Terran that we had at kind of like the prime of
2015-ish,
a little bit later than that, but like the innovation beyond Maru TY, when they were just by far the 4 best Terrans in the world.
Yeah.
Right. Like for instance, in that group, Byun is simultaneously the least accomplished, but the only one with a world championship. Like he has very high highs and very low lows.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, and I think part of that is he does just play how he plays, and sometimes the meta favors very aggressive plays, and sometimes it does not.
Right.
So, yeah. I don't know. He's such a fun player to watch, though.
Yeah. You know, it's a situation where I think if he's given the right tools ahead of everybody, he could actually just kill off so much. By the way, Banshee shot down here. But I think the more cemented the game is and the more people kind of get when you can attack and where, I think occasionally we see him, it's almost like he's going on the fastest speed on the treadmill and falls off. You know, by the way, both these guys, you know, it's been a couple of flubbed attacks. I know we've been talking mostly big ideas here, but we're just sort of seeing stuff get shot down. It's... Sorry, I'm telling me to laugh at this. We have so many... Byun really emotes, I think... a more painful face.
Yeah.
It's not like, ah, man. It's like, it looks like it hurts. It's a soul-crushing face.
Well, I can tell you as a Terran player, it does hurt, Tasteless.
Yeah.
You're linked to every single unit you have, and every mistake you make, you get further from victory, and it's painful. Yeah, Byun running in here now with some Hellions, going to go ahead, harass these SCVs a little bit, and some reasonable damage right there. Oliveira quite down in workers at the moment. And look at this. Oliveira's attack's just not really doing it right now. Look at Byun just parry everything.
Yeah, I think we saw Oliveira try to walk a mile in Byun's shoes, and you're kind of seeing why. Most Terrans can't be this aggressive.
Yeah.
Like, Oliveira's having a way less successful time overall here.
Well, you look at the 2 best TVT players of all time in, like, Maru and TY, for instance, and they play, like, a slightly more, like, obviously all sorts of stuff gets mixed in, but a slightly more defensive style with some units out in the map doing things, you know? Whereas, like, here you see Oliveira, and he's like, here's my whole army coming up here. And while his whole army moves into position, Hellions run in, kill his SCVs, and then his army gets held by 2 siege tanks. It's like, well, I mean, we didn't really gain anything. We only lost things there.
Oliveira outside the natural. Now, he doesn't have to try to push in. He might. He's going to peek in here with the Vikings. I don't know if he saw the 3rd tank back there.
I feel like the way he was flying in there, he's like, can I land here? Like, is there a way? Is there something I can do? I think he just knows he's a bit behind and he wants to try to do something. In fact, yeah, he was getting a little cheeky there. He had the 2 tanks in the medevac. Byun came out and kind of forced him to unload. See, he's trying to maneuver. He's trying to find an angle.
It's back and forth. Even the 1 Marine stim to try to snipe that.
Yeah.
Both these guys so good with their control. And Oliveira just backs out. not going to attack it too far here. He's halfway through 1-1 as actually, looks like Byun's a little bit further along, so there is a timing window. I don't know that Byun will take that or not. Byun is setting a double medevac drop across the map. It's being boosted. And, when you see players sharking around the middle of the map, especially on 2 base, you can get a lot of damage.
Yeah.
You can get a lot of damage off in drops like this.
Yeah, and this is actually, like, for instance, the way that Byun is playing this with 2 medevacs while sitting turtled, this is exactly how TY would play TVT, right?
Right.
Where you're like, okay, we're gonna try for damage, but, like, let's say we lose these, the game isn't necessarily over. And let's say we get counterattack, the game is definitely not over, right? So, he's actually playing in my opinion, a much better TVT this game, just on the way that he's playing a bit more defensively, while still trying to get damage. Look at this. His third base going to come up. He's very, very safe. His 1-1 is done. His armory's almost done here to get 2-2 started. Things are looking good for Byun this game. This is what we need to see. These other games, we see him suiciding in, attacking nonstop, losing units left and right. And here he's playing the more defensive, little bit more reactive game. And I think that TVT is a very, very strategic, very tactical, position-based game where this type of play is going to be rewarded more often.
I agree. We've got a flank coming in here. Tanks are sieging up. Here comes Oliveira from the bottom as well. And, this looks really bad for Oliveira here. These tanks are just basically going untouched for the most part. Now, the Liberators come up here and drive this position back. It's one of the few saving graces of what Oliveira had. 3 base versus 3 base tensions are high. Trading happening quite a bit. Both of these guys, even on workers, it looks like there's a minor lead here for Oliveira on army supply, but a lot of times it's really more the composition than the numbers themselves.
So what we just saw on that production tab, and this would probably be the way that Oliveira would come back in a game like this. Okay, so look at what we have being made right now. Right, 3 barracks for Byun are being added, and what do we have being added here for Oliveira? It's a factory. Okay. So, you see the different mindsets here. And you also see in the production tab, we have Vikings and Siege Tanks as the primary units that Oliveira is not missing a beat on. For Byun, we have Medevacs and Siege Tanks. Okay, 2 very different approaches. One is a more long-term, value-based approach from Oliveira. The other one is a more aggressive, in-your-face, I want to win this game approach from Byun. So even though so far up to this moment, I feel like he has outplayed Oliveira with a defensive style, right now we see him making the choices to continue down the early into early mid-game avenue of lots of Marines, Medevacs, Siege Tanks, whereas Oliveira is saying, I'm going to have air control, I'm going to have more Siege Tanks, which is what wins you a long game.
I like that analysis there.
That's right. I'm going to hang up my headset and leave.
Yeah, I am done.
Because we already know how this is going to go. Well, no, obviously right at this second it can go absolutely any which way, but they're definitely showing what they want to do going forward.
All right, tank sieging up here on the outside. And I don't know if Byun's going to be able to get in here and do that much. He's definitely denying a base over here at 3 o'clock, but there's actually a base being taken just at 6. Oliveira kind of just going wherever Byun is not. Expanding, playing keep away, not having to engage this directly. Byun, with that supply lead, he's kind of looking for a fight that maybe he can take. I don't know if Oliveira is going to give him that.
Right now, Oliveira is sitting very turtled up, which I think is absolutely a key thing for him to be doing right now. When you're spending all this money on, for instance, air units like he is, it's going to take a little bit for you to grind, right? Once you have enough Vikings, then you add the Liberators, and that's what he's doing right now. And then you can just push your opponent's Siege Tanks. Because if you keep your Siege Tanks near enough your Liberators, Marines can't snipe them. And if you have more Vikings, Vikings can't snipe them. So it's just like a very methodical approach that's very strong. See? Byun was like, I'm going to hit those. No, you're not. You're not going to hit those.
Okay, he's going to try to inch in with these Liberators. Yeah. The problem is that this little back and forth is kind of fun to watch, but it's actually not going to help Byun at all. Oliveira is happy to have this tap dance go on over here with the Liberators and the tanks and the Marines all day because he can keep growing into the bottom. Basically, Byun is threatening a part of the map that doesn't matter. And what's funny is usually Byun would have 2 medevacs with Marines in it at the bottom.
Yep.
You basically, if you're going to do control play, especially in this kind of a TVT, you need to have maybe a Liberator somewhere to run and try to hit SCVs at a medevac or 2 or 3 or 4 even with infantry and tanks to threaten somewhere else, and then some ground push. But we only have one part of that picture, and so I don't know. I feel like Oliveira's basically growing on the map unimpeded.
Well, he's playing a very careful defensive game, and Byun is walking around with basically one group instead of a couple like you suggest there. He also does notice, like, after those Liberators kind of screwed him up there, he added like 2 or 3 starports. So he is going to start switching it up and entering towards a late-game composition as opposed to that early mid-game composition he was on before. You can see that reflected in 4 command centers. Now 2 Ravens and 2 Vikings at the same time and disable. Like, Byun is now saying, okay, I get it. I'm not going to break you. Let's go into the late game. But Oliveira did go first, so if he identifies that's what Byun is doing, he can double down. Like, look at this, Fusion Core on the way. Adding more missile turrets. These are types of things that you want to do right now while you still have that advantage.
Okay, Byun going to seal off this area over here to the bottom left. Vikings actually going to nip at that medevac. Looks like they won't quite get it. And at the very, very center right, we're going to have, I assume, a big drop. So this is kind of the setup I was talking about before. If you're going to have map control, you need to look for stuff like that. God, Oliveira is so good. He scans immediately. He already had Vikings and turrets anyways. And, Oliveira has just continued to grow. Now, Byun is banked up a pretty crazy amount. He's at 2.2k minerals, 1.5k gas. So, assuming Byun can trade evenly, he will be able to replenish supply extremely quickly.
Wow.
That's not it.
Well, it's not it, but simultaneously, he needs to get rid of that marine supply. Like, if you realize that your opponent is adding as many starports as Byun is, you actually do want to bleed off some marines. Like, you still do need some just for their mobility and anti-air capabilities, but, like, you need to get heavier into Ravens, into Vikings, not necessarily siege tanks, because eventually you get into this funny thing where it's like, okay, you hit the critical mass of siege tanks that you're not dying to ground units, and now it's about having enough Vikings so that the Liberators can't push you, right? And who knows, some people even like to go BCs in the very, very late game. I don't know if we're going to see that from either of these guys.
I feel like we might not, but who knows? We could have it.
It's a possibility. Sometimes you see them.
And so it's been a much slower TVT than the other games we've had. Byun, with the insane surplus in resources, is now like throwing down in some spots double command center, probably 1 to be an orbital, 1 to be a planetary, or even 2 to be a planetary.
Yeah. If you're afraid of any sort of bio coming in, the planetaries can be fantastic. I love mass orbital too, because then you can send away SCVs to die and utilize mules, and obviously you can scan more. Yeah. It's just like, this is... I actually really, really like late game TVT. It's just so cool when this happens, where it's like, we can't kill each other. How do we most abuse this?
We'll be here forever.
Yeah. The best StarCraft games are forever. That's why I loved Swarm hosts and I miss them.
The golden era of StarCraft II is over. Well, Byun, just keeping his position here. The 3 o'clock spot is a location that eventually Oliveira has to go to. Oliveira's basically buttoned up his position pretty tightly, but, Byun having that lead, he's going to be able. He's expanding to both the top and the top right without any threats.
Hey, it is going to be battlecruisers here for Oliveira. So, yeah, battlecruisers obviously with teleportation plus Yamato, it's like those are great late game units. Between disable and having more Vikings, that can be a very good way to fight against them.
Right.
But this is going to be just an amazing game. The one thing I have to mention, like, I'm excited by the BCs coming from Oliveira, but I do feel like since Byun has identified that he absolutely can't kill him and has to go late game, he has added so many command centers and starports. Can we actually check the structures tab? Okay, so right now, 4 command centers as well as 10 orbitals. So he's going up to like 15-ish orbitals right now. And on the other side, yeah, it's much less. It's more like 10 command centers total, right? Of various things, some planetaries in there and everything. And as far as starports go, 7 against 5. So Byun is actually getting better late game, right?
Yeah.
Orbital count and starport count are very important late game.
He does take out that the command center there. He's going to drop on this tank. I got to say, this is getting a lot more damage done than I thought. It is kind of an empty, vacant spot at the top right. He really doesn't have anything over there. Finally, the 3 o'clock base is going to be taken here. Byun starts to mop up the mess that was created up there. You're right, Artosis, as far as infrastructure, late game, end game, probably is a better way to put it. Byun is kind of ticking all the boxes here. Oliveira is also maxed out. We're going to see Byun try to break through this position. I don't see anything but tanks that can't attack right now.
Yeah, I do think you need like a few more turrets here as Oliveira. You want to make it so that something like that is more costly, and you need to make sure that your Vikings and your Ravens come in very, very quickly to counteract that. You want to make sure you have, you know, sensor towers to see that coming as quickly as possible. I love this type of position, Tasis. I'm giddy right now. I'm having a great time.
We're getting into that kind of crazy late game TVT where we're going to run out of map, we're going to run out of resources. It's going to be about, you know, the craziest end game comps you could get. Again, another big denial here. I got to say, Byun has had the map the whole time. He's certainly acting like he can't be attacked on the whole map. He's lost both the top right, he's lost the bottom left.
Yeah.
And I do feel like, you know, getting those up, getting defenses, getting SCVs over there, tanks, sensor towers, all of it is so important. And now we've got Oliveira actually out-expanding him, which is crazy to say.
Yeah, definitely something that Byun is going to want to react to. But I think overall, like, the game is looking really cool. It's kind of funny how slow their air attack upgrades are here. Like, Oliveira doesn't have an air attack upgrade.
Yeah.
Which is, like, really funny because obviously that's very important. But we'll probably see him hit +3. The odds of either of these guys dying in the next 10 minutes is very low in my opinion.
No, I think we're going to go to a super long game here.
I think it's a very good chance the map will be mined out, except for possibly the corners, which they will maybe be blowing up over and over.
Right.
But, yeah, like... They're both approaching this in a very smart way. Now, you see these two factories being added by Byun. I actually think there's a decent chance he'll add in just a few Thors to maybe try to get good volleys against the Vikings. If you get a couple good volleys, you can just maybe roll over their Vikings at that point, right? It could be for siege tanks. I don't know exactly what his siege tank count is right now, but I don't think so. I don't think he's really lost any. So, yeah, 11-ish I think is fine right now.
Okay. A big push here from Byun. I mean, air dominance is insane. Whenever you get maxed out like this, it's kind of a balancing act of what unit counters what, how much of that can you have, can you get the secondary unit so that if you win that fight, you can then try to stay on top. You know, you take out the key unit that might stop, let's say, a tank from moving forward, so you need to have a couple of those tanks when you defeat them to get into the position that you want to be in.
And he actually is adding those tanks, by the way. So
yeah.
Maybe he wants like a wider spread. Maybe he thinks he needs some at like the corners or something.
Oh, there's a little bit of a log jam over here at the command centers. And that's a lot of tanks. That was about 5 tanks we saw stuck there. I think 4 initially and then a 5th one coming down, which means Byun is actually going to have less tanks in the map. Meanwhile, Byun is trying to move through this area here in the center. Now, he might just want to free up Marines as well. That could be part of the story here.
This is a great move, though. Like, it would actually probably be good for him to lose these Marines, you're right.
Yeah.
But it's also really good to get damage. If you can trade units like this for damage at this point in the game, you're super, super happy. Look at this. He's queuing up. Are those his turrets queued up? They are. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, he's going to try to seal him off over here. SCV's coming out. So if you're new to StarCraft, I know we got people watching from different games here at the Esports World Cup. You're capped on the amount of units you could make. So when you see this many, with both sides maxed out, sometimes you go, oh, I don't actually want workers. Oh, I don't want Marines. I want to make something more technical for the later game. And so you see players kind of chuck them out. You could try to get something done or not with them, depending. And in this case, it's going to be Byun shaving off quite a bit. He does still have 71 workers to Oliveira's 59, interestingly. I would have thought it would have been the reverse of that.
Yeah. He probably should trade out. Like, he's got so many orbals at this point. I would love to see him throw away 20, 30 SCVs.
Call them orbals?
Orbals? It's like Orbeez. You know how like every person on YouTube has filled a bathtub with Orbeez or whatever, is swimming pool? Well, that's what Byun has done with his Orbeez.
Yes.
He's filled the whole map with Orbeez.
With orbals. Again, the map, diagonally cut in half here. air tech going hard right now for Byun. By the way, the bank, the pockets are getting deep here. Over 5K and 4K minerals gas here for Byun. Now entering 3K and 6K here for Oliveira. So Oliveira actually shockingly with a higher amount of gas, which could play a major role in the tech switches.
Oh, yeah, that could. More starports going up for Byun, though. That production going to be really, really important. A lot of Raven spells being cast. 17 Ravens to 16. 21 Vikings to 19. Dude, this is just like... Like, my entire gut tells me Byun is playing this a bit better. And I guess he is closer to Oliveira's base. But that doesn't mean as much as you would think in a TVT situation like this. At the end of the day, this TVT will very likely be decided by an air battle. Like one. So
yeah,
even if it looks like you have way more map and stuff, if he takes a way better air engagement and just wipes everything, oftentimes like a window opens up where you're like, okay, I can kill half the map before you have anything. So, yeah, even though it looks like Byun is winning, I still give Oliveira a fair chance. But look at that production, 10 Vikings. 10 Vikings. Dude, he's got 20 command centers right now. What a killer.
Yeah, another scan comes down here. And this is kind of the two sides snaking around. We are eventually going to run out of resources, by the way, if this game goes on. Kind of like a StarCraft 1 TVT. It's much less common to happen in a StarCraft 2 TVT, but it is possible. I don't see a real clear objective here. He's going to try to move in. Stimming coming down. Tanks are just enough in range. Yeah, I don't know that Byun wants to stay here. He's going to be driven back a little bit further along.
Yeah, Byun's still with a bit more of a mineral bank, but a bit less of a gas bank. I bet you there's geysers he hasn't taken, Tasteless. Actually, no, he's not.
Yeah,
he took them all. I was wondering about that because you did see that a few times already. Now you have me wondering about Byun. Now I'm paranoid. I'm like, Byun, are you taking your gases, bro?
There's a big counterattack coming in here, but it's going to be towards the planetary. This is a lot of fortification to try to break through. Kind of an undesirable location to hit. There are factories over here, which are pretty handy to get rid of. But the fact that Byun is no longer kind of caged behind his own defenses is interesting. This game's about 26 minutes long so far, and most of it's been Byun in control.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
But it does seem like, you know, Oliveira has the patience that maybe Byun doesn't. Again, I got to emphasize this because it's going to be so important. 8K gas for Oliveira, 7K gas for Byun. So, I mean, it is crazy to think that there is that much more.
Look at Byun's mineral bank, too. Like,
yeah.
8.59?
This is some of the highest resources I've ever seen banked up in a TVT, literally ever.
It's getting up there. It's getting
wild.
up there. Wow, look at that player minerals comparison last 2 minutes. Pretty steady growth there from Oliveira.
So Oliveira can probably ditch this base, and I think this is a smart move here for him to go up north.
Yeah.
Because that's a much more important base. Oh, and he's going to try to catch this. Wow, a lot of Vikings taking hits here.
Oh, my God.
Where is the rest of the army?
Dude, the auto turrets there making a huge, huge difference. And the Marines are underneath here for Oliveira. So Byun is actually taking this a little bit worse. He throws his own auto turrets, which will stop the chase. But now battle cruiser time. Okay. Battle cruiser time. What do you think, Tasteless?
I welcome it. I welcome this kind of game here. Let's see how it actually pans out, though. I mean, we got a lot of the air upgrades finishing up here. There's basically not an upgrade that hasn't been, you know, researched in this game so far.
Oh, you're very close to right. +3 vehicle weapons has not been researched for Byun.
He's going to try to go up to the top.
What a silly goose.
What a noob.
Oh, no Liberator range for Byun either, but we haven't seen him make any Liberators, so I guess that's okay.
So this is a big deal for Oliveira because this is the most resource important location on the map. And again, you know, it's for Byun, we kind of saw this, like 15 minutes ago, where he just sort of let this base go. Now, it's not like it's got a ton of resources there, but, you know, if you send SCVs over here and take this, that's huge. Another set of turrets coming down here. So Byun is going to basically bail on the top right and try to set up in a more central position, kind of like in a game of chess where if you control the center of the board, it's hard for your pieces to move around. The same is true here in this TVT.
Yeah. Byun finally starts at +3 vehicle weapons. And look at this. Those are just some huge hits right there. And look at that. He flies his Ravens right over the army to drop down auto turrets, and he will clear everything pretty quickly there. So Oliveira actually does a pretty good job clearing that area. And of course, he just cleared top right. This is still anyone's game. They are like basically tied in the resources lost. This, I have no idea, man. Oh, that's a big one right there. Byun not happy with that.
Oh man, that's a very Korean move. That kind of turn there, that cocking of the head to the side.
Yeah, that is very much so.
Yeah, that's a.
You're very unhappy with what has just happened. That's like kind of the head move that a lot of Korean players give when they think the game just was lost.
Yeah. And so now we've got Oliveira in the top right and the bottom left. Again, both these guys. Actually, you know, I was about to say they both have a lot of money. No, they don't. Byun has spent all his.
Yeah.
So Byun maybe has one more Hail Mary play to make this work, but I think Oliveira is sweeping the map pretty nicely here.
Ooh, man, the armor shreds here, absolutely insane. Some great disables as well. Oliveira just with a slightly better push. And it did feel like Byun was winning this most of the time, but so much of it comes down to like one-ish air battles. Look at that. Byun starts to win it, and he has to land his Vikings.
One Liberator would change his whole fight.
Dude, if he had a battle cruiser there, over. Now look at this. Oliveira is the one making some Thors. Now that he got a little bit behind on the air, that is a little trick you can do where it's like you get a few Thor volleys on the big clump, and suddenly you've done like thousands of damage.
Well, I think that the plan for Oliveira is to just dump mules over at the top right and try to steal the resources from there. Bottom left, gold is basically mined out. I mean, I guess we could have long distance mining there. He is going to get up here. Can get the tanks over here in time. Where are they? There they are.
Ooh.
Super
tanks
close.
On both sides. He's setting his tanks up very far back.
But his tanks, yeah, they're going to be... Actually, I think Byun's not in range yet. He might have pulled the trigger too soon there. Oliveira is also not kind of covering this planetary. This is kind of a funny position. Okay, he's going to try to inch in. Is there any way that Oliveira could try to fight this? I don't know.
No.
I think he wants to
I do not think he can right now move into that.
I think you're better off just taking the minerals out.
Yeah, if he wanted to fight this, he should have sieged his tanks slightly to the left so that you can't just siege the planet.
Oh. He's going to go for the disables. Here we go.
Okay, well, those are some good disables. Comes up with that Viking cloud as well. There's way more Vikings for Byun, though. But look at that. See how he has to land because the two Thors come up? Dude, he actually had 10 more Vikings, and the Thors come up, but he lands, and now he's going to crush everything.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing left on the ground for Oliveira. Oh, my gosh. That was so funny.
Okay, so
I actually was like, is he landing because of that splash damage? But he had mostly killed the air Vikings, and he's like, now we kill the ground.
Yeah. I don't know why he also landed in that moment. That was odd to see Oliveira be like, all right, let's also be on the ground. He's like, I have less Vikings.
Yeah. Oliveira's down like 100 supply, man.
Yeah, he is hurting. Can we do a mineral check on the map overall for the bases that are left here? So there's some there, not that much actually mining. That's irrelevant. Actually, yeah, there's a little bit more everywhere for Oliveira than I thought. Whereas for Byun, okay, so that's about to mine out. You know, obviously the 100 supply lead is huge. Oliveira might actually have a better fighting army, though. How many Vikings does Byun have? There's 31 Vikings. So 31 Vikings doesn't really help if it's Marine Thor.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
Right, so, like, I don't...
Yeah, but he has siege tanks as well, so you can't really... The Marine Thor can't do anything against siege tanks.
It's 13 siege tanks for Byun versus 3 for Oliveira.
Yeah, I think Oliveira's pretty dead.
I think you might be right.
Was that long-distance mule drop there for Byun to steal minerals? That's actually a very good move. Like
no, just take it. Take it out of the game, you know. Now, Oliveira also has more resources at home. It almost seems like he treats his bases like they mine out before they do, which could make for a unique scenario where maybe he actually just ends up mining a little bit more and the game looks funny, but he wins long-term, depending on how the next 1 to 2 big fights go. Dude, this is so sick. He just lands the mules.
Yeah.
Just like, it doesn't even matter if they don't return it. It's like, just take it away from...
Totally.
from him. Now, Byun's going to send his SCVs in here. He does actually have 48 SCVs, so it's probably good to get rid of this.
Yeah, it's actually really good to have your SCVs do things like attack random turrets, not a planetary. That's not.
Yeah, that's.
But like if you start attacking the random turrets, it's like, oh man, I have to go deal with that. Like it's.
Yeah.
They're gaining
like
their last bits of value. You know. See that? Their last bits of value. There they are. These SCVs really did their work for Byun.
Yeah. So he kills that off. Oliveira, by the way, had about 200 minerals. Byun maxed out 3,000 minerals. Yeah, Artosis, I think you could not have been more right. This game should end. But let's see how the next fight or two goes.
Yeah, the 8 battle cruisers are going to make this a little bit tricky. 8 3-3 BCs.
Yeah.
And 12 tanks. Like, if he... Okay, so
he could
if the
disable all the
tanks weren't
tanks.
there... Okay, let's say he disables all the tanks. Because he does have more Ravens. Okay, so that's the one thing Oliveira really has going for him. He has more Marines, more Ravens, and 4 Thors. Does his army actually win if he disables all the tanks? I don't think. I don't know. Let's...
Oh! He's moving in. Not the best angle here with some of these tanks in the background. These Marines starting to get shredded. Disables here on the battle cruisers.
Yeah, where are the siege tanks, really? Look at this. And dropping just unlimited auto turrets. Byun going to lose everything there to auto turrets.
God.
He fought without his tanks. Where are his tanks?
There's some tanks up at the top. The Vikings are going to, some of them are going to land. All of them.
They're all going to land. And now he's going to win on the ground.
It's
Vikings are the best ground.
Baby Thors versus real Thors. Woo! Fist pump there for Byun.
Man.
Got to be relieved that he actually won that game. What a hell of a game.
What a game. What a game. Over 30 minutes there. And kind of wild back and forth. So we see from Byun, right? He stayed in the early mid game for a really long time until Oliveira showed him, like, no, we are going late game. And then he actually outplayed Oliveira in the late game.
Yeah.
But it feels like he won't transition that by himself.
Well, you know what?
Someone has to force him to do it.
I do feel like occasionally we see Byun in a given tournament day kind of on a certain set of tracks and he's not able to change positions. He was able to do it in that last game. So that's really impressive to see. You know, he was able to just play defensive. Very cool. Guys, we're going to go to game 4 in a second. We'll be right back as the series continues on. Welcome back, everybody. We're just catching some highlights here from Game 3, where Byun managed to shut down the 3-0 from Oliveira. We're going to be going into Game 4 here shortly. It was a crazy Game 3, by the way, mining out nearly every resource on the map. Cool to see Byun win in a very long, drawn-out, calculated late-game TVT. Obviously, we really know him as kind of the aggro, cutthroat playstyle that normally he built his name off of, showing a little bit of bigger range.
Yeah. That was an absolutely wild last one. Love those types of late games. I wish Byun would voluntarily enter into them a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because you can see he's really good at it. He's really, really good at it. It's just like a lot of times he kind of throws the game by making too many Marines, too many medevacs, and attacking nonstop and losing everything.
Yeah, it's nice to see him kind of stay back and not overextend, not feed into his opponent. A lot of the games with Byun, it's either he gets a couple cuts in and the player does bleed to death, but other games, he runs into a wall a couple times and the game ends. So to see him identify the mistakes he was making versus Oliveira and play a very conservative game where he banks up the right resources, sets up the proper counters in an endgame scenario, and ultimately closes it out is very cool.
Well, I'm hoping that maybe he can do it again here against Oliveira and send us to that Game 5. Would love to see that between these two. Definitely that last game super, super entertaining. And hoping to another one. I could definitely go tasteless for a couple more 30-minute games here.
I'd love to see that. Long, drawn-out series, crazy late-game TVT. It's going to be hard to top what we had in Game 3 because that was so exceptional for endgame TVT. Historically, TVT is one of the longest matchups always, StarCraft 1, StarCraft 2, but it's hard to mine out the map TVT, so that's cool that we actually got that.
Yeah. I tell you, one funny thing, kind of watching them, I love these player shots that we have and the cameras during the games and stuff so we can catch their emotions. But the other thing I caught, Tasteless, is Byun plays with a little tiny baby mouse pad.
He does. He's got a very small mouse pad, must have his mouse sensitivity to 1 where he can just flick his wrist, that alone. All right, we're going to go into Game 4 right now. In the top left, in the red, our player from China, he is Oliveira. And his opponent down here in the bottom right, winning Game 1. He has to win at least 2 more to move on here now. He is Byun.
All right. Well, we'll see what these openers are going to look like. Oliveira kind of failing with the 2-Rex Reaper earlier. I don't think we're going to see that again from him. Just didn't quite have the control or the killer instinct for that one against Byun. Byun, on the other hand, wouldn't mind. I thought that his 2-Rex Reaper opener was all right. He dived in, killed a few SCVs and everything. Wasn't like perfect or anything, but I liked it.
Yeah, I think the 2-Rex Reaper opening didn't do Oliveira any favors. It did almost seem like, and I think we can all relate to this if we played in any competitive format, even the lower tier stuff. When you go 2-0 in a best of 5 and you think, I got this. What build can I use for Game 3 to win?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to win no matter what. I might as well bring out some stuff that I'm probably not even going to use for the rest of the tournament because that gives my players less for my sake. They can't research what else I have planned.
Yeah.
And then you get that reality check. No, he's not that bad. He can stop this. And then you get yourself into a late game situation like these other games. So not uncommon to see plays like that, but I imagine we're going to see Oliveira instead try to zero in on what went right in Game 1 and Game 2 early on and try to replicate it here in Game 4.
Well, both sides right now with the mirrored builds, Reaper, Factory, and Command Center all on the way here. And, yeah, I'll say, like, looking at the series so far, I like the mid-game of Oliveira a lot more than Byun's. Obviously, Byun just outplayed him as they went into the late game. It felt like Oliveira didn't identify that Byun was going super greed mode, just adding like 6 command centers at a time and, just making starports and not really doing much else. Maybe in a late game he can outplay Byun if he identifies that that's occurring, but we didn't see him really trying to figure that out either.
For now, it's going to be build up, tacking. Are we going to have the skirmishes we've had with these guys before? Little tit for tat, little back and forth. Reactors coming down on both sides, and we are going to have a Cyclone tech here. Both players going to Cyclone up. Can be used offensively. Of course, you can just keep it back at home to try to catch medevacs, shut down stuff like that.
Still those very mirrored builds.
Right.
Medevac coming out here for Byun, no big surprise there, and Oliveira as well. So still continued forward. Reactor going to finish up there, get his Marines going again.
So, game 3 we had crazy endgame TVT. And part of that was just the fact that, you know, Byun was not overextending. I think Oliveira did a good job fighting out on the map and then reclaiming the top right, which is a little bit surprising. You know, Byun had the top right twice in that game and lost it. If we get to that, it'll come down to Byun probably also playing conservatively and not overextending again here. The medevacs are going to spot each other. And so Oliveira goes to chase this. So we got to watch the medevac unit specifically here for Byun, because this could be intercepted. The Cyclone and the Marines are going to do a lot of damage. Oh, that's funny. I thought he was going to target the medevac and catch it with the infantry.
Yeah, I thought
inside.
so too.
I thought that was a trap he was laying, but I guess not. I think he might have misclicked with the Cyclone.
Do you think that maybe like he thought that Byun was going to go to the north or something, and that's why he went in?
Maybe. I don't know.
Because I think your idea there is what I had as well. Where,
yeah.
Oh, he drops right outside and like maybe catches it on the way out, something like that. But either way, he deflects it, right? Very similar builds, but Byun is actually the one that went into the tech lab and is going for Ravens, whereas there was a Liberator made first for Oliveira. I think he'll go into Ravens as well, though. Yeah, there it is.
Empty medevac. Headed southbound. And, I mean, that's kind of funny to see that moving there. You think he wants to just have kind of a confusing moment where maybe Byun thinks he's getting dropped when he's not? Or is he going to feed that with some units later on?
No, I think it's just he might do a little bit of scouting, but yeah, maybe fake him out a little bit as well. Little drop comes into the main base here from Byun. Going to pick off a few SCVs, but as these Cyclones come up, he is going to have to pull out.
Okay, so he just pokes in here. He actually sees what he's looking for. He sees that third command center. This is way more valuable than, you know, look, it did pull some of the units back in here. So now he's able to then do this Liberator attack. He takes out 4 SCVs, not bad at all.
Yeah, that was a good idea, right? The medevac he just uses a slight, you know, distraction so that he could get in and get a little bit of damage. Looks like he did end up killing off a medevac from Byun, though. Actually, I don't think we caught that earlier, but anyways, yeah, right now both sides producing pretty heavily out of their starports. Double Liberator here for Byun. That's like kind of interesting to see early on. I think that he's going to want to utilize those in a push.
Double eBay about to finish as the push is coming. Not necessarily wrong, but it could be a moment where if he loses this, he's going to have lost all the opportunities to have these units stronger and more upgraded. Byun could also be faking, by the way. He could be doing a little bit of footsies here on the map and then back away.
I think if you make 2 Liberators here, you're going to do the push. Because he's got the 2 Ravens, he's got 2 tanks, he's going to have 2 Liberators. So it's like, okay, you know, we have the possibility of disables, we have the possibility of just Liberator pushing back siege tanks. It actually looks pretty good for Byun. I actually kind of like this push.
Disable on the first tank.
Yeah, he disables, but you can reverse disable.
Well, I guess he's not going to do that. So there's a big chance this tank is just going to be picked off.
Well, he did have a third siege tank come up as well.
He does take the add-on out. That's really annoying. That does take a long time to make. Dude, Oliveira's just pushing this.
Yeah. Okay, now he sets up the Liberators. There you go. This is what we were kind of like waiting for with these Liberators. And look, he is going to get the kills, too. He kills both of those and then throws down a couple auto turrets.
Not so sure about this. He's going to try to come down here towards the bunker. I guess the question is Byun going to get in here and do anything?
Well, Byun is gaining an advantage during this.
Yeah, I guess he's got his third base up. He's mining from that.
Yeah. He's actually doing a great job multitasking. Like, he's lost a few units here and there. As long as he doesn't throw away the army he has over here right now, I think he's going to be completely fine. Like, I think this was definitely a net positive as long as he doesn't lose all these units. Oh, look at this. Sets up a Liberator in the main base while pushing the natural. Dude, Byun is way outplaying Oliveira.
Yeah, this is pretty nasty, but a big stim comes down here. He could take out all of the tanks, everything in this position. Is there going to be counterplay here from Oliveira?
Yeah, there's got to be. He has to go across the map right now. He has to try to find some additional damage. And this was the only thing I was kind of worried for Byun, because it feels like everything else he was ahead on. And then he just kind of overstayed his welcome. I feel like once you set up that Liberator, you might want to think about going home. But you know what, looking at what he has at home, I think he'll still hold on. And look at this, sets up the Liberator again. Yeah, I think he just holds on here straight up too.
Yeah, he's not going to get anything done over there. The Liberator's going to stay just here, just in range where you can one-shot Marines. Oliveira kind of losing a lot here.
Yeah.
Is this tank going to go in range? What?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm watching a computer play.
Yeah. You know, stamina is going to be essential for the players playing today. And sometimes you do see players who look like they're doing fine, and then their battery runs out, right? So, yeah, Oliveira, I guess, looking a little sloppy, a little clunky here in his play as we're getting to the 10-minute marker shortly in Game 4.
Yeah, Byun is really coming online. You know, those first 2 games were a little bit of a disaster for him, right? Just like sacrificing units over and over. Here it feels like, okay, he's applying pressure. He has some smart moves set up. He has some smart unit compositions. Taking the third base behind. He's not overcommitting. Like, look, he's sending smaller amounts on the map, keeping an army at home, splitting up some units. I really like the way that Byun is approaching this right now. But Oliveira, like, he's made a few mistakes. He's taken a little bit of damage this game so far. His third base, you know, maybe a little bit slower and getting saturated. But now he's sitting here. He's getting up to 4 base. He's kind of zoning everything out. You know, sometimes you see a supply difference like this, 30, 40 supply, but it doesn't necessarily just translate into a win, right? You have your tanks in the right position, you have your Ravens there, and it's going to be very hard to be broken in TBT.
So Byun's, oh my God, big push in here. The tanks are going to siege up in the back. I think Oliveira has to back up. Too many Marines in the way to actually stop that push. Scans come down here now. A little counterattack from Byun. Able to move in to kill off these Marines. Might be able to get this Cyclone that's injured here in the back. I mean, Byun's looking really good, Artosis. I feel like Oliveira's barely keeping up. That little contain early on in that third base expand, and the fact that, you know, Byun got damage off while not overextending.
Yeah, I think that's the big difference that we're seeing from the first couple games. Like, if this was if he was in the mode he was in the first couple games, he would load up his whole army into medevacs and just boost it across the map right now. You know, that's like one of the big moves that was losing him those games.
Yeah,
instead he's like set up and he's actually scanning. He's figuring out where to go. It feels like he found his stride.
It definitely feels like he recalibrated nicely.
Yeah. This is the Byun you want to see, where you're like, okay, this guy has a real chance at making top 4 here.
Okay, tanks and Marines moving up now. And we got a stim coming in. Oh, he draws him out, though. Byun with great positional play. This is what he's so good at over here. He's going to come in. He's hitting that command center. The tanks in the back are going to siege up, but how safe is his position realistically here for Oliveira?
Well, Byun actually gets a much better siege location. He is going to stim up once again, that additional stim, really bringing his Marines down on the health. But he's showing the orbital right now, and that's a huge, huge deal, right? Like, the siege tanks have a hard time moving up into position, and now, with that attack going on, drops off 3 medevacs of units in the main base. No Vikings, no turrets there to catch him. He's going to target down a starport. That's kind of an interesting choice.
I think he tried to find the highest value thing he could, and it's not going to pay off.
Well, that's the worst case scenario right there. Gets absolutely nothing.
Yep, but he's going to drop on these tanks, and this is way more important. Killing off these tanks is going to make this entire position impossible to cover. Kind of shockingly, he only gets 1.
Yeah.
The damage was distributed very evenly. Regardless of some of the blunders, I think, in the attack itself here from Byun, I think he's still coming out ahead.
Yeah. He's expanded twice during this, by the way. Doesn't have necessarily SCVs at both those bases, but getting them up. His supply up by a good 30 at the moment. Gonna have to back up against these Liberators a little bit. Now, with this type of tempo advantage, I know that we're very high in supply, and I was a little bit crucial about the fact that he was staying Marine tank medevac at a similar minute in the previous game. But this is a very different looking game, right? There's been a lot of back and forth.
Right now, there's no like super held positions on either side. So in this case, I feel like Byun is playing this really, really nicely. It's not like Oliveira has everything sewn up. It's not like he's sitting here making mass siege tank Viking to make sure his 4 base aren't going to be broken. He has been taking damage left and right, right? Everything's kind of on fire a little bit right now. So there's still like a window here for Byun to stay on this unit comp and get great damage done.
We've got a nice push over here. Byun going to come in once more, and I mean, the tanks just aren't there.
Wow.
GG.
Nice.
Much more decisive game from Byun. Byun kind of going back to his roots there. It was the perfect Byun. Look, he had the aggro. He was able to get in his opponent's face, but he didn't overextend. He didn't dive too deep. He didn't go in there to the point where there was just nothing that he could do to be punished. And that's all you need.
Yeah. No, I think that this was beautifully played by Byun. Beautifully, beautifully played. It really feels like he turned a corner somewhere in Game 3, where like suddenly he's doing just exactly what needs to be done. But yeah, some very, very good moves. Gets a great siege position here that we're looking at. Oliveira having a very hard time holding on to that spot. But yeah, this is like, if you keep playing like this type of play where it's like, okay, maybe we mix it up a little bit in the early game. Byun has very good micro, good killer instinct and stuff. Maybe gets a little bit of damage, or maybe stalls you out so that he can get his 3rd base up, and then he pulls back, scans around a little bit, scouts around a little bit, doesn't suicide 4 medevacs in your main base randomly, right? And instead sets up the next strong attack. That type of play, that's the type of play where you're like, okay, we could have a real match against Maru as well, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. Oliveira, it's got to be a little bit scary here.
Yeah.
It looked like he was going to walk out of this with a really fast 3-0.
Yeah.
It looked like it was going to be a series that, he was going to once again assert dominance as one of the best TVTers in the whole world. But Byun is not letting him up just yet. In fact, Byun here with a comeback. If we don't see Oliveira turn this around, we're going to have the reverse clean sweep.
Yeah, that would be a big one for Byun, especially considering he was knocked into this loser's bracket by Oliveira earlier on.
That's right. Introducing our players now in the final match between these two. In the top left in the red, he is Oliveira. And his opponent down here in the bottom left in the blue, he is Byun. In what's turned out to be a pretty exhausting series with these two guys.
It really has been. A big variety of games as well. So we'll see if we're going to have more action-packed game here in game number 5 on Amphion. I personally would love to see another late game, right, where it just goes into like mass starport, mass command center. I know that a lot of people look at TVT and say, ew, it's so long, it's so hard to break the positions. That's the beauty of it. That's real strategy.
That's when Artosis starts licking his lips.
That is.
Yes. Nobody's killing each other.
Here's a funny thing I think
Yeah.
exists about StarCraft. I've mentioned this a few times before, where I think that people get into StarCraft thinking it's a strategy game, but it's actually more of a real-time game than it is strategy. It's more about, like, do these things quickly. But late game TVT slows it down into a real strategy game. It's more turn-based and stuff, right? Like, the slower air and mech units are moving in this position, so you move in that position, you know, and it just kind of becomes like, in my opinion, late game TVT is the most strategic you can get in StarCraft.
It's really fun. It's very action-packed. And that's exactly what Game 3 was for us back there. I think, you know, Byun played a pretty perfect mid-game TVT and really never let the late game ever develop there for Oliveira. Very rare to see, you know, 2 wins on one side, then 2 on the other. Oliveira needs to take what he's learned in the last 2 losses and build that into his play so he can recover here in the final game. I mean, Byun, I think he had mistakes that he made versus Oliveira, but he also just made mistakes on his own.
Yeah.
I think Byun makes more mistakes that hurt himself than any other pro gamer I can think of.
You might be right about that, actually. That's I never thought of it like that. But
into stuff where I'm like, you don't have to do that at all.
I think they're called like unforced errors, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, yeah, this was a mistake, and it's not because your opponent was doing something. There were turrets there, and you flew into them.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we had games here today.
Yeah.
By the way, Oliveira with the Reaper inside the base. The Hellions a ways off, so he's going to start to damage these SCVs.
This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Now, there is some damage being dealt, which looks good for Oliveira. And he's slowed that command center a little bit, and looks like he might slow it just a little bit more. But the command center is quite a bit faster for Byun, so he can recover some of these losses because of that.
So he gets his kills, he then leaves. That Reaper's going to heal up. You can hear the keyboard here of Oliveira in this shot.
He's got a beautiful keyboard.
A lot of the pro gamers are going with smaller and smaller keyboards. Some of them even like cut in half. I think only going up to the 6 key on the number pad.
That's right. That's right. I think that's the smartest layout for StarCraft II.
I agree.
And it should be a smaller keyboard. Like, first off, if you have a number pad, I mean, you're like a caveman at that point.
Yeah, you don't use a number pad in this game. Any other games you do, this one you don't. By the way, Oliveira going to move in here now and nukes everything.
Yeah.
Reaper from earlier and 2 Hellions coming in. There's going to be a Cyclone here to try to defend, and of course the Hellion and Reaper can't really fight this, but they can play keep away.
Yeah, this Cyclones, obviously Oliveira has been a little bit more aggressive with this opener. He did get that later command center, but that actually has paid off for him now because he's gotten enough damage. Now, the counter to that is that Byun's tech is a little bit faster, even if the SCV count has gone to Oliveira slightly. Now, Oliveira runs in again with the 2 Hellion 3 Reaper combo that we've seen many times in TVT, although getting there in a slightly different direction here for Oliveira. And Byun will hold that off, but I got to tell you, right now in this game so far, Oliveira has been pretty much in charge.
Yeah, he's in a good position. He's staying healthy. I like the pokes in. I think Byun's doing a good job of following that road to recovery here. Is he going to have his own counterattack? It's funny how much of a back and forth the TVT can be, just depending on the order in which you get your units, and then if they attack you, what you kill off, which will allow you to then maybe have some counterplay.
All right, so taking a look at this game right now, Medevac finishes up there for Byun as he starts a Liberator. And we are going to have him come across the map here and try to get something done. Has the double Cyclone. Yeah, can't quite do anything right there. Way too many units to deal with. Right now, Oliveira is up actually a fair amount of SCVs. 6 SCV lead.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, at 5 minutes, that's pretty darn good.
No, that's a lot. He's only going to get more from here. This map, we should note, you can push through the center left here and kind of make your own path there. Some Cyclones are going to come up here. He is going to target this Viking. Can he? Oh,
well,
man.
That wasn't good.
That was the worst possible outcome. He put both the Cyclones in the Viking right as it was killed off. So I'm starting to get game 1 and 2 Byun vibes, Artosis.
Falling into old habits. Like, his opponent is sitting there turtled on 2 base, and Byun's like, I'm going to get damage done.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if they were literally just sitting there on 2 base, you're not. Or very likely not going to.
What is happening here? Is this a bad rally?
Oh, I think it might be.
Dude.
Oh, no, that I believe that was actually in the medevac, and then he wanted to bring only Marines, and so he tried to send it home, but it gets caught. So a little unlucky there from Byun, I'd say.
Meanwhile, Oliveira with another drop over here, going to be killing off a lot of SCVs, only making the economic situation even worse right now for Byun. Down to 7, 8, 9. Oh, man, it's going to go all the way up to 10. He hasn't even lost everything yet. Artosis is so bad.
Oh, getting worse
he's attacking the wrong thing. He was hitting the Cyclone when he should have shot the Viking.
But in the same time, we do have that harassment drop that you can see in that little picture-in-picture where the Marines that Byun had sent out that made him lose the tank are getting some good counter damage. But up comes a push from Oliveira, and this is going to put him, I think, up over the top as far as damage goes. It looks like these little sets of scuffles might go to Oliveira because of this push at the natural, but Byun actually killed more SCVs there than Oliveira did.
Yeah, he's even landing the Vikings. He just has to get that tank and then kite it back. We may be to the point of no return here.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes TVT, it could be hectic enough. You do end up with this kind of 2 base versus 2 base. Byun biting his lip, knowing in these last few moments he has to make this work or he is out in this best of 5.
Oh, he's so close to clearing it, and then Oliveira lands Vikings to kill the landed Vikings. GG! Oliveira so happy with himself to advance to play against Maru for that 2nd place spot. He takes out Byun 3-2 for the 2nd time in this tournament. Byun being a good sport there. It has to be frustrating for him. But, I mean, we got to hand it to him. He really fixed up a lot of his play, but in that Game 5, we did see him falling into those habits again.
I love what I saw there. Really cool series, very different games. You know, it came down to a big fight here at the start. if you watch it, how the damage was distributed, it started to get split very evenly.
Yeah.
See, all the Vikings are still alive here. If you don't last hit each of those units, their damage is the same as if they are at full HP. So,
oh my gosh.
You know, it was...
If I was that badly hurt, I definitely wouldn't be as strong.
My bullets would do much less damage. If I had 1 HP,
yeah.
I don't even think I could shoot. We're going to go to an interview now, guys. Let's see how Oliveira is feeling.
Oliveira, it looked like you were going to pick it up in that third match. Then we went the distance and played out all 5 against Byun once again. How do you feel at the end of this matchup?
Oliveira，就想问你，前面眼看就是你要3比0就要3胜 Byun 了嘛，然后但是后来又拉满了，就是想问你现在打完5把之后，心情感觉怎么样？
其实还可以吧，因为我就感觉我中后期肯定打得过他，但是我没想到 Golden 那把可能在后期处理上有点问题，到时候要看看录像嘛，因为我觉得下一轮要是打马如的话，一定后期要比那场做得更好才行。
I feel like I was actually very confident in my games. I felt like, in the middle to the late game, I felt that in terms of my gameplay, I'm much better than what Byun is capable of. However, I felt like I made a lot of mistakes in the golden on the golden map as well, and it didn't turn out as well as I hoped. I'm gonna have to go back and review those replays because I think I'm facing up against Maru next. I need to play much better than what I've just done in order to beat him.
Well, you give yourself a hard time on the third game, but games 1 and 2, you came out with Vikings. It seems like a winning strategy there, a little bit different from the first time you faced off against Byun. So give me a little insight into the workshopping that you did between your first match against him and this one.
就是感觉你当时第一次对战 Byun 的时候跟现在感觉战术还是有一定的调整。感觉这次你的战术可能更偏向于这个围巾嘛，然后就想问你是不是在这方面做了哪些功课呢？以及你有什么对这个战术上面有什么新的开拓的想法呢？
因为我知道他比较喜欢就是枪兵干拉，所以的话我就是想用围巾抢制空，然后慢慢打。但是我没想到就是塞德迪欧塔那把，其实我知道他要就是2毒牙转围巾，我觉得可能是守得住的，但是我莫名其妙摁了个解放者。其实我是去挂科技挂件了，我不知道为什么就下意识的去摁了一个解放者，不然的话他那波推过来，我应该是有2到3个锁，应该是正好能把他坦克锁掉的，所以就是那把有点出乎意料。
I mean, I'm quite familiar with Byun's strategies, and I know that he likes his, Marine Doom drops. So I feel like, Vikings is kind of the perfect answer for that. Whereas for that map where Byun also went the Vikings and Ravens route, I actually was expecting that, and I actually also had a counter in mind, but I think I actually misclicked. I ended up building Liberators instead of going for the upgrades that I needed, and I think that kind of cost me the game.
Well, it sounds like you've got a clear idea of what you need to work on before your next match against Maru, and you know just how important it is, so I'm going to let you get to it and wish you good luck. Thank you so much for the insights, and back to our analysts for another look at those games.
What a great series here between Oliveira and Byun. The second time they've met this week at the Esports World Cup stage, and once again, Oliveira comes out in a grueling 5-game series.
Yeah, that was a slugfest. It felt like basically every single game from game 1 onwards, Byun was getting stronger, and then finally in that last game, I mean, everything went wrong. I mean, it's a little bit heartbreaking, but for Oliveira now going up against Maru next, I'm really excited to see how he's going to do.
Super exciting as well, because that's another rematch, right? We had Oliveira and Maru already starting out in the tournament after Oliveira beat Byun the first time around. So a rematch, that was a 3-0. Do you think Oliveira has any chance to turn that around?
I mean, he's been warming up, right? He looked really good against Byun there in game 1 and game 2, and he just kept getting stronger once he got that comeback in game 5. I feel like he has a really good shot, but I mean, Maru, he is the king of TVT, so whether anyone can take him down, I'm not sure.
That's a very good point. I mean, Maru just really took control of that series the other day, especially when he got that game 1 win. It was a comeback as well. That kind of broke Oliveira, so maybe that could be the difference when it comes down to it.
Yeah, I mean, as we get closer and closer to qualifying for, like a second versus second place match, trying to get into that top 4, these players, there's a lot on the line. You do not want to fall into that knockout bracket, so it's a lot of pressure.
All right, well, we are going to be heading on over to the analyst desk to see exactly how that series played out.
Thanks, boys, for the sideline reporting. Yes, we have ourselves, once again, Oliveira showing that he can be fortitude exemplified here against Byun. Very impressive stuff, Ben.
Awesome. I mean, like we talked about it often in rematches where you have one guy that's favorite. If he does lose, then he tends to win. But I didn't even feel that Oliveira was the underdog here. You know, I think these guys were very evenly matched, both very aggressive, and 3-2, 3-2 both times. I mean, Oliveira just showcased that he's that little bit better than Byun on the day.
Yeah, I've got to say I'm impressed the fact that Byun actually did come back in this series, considering that the first 2 games I was like, is Byun gonna kind of falter under a lot of this pressure that's being exerted, but the 2 coming back games, very impressive themselves.
They were very impressive, yeah, and kind of a nice little round off on Amphion once again. This time a super scrappy game that could have gone either way. Not a Banshee play that was extraordinary, but very one-sided when it was done, right? Very cool series overall. You know, Oliveira, I think, just continuing once again to prove to be a little more malleable, I suppose.
Yeah.
Like he's able to actually play out all the best of 5 after playing a previous one as well, and actually get the victory. And Byun feels a little stuck in his ways. Still a lot of 8 Raxes. He did go into triple starport in the game he wanted, actually, so he can obviously do it, but he does get kind of caught up on that aggression. He does get kind of caught off with, I guess, just being predictable to a sense, and Oliveira didn't show how much he can be a variety player there, but still showed very strong games.
Now, when history repeats itself, we get the Groundhog Day run back. We're going to have our Oliveira versus Maru again here down in the lower. But actually, I want to come over to you, Lambo, and take a bit of a deeper dive into this game because we've got a lot to cover here before we get into our next game. So what have you got for us?
This time I have a clip prepared to perfectly showcase that every second matters in a TVT.
Okay.
It's such a positional matchup that if you're slightly out of position, you can instantly lose the game. If we pause it at this point, Byun is in a decent position economically. Oliveira is just now landing his 3rd CC, so Byun has more workers, he's ahead in upgrades, and Oliveira doesn't even have the combat shields yet. So what Byun is trying to do is hold the top of this ramp, hold in a concave, don't let Oliveira get up that ramp, but because he's a second late, not mirroring the army movement perfectly, he has to siege the tanks a little bit out of range. He still tries to catch him at the top of the ramp, but without the tank support, he can't keep Oliveira down that ramp. And Oliveira instantly realizes that the siege tank range of the tanks that Byun sieges right here is about that long, which means there is a slight path towards Byun's 3rd base, and Oliveira, noticing that, instantly leaves only a single siege tank behind, bypasses Byun's army and attacks his 3rd base. And that single move, just because Byun was a little bit too late, he just outmaneuvered him. He killed so many SCVs at that base, and he took momentum back. Byun was in a definite advantage before that, and because he circumvented Byun's army, because Byun was that one little bit, that tiny decision that was a little bit too slow to move back. Just because of that, Oliveira took the 2nd game, because up until that point, Byun played perfectly.
Right. Well, thank you very much for that. The Dapper Yapper. I like how you're looking today, Lambo. This is a nice look. That's good. All right. Well, yeah, of course, Oliveira here, victorious throughout all of this. And that now means we, of course, have Oliveira going up against Maru. However, we're going to shift gears a moment here because we need to do a little bit of explaining on how the knockout bracket is going to work. So first things first. First stop is first. We have 2 players that we actually haven't seen throughout this tournament just yet. Shin and Showtime that have qualified via, by the way, a very grueling qualifier. So they've been able to make it here. Now, I need to explain before we really talk about Group A, so stay on Group A for a moment, because the way that this is going to work is either Shin or Showtime, they're going to play rock, paper, scissors, and then they get to choose a ball. They get to choose a ball and out of 2, either Group A or Group B. When they have chosen that, they then choose 2 names out of those brackets. If you could calm down with the groups whilst I get the explanation out, that would be great, because I need to come back to these. All right, so if, say, for example, Shin picked Group A, there are only 2 names that he can pair up against. He can pair up against 2 players from the lower bracket round 2 losses. So if you could go back to Group A for a second so we can go through the names that we're actually going to be looking at. Thank you very much. So the 4 names that we have them potentially paired into are either Estrella or Gumiho from Group A. And if we can move on to Group B, you've got either Solar or Cure that they can either pair into if, of course, they end up picking the Group B ball. So that is how this is going to work. Basically, with Shin and Showtime having gone through that grueling qualification process, they've been given a slightly higher seed than some of the players down here at the bottom who have fallen out quite quickly. And that's how it's going to work for that. So without further ado, let's take a little bit of a look at how all of this has played out as we have the rock, paper, scissors going down. And it looks like Shin is going to be the winner with scissors here. So he's going to pick the ball to get things rolling. Will it be Group A or Group B, Ben? Ooh.
If he doesn't go for Group A, I'm very surprised here, because let's see who he's got.
Group B.
Oh.
So that can either be Solar or Cure that he is now going to pick from.
Oh, we didn't get to pick which group?
No, I just explained, Ben.
Sorry. I was like, man, that's a tough draw, that is. That is a tough draw. Solar?
Cure he got.
Yeah, I got Cure.
He got Cure?
Yep.
Okay. Right, so now we know one of our knockout bracket matches.
I need to get a bit closer. My eyes are
Why
too
are you
bad.
so close?
You're closer on the camera. It's amazing.
Okay, that means he got a player from
rematch
Group A. That's Gumiho. Now, do bear in mind, here's the knockout bracket. So the two names that were not drawn from that lower bracket knockout round 2 have found themselves against one another. So Estrella is going to be playing against Solar. Those were the two last names remaining here. Sorry, we went to the groups really fast, and I don't know why, because I had a lot to explain before we got there, so it confused things a little bit, but that's how it all works out. So, we have our first 3 games. Now, what's going to happen later on is we're going to be drawing some other matches, basically knockout round 1 loser, lower bracket losers will be going up against either round 3 or 4s, but we still haven't have that fully concluded here, ZG. So we've still got a lot to go here to figure out that knockout bracket.
Yes, we do. That was a lot of information all at once.
Yes, it was.
I understood you completely.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. But what a draw. That was actually very interesting. Showtime getting Gumiho. Maybe, I don't know if it's a preference. I'm not going to say it yet until I look at their history, but obviously Home Story Cup Finals is what comes to mind. So that's going to be pretty interesting, and then I'm looking forward to the rest of the series that are drawn.
All right, well, yeah, we've got a lot more coming here. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, of course, we have our next match on the way here. Brought to you by Dr. Zulaman Alabi. We have got ourselves Hero versus Reynor. This is a huge one in terms of opportunity for Hero, but he's got a gauntlet of Zergs to go through. Even if he beats Reynor here, he has to go up against Serral. So who is it going to be in this match? We're about to find out. Stay tuned.
There's something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly.
All right, we've got an excellent match on the way for you here to figure out who gets the opportunity to play against Serral, although Serral is not invincible anymore. We have Hero and Reynor going head-to-head. This is awesome, as we have two of the very, very best to ever do it about to take to the stage in a best-of-5. ZG and Roddam joining me for this one. I'm hyped. I am pumped. ZG, talk to me.
This is such an iconic matchup at this point.
Yes.
They've played so many tournaments in the past year, and I'm talking about online tournaments or like small tournaments. I mean, some big tournaments back to back to back, and it would flip around a little bit. And what was most amazing from it was not just that the competition was great, was that Hero was able to bring out a variety of Protoss builds against the same Zerg, like half a dozen series.
Yeah.
That was a really impressive streak for Hero, even though he didn't win every game or every series against Reynor. It really was a testament to his variety as a player, and I'm just looking forward to what else he's brewed up, as he figured he might have to face another Zerg here.
Well, before we do actually get your thoughts, Roddam, on this one, I want to actually check in with Reynor before we actually get into this match going up against Hero.
I am here with Reynor. Ricardo, your next match is against Hero. How are you feeling in the matchup?
Feeling pretty good in PvZ. Hero is obviously a tricky opponent. He's very good. But I think I'll do it.
All right. You've seemed a little bit more serious this tournament than normal. So what do you attribute that to?
Well, it's partly because of the past results in the last year. Everything kind of went wrong for me, so I don't feel like I can talk too much crap or just be too confident in my own words. I do believe in my gameplay. Also, it's part of like a jinx thing. I don't want to say I'll win. Yeah, just also this tournament is extremely important for me, so taking it as serious as I can.
Fair enough. Well, it was really good to see you smile and gain some confidence back, if that's what it was from the Solar victory. So, yeah, I hope you do well, and a lot of people are cheering for you. So,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Serious words here from Reynor coming into this one. Roddy, your thoughts coming in?
Yeah, I'm just smiling because yesterday night we all went home and we were literally excited for the next morning. We're like,
Yes.
Today is going to be awesome, and it has been awesome so far. It's only getting better. And I just want to touch upon what Zombie Grub just said. Yes, they have a lot of history, but almost everybody has a lot of history here, right? Because we're looking at 18 elite StarCraft II players. They've been on top of the scene for a long time. But this is not just them meeting. This is Hero sometimes eliminating Reynor. Masters Coliseum, biggest online tournament of the year. Hero eliminates Reynor. IM Katowice, it's do or die for Reynor. He needs to win. Hero eliminates Reynor. So Reynor really is here to settle the score. And of course, Hero also won that first match in GSL Code S. It is such a fun matchup. These two, even if they're rivals, they are friends. They've got awesome games. I'm really excited for it. Reynor is confident, and I do think he played amazing ZVZ this morning. That may not help, but the confidence absolutely will help.
Nowhere other than the Esports World Cup, the World Championship for StarCraft, do you get a lower bracket where it's Hero versus Reynor, and then the winner goes up against Serral in the lower bracket here between these two. I think it could be quite close between these two. Hero has shown great PvZ, but Reynor, as he says, pretty confident.
Yeah, and I think, he's been actually saying that pretty repeatedly.
Yes.
This is not just an interview answer. He says that he's confident and that he feels like he's playing great PvZ, or ZVP for him, excuse me.
Yeah.
And I was talking to some players before the show, actually, and a lot of them had commented on just how much Reynor has improved his Zerg versus Protoss. He's really done a lot to actually change up his style, no longer relying on something that worked last year. He's changed it up.
All right, well, thank you very much. It is time to get into this game. Hero versus Reynor. It's a smash hit. Best of 5. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone. I know we filled your cups with a TVT there. You're a little good on Terran, so we're going to bring you a PvZ for our next match.
It's going to be completely different, but most likely it's going to go the distance as well to the 5th game, just so we can decide the winner. But either way, we are ready to start this match. And for our first player on stage, it is Hero of Weibo Gaming. He's back on the big stage so soon, and he has a tough mission ahead, going up against the tournament favorite and carrying the hopes and dreams of all Protoss players around the world.
And that tournament favorite is Reynor from Basilisk. looking sharp in his last match against Solar. He is not in a slump, and he's got a 70% win rate against Protoss, so watch out, Hero. It's going to be a tough one.
That's right, but we have to keep in mind that every time these two players went against each other, it was always a 50-50, so you never know what's going to happen for this one. But either way, the winner will be facing the brick wall, so how about we send it off to the casters to start the match.
Excellent work on the stage. We are ready to go into this match here, Reynor versus Hero. I am Tasteless. Joining with me is State from the GSL. How you doing, buddy?
I am doing great, man. I'm so excited to get in this match. Hero and Reynor have both been playing spectacularly. I feel like Kalaris basically kind of encapsulated this in the perfect way, because only at EWC, where we're going to crown the world champion, do you have in the lower bracket Hero versus Reynor, and the winner plays Serral. That is insane to me. The stakes are so high. We're only a couple of days into this thing. I could not be more excited.
It's like Serral is inside the bottom of Jabba the Hutt's palace waiting for whoever falls down from the winner's bracket. This is definitely one that you want to survive here. You do not want to go to what could be the most difficult match in the entire tournament. Again, it's been a huge upset that Serral was beaten 3-0 by Clem, but that is drastically changed the whole dynamic of this bracket.
I guarantee you everybody that is going to be waiting in the knockout bracket is now shivering in their boots, because they will inevitably have to play against either Serral or Maru or Reynor or Hero. There are so many insane names that are going to be going to that lower bracket match. Oh man, so much on the line. But let's get to it. Starting off in this best of 5, spawning in the top right, your Protoss player representing Weibo Gaming, it is Hero.
And his opponent down here in the blue from Italy, our Zerg player, he is Reynor. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Let's also point out, Protosses are not doing that great. Right now, the Protosses, they're kind of going extinct. The last few Protosses left in this tournament might be the casters. We're going to see.
Yeah, a couple more days, and I think that will be true. But you know, Hero, he's been playing really well recently. I actually had very high hopes for him, even in his match against Serral earlier on the tournament. I thought that he had a chance to potentially take a couple of maps. He's really explosive. I know that Serral's in the military and perhaps doesn't have quite as much time to prepare as he would like. But unfortunately, Hero kind of got outclassed right there. So I'm hoping that between the time from yesterday and the time from today, Hero, he's able to reset. He's able to come back into the series with calm nerves and go up against Reynor, because if you're a player in the booth right now, I mean, the stakes are just so high. You really kind of have to separate yourself mentally from what you are playing for and focus on the here and now.
I agree. Excuse me. Hero has always been a player that has marched to his own beat. He really revolutionized PvZ in a pretty crazy way over about the last 3 years, coming back post-military service. All Koreans have to do their military service. It's about 2 years to 18 months. A lot of people said you could not be viable, you could not be competitive. Returning to that, you would basically be too out of shape and you'd have too much catching up to do. He definitely proved that wrong.
Oh, yeah.
And he had a take on PvZ, and it's interesting because I don't feel like it was emulated as much as I thought it would be. He basically would wall off third bases, fourth bases with Gateways, Gomas, Oracle, and Stalker, and kind of play this pressure game and bleed the Zerg out over time. It was pretty cool to see. It's almost like a TVZ push where you just see the Marines kill off enough Banelings and Zerglings and Queens over time that eventually they come in and dominate. And not a lot of players copied it or emulated it, so I want to see if he's going to bring it here today.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of unheard of for a player to come back from military service and not just regain their form, but basically revolutionize a matchup the way that Hero did for at least a couple of months as the Zergs kind of scrambled to try and get their hive mind together and figure out exactly how do you deal with this thing. They have improved in that way in quite a bit, but despite that, you know, Hero, he has been able to adjust with the rest of them. He is still one of the cutting-edge Protoss players in PvZ, and here we have in game number 1, Hero going for kind of the most standard opening that it gets here. It's a really fast Oracle. I believe that Stargate about 2:16 on the clock, so really rapidly coming in. Hero, his Oracle micro is exceptional, but Reynor right now only sitting on 2 hatcheries, that third barely getting ready to be up. There might not be too much of a window for him to get damage done with these first 2 oracles, but actually, oh, these adepts, can they get that tumor? Oh, nice pickoff right there by Hero.
Oracle out now. Quick third base over here with the pylon wall. Reynor sending some lings across the map. I don't know if there's anything over here to defend that third base. You got to be careful. It's fun to try to come out and be aggro, but if you don't have defense, you can just force that to be canceled. But the double adept here will be able to plug into the wall in. And at this point in time, Hero just kind of seeing what damage he can find, you know. He is going to come over here and take out those buildings. Now we've got some lings coming in here to harass. All very light damage. Well, hold on a second, actually. These lings can really start to add up. The kills over here. We've got 4 kills on probes. It's going to end at that, but you know, not bad actually for Reynor, all things considered.
Yeah, that is really good for Reynor. This is kind of the stage in the game here as Protoss, where if you are playing Oracle, you are expecting to get, you know, anywhere between 3 and 5 drones worth of damage. If it's 5, it's really good. If it's 3, you know, you're happy. You're pretty content with that situation. And you can kind of pull ahead from the Zerg, at least briefly in the worker count as a result of that. But here the tables have turned. Hero hasn't gotten anything done besides killing that group tumor with the Adepts, with the Oracles, and Reynor with, what was it, like 6 lings, 8 lings, able to snipe a ton of probes? I mean, early on, like 3 or 4 probes, that's a ton. This early game macro matters a lot, but here we go. Hero coming now into this high yield base, getting a lot of damage done. He needed this. The Oracle's even adding some damage there on the top line as the Adepts continue to sacrifice themselves, and in total, 7 drones going down. Now, unfortunately for Hero, there is a Spore Crawler and 3 Queens in position down at the natural expansion, so he can't continue to build on this damage. Ooh. Oh man, is that a full wall?
Yeah.
You know, if it's a typical Protoss player, I'm not that afraid, but when it's Hero, my heart sinks, man.
Yeah, he's had a couple skinny Adepts in the past where the lings can get right by. They're going to come up here. Now, they're not going to kill the Nexus. They will stop probes from mining and at least force this back. It looks like he wants to try to, he wants to force energy out of the Oracles, just trying to eke out as much value as possible. Really nicely done. We should note that these third bases, for both sides, they're kind of close to each other. They're kind of expanding into each other's territory here, so we could have a lot of pretty fast-paced timing attacks, depending on who wants to hit who first.
Yeah, I'm imagining in this matchup, Hero is probably going to be the one to pull the trigger. He really likes to play aggressive with the Blink Stalkers, especially with +1 in the early game. In fact, as recently as a couple of months ago, Hero is one of these guys who, you know, he plays quite a few tournaments online as well. He would play PvZs and he would just relentlessly go for mass gateways, skip the Warp Prism, even proxy a gateway in the center of the map, just mass Blink Stalkers, and basically try to finesse Zergs to death with perfect Blink Micro. He is one of the best players in the world in that regard. But in this game, not necessarily that case. He's throwing down the Templar Archive, so in terms of a battle plan, it's going to be further down the pipeline.
Right. Another link comes up here. We're getting that Stalker Oracle composition that I was talking about earlier. Over here for Reynor, it's going to be that Roach Tech coming up. And there's that 4th base. Reynor takes a 4th base very fast when he does this. And that's usually post 4th base. He does do the gateway wall, 3 to 4 gates. Again, if he goes for that style. I talk about this because I think it is kind of the highest point that we've ever seen from him PvZ.
It does feel that way. And actually, look at it. Oh, another 4th base coming in. I love Hero expanding rapidly like this, but I'm very intrigued by Reynor's Infestation Pit timing. I think he threw that one down at, what, maybe 6 minutes and 40 seconds? So we have Hive Tech coming online. That just got started at 7:20. This is a really fast Hive from Reynor. And,
nice,
you know, I'm looking at the unit setup that he's going for, and I'm not sure exactly what the game plan is going to be. The Hydralisk stand is just now going down.
Well, you know, it might be that he just wants to go for damage, right?
Yeah.
I mean, one thing about when you go for Stalker and Oracle is you can kind of play keep away. They come at you, you blink away. They overextend, the Oracle's punished. You go for mass Hydras, and you just have enough damage, suddenly it doesn't really matter anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be the Lurker play.
Yeah.
I was wondering, because this kind of Hype Tech timing, I look at this as a Protoss player, and I'm like, you know, it would make a lot of sense to actually go for Adrenal Lings in this kind of situation. But without the melee upgrades, I was really scratching my head. And oh, look at this. You're already going for the Fleet Beacon transition. He's been loving this so far in PvZ at EWC, going for Tempest. I think maybe the fastest that I've seen Hero ever go for Tempests in this matchup. It's been a little bit of a switch up in the way that he's been approaching the game, but in this case, I feel like it really does kind of play in his favor if he's able to stabilize here through the mid game, because On the ground, Protoss players, unless they have a sizable advantage, they typically struggle a lot to deal with hive-tech lurkers.
Right.
Skytoss is really the answer to that in the endgame, and he's already beginning in the transition.
Yeah, and I think the lurkers are a great way to just kind of seal off your positions and not let yourself get abused and fished out by the rest of the army there. And so Hero's going to have to try to play around this. Reynor at about 181 supply. He's looking really healthy. He's going to be able to expand to probably the center left and even the bottom right here. I mean, he's mining out these gold minerals over here. There's that base I was mentioning a second ago. And look, I think both players kind of got what they were going for. And now we're going to see a big timing attack coming up here. Yep, the Queens coming up here. They're going to be used for transfuse. We've got Roaches here as a secondary attack, so it's going to be a bit of a balancing act here from Hero.
Oh, this is really scary for Hero. Nice storm to start things out. Even the Roaches and Lings having to retreat back through that.
He's going to get air weapons.
Oh, yeah, he will. And there's no more Stalkers that can be made. The Cybernex core is now down. Oh, huge storm on the Queens, on the Roaches there on the right side, but there is so much firepower on the ground right now for Reynor. This is a brilliant timing attack coming in from our Italian Zerg. The first Tempest now finally entering the fray. There's a little bit of static defense. Hero still with some storms in the bank. He's able to use those to great effect on the Queens. I think he might be able to stabilize. Oh, look at this micro by Reynor, man. He is everywhere sniping high energy Templars as the Lurkers continue to encroach.
Yeah, the Lurkers are doing so much damage. We've got a Robo-Bay kind of hanging out of the bottom of the third base. Another important tech structure that will be killed off here. Reynor's continuing to advance. Can he get up towards where that Nexus is? It seems like the cannons are just barely out of range. A couple of Zealots get pulled in. They're taken out immediately. More Hydras coming up here from the bottom, as are the Zerglings.
Yeah, the Hydralisk on the right side even sniped one of the Tempests here for Hero, which is basically the unit that he has to use to try and force these Lurkers away. Oh, what an intercept! Reynor, those Lurkers, they go the wrong way. I think just the pathing there, a little bit unfortunate.
So they split. One went through the cannons, the other went the safe way. Reynor's now lashing back out on the map. He has completely shut that down. Reynor's growth is looking good. You know, Hero surviving doesn't mean he's winning. A Nidus Worm's going to come down here next. It almost seems like Reynor senses that in this moment, Hero is going to feel the imbalance on the map and try to push in. And so then Reynor can set up yet another counterattack.
Yeah, that might be what's on Reynor's mind right now, but if I'm Hero and I know my opponent basically rushed extremely fast Hive-Tech Lurkers, you got to know how expensive that is. For Reynor, it's going to be a gauntlet for him to really go for any kind of late-game transition. Yeah, we have the Nidus coming online, the Spire just finished, but you look at the bank for Reynor, even on 80 drones, which is, for Reynor, quite low at this stage in the game, he doesn't have that much bank, and especially the gas is really lacking, so it's kind of a scary moment here for the Zerg. I love the concept behind this timing attack, but those rapid Tempests really put Reynor on the clock, and now it feels like the momentum swinging heavily in Hero's favor.
Here's that Nidus network coming in here. Does Hero notice it? He should see it. He is going to warp in two Stalkers. Two Stalkers is not going to stop this in time. He's got a recall. He will take that out, but burning out that recall is kind of a resource on its own, right? So for now, Hero's going to survive. The game will continue on. The counterattack here at the top left is going to be interesting. Because there's nothing to defend this. So, you know, you look at that Nidus Worm, you think maybe it was a failed attack. Actually, it caused a positional imbalance, which Reynor was able to exploit and punish.
Yeah, for Hero, it's going to be a little bit hard for him to take that next base, but once he's able to converge all of his forces in the center, Reynor will have a very hard time dealing with it. As you see, even these Hydras on the ground, despite having, well, I thought it was +2 already, only having +1 missile attacks. I guess it makes more sense. They really can't take a fight against these Stalkers. Hero can basically play with the entire map in his favor. And so he's going to be trying to harass his base a little bit on the low ground, that Extractor, at this stage in the game. Obviously not very consequential, but Reynor does not want to forfeit this position, and he really needs, I think, some time to build the bank that he needs, to get the key units that he needs, to start trying to basically work up to a composition that can nullify the strengths now of Hero's army, because it's been 3 or 4 minutes since Reynor's failed timing attack, and you even see Hero actually killing some of his Stalkers to get more High Templar out, I believe. I'm liking this position for Hero a lot. The army that he is building, if we can take a quick look at the units tab, it is impressive. 5 Tempests, 4 carriers with pretty healthy upgrades. We do have 2 Cybernetics core now pumping up those air upgrades. 12 Templar as well. I am liking the late game setup here for Hero.
It's kind of the Turtle God setup over here, right? But it's not always easy to move out on the map with that. Another Nidus Worm is going to come in here at 12 o'clock. A push down here is going to be denied, at least temporarily, as the Stalkers blink away, the Templars move forward. And this Nidus is going to just be killed before it can actually be utilized. We're going to go into probably a split map situation here, cutting the map in half. I am looking at that far bottom right expansion here for Reynor. That's one he can probably take. I don't think that's a really accessible place for Tempest and carriers and the like. The cherry on the top of the cake here is coming out. We've got the Mothership about to be incorporated with the rest of the mix here. So Hero's going to start to sweep. He's going to start to roam and try to take some fights wherever he can. But whenever you have a big death ball, especially a slow airborne one, the imbalances there positionally are the ones in spots like this where you basically go wherever they're not, just like you would Broodlord and Fester.
Ooh, nice abduct right there. One Tempest going down here for Hero as Reynor gets a very good pick off. And of course, as you were mentioning, that deny on the base here in the top left. Now Hero a little bit too slow to actually intercept those Hydras. Here is the Sky Toss player. You would really love to have a little bit more mineral income so that you can have the static defense you need to parry these attacks. And actually, hold on. Hero, he is really pushing this one. He knows those Vipers are very low on energy. One more abduct is going to come in. Feedbacks on the Vipers yet again. That Tempest will fall, but the standing army in the sky right now for Hero, very powerful. 1-1 already done. We have 4 carriers, 4 Tempest here on the map as he is continuing to apply pressure on the 9 o'clock position.
And it's going to come down to whether or not Hero can push through this area. There are so many Spore Crawlers thrown down here. The Tempest is actually going to push in a little bit further and try to fish out these Corruptors that are far in the back. He can start to target down these Lurkers over here as well. I mean, this is becoming a kind of a crazy spot. Are there enough Corruptors here to try to come in and wipe this out? Harpooning the Tempest and getting a kill. Does seem like Hero's push is starting to soften up a little bit.
Yeah, Reynor with some really nice pickoffs. I mean, there are a lot of Templar on the ground, but still he's been able to get the abducts on these Tempest and slow Hero's roll. If Hero was able to maintain a Tempest count of, say, 5 or 6 right here on the front line, then the pressure mounting here on this 9 o'clock base, it would be building a little bit too fast for Reynor to handle, but the control has been very good so far with the Vipers. And even with these counterattacks, Reynor denying mining because there isn't enough static defense yet for Hero. In really a lot of different quadrants on this map, Reynor abusing that, but still, I am concerned about this push unless Reynor can make a big play. Oh, the Fungal's now coming in. Some Storms to try and slow it down, but the Lurkers, they get in range to kill those High Templar, and another abduct. Man, Hero, he's been having a really hard time trying to breach this position. The caster control from Reynor has been so good.
Yeah, Reynor's basically delaying this for so long. So many resources are being soaked up here at this base. At the last second, Reynor decides to pull out. But, you know, Hero having to do a lot of the heavy lifting. We can see on the bottom right side of the map, already Reynor's growing into that location. We're running out of expansions. And so we're really getting to the boiling point of this game here. Can we take a look at the center right base? What is that over there exactly?
I think it's just the Nidus
Okay,
worm,
just the Nidus over there, so kind of a placeholder.
All right, well, Hero picking up some steam here on the left side. Okay, Mothership, it is now cloaking this entire army. Oh, wait, where are the Overseers, in fact? Do we not have an Overseer with this army? Uh-oh, I'm a little bit concerned here for Reynor. He can't see anything. He has to wait for that to expire.
Oh, my gosh. So he's just this big cloaked blob over here. So much damage. He's going to pull the Tempest out and get some shots off over there.
Yeah, but Hero, I mean, that cloak bought him so much time because Reynor was unprepared, and the damage is really starting to mount here. The Spellcaster control, although it has been great from Reynor with the abducts, with the Fungals, I feel like the army here for Hero, it might be a little bit too strong.
Right, oddly the Roach War and the Nidus network are now being hit. It's kind of a funny position he's pushed into. Nothing in mind from this base. I'm worried that actually, for Reynor's sake, if he, you know, all Hero has to do is occupy this space. There's not a real rush to do damage, so to speak. And we do have some Lurkers hitting this pylon and Nexus over here.
Yeah, the Lurker's getting some nice counter damage done, but right now for Hero, the scary thing is how are you going to deal with this army as Reynor? Because Hero, his late game control with this ball has been so strong. I mean, yeah, another Tempest goes down, but the damage really piling up on the Storms. Another very good Storm there from Hero. Archon's now even pushing forward. Hero going for the kill. Is this an overextension, or does he have just enough? I think he might have enough, Tasteless.
It looks like this hatchery is finally going to go down. He is breaking into this position. Seems like the Corruptors are having to stay back. Meanwhile, the Lurkers are still, well, they've just been cleaned up, actually, by those Stalkers.
I mean,
it just seems like Reynor's position is deteriorating.
Yeah, there's basically no gas left for Reynor. I mean, what do you really build in this situation with 300 gas in the bank with such little gas income? I don't know how you're going to be able to hold on. Yeah, you are able to abduct the mothership here as Reynor, but the standing army for Hero is still so strong. The Corruptor's now coming in on the left side, but there are no answers for the Archons. And Hero, in kind of a stunning fashion, able to finesse Reynor in the late game with these high-tech Skytoss units, despite the very good control with the spellcasters. And I think it all comes back down to that early high-tech push that Reynor went for. He wanted to make those lurkers break down the natural expansion, break down the third, get some meaningful damage done, but the Tempest came in so fast for our Korean Protoss player that Reynor was really set back. Despite the good plays that he made later on in the game, the momentum building behind the army construction of Hero was just far too great for him to handle, and that's going to be Hero taking game 1 of this best of 5.
Impressive stuff. It did seem like that map was really good for what Hero ultimately went for. It's a narrow map. It's not as wide as some of these other ones. He was able to kind of orbit over from the top left and just kind of move downward. And he had enough defenses, he had enough stalkers, he could kind of deal with any counterattacks, and ultimately there was just not a whole lot that Reynor can do. So Hero now up 1-0 in this best of 5. Remember, the loser is going up against Serral in the losers match. Definitely want to avoid that if you can. Introducing our first player in the top left in the red, he is Hero. And his opponent down here in the bottom right in the blue, he is Reynor.
Man, you snatched both of those from me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm all hungry.
You're greedy today,
I'm hungry
Tasteless.
hippos with these player intros. My bad.
All right. Well, let's see what Hero's game plan is going to be in this one. I am so curious about what he will go for against Reynor, because I feel like the Hero that I have been seeing for the majority of 2024 is not the Hero that we have seen prepared at EWC. There's not much emphasis, or at least not as much emphasis, on the early game, on the mid game in terms of timing attacks versus Zerg. And there have been such more rapid developments and explosions in terms of tech coming in from the Protoss. It almost feels like I'm watching, say, like a stats game, the way that he is approaching it. It is really curious because, you know, I saw these first couple of games that he played PvZ earlier on in the tournament. I'm like, well, yeah, EWC, it's basically triple elimination with the way we have Group Stage A, upper bracket, lower bracket, Group Stage B, upper bracket, lower bracket, and then finally the knockout bracket. It's a marathon of a tournament, which is, in my opinion, the best way to decide who's going to get the lion's share of $1 million prize, because it's architectured in a way where we're probably going to get the best 4 players in the world beyond any doubt in the top 4, but it is a long haul. So I thought Hero, he was saving builds in the bank for later on in the tournament, but it seems like he has kind of pivoted in terms of his general approach here in PvZ to a more Skytoss late game centered style.
Yeah, now we got to see if it's going to work on this map. I think this map, there's a lot more openness. On the last map, it does feel like there's just, it can get congested. It does feel like you can kind of hoover up everything in your path and kind of destroy the Zerg, and there's not a whole lot the Zerg can do to freely counterattack. There's not even a lot of spots to counterattack once they get that base and get cannons up there on the other side of the map. So this could be a different one, but I would say both players played a pretty good game. I think Reynor was hoping that he could kind of combat that push, you know, harpoon the right units in, kill them off, and kind of win in a long, drawn-out game. Because if you can slow the Protoss down when they're doing that kind of doom push, with the mothership and the Tempests and the carriers, and you've got the Templars there. If you can slow that down, the Zerg is going to be on the other side of the map taking up everything.
Yeah, the way that Reynor was controlling in those late game situations, I felt like if he was dealt a better hand getting to that late game, he could have easily beaten Hero. Or maybe not easily, but he would have had a much more better fighting chance, you know? But the fact that he went for that 7-minute hive timing with lurkers pushing into the natural expansion, and Hero was able to basically parry it, losing only, what, Cybernetics for a couple of key units with the fast Tempest transition. I mean, that took the wind out of the sails of Reynor so quickly. So I don't think it's really indicative of where both players are at in the late stages of PvZ. I think if Reynor plays more of a standard macro game as opposed to going for one of these really fast high-tech lurker timing attacks, he absolutely can bring the fight to Hero.
There's a lot of different ways. Oh, wow. One Overlord killed off here. So a bit of a supply block to start things off. That's annoying this early on. So he's been unblocked, but he basically needs one more Overlord to hatch even now. The Lings are going to come out. They are going to bait out that Oracle to attacking them. And it's going to be quick 3 bases. You know, Reynor, there's a lot of ways to play this matchup. So let's see what he decides to do. Some of that may have been map dependent. It may have been a reaction to the way that Hero was playing in game 1.
Yeah, I am curious what Reynor's approach is going to be after he had such a keen timing attack there in game number 1. I mean, that was a clever tactic. I was really rooting for it, but the Tempest transition just a little bit too fast. It seems like Reynor has a lot of ideas prepared for how he wants to take down Protoss players in this tournament. Actually, hold that thought. Hero now coming in. Sportcrawler is not done, but not a lot of drones here at the natural expansion. Some nice defense by Reynor so far. This Oracle just going to take the damage here in the main base. Only 2 drones going down in total, and what, 1 larva, that the natural hatchery. Totally fine here for Reynor.
2 Oracles stuck in the back now. I don't know if he wants to use a recall there, but they can't be used for much more than that. It is important to keep the Oracles alive and together long term if you want to keep yourself covered, if you want to try to expand and grow out on the map like we've seen Hero before. There's a Forge coming along and a couple more gateways. Meanwhile, Roach Warren and a layer started up here. More and more Lings being made here. Is he going to... Okay, he's going to get a couple more drones, though. He's not committed to anything crazy.
Yeah, I think he just wants to have a little bit more map control with those Lings. Hero is one of these players that likes to make maybe 5, 6, sometimes a couple more Adepts and feign something like a Glaive's timing or move even way before that, like he's doing right now, actually.
Yeah.
And having just a handful of Lings makes defending this a lot easier, because if you do get caught woefully out of position, these Adepts can get a lot of damage done. And actually, Hero was hoping to find that, and he might not have been expecting so many Lings, but the positioning not too bad here for Hero. I think Reynor should eventually be able to clean it up.
Well, he hasn't really killed any drones. Am I wrong about this?
No, you're right. Yeah, that was a nice
he just
move.
Threw Adepts away, so there might be counterplay. It seems like they got over there, but they didn't target. The Oracles are going to get some drones, but only 3.
Yeah, very smart by Reynor, just to make those handful of Lings, kind of anticipating the style that Hero likes to go for, almost baiting him in.
Yeah, he parks him inside the expansion, right? So a lot of times you see the Lings chasing you and you know to cancel, but instead he gets there, and as the Shade is finished, now they're stuck. Now they're actually just over here. Oh, can he get this? Oh! Oh, that's too bad. He just barely misses it.
Yeah. That is a little unfortunate there for Hero. Delaying that 4th base would be nice, but instead he's doing a nice consolation prize. These 3 Oracles should be able to shave off a couple of these Lings. And as things are going so far, a pretty even game, and it looks like Hero actually really leading back into the +1 blink timing on this one. And oh, Reynor. Not a lot of Lings on the map right now, and those are some precariously placed Overlords.
Yeah, manages to take out another Overlord here. Reynor so far has been pretty good about remaking these Overlords. He didn't kill this hatchery earlier, but if he gets it now, it's actually even better because it started, it has to be canceled. So it's, you know, lost resources and lost time. The Stalkers are coming up. Reynor pulls the Lings back here, and Hero tries to blink in to punish that. Reinforcements now merging in with the rest of this. Stasis wards in the back, so he basically wants to make Reynor feel like maybe he's got this, pull away, and then punish again. So let's see if he can actually fish him in here.
Yeah, man, I am loving this play right now from Hero. Great control on the Stalkers, linking them all back, shaving away these Lings. This is so expensive for Reynor to deal with, and with the Oracles basically anchoring the position on the flank. Hero's risking very little, and keep in mind, this is not a heavily committed attack. He is taking a 4th base. He's getting a Templar Archives, +2 ground weapons charge. This is off of 4 gateways, Tasteless. He has been hitting his macro cycles, and I love this timing coming in from Hero.
And this is the style of play that we saw from Hero in the past, where he's taking a 4th base, leaning onto the Zerg, basically eking out more damage over time. We do have a Ling counterattack coming by over here into the natural expansion. But that should be cleaned up pretty quickly here. But regardless, Reynor has to deal with the threats that are on the board right now. It is expansions here from Hero.
That's some nice probe kills right there from Reynor. It's going to get counter damage in a situation like this one if you can, but man, I feel like Hero has gotten so much value out of these Stalkers. The supplies do look, they seem to indicate an advantage here for Reynor, but it does not feel to be the case. I mean, he's pumping out Roaches and Ravagers right now, which are some of the most supply inefficient units in the game, and Hero now coming in for the main base. There is a Spore Crawler and 1 Queen. Decides not going to take any damage on those Oracles to trade him out. Oh! Love that maneuver there by Reynor. Able to snipe one of these Oracles. That is fantastic for him.
Yeah, he's still on the map here, trying to put some pressure. He's got to be careful. Reynor actually has quite a bit. And, you know, Blink can look really strong and it look like he can get away, but if you get surrounded, you're going to get punished. I love the move over here. He's going to run right by. One more volley, and the hatch goes down, a Blink away. Hero gets in, and he gets right back out. Meanwhile, a big counterattack here with the Roaches over at the natural.
Yeah, these Roaches trying to find some damage done. He sees the recall coming in the natural, says, okay, I'm going to move into the main base. I can get some more probes there, maybe if I hurry, but no, those Roaches instead going to go into the corner. There is a wall in on that side, so Hero should be safe, but the pressure now mounting over here at the 9 o'clock position. Reynor going to be able to take down this Robo perhaps. Oh, Storm already done here for Reynor. Robo does get unpowered, but with Storm and all these reinforcing Stalkers, he's able to shoot Reynor away at least for one moment, but that's a lot of Roaches and Ravagers coming in on this third base. Keep in mind, Hero still has a lot of units in that main, deflecting the Roaches from before. They haven't yet come down to defend this fourth base, so good trades for Reynor up until this point, but now that the Stalkers are all coming in, these Ravagers, they can get focused down.
Yeah, this is actually getting worse, I think, here for Reynor. You know, the Roach Ravager, it's probably the best that he could do. I don't think he had a lot of options. He had to try to counterattack and to try to get something done. I love the Roaches back here, killing off some more of these workers. But Hero right now, I mean, he is flush with workers. He was at over 75 a little bit ago. He's dropping a couple here and there, but I mean, the pressure is back on. The Stalker counterattack is going to come in here. Reynor in a lot of trouble. If Reynor can't stabilize here, he is going to lose this game.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy right now. Reynor is making mostly Ling, Roach, Ravager, and Hero's a supply advantage. And what, another 800 minerals in the bank? It is insane how many probes he has. Hero feels like the Zerg in this matchup right now with these Blink Stalkers.
Yeah, the Stalkers keep coming forward. He's now tagging each of these units. Again, the Stalkers just better range than the Roaches, so it's never a fair fight. The damage is always going to favor Hero over time. We see a couple more Roaches picked off, a Blink away to dodge that. Templar's going back. I don't know what the story is with that.
I think he's just afraid that maybe Reynor with the Remax will have enough units to shoot the Stalkers away. And yes, they can escape, but the Templar cannot. So a smart, safe move by Hero. Not going to commit fully by bringing the Templar to the front line alongside those Stalkers. And now things are going to calm down at least a little bit. Hero's still applying pressure at the expansion of Reynor, but he's teching up. He's getting the fleet beacon. He's adding in a second Stargate. Meanwhile, Reynor, he's going into Lurkers again, and I can't really fault him for it because it feels like he does need that firepower on the ground. But the fact that Hero is already going into Sky Toss makes this really painful for Reynor.
You know, the problem is that I think Hero might be surpassing Reynor. I mean, this is the problem. It's not just that you take so much damage from the Stalkers over time, it's that actually you don't really have any recourse. And we see a base being taken in the bottom left. Hero looking really, really healthy here, and he's just shaving off Roaches over and over and over again. We have some Zealots coming in here into the mix. I think there was a War Prism made a minute ago that should be merging up with this army, and this is going to go from a harass game into a full-on push. There's that War Prism.
Yeah, Templar now coming in the front line. Here actually blinking forward, and the Storms are huge on the bottom side. All of the Queens taking massive damage. Stalkers focusing down the Ravagers on the right. They are going to blink back to safely here on the left as Hero had a pretty nice trade. And there are so many Storms left in the bank here for Hero Tasteless. Look at the energy on that Templar. That's got to be like, what, 5, 6, maybe even 7 Storms? I don't know if Hero can, or I don't know if Reynor, can survive this next fight. If Hero is able to get into a concave and actually land the Storms on these units as he is going for it now. These Roaches, these Ravagers, they're already bruised. They're going to take so much damage.
And I don't think he can protect the hatchery. The hatchery is going to go down. It's going to be a 5-base Protoss to a 3-base Zerg. Reynor in so much hot water.
This is crazy what we are seeing from Hero right now. He is playing out of his mind against a Reynor who looked to be on fire coming into this series.
Okay, the back and forth continues here. Reynor hanging on by a thread. The pushing continuing here. We have the 3 o'clock base being taken here from Reynor. He has to find some kind of an out. He does have the Lurker tech, but his economy is hurting so much.
Look at that incoming advantage. Oh, the Storms!
Oh, my God.
Man, those drones are lucky to get alive with 1 HP. 8 of them in total going down as the economic lead here for Hero is just compounding. He's taking the gold base in the bottom left. He's pushing 80-plus probes to 60 drones, Tasteless. This is insane what we are seeing.
We got a big counterattack over here at the natural expansion. This is something Hero is going to have to deal with. He is maxed out, so he can't just make more stuff, but I guess the Tempest can kind of solve this over time. There's really nowhere for the Roaches to go. Meanwhile, a hatchery going to be canceled here. at that 4th base. So once again, it's Reynor on 3 bases to the 5 bases here of Hero. Reynor with some scary counterattacks, but I think Hero's economy is already where it needs to be.
Yeah, I mean, Reynor, it just feels like he is out of options at this point. He is very few bases, very few drones. You can see the frustration there on his face as he's double expanding. If he can maybe, it sounds like a pipe dream. Oh, the storms again on these drones. 4 more going down. GG is called.
Whoa.
And a Hero that exploded in macro is going to take game number 2. And in what feels like the blink of an eye, because that game, although it went to 5 bases there for Hero, it felt so quick because the pressure never stopped.
Right now, Hero doing it for the people on Reddit. Protoss is OP. You guys were right. We are almost out of Protoss players, but Hero is going to prove everybody wrong. Right now, 2-0. In what was just a crazy game. You know, it's that style that Hero kind of made famous, and we've never really seen anybody quite do it as well. I guess Creator has come close once or twice, but really I feel like Hero's the only guy that can do this.
Yeah, Creator on land, Max Pack's online, but besides those 3, it is a hard style to pull off. I mean, keep in mind, again, think back to that early game when he was mounting the pressure on the 3rd. He was doing that with 4 gateways in total. And I love this move, too, going in, taking out that 3rd base, then able to parry this counterattack. Reynor, he did a great job with the tools that he had again. I mean, the Roaches going into the main base lured away so much of Hero's army, but once the Stalkers came and reinforced, I mean, the writing almost on the wall. Despite all of the damage that Hero took, still 73 probes tasteless. It was crazy.
And, you know, once you start this damage, as long as you don't overextend, it's so hard for the Zerg to deal with. And I think Reynor probably did as good of a job as anybody in the whole world could have. You know, the storms are eventually here. And look, now he's in a position where you can't really get close to the hatchery. You come in there and, oh, here we're going to get slow-mo of, well, we're all over the place here. Now we're going to get a shot of other drones getting shot.
I'm telling you, we should give Templar 1 more damage on Storm just so all those drones die. It would be such a cool highlight moment.
Okay, guys, in the top left, in the red, our Protoss player up 2-0. He is, and it rhymes, Hero.
Oh, man, and fighting for his tournament life. Here in the group stages, down 0-2. Give him your energy. He needs it. It is Team Basilisk's Reynor.
I can't believe Hero's up 2-0. I was pretty confident that Reynor should be taking this. I thought the games were going to be closer, but this is wild.
Hero seems like he has stepped up his game here. Just from yesterday to today, his PvZ looks so much better, and should he be able to continue performing at this level, if he is able to defeat Reynor, Serral might have a hard time stopping him. I mean, it is kind of insane how well Hero is playing these PvZs right now.
It's wild to think that we could have Hero forcing a Serral versus Reynor in the losers match, where it's going to be them, the Zergs, cannibalizing each other.
Yeah, all the way down in the knockout bracket. I mean, imagine imagine a world where you have Reynor and Serral in the knockout bracket, plus 1 of Maru versus Hero. I mean, that kind of is the world we're living in already, but if Serral were to go down in addition to Reynor, oh boy, it is going to be so brutal because keep in mind, those knockouts, they're best of 3s.
Yes.
They are so deadly. It is single elim, and only one of those players is going to survive to make it to the top 4. The pressure right now on Reynor in this moment is huge. There is so much on the line here to survive and try and fight against his teammate later on, against Serral. But before then, he has to win this map and then 2 more to stage the comeback against Hero.
On this map, it's one where you both start out on the top, obviously 1 on each corner, and you kind of descend onto the map, expanding, and you're kind of expanding parallel to each other. This can make for some games where you end up with pushes towards the natural and the main, which is you know, one way that games can end where it doesn't really matter who has more bases. If you kind of get in there and get the infrastructure, a win is going to be a win right there.
Oh, Hero throwing down the pylon here at the 3rd base. Going to be delaying that hatchery here from Reynor for just a little bit. I was so caught up just thinking about the way these players are playing. I didn't catch exactly Hero's opening, but I'm wondering if he went core first here because being able to get that pylon down and the adept this quickly to the 3rd base of Zerg, it's such a thorn in their side. And it feels like usually, at least at my level or in a lot of the games that I see online, you can't really do that unless you go core first. So if that was the play from Hero, really cool mix-up. In any case, I mean, core first or not, it's an excellent maneuver. Even this drone, it still has to wait. Reynor at 300 minerals, he wants to throw it down right now. Usually these builds at the pro level, especially for Zerg, are so tight. The hatch still hasn't gone down. It's 312 when that third base gets started.
For a second, kind of funny.
Yeah.
The Lings are going to come up here. They are going to get a surround onto that Adept. So takes one out there. Can he get some more drones? So far, the control from Reynor is looking pretty good. He does get that one back there, so 3 drones down.
Yeah, pretty good trade right there for Hero, but there is one scary thing, which I guess we don't have too many Lings on the map, but oftentimes if you lose those early Adepts as the Protoss player, then suddenly your first Oracle, it kind of has to play defense to secure the third base because you don't have those initial units to secure it, you know, body blocked by a pylon, right? That's why Reynor instantly sending those Lings cross map to the third, being like, okay, you delayed me, but you traded out your Adepts. Now I can delay you.
Okay, the Oracle's going to go right over this, and he actually only gets 1 drone. Can he get a second? The transfuse is nice.
Wow.
And, you know, that damage on the Oracle is permanent, so it was a bold move. It did not pay off. That Oracle probably can't really harass anymore. It can only protect Stalkers and maybe try to tag units.
Yeah,
but I like the idea from Hero. He's trying to get in Raynor's face right away.
He is, but I'm starting to like this for Reynor quite a bit more. I know we do have additional gateways coming online for Hero, but this third base is so late. 4:30, we are throwing this down here for Hero. I don't know if he actually got enough done against Reynor to make it worth it. It feels like the Protoss economy is going to be really slow coming online here in the mid game.
So we've got the Overlord coming over here to peek and try to see, all right, how many gases have been taken, what exactly is going on, what kind of game are we in for here. 10 Lings about to finish up here as the Roach Warren is coming along. Things might slow down a little bit. I mean, we've got these Oracles coming in here, but I don't think they're going to be able to get much done. It's going to be both players trying to harness the powers of their third base. 2 Oracles are going to loop through the back, but they're not going to get anywhere either. I mean, these Queens, you might just have to recall here.
Yeah, the early game with the Adepts and the pylon getting thrown down at the third base of Reynor was really good for Hero, but since then, especially the Oracle defense, it has been on point for our Italian Zerg. And the fact that Reynor, again, we're pushing 5:30 right now, and the Nexus is still not online here at the third. I think Hero, he's probably going to try and play a bit more of a low econ game, I would imagine, given this situation. We do have additional gateway in production. More Stalkers are getting warped in. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him just commit to a lot of Link Stalkers pushing with +1 at the third base of Reynor because economically, he is struggling a little bit back at home right now.
So, 4th base for Reynor. It's really going to be the phase of the game where we're growing. We've got the Blink, as we pointed out, coming along with a +1 attack. It's going to be hard to get underneath the Zerg here on the right side of the map. If you can try to get underneath, I think the Zerg can just make a beeline to counterattack you. But I think that's going to be the play regardless. The Robo is coming down. That must be at the natural then? I don't see it at the third.
Yeah, I think it's a smart play given how effective Raynor's counterattacks have been
I guess
over this series.
You don't want some kind of weak point sticking out there. I mean, that's a great way for the Zerg to punish it.
Yeah, still only 4 gases here for Hero, so he is not taking up that quickly. Still just happy to stick to +1 Blink Stalkers in a moment with that Robo coming online. And my eye is glued to that production tab. I am so curious where Hero is going to go with this. Is he going to throw down additional gateways? Is he going to continue warping in Stalkers?
Yeah.
No. Instead, it's 2 more gas getting thrown down. It probably won't be that super high aggression that we were perhaps anticipating. It seems like he's going to go a little bit more towards tech. Also, probably least lucky Stalker of all time, dying right before Blink is done.
Yeah, right. Just seconds away from that. Yeah, you know, you don't have to recreate what we saw in the last game. This time he's going to go for a Robo support bay. Interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting. And with Reynor going for, again, a relatively fast hive tech here as Infestation Pit just now finishes at 720. This could go in Raynor's favor. You know, if this is Disruptor play, if this is Colossus play coming in here for Hero, if Reynor is able to get enough Vipers out before those units reach critical mass and can get some damage done, I could see this swinging in the Zerg's favor, but until then, he's got to be able to navigate the storm that is coming because Hero, although he isn't fully committed to pressure, he is still trying to get some kind of damage done with these Stalkers, with these Oracles, the same way he did in Game 1, the same way he did with Game 2. And, oh, it's actually a Spine here at the 4th, not a Spore, so those Oracles popping in, catching 6 drones. Nice pickoff there for Hero.
Stalkers pulling away now as we're getting further and further along here in the tech tree. 2 Colossi coming. We almost have all of the building blocks set in place for the push to come. The Zerg is going to max out. It's going to ramp up in supply. We're going to be mostly Roach heavy with some Lings, so there's going to be some fights that the Zerg can try to take. As we talked about earlier, the players are going to kind of descend down the map, expanding there, with the 2 closest bases being close to the bottom center. So there's no real obvious place to push for either side.
And that unit's lost to have 10 drones, 34 Lings,
wow.
2 Adepts, and a Stalker. I didn't realize it was so one-sided, although keep in mind, Reynor, for the majority of this game, his economy has been at least a pace better than Heroes, but I am a little curious if Hero's going to go for a timing attack now with +2 finishing, Thermal Lance coming online. No, it's going to be Disruptors. He's continuing to play this kind of more build-up focused style. Or wait, are those reinforcing Disruptors? Okay, never mind. This actually is Hero Tasteless. He is pushing the pedal to the metal. He is moving across map already with these Stalkers and Colossi. He wants to bring the fight to Reynor before those high-tech units come online. And because Reynor delayed that Hive by, say, 30, 45 seconds, there is a window without Vipers, but actually first he's got to deal with this.
Okay, he's going to come down here and hit this Nexus. I don't think there's any way to save this. In fact, Reynor's just going to dive in, but this means the Stalkers and everything else can come in and wipe this out. It's barely going to be killed in time, and then the Roaches are going to go down. So we know that there can be a counterattack. Obviously, Hero wanted that Nexus. He needs that Nexus, but maybe this creates another opportunity here for Hero to move in. As Reynor's going to try to spike back up in supply. Lurkers close to hatching, but of course Colossi can deal with them if given the right angle.
Yeah, and it's going to be Lurkers with their range upgrade coming in instead of Vipers here for Reynor, but before that range upgrade is done on these Lurkers, it is very hard for them to take a fight against the army that Hero has assembled. So there's a large window before that upgrade is done where Hero can levy some big hurt here on Reynor. Colossi pushing into the 3rd base. Stalkers trying to draw some fire to the 4th, splitting the attention of Reynor. The Lurkers, they're not getting the big splash damage that they need. And Hero, he is blinking forward so aggressively, absorbing a lot of impact from those Lurkers despite missing the range upgrade. A bit ambitious here for the Protoss, but he is absolutely going for it, Tasteless.
He's going to try to move in a Disruptor here in the back to try to help out. The Zerg is still kind of keeping a nice arc around this area. The Lurkers unburrow and then reburrow once more. The Disruptor shot comes in and wipes out a Ravager. Another one comes through here again. Does not quite connect.
Yeah, and you see once those Lurkers have their range upgrade complete, it's a lot harder for Hero to push into that choke point. He had one small window. He was able to get a little bit of damage done, perhaps not as much as he needed. Now, if he wants to get more damage done here against Reynor, he's going to have to outmaneuver him on the ground. Actually, how many Lurkers do we have on the board here for Reynor? Because it feels like it's kind of low. Oh, no,
2.
only
it's
2.
Literally 2.
This
it was
is
the 2
scary.
from the fight earlier on the side that did most of that damage. Great Disruptor shots connecting in here. The Roaches will dive forward, but the Stalkers and the Colossi can just keep hitting them over and over. Just the 2 Lurkers in the back. The Stalkers blinking to the side, going into the Spine Crawlers. 1 Colossus pulled in, but there are so many Archons, so many Disruptor shots. I don't know that Reynor can keep this position for much longer.
Man, these 2 Lurkers are putting in so much work. It's kind of unbelievable that Reynor is able to hold on. Some really good micro against the splits, but again, with only 2 Lurkers, you can get out positioned like this. Hero, now he's setting his eyes on the 3rd base. There's a big vulnerability. One more shot here on the not the Liberators, on the Disruptor. It's going to try and connect there with the Roaches. Hero would love to take down one of these hatches, but it is so hard for him to find the right angle.
And he's just basically avoiding the Lurkers. He's going to keep going up. He's going to force him to come back out. Another Colossus is pulled in here. The Lurkers are going to be doing a lot of damage. It looks like, I think there's still one buried there. He just now takes it out.
Yeah, 2 Lurkers go down to the Disruption Ball and those Zealots there on the front line. Man, Hero is really pushing it here between the Natural and the 3rd base. This is a very awkward fight for Reynor because his reinforcements, they're so split. Oh my goodness, the Induct and the Disruptor Ball has actually hit the Colossus as a result of it. Some really sick moves right there by Reynor.
Kind of an insane moment. He's in between the 2 bases right now, so there's no easy place to rally.
Yeah. Oh man, this is looking really scary for Reynor. In these low situations with small unit counts, these Stalkers get so much value with their blink, and oh man, Hero, he's gonna take down the Roach Warren.
Oh, yeah, that's right, the Roach Warren tech is right there. The Disruptor shots are gonna be cleaning up so many more of the remaining Roaches. That's gonna be it. Reynor can't believe it. He is devastated. Another insane upset here at the Esports World Cup.
Wow.
As Hero 3-0's Reynor.
I almost can't believe it. Reynor has been looking so good, and Hero. Yesterday, his PBZ was kind of shaky, but he played out of his mind in that series. A 3-0 over Reynor. He is going to advance to the lower bracket final of Group B to face off against Serral. And my goodness, Tasteless. I mean, Hero, you can see how much this win means to him. He's playing at the kind of level where he goes into that lower bracket final match. I know Serral 3-0'd him early in the tournament. I don't know if he can do it again. Hero looks so strong.
Unbelievable. We're going to be going to an interview now and seeing, well, in a second we're going to go to that interview. First, we're going to take a quick look at this highlight, excuse me. And what was a real tug of war here in the middle of the map. You know, I think Reynor had the right idea of trying to harpoon the Colossi and try to create that comp imbalance there. But then, by then, Hero already switched into Disruptors. He had an Immortal back here. He had Archons. And suddenly, the Vipers weren't so handy, and it's much easier to just get Disruptors out in time to the point where the Vipers can't really do that much. You can see Reynor actually rubbing his head there in frustration. How do you stop that? I don't know. But right now, Hero, the hope of IR. Let's hear how he's feeling.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We have Hero here after another upset at the Esports World Cup StarCraft II, and we've seen some of the best Protoss gameplay we've seen so far in the tournament. Hero, I do have a lot of questions for you, but let's start with how did you manage to handle and manage the constant harass that Reynor was putting under the pressure, like for you throughout the whole match?
일단 김준호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 정말 레이너 선수가 굉장히 또 몰아치는 플레이도 했고 정말 막 저글링 돌리고 막 바퀴 돌리고 굉장히 좀 이렇게 견제하는 플레이를 많이 했었어요. 그래서 좀 많이 휘둘러셨을 법도 한데 그거에 대해서 좀 어떻게 대처를 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 감사드리고요. 그리고 자꾸 링에 털렸는데 사실 제가 이번에 후반 연습을 되게 많이 했기 때문에 그 이후로 좀 정신 꽉 잡고 링에 좀 털리지 않으면서 후반 가면 좋은 상황 만들 수 있을 것 같아서 좀 정신을 차렸던 것 같습니다.
I mean, obviously he caught me off guard with some circling harasses, but I still needed to get a grip on it on the late game, and I practiced a lot in the late game, so I just try to focus and maintain focus and then just show what I practiced.
I mean, honestly, that focus definitely paid off because this marks your 5th consecutive win against Reynor throughout the whole year. But at the same time, you're going against Serral next, and you haven't been able to win against them all year long. Both of them are Zerg players. So what's the difference between them? Like, how come you keep winning against Reynor but not against Serral?
이제 이번 승리로 지금 올해 레이너 선수를 상대로 이제 5연승을 거두고 계시는데 세랄 선수를 상대로는 올해 한 번도 못 이기셨어요. 그래가지고 이 두 선수의 좀 차이점이 좀 뭐라고 생각하시는지 그게 좀 궁금하네요.
일단 스타일의 차이는 세랄 선수는 좀 보면서 맞춰가는 스타일인 것 같고요. 레이너 선수는 좀 공격적으로 하면서 맞춰가는 스타일인 것 같은데 저도 공격적인 거 하면은 빼놓을 수 없는 선수이기 때문에 오히려 좀 잘 맞아떨어져서 이기는 것 같고요. 레이너 선수도 굉장히 잘하는 선수라고 생각합니다.
I think the difference is I personally feel that Serral is more of a macro-based and counter style. So he tries to counter all my pushes and all my aggression, but Reynor is more of a aggressive style, just like me. So I think that's kind of a difference made here. And I'm also a really good aggressive player, so I think I kind of, overplayed it.
We definitely saw that with all the StarCraft sports that we've seen in the game 2 specifically. But you now have a chance to take revenge against Serral, and that's exactly what you wanted. You took down one Basilisk, and you're about to take down the other one. So how about we send it back to the studio to talk more about the match?
Well, we're here on the side of the stage where, of course, Hero has just 3-0'd Reynor. Pig, I don't think we saw that one coming.
I don't think anybody saw that coming, mate. That was just a surprise. What fantastic play. A player who's known to be aggressive, and he's like, nah, man, we're just flicking, changing the script there. We're going to play completely late game oriented in that game one, and that caught all of us by surprise, obviously as opponent as well. It's a nice energy at these events because you know the players have put so much time into preparing, and you're like, okay, someone can go against their image and just play a completely different style. I love seeing the preparation he's put into it, the focus. He's not just that smiling assassin we know him as. Feels like Hero's having fun up there and really kind of reinventing himself as a player.
Which is really cool as well, and I think it's got to be something to be said. I think he knocked Reynor's confidence a little bit, right? Because Reynor's been so confident. Earlier today, he was saying he felt good, especially after that series against Solar, where he got the 3-0. He said he was feeling way better than yesterday. Hero wins that first game, and it just felt like it was a downward spiral.
Oh, it's hard, man. Crimson Court's quite a good map there for, Zerg, but those Tempests are nasty. The Storm Micro is on point. Feedback's like... There's a lot of little things. You just expect a few more slip-ups in these games, and they weren't really there. I was really impressed with that. And of course, you see the tiniest mistakes really adding up here on these big stages. I mean, looking there at the end of that game, I think there was a hive that was meant to be clicked. There wasn't quite enough gas. I'm just there kind of on the edge of my seat watching these games and realizing that as the weight of it kicks in, every single round is more and more important for these players. You know, you go down to that knockout bracket, you've still got more chances there as Reynor, but he knows now he can't make any more mistakes. He's got to play it perfect from here.
Going to be super tough as, of course, Hero moves on to play against Serral. Let's go to the desk to dive deeper into that 3-0.
Protoss winning a series in 2024 on an international land. That's right, Hero 3-0 against Reynor here, and I genuinely did not really expect a 3-0 at all. Joining me, ZG Roddy, as well as Lambo Roddy. Especially you did not expect a 3-0.
Nah, Hero has a really good track record against Reynor. We went over it before the series even started. We've also mentioned a couple of times that this Reynor that we're seeing here at the Esports World Cup 2024 is ready for this tournament. He's been playing non-stop. He's been looking incredibly sharp across the board. And for Hero to still do this, even against this Reynor, this is not an online Reynor. This is not Reynor who's coming into Katowice with 1 or 2 weeks of prep. No, this is a Reynor that's very ready. Just mega impressive stuff by Hero, man. Like, the man is so aggressive. He's so in your face. And he's really, like, he's the ultimate nemesis of Reynor at this point.
Get out of here, Byun. We're going to see you in a minute. Well, actually, no, we're not. He's down in the knockout bracket now. Go away, Byun. But anyway, yes, we have got ourselves a great win coming out from Hero here. And again, to a 3-0 Reynor of all things. I was maybe expecting a map coming out, but...
Well, particularly that last one, right? It actually looked very promising for Reynor, but I think, two things, really. First one, Hero, as a Protoss, he will go when other Protosses would stop, or at the very least hesitate, and he does not hesitate. And then the second thing is that it was a short map. So when those momentum swings happen, when you give away a couple of units on a counterattack or a run-by like he did, the swing back from the superior army as it could be with the Protoss is pretty fast. So to actually get enough lurkers in time and have your Vipers ready to abduct is just like a little bit extra difficult because it's like a 6-second difference, for instance, on some of the other maps where you'd attack from your 3rd to the 5th or something like that. So also chokes were really abused there by Hero. It was just a wonderful ending to the game. For the Protoss, very sad for Reynor.
And from the Zerg perspective, Lambo, is there any Protoss that you would rather not have in your face constantly than Hero? He's gonna pile on the aggression over and over and over.
Yeah, it's so difficult, but he does it at this tournament differently than what we're used to. Usually, he's attacking with Blinkstalkers, and then more Blinkstalkers, and then he run by Zealots on the right, then he run by Zealots on the left. And what we expected, because he didn't show a lot of strategies, is that he maybe started with some... He would start with some Phoenix openings to catch the opponent off guard, some quick Tempest, something like that. And instead, he's playing the most standard opener, which is Blink into Storm, just to be safe. And he wants to play those late games, and he has improved a lot in those late games. So he just keeps... He still keeps that part of his style true to himself, where he constantly is active, he constantly wants to trade. But it's not the in-your-face, I need to kill you right now. It's more the, I will trade positively throughout the game, and I will wear you down.
So you've intrigued me, Lambo, so I'm going to stick with you for a moment here. What have you got for us in terms of what came out of this series?
So we can go into it right away, because I just wanted to explain Hero's playstyle here. He opts to go for the Tempest and a lot of ground support. It's very difficult for the Zerg to jump on this army. And the way it works out is that the Tempest actually has 10 range, so it can shoot units that are about this far away. The Lurker also has 10 range, so it can shoot until right around here. And then Feedback also has 10 range, which is exactly the same. And the Viper has 9 range, which is a little bit less. So if you constantly are on the edge of the Zerg and you constantly shoot stuff with enough Tempest, you will one-shot a unit here, you will one-shot a unit there, and it will just add up over time. So if we play this clip from here now, this was already very late into the game. Reynor might get a couple of abducts, but Hero just traded positively the entire way through. So what you're supposed to do against this as a Zerg is counterattack, because this army kills stuff slowly. You want to stay at home with as little as possible, make a huge ground army and counterattack. So what Reynor is supposed to do is here at the bottom, attack into maybe the 5th base of Hero, try to harass him that way. But these trades, where Hero is just focusing on the front line with a Tempest, will always over time go well for the Protoss just because of the way the ranges work. The High Templars can zone for the rest, and even if you get an abduct while coming from the side, it's not enough because the Tempests are continuously killing a unit here, a unit there. And yeah, it just didn't work out because I think Reynor didn't have the correct game plan. He didn't quite respect the way that Hero would play this out. And Hero just did it fantastically.
Terrifying army to deal with, and thank you very much for that. It is time now to go to a break. When we return, we have our next matchup on the way. We have got our, again, repeats of what we even had before. Oliveira and Maru go head-to-head. The winner moves on into a second-place match decider to try and get to the Final Four. You don't want to miss it.
Ready, set, go.
I am here with Oliveira. He's about to face Maru. Oliveira, you said that Maru is one of the people that you have always looked up to in StarCraft II, and you do come off of a loss against him and another repeat win against Byun, who is also a very strong opponent. So I want to ask you, what is going to change in this series?
首先就是因为你后面就要对战这个 Maru 嘛，你前面也提到，就是 Maru 是一个你非常尊重的一个选手，然后前面你现在又再次战胜了这个 Byun 之后，现在准备对战 Maru， 你觉得你有什么调整的，或者你觉得这个再次挑战 Maru 对你来说意味着什么？
我觉得马入是一个就非常全面的选手吧，就是想赢他用不了什么小技巧，就是你必须要就是比他厉害，所以我只能比昨天发挥的更好才有机会。
I think Maru is a really, really well-rounded player. There's no, I feel like it's not exactly very possible to win using little tricks or things that you simply do like slightly better than him. If you want to beat Maru, you gotta be better than him in just about every single respect. So I think that what I need to do is to play much better than what I played a couple of days back in order to beat Maru here.
Do you feel you're gonna do it?
你觉得你能做到吗？
Well, I just want to win 1 point today.
All right. Back to you.
All right, that is Oliveira coming into a big fixture for him. It's a repeat, and he goes up against the man that he has slain in the past in TVT. But can he do it after the upper bracket dilemma? Joining me, Pig, as well as Artosis here for this one. Artosis, what are your thoughts coming into it?
Look, Maru already did take out Oliveira, but game one, Oliveira actually had a big lead, and it looked like he was going to win. And then in the mid-game, it looked like he was going to win, and Maru fought back. Oliveira needs to close the game if he gets the advantage. That is the main difference we need to see from him here.
Yeah, game one from their previous series, it felt like there was a 30-second, 1-minute window where it might have been able to break him, didn't though, Pig, and that really felt like it snowballed through the rest of the series.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so hard for Oliveira because you're going up against Byun where he's coming at you and you just need to defend and survive, and that's your win condition.
Yes.
Against Maru, that's not the win condition because we know that Maru can always drag the game back into his favor. As Dan said, when you've got the advantage, you've got to find ways to press it, whether that be getting, a dominant map position in terms of extra bases, denying some bases, diving in the main with Doom drops. These are all things Oliveira may need to mix in as we see those bans up on screen. Anything there surprising? It looks like Maru taking out Amphion wants to take out a very weird map. Oliveira also taking out Dynasty. So they're both saying, let's play on the more standard maps.
I feel like catching Maru by surprise was kind of something that was good for Oliveira, or like finding the most obscure timing attacks against Oliveira, but sorry, against Maru even, I should say. But Dan, it feels like Maru's come in very scouted here. It is going to be hard to find those.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Oliveira said it well in the interview. Maru is actually a very complete player, one of the most complete in the world with Serral, I would say, where it's like they actually just don't really have weak points. So you do have to outplay them or really trick them.
Yeah, and it's difficult against someone like Maru. And if you go into the later stages of the games, he's going to survive. Even if you go in ahead of him in terms of supply, he's going to survive and then bring it back. Thank you very much, gentlemen. The games are coming at you thick and fast here for the Esports World Cup as we are ready for the rematch. Oliveira, the current reigning world champion, goes up against arguably one of the GOAT contenders in Maru. Let's get to it here for another TVT Best of 5.
That's right. It's a rematch of the IEM Katowice 2023 Grand Finals that saw Oliveira become the world champion. But it's also a rematch of a match that happened just yesterday with a bit of a different result, Fancy.
Exactly. Maru going 3-0 at the Esports World Cup StarCraft II at the upper bracket. But now Oliveira has a chance to take revenge and take him down. So how about we welcome the players on stage? And for the first one, it is Oliveira of Weibo Gaming. Oliveira seems to always come on top when the pressure is high. And everyone knows that the pressure is as high as it gets right now because losing this match means going to the knockout bracket.
But his opponent, Maru of Team Vitality, definitely holds the winning record. In the 16 times they've faced each other since 2017, Maru has won all but 4 of those matches. Will he concede another one today, Fancy?
Who knows? It's going to be an exciting match. So casters, please take it away.
And we're back to Oliveira versus, wait, no, it's a new one, just kidding. Maru versus Oliveira is happening. Game number 1 is going to be coming up here, and it's a familiar one, Damu, as we got to see this yesterday. The result was certainly not in Oliveira's favor, 0-3, but he did show a lot of promise in that first game.
Absolutely, it was pretty damn close. I mean, he had Maru on the ropes, but that feels like where Maru really shines the most, especially in this matchup. But once he gets to the latter stages of the game, it's just all about Maru, isn't it? And I mean, Oliveira has had some good warm-up, for sure, given that he went up against Byun twice over the last couple of days, winning out those series 3-2, 3-2. We do know that Byun has been a guy in the past that can take down the Marus of the world, but Maru's just, he plays this matchup so darn differently to anyone else on the planet.
Well, the scary thing about facing Maru is that you really don't feel like you can take him on in the late game. I mean, you're going to try, especially if you're forced to the late game, but there is this ticking clock that still exists in this matchup when it comes to facing Maru. If you do not cut the head off the snake, it's going to continue just slithering around and being a bother. So if Oliveira manages to get any leads, he's going to have to actually kill Maru before he gets set up on those 3 CCs.
And if there's one thing that Oliveira likes to do in TVT, it is kill people real damn fast. I mean, he's very solid at it. He got to go the full distance against Byun, and we're going to get right on into it over here. Spawning in the bottom right-hand side of Oceanborn, representing Weeboo Gaming, it is Oliveira.
And in the upper left, as the blue Terran for Vitality, it is Maru.
Going to be interesting to see what these guys whip out. I mean, this has been a very Terran-heavy bracket, even right from the get-go. So you can damn well bet that these players have been practicing their TVT butts off. And I mean, whoever wins this, it isn't all over just yet. You will have to play the winner of the B bracket, which right now looks like it's the whoever wins out of Serral and Hero. I mean, that is not going to be easy either.
No, but to be that much closer to actually making it to the Final Four, to having another best of 5, to kind of prove you are the better player overall. I mean, it's definitely a preferable place to be compared to the knockout bracket, which turned into best of 3s and still have a lot of amazing players down there as well. So as we said in the opener, Oliveira actually had a bit of a moment. In fact, a pretty big moment in Game 1 of yesterday's series. In fact, many of us thought that that could have been the game-ending moment. Oliveira was pushing into Maru's natural. Maru forced to pull the boys, did break out, and the game kind of went in a way that it was an exchange of army to economy, until it got too long. Maru did show that he is the better late game player. So that's what I mean when Oliveira really has to worry a lot more, I think, than other Terrans about actually defeating him early on. Yeah, I don't want to make that mistake.
No, that would have been a travesty, especially when they've both gone for fairly similar builds here with the 1 Rax fast expand. Difference being, I think Oliveira went for the gas first, whereas Maru opted for that Rax first, and the differences will start to come online here. I think I was going to say maybe a reactor going up for Oliveira there, does have the 50 gas available. Maru will be opting for a second Reaper with his mix of things.
I had Maru try out a 3cc in one of the games, and that was the game that I believe that he was forced to pull. It was whenever he typed that greed in this series, because especially after yesterday's result, you would think Maru is coming in as, to him, the favorite. He should have yesterday as well, but now it's just really awfully confirmed. We do have a starport now being added on for Oliveira as Maru sharking around a couple of Reapers. Want to get on the high ground, but 2 Marines going to look to block him out. Actually, he's going to be able to overpower this Reaper and maybe even delay the command center.
Yeah, Maru's build is really weird, by the way. Going for Rax first, like Rax gas, killing that SV, it's a big deal. But Maru, I don't think Oliveira was expecting this at all, because he's done this in a weird way. He went for a second Reaper before the factory. You never do that when you go for a Rax gas build. And look how fast his 3rd CC is. His 3rd CC started before the starport as well. So Maru going for one of the greediest builds you can do and getting damage done with it. Like, that is incredible.
That is incredible. I'm just wondering if this actually is the same map we did that on. So I'm going to try and look back at it. But I asked, was he going to do that again? And yes, he absolutely is. My point was trying to get to that Maru could be feeling he really doesn't have to take any chances or really mix up his Terran build orders too much, because he does seem very much favored versus Oliveira. But he is going to use Oceanborn as that standard big map to grab a faster 3rd CC.
Yeah, it's definitely cool by him. If you're thinking about, like, what are the negatives? Well, if your opponent goes into Ravens, they're going to have them much faster than you. But you do see that Oliveira here, he's opting for this nice early medevac. And I do believe it is a Cyclone in the midst as well. But Maru does have quite a few units. He's going into a lot of Hellions here as well. Like, we could see Mech potentially, but Maru, since the beginning of time, has been so good with his bio that I'm thinking it won't be, but Oliveira turns up in this main base pretty unwelcomed by Maru and dealing a little bit of eco damage, but kind of being careful about it because he has no idea what lies waiting for him.
Yeah, he is very close to seeing the third CC. He actually got that close. Some Hellions able to actually clean things up. Mobility is their strength, and it's such a small little hit squad. They did help out there. Yeah, he absolutely saw the third CC. So once again, with that knowledge, no, it wasn't. It was not 3CC on this map. Now I'm remembering it. That was where Oliveira actually added in a second starport. They did play Oceanborn yesterday, but was it? Did he actually do that on Oceanborn? Yes, he did actually. No, this is totally right. I am goofing on myself, basically. He's going to do it again. Okay. Yeah, we caught up. We got there. Just pretend I didn't talk for 10 seconds. But seriously, this is actually exactly what happened last time around. Just flipped the spawn positions. Oliveira is going to scout the 3CC. He's going to add a second starport. He's going to go for the push. This was really difficult for Maru to handle, but Oliveira couldn't actually get the win. Can he push it that little bit more and get the first map?
This is actually very scary for Maru. Like, even though he's ahead in supply, 6 Hellions, they do not deal the damage you need against the tanks. Yes, the Marines can absolutely get mowed down, but it's all about the tanks here. And the fact that Oliveira is going to be on 2 starports very soon, quite scary, because Maru has no idea what's outside his doorstep right now.
Oh, and oh my gosh, last game, didn't he? Yeah, no, he's continuing with the same pattern here. Once again, missing that second starport. And I did scan the main and see an absence of a third CC. So unless that was building on location this entire time, that is a little bit of a tell. But the army of Oliveira had already gotten siege up on the front. He actually pushes it a little bit farther. Target fires that tank. It goes down. SDV is actually blocking some of this. Very choked in. A lot of them going to be going down here. It might be cleaned up, but then you have to question, did Oliveira do enough damage?
I think he did a good amount of damage, but that's only wave 1 of this push. I mean, Ravens have stayed alive here, and the longer they stay alive, that is so darn good for Maru. But Maru, fairly unfazed with all this, it feels like. He's going to get out his own Vikings now, switched over the starport to that reactor, but soon Oliveira will outnumber him in the skies. It's just, those are big upgrades coming online. That's a huge investment here from Maru.
Yeah, and Oliveira's aren't really getting that much of an air superiority situation here. He does literally win it right now, but with the defender's advantage for Maru, if he is building his own Vikings, there's that questionable time, the period where Vikings of Oliveira are coming across the map in which, you know, especially with a couple of auto turrets helping out, it could be problematic, but he lands the Vikings this time around. Tanks once again sieged up. SCVs pulled once more. Once again, 8 SCVs go down. Oh, tank also fired, and actually this could be a lot more than that. Finally, all the tanks are gone from the field. Oliveira's push has officially ended? Question mark. He's continuing to rally forward. Liberator in the main base at a perfect time. Maru clearly distracted. So many SCVs going down now.
Yeah, certainly is. And Oliveira behind all this. This wasn't a Giga all-in. Third base on location here, Zombie Grub. 1-1 has started for him, and a single Hellion getting to spot exactly when it went down. Maru's not down and out, but make no mistake, he did not want to take any of that damage. You see a little bit of a sigh there, being like, oh darn, okay, I've got to work my way back into this game, but he's done it so many times now that I can't remember the most famous time in my head.
Yeah, there's so many, actually. You're absolutely right. I mean, maybe the comeback versus Cure in a GSL, where I think Cure was up 2-0, that pops to mind, but that's like a comeback and a best of. He also had so many comebacks in that series. It's just what he's known for, and we're in a very similar place to yesterday where it took a little longer. It was more of like 1.5 fights kind of situation, but Oliveira does have a really good SCV lead, building his third CC on location. He is behind on those upgrades, but the difference between this game and the last is that Maru was, I think, already kind of pushing for some type of counterattack. He found Oliveira's retreating army, and then he was able to use that to propel onto the third of Oliveira and cancel the fourth. If that had not happened yesterday, that could have been the Oliveira win, and it could be the situation here today. Scan reveals Maru's army is actually mostly back at home, at least the tanks are, I should say.
I mean, Oliveira does have to be careful, because there's going to be a window here where he's 1-1 with combat shields against none of that. And remember, Oliveira has actually gone into Raven production very early now, utilizing that second starport he had, which is important, but it takes a while for that energy to really get online. So Maru looking to even the trade here. Does kill a sensor tower. They're quite expensive, close to a tanking cost, and that is a lot of bio here, but there's still one tank in the back that has a dream to do here, and that is a lot of bio just getting a little bit of damage done, but not really what he needed.
No, the SimCity in this game ends up helping Oliveira. Without the tanks Maru brought over yesterday, he wasn't able to take advantage of the situation, get the SCV killed on the building command center, and then it just becomes really too difficult to get that back on. It was, really what helped him bring it back into the game, and he's unable to do that here. He does not cancel the 4th CC. Now, Maru, Macro God, does have his own 4th CC finishing, despite the SCV damage that he took. He does still have much faster upgrades as well. In fact, it's getting a little silly. His 2-2 is edging closer to 80% done. Okay, yeah, now finally 2-2 starts up for Oliveira, but that's a considerable gap of time. We are heading into a stage where Marines are obviously going to be important. No one's playing mech here, although they both are continuing to kind of edge closer to more of the air game, like a late game TVT. We're building up to that point.
It was super weird. Like, this game's had a few little twists for me. So, the build by Maru, really cool. You said he's done it before. Still a very nice build. He was so good about getting the armory, despite all that madness that was happening at his front door, meaning his upgrades are very far ahead. Oliveira switched into starport so early. Like, getting your 3rd starport kind of as your 4th is landing.
Yeah.
Super early. So, despite him not truly going really killer on the Ravens early on, he's going to have so many for this next fight that you do start to worry if you are a bit of a Maru fan.
Absolutely. This is kind of technically, really, if this all turns out to plan, how you would want to win a TVT. You get ahead, and then when you know that TVT ends up in these long comebacks and these long games, and especially Maru, you want to get that air superiority and actually push that as fast as possible as well, again, before Maru can get to the similar situation. Now, Maru makes sure to have a decent number of Vikings, but he's not going to have nearly as many Ravens, so it's going to become a positioning battle. Can Maru's Vikings find Oliveira's Ravens before the interference matrix come down?
So many Ravens in the sky, and he's producing 2 at a time. Like, this is so early. If this was opposite to a player, it's opposite of Byun, right? Going Ravens way before you actually kind of needed them, but I think that's going to be a mega surprise for Maru. And Maru now just switching into the starports, which is when you normally do it. 2-2 is not yet finished for Oliveira, but with these kind of numbers, and it's going to be anti-armor missile available too, that is all over that army right now, and that 4th base, it is not long for this world.
No, it is not. Maru having to make the decision to evacuate, but not soon enough. Not able to save the SCVs, not able to save a handful of tanks either. He's going to have to concede that 4th, and a lot of damage beyond that, but still believing that he can make this game work. He's not going to tap out yet, not when he's over 150 supply, not when he still has 3 base, 6 gases, but it is looking grim. Oliveira's army is extremely powerful, even though the army supplies are very similar. The compositions can shine in different ways.
Oliveira has to be very careful that he doesn't spread himself too thin. Maru knows where he is with that scan, and look where he's going, straight down the middle of the map. He still has some defenses behind, but Ravens make short work. Nice unsieges there, very quick, but Maru might get on top of the production way faster than Oliveira.
Yeah, that's not a lot of tanks helping out here. I mean, there's a little bit of buffer with the SCVs, I suppose, on both sides, actually. Oliveira, not having a tank siege initially, does lose a chunk of his Marines, finally takes out that last tank from Maru, but Maru, he's marching towards the main base. Do we have any tanks popping? Can Oliveira hold on to his production?
I mean, that's the factory right there, Zombie Grub. I don't know where his second one is, but tanks are going to be shocked as they exit that factory. You see that, just boom, dead. Supplies very close, but Maru still producing, and his production isn't dying on impact either. 3-3, very close finishing, and Oliveira's going back home. Yeah. I'm not sure that's the play.
I mean, I'm not sure either, but he's got to make the decision and just make it, commit to it, because any waffling would be disastrous. So he is going to pull back, but most importantly, he is rebuilding to the left side. Exactly. He had a lot of money. He read the situation as fast as pretty much possible and decided, yeah, the main base is gone. My natural is gone. That absolutely sucks, but I could still play this game out because I also did damage to him. But the production is the heart of the Terran, and Maru just basically stabbed it, but Oliveira is still pumping it for some reason, somehow, and it's all about that left side now. It's all about that base. It's all about the production. Unfortunately, upgrades are not going to happen for Oliveira. In a situation where Maru has 3-3, Oliveira's Marines kind of suck.
They do kind of suck, and remember, he's not able to produce right now for a long time. Orbitals have gone down, and I mean, Oliveira is out on the map, but Maru's been expanding behind this as well. His production absolutely untouched here. Oliveira with some scans just to find out what the situation is, and Right now, Maru just absolutely thrust himself more than back into this game, still dealing lots of eco damage as well.
I mean, he's actually favored right now. The only thing Oliveira really has going for him is, well...
Ravens.
Yeah, okay, so here we go. We've got Ravens, we got a Planetary to fall back on eventually, should it be needed, and we do have +2 tank attack. So he is going to be able to demolish Maru's Marines if his tanks can get involved.
Maru's been so good about seeing the interference matrix, and I don't want to say baiting it, but unsieging before it even hits. So good about that so many times in this game. And Oliveira's macro, it's good on the minerals, but look at that gas. Like, he wanted to be spending so much gas right now on air, on Ravens, the +3/+3, but it's all being stopped. And now Maru with a gigantic army, and he's the one with a lot of Ravens now as well. So problematic for Oliveira, but that is a lot of tanks that Maru just kind of ran into in the back there.
Yeah, this might just be too much for Maru with those 3/3 upgrades. One tank still shelling away for Oliveira. Vikings land for a desperate attempt to hold, but this will not be it. Oliveira has to tap out in a game that looked absolutely beautiful for him. Maru made the exact right move, forced the base trade.
Yeah, if there's one thing that when I watch Maru, he does more than any other Terran, is he stops muling and he's all about scans. Finding out where his opponent is and just realizing if you're making it so I have only one choice, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to be real quick about it. He got into the natural, got into the main. Yes, his 4th died, but it bought him so much time, and he did that scan seeing where the army was, and he's like, unless you greet me right here, right now, I'm just going to go, go, go. He's been so good about the interference matrix as well, stopping 4 tanks from shooting here out of the 5, and his army better upgraded. So well played. You could see it on Oliveira's face, like, oh my goodness, how did you win from this situation? I think that's exactly what went through his mind.
Absolutely. You know, I think he knew the problem as well. When you do have that superior starport count, one of the things you are afraid of is being outpositioned. So I think Oliveira was probably expecting a type of desperate base trade, but perhaps not as fast and as much, right? So he did not have nearly enough time to get the tanks out that would have defended his production, because seriously, like 3 tanks on the high ground, and I don't think Maru breaks through. He still gets the upgrades. It's still a messy game, but the production would have lived. So yeah, the game starts off in a position where Maru does lose a little bit too much. You know, he has 3 CC, so it's absolutely recoverable. But then as we went on to the game, Oliveira was all about just powering up to the ultimate late game army. He knew that if he was swift enough, if he got to the right technology, Maru would not be able to hold on just with tanks. So this looked so freaking good for Oliveira, but his tanks were not producing. This is what I wanted to check, but the game was so hectic I really couldn't, right? I think he did have a second factory in the 3rd base, but his ability to produce them, or his desire to produce them, was rather low. He was spending so much of it on Ravens.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those situations where it's like, he was so all about killing that 4th base and thinking, oh, I'm great now, right? And you could see that he was kind of positioned out there, ready to move forward for the 3rd. And Maru was just like, you've just given me a highway down the middle of the map. Let's like just rock it. Because the Terran armies, they are slow. Even if you've got Ravens that can absolutely bust things open by making the tanks redundant, it's still slow about getting things done. And Maru's army was very mobile with that number of Marines.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're into the second game. This is actually just deja vu, guys. Their second map was also Site Delta yesterday. In the top left for Weibo Gaming, down a game, he is Oliveira.
And spawning over in the bottom right, the master of TVT, the GOAT Terran of all time, it is Maru.
The greatest of all time, Terran all time.
I like to say all time.
No, but I think that's absolutely a statement I think you would not be able to argue. I mean, maybe
How
as
can you?
An innovation fan, I got to get in here and be like, well, actually,
Arctos is probably out there right now. In fact, no. Even he wouldn't argue against Maru. I mean, he's just been there right from the beginning. The level that he's held for like the last 6 years. And I mean, we've had times where Terran have been weak, and I know there's a lot of Brodosses and Zergs who will be like, what are you on about? Terrans have always been busted. But no, there's been times where it's like there has been one diamond in the rough, one Terran that has been continuously making top 8s when no other Terran could. Top 4s, you know, getting to finals and stuff. Basically stopped Terran from getting buffed. Damn you, Maru. But yeah, it's Maru. It really has been all about it. And this is what made Oliveira's win in that last championship so damn impressive against a guy like Maru. It's just, He's the king of Terran.
Yeah, you got to balance that out, you know. Byun made the mistake of making 3-rack Trooper look too good. Nerf. Got to balance it, man. But it's why the Katowice run for Oliveira was so much extra special because, yes, every single player that he faced, it was a question mark as if he could win. He definitely came in as underdogs during a lot of those, but it was one of those, well, we know he's good, like he could continue. But then bam, 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 Zerg, Protoss, and then Terran. And that last Terran, that finals, was Maru, who has a godly TVT, insane win record in it, and usually is completely unfazed. So it was really the perfect situation for Oliveira to be able to come in with that momentum and that hype around him and then take advantage of Maru's also somewhat nerves he has talked about. But it was wonderful, and Oliveira has struggled to get the same results against Maru since then.
Maru doing a similar build here, but he went for his second gas far earlier. So it was Rax gas into a second Reaper, and he's been forcing that first SCV to not build the command center on location, so kind of forced it over to the right side here, then just gunning across the map to deal with it, just to slow down his opponent a little bit. Very fun, because what Maru's showcasing here is what looks like, from Oliveira's perspective, maybe the exact same build. But right now, it's absolutely not. His tech's going to come online faster. It's not as greedy. And I'm just wondering what he's going to do with it. Because, yeah, 2 Reapers, that's scary in this situation. But the Hellion will save the day.
Yeah. Good control there from Oliveira. Very close losing his Reaper, but is actually even on top of this Reaper. Went into the main base. It did get the scouts, you know, for the time that it got in there, which still wouldn't have seen like the Tech Lab edition, for instance, but it did get a scout. It wanted to kind of be more of a bother in the main if it could have. C'est la vie. Starport's now on the way for Maru, obviously much more delayed than Oliveira's, which is already building that medevac. Oliveira going to get in Maru's face. I think last time this was played, Site Delta, we had Oliveira open similarly, and then he got a taste of his own medicine. Maru found his medevac out in the field, so it's just, the beats are so similar between these 2 games so far, and it's just a question of if Oliveira can improve that little bit. Last game, it seemed like it was, right into those Ravens was fantastic, but Maru just figured out the right way to deal with that, didn't he? And let's see if he figures out how to deal with this. Oliveira with the little medevac push up against someone who's got a Cyclone and a Viking on the way. Needs to be very, very careful.
The Viking is really smart, by the way. Like, when you know your starports later because the build you've gone for, because you go for that second Reaper before the factory kind of thing, it's going to be later. You're not going to be the aggressor. So getting that Viking, which is primarily a defensive unit, this can absolutely catch you off guard. And Oliveira is quite fortunate that that medevac did not get locked onto, or that Maru chased it down.
Yeah, exactly. There was a dedication when he dropped in completely, but the 2 Cyclones did not get the medevac, and the Viking was not going to chase that down. So Oliveira able to keep that alive, which honestly, with the setup that Maru has, I think is kind of the goal. Otherwise, I don't think you really expect much. And now it's just going to be used more for a little bit of a map control kind of threat around the map as well, not make Maru, move out too eagerly, should he have to worry about this. But yeah, didn't get to do anything in the early game. We got Stim on the way already for Oliveira. His 3rd CC is done, but Maru gonna go for the second starport, which I feel like he did last time.
Yeah, in this situation, it's kind of funny. Like, a very fast 3rd CC. It's going to be Oliveira going for the double engineering bay nice and early. Like, his build's far more regular, but also just, it works, right? So even though he's behind in supply, Maru's going to be going for a push with a faster 3rd by the looks of it.
Well, this Marine just got a great scout, actually. Cause
it sees everything.
Yeah, it's all the double engineering bays guys and no second starport, too. So that was kind of like the one worry I think you have, other than just like the kind of normal TVT Oliveira is doing. No, Maru is going for the 2 starport play. On-site Delta, this makes some sense, but it is with the 3rd CC, so it's not as dedicated. And Oliveira is not quite aware of that. Does get pushed back, but once again, saving the medevac.
He sees it, right?
That was close. Yeah, he does see it, yep.
Yeah, so that's pretty damn big. So Oliveira knows that he's against a 2 starport push, or 2 starport at least, but with a 3rd CC, double armory from Maru.
Well, okay, didn't really expect mech, to be honest, but
that's cool.
That is cool to see. It's going to be very limited factory production, as you can tell. You got 2 starports, not 2 factories or 3 factories, Double armory as well is kind of greedy. I mean, this is a lot of tech units, so the quality is very high, but the quantity is very low, where Oliveira is playing the complete opposite. He thinks he's actually being pushed. He didn't realize that that was you know, it was built when it was. You know, he couldn't tell. So he doesn't realize. Now he does. Fortunately, that Hellion Scout, very necessary.
Seeing that gas there is quite big. Like, if you're really in the zone, you can be like, getting that gas so early can be, you know, indicative of mech, but given how off the radar it has been in recent times, and especially when you're up against Maru. But I do like the fact that Oliveira did not go into super quick Viking production after the Ravens. He's gone for medevacs. Now, if there's one thing that Maru can fall apart against with this setup, it is drops into the main, into the natural, that kind of thing. So he's got to be very careful because he has absolutely banked on not taking any damage with this build. But what you see Oliveira doing here is exactly what Maru does not want.
Yeah, I think he repaired that medevac from earlier too. So that's finally getting to highlights. And we got 4 SCVs already going down, just a little bit of a bother, distraction. Any amount of units that come over to help against this are no longer on that third. So that's really the top of a mech player's mind, is how much do they have and what directions are they coming in from and what quantity as well. Okay, this isn't too much. I'd really like to deal with this quickly and precisely. It's about the front line. So Maru did just scan the front, realizing that he could be pushed. He does have tanks still positioned, Ravens ready to go, some chokes on the map to help him out as well, and Oliveira is not going to push the issue. In fact, he's really not going to push the issue. Very limited bio time here as he already adds on 2 starports.
I love the fact they took the guys or the barracks off the reactors there, realizing, okay, I'm against mech. I'm not going to rush into this. Like, the timing window is kind of closing on when you can kill a mech player before it gets going, but I tell you what, Zombie Grub, that is quite a ballsy push there. I mean, he's going to be up against 4 Ravens. He did limit the Viking count pretty tremendously here, and it's going to be Turret City going down here, but that's a lot of stim bio, taking out a lot of the Ravens before they can do much, but I think Maru absolutely slams this down way harder than Oliveira expected.
Yeah, that looks like such a promising drop. You're on top of their production. You're still abusing their own choke against them because of the Sim City, but the Ravens really make a difference. Oliveira's like, I got in there, I fully unloaded it, I had tanks, why did this happen? Why is he like this? Unfortunately, just did not account for the power of the Ravens, or their correct positioning, I suppose, just only a couple of seconds too late. It was almost a bait, you know. I don't think Maru meant to let him in, but it almost turned into a bait. Oliveira now losing all types of pressure for, a limited time. He'll get back up to a supply that can pressure, but right now Maru's like, oh yeah, I got a lot of units. Like, I can feel really comfortable on 3 bases now.
Do you know what super sucks about this for Oliveira? The fact that he did that scan where he saw that second starport, that messed him up so much this game. Like, not realizing what the second starport was for. It was for Ravens for Maru, which, thinking it was a push initially, being like, oh, you're going to push me, get in the medevacs, doing this, dropping, it's like 4 Ravens to deal with all that stuff. This is just very cute stuff out of Maru, and his upgrades are really bang on point as well. Like, as a Terran, when you're bio, we're getting to a situation here that's just scary. 4 base mech. At some point, an army's going to march across the map, and it's a question of what do you do? Because it feels so darn scary going up against this sort of powerhouse army.
Yeah, so, you know, you still have bio as the bio versus mech player, but you're going to be looking a lot to the skies eventually, because, you know, that's going to be really the main problem. The bio army, unless it gets one hell of a surround, is going to become inferior to the mech army, particularly when the mech actually has really good upgrades. So usually you start thinking about the skies, you use your bio on the ground for a little bit of pressure, a little bit of threat. Maybe you do delay the 4th CC a little bit, but, you know, Oliveira lost that drop. He had already committed to the starports. He wasn't going to remax particularly quickly. So the skies are kind of where we want to head to for Oliveira, while also, again, delaying bases. But say he gets there, who is better in the late game, sky versus sky? Maru. That's just kind of a fact.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's better than Maru in late game when it comes to DDT. But one thing I will say, Oliveira's making a lot of the really good calls here. I think he's got a fusion core out for ranged liberators, but if he doesn't, that's a little bit of a problem. But he's going to be on 5 starports soon, getting the second armory online to get upgrades as well. So absolutely gearing up for air. He's also consuming the map here, Zombie Grub.
Yeah.
And these are all the things that he needs to do right now. I mean, the only thing that I can be like, Maybe the 3-3 isn't truly necessary on the bio right now. The gas could be used elsewhere, but he's so rich that he can do anything he wants.
Yes, Oliveira does still have the upgrade lead and the economy lead and the general kind of map presence lead. That's what you get on his side of this particular matchup. The question is whether or not you can push it to a victory, and that's the difficult part. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with that on the ladder. Actually being able to defeat the mech army. And what Maru can do as well is that technically he could have tried to push, like max out on a tank Raven army and try to push down the middle and go for that. He could also just turtle. He got to a 4th CC almost like too easily, and his 5th was also extremely fast. Only now being pressured. He's going to be able to position his units over there to stop that. Trying to get into the main base too, but Maru with extra missile turrets covering that backside, he's just not going to be broken easily, that's for sure. And I wonder how Oliveira is thinking about dealing with this. Eventually, you'd expect push comes to shove, but again, Maru could also just exhaust the guy.
He could, and he's using those Marines from earlier. That was also a really cute move by him. Just making it like not super obvious he was going for mech, but also being a good defensive unit, right? And come in here, snipe a few units, get to see what's going down. And Fusion Core coming online now for Oliveira. And like, not too late at all, because I don't think there's any Liberators on the field, but I am a bit worried about his supply, because he's maxed out right now. That's a lot of bio, and as this game goes on, it's not going to be the best unless you can get the right fight for it. And right now, it's just going to be about CC City. Just both spamming it, because eventually the 200 cap really limits what you can do as the bio player with 88 SCVs.
Yes, yeah, that's something we're going to have to pay attention to as the game goes on. Everyone is getting all types of upgrades, including some building upgrades, scan each other's army positioning. I gotta say, as you know, versus mech, having them already on 5 bases, again, seamless between the 3rd, 4th, and the 5th, is extremely scary. You really wanted to have more hiccups so that they would be a little less aware of your positioning and you're scanning everywhere, but Maru does seem a little surprised here. Anti-armor missile does come down, but he's pushing back, forced to cancel his command center. Oliveira not going to be able to push much farther, however. There must be a tank depth. Even those Thors with some good upgrades actually are kind of chonky, and well, Oliveira is going to take the position while he can, and then look elsewhere for more damage.
I didn't mind that for either player, weirdly enough. Even though Oliveira's supply dropped quite a bit, he can now remax on units that he really wants to take care of business. But tanks are always useful in the mix. I mean, he is against Ravens, and Maru's been so good about eliminating them from the fight, but he does need more air. And right now, no more Marines in the mix for him. He's just going to pump out Ravens, Vikings, tanks, Marauders, and they're all very decently upgraded. But Maru, he's also marching across the map, and look how good he is about just finding the right moment. He has to be careful though, but the bio's coming in very weirdly here, kind of skew with some at the bottom, some at the top, and Maru takes a clean victory here in the middle of the map. And I know Tace has brought up chess earlier, but Maru has taken control of the center of the board.
This was not quite it for Oliveira. His army was injured from earlier fights and earlier stims, and it was disjointed. I actually think there might have been a potential in the concave, but it was not that. And now Maru's push, it has come to shove, and it's just shoving right through the middle of the map. Oliveira unable to stop Maru from reaching over to his side of the map into his natural, covering the 3rd as well. Maru in a definite lead in this game, and Oliveira is just desperate.
And look how much of the map Maru's taken behind this. Not only is he on 5 bases, he's on 7 here, Zombie Grub. He is macroing behind all of this, getting the perfect army together. There's no Liberators in sight. I mean, there's no air in sight right now, which is super weird to think about. Even BC's 3 at a time coming out with the Yamato cannon. This is great stuff out of Maru, and this is exactly how you should be playing mech.
Yeah, this was seamless in almost every way, from the bases to the push. It wasn't absolutely perfect. It wasn't a literally perfect game, but it was just so clean. And this is very familiar to yesterday again. You know, not only the maps, but just the tone that is being set. Ultra close first game that arguably Oliveira should have won. Second game, you know, fair enough, but then, oh, what's that? Oh no, okay, Maru was actually just dominating. And then the 3rd game was, I believe, not very close last time. At least it is a different map, but same position for Oliveira, down 0-2 versus Maru. Maru has all the chances that he would ever want against Oliveira to actually close this series out.
Yeah, I'm just I'm always so impressed when I watch Maru, especially when he does something a little bit weird and wacky, but he makes it look like he's played it every day of his life, like up to this point. Just so many things about his mech play that were good, and it can catch your opponent very off guard. And honestly, Oliveira, the amount of bio he had on the map, and I know he loves bio, but you need to start trading that out. You need to start getting more Liberators out. Liberators actually destroy Thors, especially with the range upgrade. They just get on top, blitz out everything, and when you get that economic lead, with the bio and tank early on, and you have the extra bases, that's when you need to start making the switch. Trade out, taking the 5th base way harder than what he did, but he just kind of kept it all there, just being on the map. So definitely maybe respecting his opponent a little bit too much, and maybe just not playing mech all that often.
Yeah, against mech, right? Yeah. No, I think that would certainly be the case. It's not that he hasn't played mech, versus mech for almost the entirety of StarCraft II's career, but as far as it goes, the last 2 years, I want to say TVT very limited on mech. Very, very, very. And Maru just played it beautifully. Oliveira just really not having the best lead up to face a mech player, honestly, too. Again, that mishap with the scout and the starport that led him to believe to be defensive. Then the drop in the main not actually going as well as it looked. So once again, he's going to be on his last life. We're on Alcyone this time around for what could be the final game. In the top right for Weibo Gaming, he is Oliveira.
And in the bottom left-hand side, representing Vitality, it is the Dream Terran. It is Maru.
Dream retired about 2017.
He did. He retired a long time ago. Got super buff as well, He was also really sick. Yeah, he got super buff. I mean, that seems to be the StarCraft II gamer thing, right?
I know, right?
They get retired, get buff. As long as they're Korean, they do that.
Well, yeah, French Yogo and Caster. He's actually, he's a model now.
No, really?
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
I mean, all those French dudes like Coca, they're all kind of handsome. Oh.
Anyway.
But anyway, I kind of mentioned it a little bit, but Maru was doing that build, like with the 2 Reapers. He kind of made it look like he was going to do the same thing as he was doing in game 1, but did it totally different afterwards. And those kind of builds are so smart, because in a high-pressure situation like this, you often go into autopilot of what you should do or should have done differently. Like, if there's a dream situation where you're against a Terran going mech, you don't have that second engineering bay. You are like just +1. You play so damn aggressive before it gets going, but all these moves were already in order. You saw how early those engineering bays were for Oliveira. He was just not prepped and ready for that at all. I loved what we saw.
Yeah, and what's really insane to think about is just how small of the difference was on the scans. So as we have 2 factory expands here on Alcyone, I want to just highlight in the first game, Maru scans the main because that's on a popular map for 2 starport, so he misses the starport, but he still deals with it anyways. In the second game, you would scan on-site Delta exactly like Oliveira does, because you don't want to scan the main. The natural is just 9 times out of 10 where they hide, quote-unquote, the starport. For Maru, whether it was intentional or not, he did play into that scan position to, again, kind of deceive Oliveira into thinking it was an actual 2-star port play. You don't scan the main to see if there's a 3rd CC. You're scanning the kind of main natural to see if there's a 2nd starport. So that's just also really cool, assuming it was intentional.
I mean, if it was intentional, that's some like
Big
200
brain.
IQ Maru, you damn puppet master over here. I've always felt that Maru's so good at making his opponents do what he wants them to do, which in a lot of ways he kind of did that game, right? Like getting the bunker ready, thinking the push was coming. But this game, very different to the ones we've seen prior. Both players did opt for a 2-gas opening. Oliveira, on his side of things, went very quickly into a reactor, I think after his first Reaper. So he's going to have a lot of units very quickly. Now, that starport, not super early. You can't do it super early because he's spending so much gas on the Reapers. But it's going to be a good chunk of units arriving very quickly at Maru's front door. So he has to be so careful about how he's positioned, because if that Cyclone gets picked off nice and early, Zombie Grub, we could be looking at a whirlwind of a game.
Yes, it could snowball pretty heavily. If Maru doesn't raise the depot in the main, it's an extra problem. But you have so many Reapers, too. If they're all left alive, they just jump into the main. Now, this actually, I haven't seen it in a little while, it feels like, but this multiple Reaper Hellion opener, it can be nasty. Cyclones are glass cannons, but this one's going to be picked up. It's not even going to be involved in the fight. Let's see if the medevac sees it, how it responds. It will find the Hellions. 3 Hellions often alludes to also the 5 Reapers, which maybe we're going to try and jump into the main base, but okay, yeah, just a little off on the timing here. That's exactly what they do. Quick reaction from Maru, but just not enough units. Grenades flying every which way. These 3 Reapers now will try and go after some SCVs, but now it's 2. They're low. They're dying. They're not getting the SCVs. The Hellions in the natural also not really picking up too much. In total, 4 SCVs and a mule. That's, I don't think, what Oliveira wanted.
If he knew how fresh those 2 mules that he got, though, he's going to be smiling a tiny bit more. Because, I mean, that's a good 400 minerals that you slow down on your opponent. So Maru's not going to be super satisfied, but he's definitely taken an edge here. Because if he could have stopped that from happening, he'd be in perfect position here. Maru's making a Reaper. That's got to be an error here, surely. Unless he's just trying to sneak it into the main or something like that. But even the greatest will feel the nerves on this big stage.
Yeah, I guess so. So the counterattack is here. I mean, this was something that Maru had available to him as far as harassment, but actually bringing all of the units over. Now, great start, I think, for Oliveira, catching that 1 Cyclone. In fact, Maru's 2 Cyclones are very injured. His medevac is extremely injured. He's continuing to push, but it's like, you know, even you only have so much micro. They only have so much health. And Oliveira will hold. But yeah, Maru had the possibility to do a little bit of a counterattack. He had the possibility of going for a little harassment. He still does have the superior army supply, but obviously not enough to actually push on through. 3rd CC for Oliveira is about to finish. 2nd starport once again for Maru.
Can we have a look at the unit counting station? Because I'm wondering what kind of tech. So Maru, 2 Ravens, 1 tank, 1 Cyclone still remaining. I mean, yes, Oliveira's been a little bit later to the tanks, but he did invest a lot in that early skirmish with the Reapers. This could be a little bit scary. Maru's going to get a very good scout with that Reaper, so maybe it was intentional all along. We'll get to see that there are extra barracks being made, but not early. That's enough for him to know that there is a 3rd CC, but I dare say he might have seen just a glimpse of it over there, and Oliveira's left seeing this, and he's like, this could be a 3rd on location, could be 2nd stop, but could be a hell of a lot of things, Zombie Grub.
Yeah, and in this case, again, main scan, almost 100% on Alcyone. It's not going to see the natural where the starport actually is. And Maru is going to be, at this point, very much hiding. So last game, it kind of was that confusion that still added a lot to the pacing of the game. That Oliveira was like, oh shoot, like I'm worried about that. Now it's just Oliveira being in the dark, which is also a problem. So he was a little confused last game, but kind of was able to recover. Now he just doesn't know.
I really like what Oliveira was doing there, just having a Marine out in every direction just to know where Maru might be. But then Maru's like, you know what, I'll pick up a Cyclone here, just deal with those little scouts so I can get the right position on you. And remember, Oliveira now knows that he's being aggressive, but he doesn't exactly know what's happening. And this Liberator could cause a lot of trouble.
Yeah, exactly. That main scan still, again, saw that lack of 3rd CC that would, unless you're a crazy person, would be up there instead of on location. Maru, with the map control and the confidence, does take his 3rd on location to make up for the timing difference. 2nd factory on the way. Maru liking how mech worked out last map, going to do it again here in Alcyone.
Yeah, I mean, that tank has a big role to play here defending this. He gets to see the main, gets to see the 2 engineering bases as well, which is actually a really big deal there. And Maru with the Liberator at the natural, the Cyclones are over in the main dealing with this drop. And Maru, he doesn't just do one thing at once. And here he scans at the 3rd base, gets to see, okay, you're kind of ready there. I don't want to throw away everything that I have, because maybe with the next wave of Vikings, that's when I can really take you to Boomtown.
This is very worrying. The mech player is able to find fantastic positioning on the side of Oliveira, meaning that those tanks are going to be very comfortable sieging up, especially when there's some interference matrix taking out Oliveira's tanks. All 3 are Aragana? Yeah, well, actually, a 3rd one is up to the top side. That means the 4th one is still disabled. 5th one pops out. A little bit of a concave here for Oliveira as he also lands the Vikings to try and break out right here. And I think he might just barely have enough. Indeed, he does. The Liberator in the sky, able to be taken out thanks to some reinforcing Vikings. And Maru actually might have overextended right there. Oh, there was a fake stim. I didn't even notice that one. Sorry.
Wow, so he's been totally trying to sell this as something else the whole time. But I tell you what, that was an insane hold by Oliveira. The fact that he actually did that after the fight initially looked bad for him, that was clean. Because eliminating those tanks a huge, huge deal. Now, was it 3 Vikings in here?
Yes.
We call this the duck drop in my town.
You can put an SCV in there and repair the Vikings while it's in the medevac.
He totally could, he totally could. +1/+1's going to come online as well with Combat Shield. This game, of all of them, I mean, I was going to say of all of them so far, but he looked pretty damn good in one of the previous games. But this game's actually looking very decent for Oliveira. If there's one chance to break mech early, it is in this scenario, after dealing that much damage, taking out all the Ravens that he worked so hard to build up as well.
Right, yeah, exactly. That kind of turned around really quickly. Maru was in this position where he was the mech player, but he was having map control. He was constantly moving on the map, he was constantly taking his base, and he kind of could have chosen his fights. Now he did, but it ended up being the incorrect one. That just happens in StarCraft. But it went from thinking, wow, the pacing of this game doesn't look great for a bio player, to, oh, okay, we're kind of back to the usual, right? Oliveira is his 4th faster, his upgrades are faster, he will have a higher supply, it just won't be as full of quality like Maru's. But we're also on a different map than Site Delta, guys, so while Site Delta ended up working out beautifully for Maru for a lot of reasons, Alcyone's very large. You know, Oliveira's going to have some trouble getting all of his reinforcements on the front lines if he ever does find an opening. And Maru, yeah, might have to expand a little farther out, but that's why he's going to be extra careful probably on a map like this.
Yeah, certainly. I do like what Oliveira's doing, though, opening up the rock paths, just allowing his mobile army to move around the map a little bit better, a little bit easier. But still, his main goal should be not allowing a Terran to take a 5th easily. Even a 4th, if you can slow that down, you are feeling so good. Maru will be moving down to the south here to take this base, which, you know, it's kind of awkward to get over there. But Oliveira, he's been all on it, moving down there with a pretty darn big army. Remember, Raven count got absolutely smashed on both sides, but Maru's tank count is still looking pretty healthy and scary. That's a hard one to break through.
Yeah, that choke with some Sim City as well is going to be difficult, but Oliveira's going to go for it. Some factories or whatever that is actually came down for a little more Sim City, forcing the Marines into a choke. The tanks getting some wonderful shots on the Marines, but Oliveira still has more army behind that. His tanks are sieged up and ready to fight. Some Marines ended up living, able to contribute as well, going after the command center. Some missed rallies a little awkward as Oliveira loses a tank he wish he hadn't, but Oliveira might have found the weak point of Maru.
Absolutely, this was perfect. This is exactly what he needed to do. Break him as he's trying to take another base. And I tell you what, Maru did everything he could there, but Oliveira with just too much firepower. He does have to be careful, though. All his medevacs have been sniped out the sky, and he has been good about transitioning here. He's getting his 3rd starport online. 2-2 just finishing up for him as well. But he's not totally out of the woods yet, getting a victory here. He does have to be careful. And how does he get these units home?
Yeah, I think for a mech player right now, oh, the Vikings find a couple of tanks there. For a mech player, you acknowledge that wasn't ideal, of course, but you know that if your 3rd CC isn't broken, you have probably a chance to try and remax again. The difference would be that Oliveira is just, you know, he's skyrocketing with the economy, so he's feeling really the momentum. It is a little unfortunate that the AI worked against Oliveira there. I think he realized if he had broken the tinier rocks that he just did, that wouldn't have happened, but he did still end up breaking Maru, getting the 4th CC, forcing a delay on that, and is now sharking around for another opportunity.
It was Maru blocking with engineering waves, by the way. He was so quick. He was so quick to try and do it. It was actually insane by him. I just saw on the production tab, by the way, that there was like 2 orbitals coming online for Maru. Oh, I say that, but a huge push coming in here from Oliveira. And I don't think this is it, Zombie Grub. There are a lot of tanks here, kind of out of vision. And all of a sudden, Maru takes a big supply lead here. Oh, when I say big, a little bit of one, but any little edge that he can get right now, setting up this 4th base, that's huge. But Maru, I think he's already got like 4 orbitals already, maybe 5 orbitals here. He's definitely getting ready for the late game before the late game's here. And he can make 2 more over here. That's actually pretty nutty when you think about it.
No, it absolutely is. And that's a very unfortunate second fight there from Oliveira, who I think the eyes went kind of wide when he saw the tanks were a little farther behind. When the Vikings had landed, he was like, oh my gosh, I can kill the Vikings. But the Vikings did a very appropriate job. I mean, really kudos to Maru using the flexibility of Viking air to ground. He used them to get the tanks, and then they're chunky enough that they were able to escape back to the tanks before the Marines could fire. And then Oliveira just, you know, he overextended. He's going to try and get something done as far as controlling the mass expansions by sending some Marines left, right, and center, but Maru's already on top of it. The supplies being even, the situation is a little concerning, but Oliveira does have Liberators on the way. I wonder what the Viking count is between the 2 of them.
Yeah, so if you're wondering why Maru's adding on Thors right now, it's because he's scared of the libs and scared of losing the air control. But the fact that he comes over and he's taken a 6th at the same time as his 5th, when he's kind of being on the ropes a little bit this game, Maru's wild. He really is wild, but I love how he does it. Like, once he gets expanding, he just doesn't stop. Now, this kind of situation for Oliveira, even though I feel this game has slipped away a little bit for him, having the Liberators so early here and getting the Fusion Core online, this is what I like out of him. This is what he needs to be doing.
Finally kills the command center. Was shy of doing that on the 4th earlier on, but as we've been talking about, Maru has extra. And Oliveira not finding an awesome opportunity for a battle. He is comfortable on 5 bases, actually not using all of his resources at once, but we're kind of in the midst of a tech transition, waiting for starports and upgrades to finish, so it's a little more usual here. And he also has his own surplus of command centers, so finally lifting those on over. But again, you got to feel a little bad for Oliveira here just because we're going into a late game TVT. He does not have an established lead in this game, so he's got to face Maru at his strongest.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of Liberators he's going to have those Zombie Grub, and the fact he's been very good about the armory upgrades. He's getting +3 air weapons online, 7 Liberators at once. He's also got that rich gas, which is really cool. I mean, Maru, he wouldn't be Maru if he didn't do things like this, where it's like, that's pretty important. I'll stop you from getting that. Maru, it's pretty difficult for him to take a 6th from this position, and he's got turrets absolutely everywhere. He's getting good upgrades online. Those Liberators might be flying a bit too close to the sun over there, and is Oliveira outstaying his welcome in this fight? He does have a really good number of Vikings, though. Yeah,
Thors are helping, however, so you need to be careful. For Oliveira, he would love those Thors to be dragged into the tank shots, but Maru with the hold position. One Liberator of Oliveira was successful as far as killing the SCVs. 2 of them went down, but I don't think we really care. Well, it's denying mining, actually. That's kind of nice. But there's so many command centers, you know, that's a very temporary thing. More so that Maru is holding the line on what was his 4th, now his 5th, and Orbital actually as well. It's still a little sketch because, you know, Oliveira definitely was a little overeager. He pushed those Liberators way too fast. Now he's going to be a little more methodical about it, and it is still scary for Oliveira, but for Maru, sorry, but it just feels like Oliveira is a little too gung-ho every time. Okay, I thought he was going to push in, but Maru was clearly ready for it, and now it's actually Oliveira who's going to have to go ahead and run back home and chill out and wait for a different attack opportunity.
Yeah, and this moment right here, Oliveira hasn't been able to build up that bank, so the Remax potential isn't truly there for him to just whip out anything he wants, and he has to be so careful about this fight, Zombie Grub. That is so many Liberators, but they've gone so far forward here. Those are getting sniped down. Maru really specifically trying to kill the Liberators, but there's too many in the sky. Oliveira taking quite a victory here. Oh my goodness, you see Maru looking a bit more deflated than usual, and Oliveira right here just slamming down on this 5th base of Maru. He did everything right in that fight. It looked crazy, but sometimes you got to be a little bit crazy to take down Maru.
Yeah, Oliveira, Alcyone craziness, it makes sense. He just rushes in here when he sees the opportunity, whether it's Terran, Zerg, or Protoss. Oliveira finding that opportunity. The Liberators were able to siege up and get so many shots. I think Maru might have anticipated the Thors take care of him a little bit faster, but then the Vikings had to. Of course, that led to them losing the Viking War, and by the time they were taken care of, all of Maru's tanks were gone. That was a bit of a blitz, and Maru is now desperately trying to hold so he can recover his supply.
So some of these little movements here by Maru are really cute, taking down these Liberators here, but make no mistake about it, those big red arrows leading all in Oliveira's direction here. He is absolutely so far ahead income-wise, and not only the 5th base taken out, the 3rd base as well. Maru broke as a joke, and upgrade-wise, very far behind in the sky as well. That is going to be 3-2 upgrades against 0-3 air units. I mean, Maru, I think he's got 1 push left in him, and this, working around here, this is not it. The Liberators greatly positioned, as are the tanks, even landing on these Thors as well. Fireworks galore, the whole army absolutely melting, and Vikings, they love blitzing Thors, and GG, Oliveira gets a map on the board.
Yeah, gets a map, a very important map. That was potentially his last life. He's able to survive for the best of, but it's also great for, hopefully, his confidence, as he was at a 0-5 streak against Maru in this tournament. Thankfully, finally gets a win, and we can see what happens with that, as we will be getting a game 4.
Yeah, that was really cool, actually. Like, I talked about it in the game previously. If you know you're against mech, you need to get that Sky transition going, and that was the one thing that super helped him out, right? And I think Oliveira, playing mech there, it was tricky, but he made a lot of good choices. We're going to a short break, guys, but do stay tuned.
I think maybe Protoss can get a good standing. I still think it's unlikely for anyone to win, but I think maybe we have a good chance of making a top 4 this tournament at least, because I think the Protoss players we have representing us at EWC are really strong. This time around, Hero and Classic and Showtime are doing really well. And you know, I'm not bad. I mean, we're like the lagging region, or we're a little bit lagging compared to Europe and Korea, of course. I feel like only a few of us really have a chance to make it big. The people who are willing to put in full-time effort for a few years or whatever. If I won this tournament, it would confuse me a little bit, but you know, it would be obviously very cool. It would be strange more than anything. I feel like my skill level is not bad, but I'm not a championship quality player yet. Like I don't expect to be able to beat Serral this tournament, for instance. But you know, if I placed top 4, I would be super happy, for instance.
Oliveira was able to fight back and take us to a game 4 against Maru. Done with the 3-0 sweeps. Oliveira is looking to advance forth in a big upset. Not quite as big as what he did versus him in Katowice, but that's actually an argument that it would be a bigger upset.
Oh, it would be huge. I mean, okay. I can't not forget how big that was for the whole of esports, though. I mean, it was the biggest thing ever at the time. But this tournament right now, the biggest one we've ever had. And the man, the normal man, spawning over here in the bottom left of Crimson Court as a red Terran, it is Oliveira.
And to the top right, as the blue Terran still leading 2-1, he is Vitality's Maru.
It's so hard to kill Maru. And he's so risky with some of the stuff he does as well. And as I say, it's hard to kill Maru. We've got Oliveira with a very unusually placed barracks over here. Now, I'm not entirely sure what this one's going to be about, Zombie Grub, whether he's going to look to place a normal barracks in his main base afterwards, or it's just to trick his opponent a little bit, but a bit weird for me so far.
I am thinking through all of the things that happen in early game TVT. You know, it's like, okay, well, the Reaper gets over, and, you know, Witness could check back there, or just see, like, oh, no command center, factory. Oh, my God, there's no barracks. Oh, God, it's 2 racks. That might happen. But that's not going to change Maru's plan. Maru's factory expanding, so unless he... even if he SEV scouted, which you don't have to do with this build, he would just be like, oh, okay, I got to be a little careful.
Yeah. I mean, like, he's also going for a 2-gas opening, which they both are. I mean, it could have caused panic if it was a 1-Rax fast expand with an SEV scout, but it didn't work out. And I mean, if Oliveira's plan is, if you scout me, you're going to worry, but if you don't, I just have a little bit of float over time. So I guess in a weird way, it can make sense here.
Yeah.
But very mirrored builds out of these guys. Building placement, not so mirrored. But it's going to be very similar openings to Game 3 between these two. Nice, honest, no SV scouts, blind, and I like it.
Yeah, the chances of him actually going for a 1-Rax expand, you know, it's not medium, perhaps, actually, because it has happened between these two in their best of 5s. Not on Crimson Courts, because they actually have not played it. They would have if yesterday went to Game 5, but it ended shortly before that. So we may also see something a little unique as far as the, I don't know about the build on this map, but we're going to see what it's used like in the early to mid-game TVT. You do kind of have it more like on the middle of the map. It's a shorter map as well. The right and left side aren't used maybe as much until a certain point, so that's where drops can kind of get around and really shock and all opponents. So it's going to be perhaps a little different in terms of the pacing of the mid-game, because I also think that Maru might abandon the mech play since it did not work the second time.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And this game, he's going for a Widowmine early. But I don't hate it on this map, because if he can position that at the top of a ramp or something like that, it can be a little bit annoying. Could also be very good defensively. But this is the first game of the series that Maru is the one that's going for a far more orthodox build for him. Like this, he's getting the medevac out, he's getting the Cyclone, and the shoe is on the other foot. It's now Oliveira going for the Viking on his side of things, playing the more defensive role. So, yeah, what a flipperoo.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the opposite of what happened last time, or the game before last. So, yeah, if Maru just boosts on in, thinking that he has a clear path to harassment, he's going to be incorrect. And if he boosts too far in, he might actually lose the medevac, and that would be an amazing start for Oliveira. He finally got that map win, and so many other maps at this point, I would say at least 3 of them that he ended up losing were actually very close. So 1 from yesterday, 2 from today, I would say. So, you know, Oliveira is definitely proving that even though, you know, he does not have an overall good record against Maru, he can go toe-to-toe with him given the right situation. The medevac will boost in here. Unfortunately, Cyclone Viking not in the proper position. Widowmine actually ends up burrowing. That's going to be a little annoying. One shot's the one SCV, but does not splash one shot. You still want to get those SCVs out of there in case they're focus fire down, and that is going to be a defense. But Maru does escape with his medevac.
Yeah, for everything that was going on in this game, Oliveira had 2 Cyclones and a Viking available. And to say Maru gets out of there, gets a little bit of eco damage done and lost mining time, big win for him. Because I actually thought he was running into Surd and Doom there, and I was like, oh my goodness, is Maru crumbling? But well handled, well mitigated with the damage. For a second I was like, oh my god, he's lifting up the Widowmine. Is this TVP right now? But yeah, he's going to get a little bit of extra damage with this Reaper as well on those soft SCVs. But behind all this, all things said and done, no super edge here for either player. Second starport, I tell you what.
Where is it?
Where is it?
Where is she? Okay.
Oh my god, you got me. It was like, oh my god, Angry Grub. I love it. I love it. But that starport, definitely not one that Oliveira wanted to get scouted this time. 3rd CC, nice and early for Maru, and you can tell that Maru does want to find out what's happening. At least gets to see 2 Ravens at the front there, so it's like, all right, it's kind of a normal build, right? Getting into Vikings very quickly is Maru. I think he's also gone for 2 Ravens. both getting the upgrade for the Ravens, meaning they can Interference Matrix as well.
This is pretty cool. Oliveira bringing out the 2 starport, swapping it over as well, so he gets right into the reactored Vikings, despite, you know, initially, of course, using it for a tech lab. And Maru is in the dark to a degree. You know, figure out, you know, that 3rd CC is kind of weirdly late. What's going on here? Is he going to figure out that it is this 2 starport play? They've both been doing it to each other in multiple maps over multiple series at this point, but it's most commonplace on site Delta, so seeing it on the other maps would be a little weird. Marine's going to scout a couple of Vikings heading on over, and the rest of the army is attached with it.
I don't want to say that was enough of a tell, but Maru, it's enough of a tell, isn't it? Like, he knows something's coming over. Didn't want to take that 3rd immediately there. He got scanned, and then he saw his opponent moving out. Now, your opponent would only move out if they thought they could take what they see. So Maru with the fortitude there, he's like, okay, let's sit back a little bit. He's even getting a Marauder out here, which is super strange.
That forward 3rd CC is awfully scary, but if he does keep his aggression, he doesn't get broken, especially quickly, then I guess it will pay off. Oh boy, all right, already on top of the production of Maru. Very important production as well. Grabs a Viking too before Maru can land it, and that starport actually is gonna die.
Yeah,
It's just dead.
That is really bad. Oh, he actually lets it live.
Well, okay, all right, he's gonna prioritize attacking into Maru's natural. He sees the opportunity. Those missile turrets far too late to help out. The tanks were disabled, and Maru has just crumpled against this.
He has. This was like a hot knife through butter here, Zombie and Oliveira. He smells blood in the water here. He's got 4 tanks that can't be touched right now. So much chaos. Maru lifting up everything that he has. He's doing a Viking drop with Ravens on the other side of the map. Where were they for this push?
Exactly. He didn't realize what was happening until too late, so he has units going over that would be mostly harassment, although Vikings are very good at killing SDVs, compared to, of course, Oliveira's full main army, marching into the natural, marching into the main base, killing that 3rd CC. I'm afraid that Maru's little side attack here just can't do equivalent damage.
So he has Stim, he's killing a lot of SCVs.
Yes.
Supplies are sort of equalizing. Sees 2 Liberators flying out, and that would definitely help with this push. The Ravens did die, right? I think one of the turrets finished up and got the kills on them, so those Liberators are pretty crucial for busting through. I tell you what, this is getting spicy. I still give the edge massively to Oliveira, especially with that 3rd base that he got up, and it was like amidst his rally point as well, so kind of crazy by him. Maru losing every orbital besides this one, and this is one of the saddest games for Maru. Like, he got so caught out by this.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of more SCVs dead for Oliveira. He is going to be at almost 0 economy, but he believes he can win the game. SCVs pulled in, Oliveira lands his Vikings, and Maru just simply does not have enough army to hold. We are getting a game number 5 between Oliveira and Maru.
Oh my goodness. I tell you what, the fact that Oliveira made some of the plays he did there, and the fact that Maru flew down the map, because 2 Ravens and 4 Vikings, in fact, it was even more Vikings that ended up over there, I swear, but the fact that he did that was one of these risky plays that just like did not pay off. Because before, on a site Delta, was it, where he looked like a genius moving down the map? Or maybe Oceanbot. Either way, he looked like a genius when he made that move, but it was risky. This time, absolutely bit him in the butt.
Yes, 100%. What a decision there from Oliveira, not just with the build order, which was successfully hidden as well, but then to redirect his attention, you know, that frankly, that was so freaking close that if he had, quote unquote, wasted tank shots on a starport to successfully kill it, that could have been a very different game.
It really could have. Like, you can make so much happen with 2 Ravens. That's either 4 Matrixes that go down. He had 4 tanks with that push, which we saw. He pulled all the SCVs, obviously. He really knew it was crazy. And he knew it was coming as well. Maybe not to the degree that it came, but geez Louise. 5th map between these 2. This is not something I would have anticipated given their previous series. I know it was a 3-0, and Oliveira obviously had big opportunities, especially in map 1. But the way this series started off, it was the Maru show.
Yeah, absolutely. And his steamroll was stopped by this man in the bottom right, bringing it to the final map, Golden Aura. And he is the Red Terran, Weibo Gaming's Oliveira.
And spawning over in the top left-hand side, as our blue Terran, it is Maru.
So same map set, slightly different order compared to yesterday. They were also going to play Golden Aura, but Oliveira couldn't quite get there. The winner, again, to remind you guys, will go on to the second versus second place match, where they would face the winner of Serral versus Hero to advance to the final four. The loser goes to the knockout bracket, where it kind of resets to a degree. You do get better seeding, so that is very, very important, but then you're back at the beginning of a bracket where it's only best of threes. It's a lot more volatile.
It's so grueling as well. The past 3 days working all the way to get here, maybe to only start in round 1 kind of thing. Like, it's so brutal. Granted, your seed will be a lot better, so you will potentially get some of the weaker players of the championship level players here, which is something, but still 3 days work potentially to just kind of fall flat at this point. But these guys, they've pushed each other to what is one final map, and here they really have to bring their absolute best here to the table to get a chance to play the winner of Serral and Hero to move on to the top 4, guaranteeing $80,000 and a chance to win even more.
Yeah, they just want to have that slightly advanced, I suppose, possibility compared to dropping all the way down. That's what this is going to be for. Now we do have Oliveira going for a factory expand. Maru's command center already on location. So this is something that maybe you do SEV scout with to make sure you're not being cheesed. That might have been what Oliveira wanted with that kind of barracks positioning last game, but it just, no scout happened, so it didn't really matter. And now we got a, kind of classic setup. Command center versus the slight more aggression of Oliveira. I'd love to get a couple of SCVs just to make up for the command center differences, but it usually is only 2 or 3 SCVs that you have to get to make up for that difference.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, but Maru definitely has dodged a bit of a bullet here, because if you go for the build he went for, the gas first expansion, getting a Reaper out, not scouting at all, well, if he happened to go up against himself, where he would 2-rax him, he'd be dead.
Yes,
but Oliveira doesn't seem like the true 2-raxer in this matchup. Very confident in his own fundamentals. And so far, they've preferred the 2 starport builds, honestly.
Yes, there's been a lot more 2 starport builds in this series than most. It's honestly usually just site delta. But bringing it out when it actually makes either, well, I'm not going to say it never makes sense, but just bringing it out when it's kind of more orthodox and when it's also unorthodox, and it's had varying results as well. Will we see it again on Golden Aura, which is really one of the most typical maps you can get to. This is where I do kind of lean to Maru, but Oliveira, that's kind of his thing, is that anytime someone's like, I don't know, Oliveira, you're like, of course you're very good, but are you good enough to actually beat him? Are you good enough to beat him in a series best of 5? I don't know, but he proved us all wrong in Katowice. He's looking to prove us wrong again in this series as he pushed Maru to the limits and is now the first one to get aggressive. Oliveira's medevac heading across.
Maru's build's really clean, by the way. Like, he's got the 3rd base ongoing. By the time this medevac does turn up with 2 cyclones, his 2nd cyclone pops. So he has all the answers to deal with this. He's got a 3rd already started. The depot gets to see what's going on. Has to be careful in these micro wars, obviously. That medevac getting a little bit low there. Now Maru can heal up, but Oliveira getting the scout, that's quite a big deal. Now he knows what he's up against, and it's like, do I go for a 3rd myself? Where do I put it? On location, maybe? No. He's just happy to play a safe game, realizing that maybe tech-wise he's going to be a little bit ahead. And honestly, like you said earlier, it's not the end of the world. Like, you get 2 or 3 extra SCVs, but these little edges do mount up at this level.
They do. I mean, really, Oliveira wanted to get something. Even the SCVs pulled off the mineral line would have been nice, and to get absolutely nothing, that means he's behind by basically 4 SCVs. It's 3.5, but whatever. So he's gonna have to find something else as the game goes on, which is extremely possible. I mean, he could find more the cheeky drop, right? Then suddenly 12 SCVs go down. But he is kind of acknowledging, as you said, economy's not gonna be as great. I am heading into the mid game against Maru, but maybe I got some technology on my side, or maybe he'll change something up as far as the compositions go. They both are going to go for barracks and stim for both parties too.
Yeah, it's all very mirrored at this point. You could say Maru is a little bit ahead in the production tab-wise, and we're going to see engineering base drop down for Maru very soon for Oliveira as well. And there you have it. I mean, what a way to test each other in this 5th and final game between the two.
Yeah, units tab, I mean, they're so similar. 2-2 Ravens, 1-1 tank, 3 Cyclones for Oliveira, but that's not my favorite lead as the game goes on.
No, I mean, they can be just sort of useful for maybe picking up a drop or having a little bit more map control, but in a matchup here where map control means absolute diddly squat in this situation, yeah, I kind of prefer Maru's situation here. It's really going to come down to big execution on both sides. You can't really say anything else in this situation.
Yep. Scan confirms that Maru is going to be playing Bio this time around, and a scan from Maru confirms that Oliveira is still going to be playing Bio, and did get that 3rd CC, which the Helnin's just chuckling to himself while he blocks it. Anything a little more, right? Oliveira did catch up on the SCVs as they both are, lifted and floated over and whatnot, so maybe more like 2.5 SCV lead for Maru at this point. It really is going to come down to the execution. How do the battles go? Who gets the better tank shots? Who gets the better concave? That's what it's going to be about.
I actually like what Maru's doing with his 2 Cyclones, though, here. Because, as you said, they don't really have too much to do as the game draws on. Getting them into the main, one thing they do very well is take down SCVs, as long as they get lock-ons on them, which Maru was maybe a little bit piggledy-wiggledy over there with those, but Armory does start up for Maru, pretty well timed by him. Oliveira has definitely situated himself well on that 3rd base. SCV count absolutely mirrored here. Does pick off one of these Cyclones on the right side. I mean, Maru's being a little bit cheeky here with these drops, it's got to be said.
Yeah, he didn't have any of the surprising snipes that Oliveira did to Byun yesterday or that Maru managed to get for Oliveira either. That was about as close as we're going to get, apparently. But we got more drops, and they are, well, this is where 3 Cyclones might be useful. 2 Medivacs heading right to 3 Cyclones. One might die before fully unloading, the other one should, and then it's like, is that really worth going into the... Oh, no, he's going to do it, okay. Yeah, one does die before fully unloading, but the rest unload. That will take out the glass cannons that are Cyclones. And Oliveira's reinforcements not going to be enough. Actually going to bleeding out Marines here. Ravens come back to help out. This would be where you're worried about more so what could be on the front lines, because you know you've got this handled as Oliveira.
Yeah, getting that reactor on the starport's annoying, because you never use another building to then make it for that. You're going to have to stop your medevac production or your Viking production, but nice catch by Oliveira, getting those units out on the retreat. So this was not for free by any means from Maru, but Maru just using this time here to just scan, see what he's up against. Oliveira scanning at the exact same time as well, seeing that 4th base go down there at the 3rd. Oliveira has no idea where this army is. One thing that he did forego was a sensor tower. He sees a little glimpse of this medevac, but not quick enough before that 4th is cancelled.
And at least it is a cancel, not a kill. We have Oliveira thinking that he can actually get on top of this. His own Ravens came from behind. Maru's tanks are out of the equation, and Oliveira has pounced on Maru. The tanks are going to get destroyed. The lone one not able to stem the blood flow. It also goes down. It allows the retreat of Maru's Marines, but Maru is going to have to be satisfied mostly with the canceled 4th command center.
That was such a good trade for Oliveira. He really mitigated those tanks so damn well, and despite all his orange Marines, he just charged in. And Maru, it was like that moment in Lord of the Rings, where you see them charging and you're like, yeah, I'm going to own them. Then they keep on charging. You're like, oh dear, oh my goodness, backed off. But Oliveira, or rather Maru, he's not just going to sit down and take it. He's going to find another way in. And remember, they both took out each other's Ravens. So if you can get an aggressive position with siege tanks, so much harder to break.
Yeah. The only thing Maru got from that was a canceled 4th command center that was basically just built, so it's also not really a heavy time investments. Obviously, you lose 100 minerals, but that's acceptable. Maru's 4th command center is finished, but it's got to head over, so that's going to be basically even there. We got 6 tanks to 3. That was really the biggest loss for Maru in that engagement. So even though he wasn't going to die or anything, only Marines escaping, not ideal, not able to get a Doom drop into the main either, as Oliveira was all over it. And it's Oliveira also with a little pack of Marines, but as you're pointing out, the sensor towers, Maru gets them much quicker, so he does feel safe on 3rd and 4th base right now.
He certainly does. He's going to pick off the sensor tower as soon as it came up as well. Oliveira is up to 8 barracks, by the way. Nice and early, almost Byun-esque. I mean, everything about that production tab is Byun-esque. +3 armor starting before +3 weapons. But honestly, Oliveira's in the little lead of this game. It's not much, but the fact that he shut all that down, he's got a tank lead as well. You can do so much with the tanks. He's got these upgrades ongoing as well. They've both been so good about starting the plus on time until this +3 weapons is missing.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on that just to make sure it doesn't happen.
Yeah, unfortunately Oliveira was a little late to that in a previous game. He did eventually remember to get it, but it's getting a little farther away, and now Maru is pressuring him as well, which is going to distract him from remembering, like, oh, hey, did I actually start that +3 attack? Did I have enough resources when I pressed the button? This actually could be it. Okay. A little less worried. Honestly, Maru at 3-3 versus just 2-3 would have been a scary, scary late game.
Oh.
Now this is going to be a good catch. Oliveira with the majority of his army catching Maru's little slice of his, and Maru is forced to retreat all the way back to his 4th base.
And look how much red Terran that is charging across the map, and oh my goodness, he was really feeling it there, wasn't he? But getting in this position here, he can take down that south CC, potentially the more, but there's so many tanks, so much bio just getting on top of all those tanks, taking them all out here, Zombie Grub.
That is insane, but Maru might have actually made the right move right there. The tanks were sieged too late, and Oliveira's Marines could not respond in time to help save any tanks. Maru took them out quickly enough to save most of his Marines, certainly enough to then take out Oliveira's, and Maru had his tanks untouched in that fight. Maru now with an almost 20 supply lead. His upgrades are also a little bit faster, and that could kick in for this upcoming battle.
We are watching a Seesaw World Championship right now. It is very back and forth between these two. Who is ahead right now? It is definitely Maru after taking the advantage in the tank count in that fight. I think he kept most of his alive as well. None of them were really under threat here, so definitely flip-flopped. Maru with a big SCV lead as well, I want to say, a good 10, but honestly, all these numbers, once it gets to this kind of area, it's very hard to break through. I say that as they're both just going to absolutely batter heads here. But Maru has so many tanks that back line, taking out the last siege tank there in this fight for Oliveira, and Maru is going to use that to just keep on pushing forward.
Yeah, that +3 armor finishes for Oliveira, but 3-3 is about to finish for Maru. He's continuing to push forth. Oliveira rallying into death at this point, in a desperate attempt to stop Maru from advancing onto his own 5th and possibly his 4th as well. Because remember, Oliveira did manage to snipe one of Maru's bases, but if Maru can snipe this one and then also hammer that planetary, Oliveira will remain in a terrible position. He's going to pull the boys. He's desperate. He's going to jump on top of these tanks while he thinks that he can. Maru, though, still with the supply lead, and Oliveira's last-ditch attempt to break out of this was a disaster.
It absolutely was. Even though Ravens just flew in there to their death, you can see it on his face. That was not it. I did not break that man, and he's showing me how a push should be done. Calm and calculated with the siege tank positioning. Might lose the siege tank there, but Maru is pushing in, and he's done so much damage, and he doesn't even need to do this. He's ready for the next stage of the game. He's got 3 starports up and running. Look at the macro behind this as well, keeping the resources so damn low and taking a 5th and a 6th base while this was happening.
All right, so Maru does scan the other 5th. Oliveira was kind of getting away with that a little bit. So if he had been able to get away with more with it, this could have been a ticket back in. But now that it's scanned, it's going to be another point of defense that Oliveira might not be able to get to. He's got a 6th also heading over, but Maru actually already replanting his own bases. As you pointed out, having that superior technology. At least the upgrades have evened up, but now it's about the air game, which, I mean, Oliveira certainly has been testing Maru's late game prowess, but it feels like Maru's got the reins on this game.
Yeah, Maru, it's just, there's no panic with these pushes. I say that, but Oliveira is so quick to pounce here. Going to try and take out a few tanks. He's got a lot of tanks in the high grass there. That might have been a little bit tricky for Maru to see initially, but does scan. He's like, no, I'm not going to play it too crazy here, because this game is still on knife's edge. If one fight goes awry and all the tanks are taken out, your opponent can pounce, especially in the position that they're both in here. They have to be so careful.
Exactly. Speaking of pouncing, Maru not having his tanks sieged up. The other tanks were actually going to try and siege away differently, right? And they weren't sieged up at all. Forced to just entirely retreat. Oliveira finding some position right now. Now he's the one back on the offensive, heading towards Maru's 5th base. Now Maru is getting +3 attack at this point on his siege tanks. He does have his own base off to the right side, but we are back to where we were 2 fights ago. Oliveira is looking for the kill here. He's going to move in. The Raven's actually getting torn down right now, but Maru Supply holding strong. He will not be broken with that attack.
No, and the Vikings are really crucial here as well, aren't they? Because there's no real answer to the Vikings. I want to say, that's so many tanks, Maru. You can't do it, and he realizes it. Maybe a moment too late here. Oliveira flipping on back here. They are both just charging at one another, just giving it everything they have. Oliveira with a 20 supply deficit, though. Maybe won't even win that little tank battle there. They're both producing everything they can here. Maru still with an eco edge. 6 SCVs at a time for Oliveira, realizing he's a bit wounded, but macro on the side of Maru is just absolutely insane.
Exactly. It looked like Oliveira was finding some battles, basically, you know? Like, he even looked like it was maybe an advantage in the actual battle itself. Maru's supply just held on strong. I will say that, you know, additionally, you really do have to highlight that Oliveira reset the Raven count, so there is that, but because Maru's economy is strong, he continues to make 2 Ravens at a time. It is back up to a good number, and that is still the biggest problem for Oliveira in this game. His time to be the 8-Raxer, right, is dwindling. Maru's getting the better army and holding on to a good number of bases while he's at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Oliveira, he's climbing in supply again, so he's not making any of the wrong moves. It's just he's kind of stuck in that Byun-esque spot, right? Just on 8 barracks, a couple of factories, and now Liberators are joining the fray. You can't take those out. There's tanks on the high ground here, so this is another tool that Oliveira has to worry about. Going for Thors in this kind of situation, I mean, that's pretty nuts and kind of desperate as well. They're not a unit that does well against everything else.
Exactly. Oliveira is on the run. Maru knows that he is in trouble, and he wanted to kind of try and pounce on him. Oliveira ran away until he could get a great arc, and he does, but his tanks aren't involved in the fight, so our Marine's going to be good enough. The answer is going to be no. Maru still with a 20 supply lead. Now the tanks completely undefended without those Marines. Hot pick up on at least 4 of them, but is that going to be enough? Oliveira in a familiar position, back on his side of the map, down 50 supply.
That tank had 13 kills, by the way. That was doing such a good job for Oliveira, but look at the positioning of Maru. He knows he's got control. I think Oliveira's feeling the noose tighten over here. And these Liberators, well, they shut down this base single-handedly. I think Maru's busted through here. 4 Ravens at a time. That is insane how much income he has.
Oliveira just caught without the technology, wasn't able to make a chaotic enough game that the Ravens weren't used well, that, you know, he could just kind of run around and confuse Maru. Now, Maru did the direct attack, won out the fights, and now Oliveira is desperately trying to get a little run-by going, but look at how much army is left behind there. Oliveira forced to retreat. That tank's like, yeah, I definitely shouldn't be here. Let's skedaddle. Maybe that bought me a little bit of time. Maybe Oliveira can get maxed out again, but his maxed out army is not equivalent to Maru's.
No, Maru's got better tech, more of it, 6 command centers at once as well. I was like, where did his minerals just go? That is exactly where they went, and he's still rich. Oh my goodness, and Oliveira, he's really struggling to get anything together, and I'm not surprised why. Maru on the pounce, and yet again, and here another base going to be forfeit, and that is with so many SCVs on it as well. And he's not just going to take one base here, Zombie Grub, and that is the face of a man that is feeling the pressure.
Yeah, he knows that he is without any options. He's on his side of the map. His army is worse. He's going to take one last fight, but the supply really does tell the tale. Oliveira pushed Maru to the limit to a game 5, but it is going to be Maru advancing to the 2nd place match.
I think that's the most reaction I've seen out of Maru after this series, and that was just pure relief there. 2-0 up to make it very close, and quite a darn good back and forth final game between these two. That was a great TVT here. Well played to Maru, and he goes on to face the winner of Serral versus Hero at a chance to guarantee himself not only $80,000, but a chance for so much more and top 4 at the Esports World Cup StarCraft II.
Exactly. He's got to be excited about the possibility, but his 2nd place opponent is not going to be a slouch either. Serral or Hero he'll be facing for that opportunity. Got to give Oliveira credit, but now he's in the knockout bracket. He'll be tough, but let's go to the winner's interview with Maru.
What a series, Maru. You almost had it, and then for 2 games, and about half of the last one, it was up in the air. So how did you wrestle that last match back? How did you wrestle your mental back in order?
일단 조선우 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 2대0으로 앞서 계셔서 거의 승기를 잡을 줄 알았는데 역수입까지 당할 뻔하셨어요. 그래서 지금 이렇게 힘겹게 이기신 소감이 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 2대0으로 앞서고 있어가지고 좀 안전하게 하자고 생각했는데 올리베이라 선수가 너무 잘해서 따라잡혔을 때 좀 위기감이 있었지만 골드노라 자신 있었어가지고 다행이었던 것 같습니다.
Well, when I was up 2-0, I tried to play safe as much as possible, but Oliveira showed up really good, so I was caught off guard there. But I was pretty confident on the last map, Golden Aura, so I wasn't worried.
A huge show of skill, Maru, and a lot of stamina that this match cost you. You will have to play one more match today, and you have played the most on stage of anyone in this tournament so far. So do you feel prepared to go up against Serral or Hero in just another round?
이제 오늘 정말 많은 경기를 치르셨고 또 스테이지에서 정말 가장 많은 경기를 이제 치렀기 때문에 좀 피곤하실 수도 있고 여러 가지 좀 변수가 많이 계실 수도 있을 텐데 그래도 한 경기 더 남아 있잖아요. 이제 4강으로 가기 위한 마지막 관문에서 이제 세랄 선수나 김준호 선수를 만나셔야 되는데 좀 준비가 되셨는지 궁금합니다.
준비는 아직 안 됐는데 지금부터 준비하면은 4강도 가능하지 않을까 생각이 드는데 두 상대 다 너무 세가지고 준비를 많이 해야 될 것 같습니다.
Well, I mean, if I prepare for the next match now, I think I can get it. But considering the fact that they're both really formidable opponents, so I need to prepare harder.
Well, I'm going to let you get as much rest as you can during this next game. We're going to send you backstage to chill out. We're going to send it on over to our experts to take another look at that incredible matchup.
Well, that was an awesome series as Maru does take out Oliveira 3-2. Lambo, Oliveira's down. He already lost to Maru 3-0 in this tournament, and then he's down 0-2 against Maru again. Brings it back. Everything was going on in that match.
Yeah, it was a great match, and I really want to shout out Oliveira for his mental fortitude in this game, because he played against the same opponent yesterday. It was at 3-0, and it started the exact same way. He was ahead game one, then Maru ended up coming back, then he loses the second match, and it's so easy as a competitor to get into a bad mindset there. And for Oliveira to stay strong, to stay confident, to bring it back to a 2-2 is incredible.
And even starting to take a lead in that game 5 as well, right? But then we did see that Maru play where if you just give Maru a little bit of time to play defense on a map like Golden Aura, he's probably going to find a way back in.
Yeah, I think it also factored a little bit into it that Oliveira lost against Byun on that same map in a late game, so Oliveira really didn't want to go into that late game once again, and you heard it in the interview of Oliveira the round before, how much he respects Maru as a player, so he was like, okay, I probably need to finish this, I need to end it now on this unit composition, and in the end, he just couldn't close it out.
Well, we do obviously have Maru moving on. He is now going to be in that matchup, the second place matchup, to figure out if he can move to the top 4. He's going to play against one of Hero or Serral. Who do you fancy in that match?
I'm personally a huge Yona fan, so I just have to go with Serral, but it will be awesome either way. Honestly, Maru against Hero, Maru against Serral, it sounds like a tournament finals almost.
Yeah, it is like the semi-finals and finals, and yet all we're doing is really approaching that top 4 area. So super exciting stuff. We are going to have a great time as we have so many more matches to come up, and we're going to get back to the desk, I believe, to see how they are doing.
Reigning world champion was able to win some battles, but Maru won the war in the end, and it was hard fought, all things considered, after Maru had a blinder of a start, but Oliveira tried to persevere. Joining me here, Pig, we have Artosis and State to talk about this one. Pig, I thought this was going to be a 3-0, but it was anything but.
I came running down those steps going, oh gosh, I'm going to get my mic on for this segment, it's going to be 3-0. And then I got to sit there just shouting at the screen for the next half an hour to an hour. That was awesome StarCraft. I mean, you can see how hard Oliveira had to work with his reactions on his face there, and he just couldn't quite break him. I mean, the fact he brought it to this 5th game and he was so close here, it's a testament to the skill, the leveling up Oliveira has done.
Yeah.
That World Championship was not a fluke. He has brought his level up to be there consistently. Ever since Dallas, he's looking like a top 3 player in the world right now.
And one of the only guys that can bring it to Serral that we saw in Dallas, of course. Now he brings it to Maru. Doesn't quite eke out the victory overall here, but it's a tale as old as time, Dan, when it comes to Maru being just excellent in these late game situations in TVT.
Well, I mean, Maru is probably the most complete player that you can find, right? Like, he is just a god of Terran. The fact that we see Oliveira, like, multiple times giving him a run for his money. In fact, like, we thought Oliveira was going to win Game 5 there for a little bit. Yeah. And he actually was way ahead in Game 1 for a little bit as well. So this really could have gone either way. And after you look at him in Dallas and just, like, here, the World Championships, like, as Pig said, like, this is one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, and as Lambo was outlining over with Wardy here, it can be very easy, I guess, as a competitor to just crumble under that 2-0 weight after you've already had to play against Maru, who 3-0'd you before.
Yeah, I guarantee you, basically every single Terran player that was in Group A was dreading their group once they saw the bracket, because it's all Terrans and Maru is the king of TVT. And so for Oliveira to come into the tournament preparing to try and take down Maru, and then he goes up against him and fails, to have to come into the rematch again and be down 0-2 and fight back the way that he did, it shows some incredible perseverance.
All right, well, let's stick with you for a moment, State, here, and take a look in depth in terms of those matches. I'm a little bit tired. Been a long day.
Yeah, so I know Maru won, but I really want to key in on this one moment from Game 3, Oliveira versus Maru, because I usually don't see, in fact, I basically never see Maru get outplayed in terms of composition this way. So if we jump into the replay really quick, we have, all the way here in the top left, a basically full air transition coming in from Oliveira. He's getting +3 ship weapons. He's pumping out 4 Vikings at a time. Liberators are coming through. And this is one of the few times that Maru almost gets caught with his pants down. You see the scan comes in from Maru. He knows this army is here. He is getting in position. And you see the Thors, because of the siege things, they even kind of get bottlenecked down here. But the way that this fight actually shakes out, the Liberators, they're able to get all the way up here into the front. And as a result, Maru's Vikings, they have to choose. Do we deal with the Liberators? They're going to destroy us on the ground. Do we fight the Vikings so we win in the air? In the end, Maru, he just goes for the straight-up fight. He tries to take down the Libs, but Oliveira, just by finessing Maru with his army composition, is able to completely blow this game open. He starts a comeback in the end. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it happen, but he gave Maru a real run for his money.
Yeah, and of course, congratulations to Maru for that victory. Now he finds himself in the spot where he can have that second place versus second place match waiting for either Hero or Serral in that situation. But Oliveira's not down and out just yet, Dan. One thing's for sure, he's a big game player.
He is a big game player. This guy steps up when it really matters. And of course, they have that knockout bracket that we're going to be going through tomorrow. And like, he actually could go through and win that. I'm not even afraid of anyone that can come down against him. Like, he really has potential against everybody there.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, let's talk about that here. The knockout bracket that is currently on the way. Now, we've already kind of seeded some players into how that's going. Lower bracket round 2 players are now seeded in against Shin or Showtime or against themselves, depending on which side of the brackets that they find themselves at. Let's take a look at brackets A and B and talk about the next names that are going to be seeded. So, here in Group A, we are about to seed Byun into either Coffee or Classic, who are over in Group B. Don't move just yet, though, because we have also got to talk about Spirit and Hero Marine. Basically, what's about to happen is lower bracket round 3 losers are about to be seeded in against lower bracket round 1 losers. So here in Group B, as you can see, we have Reynor, who is going to be seeded against either Spirit or Hero Marine. So very, very simple for this one. And then, of course, we'll be able to put those in the brackets a little later on. So that's the kind of tale of how this is going to go. And in fact, we can head over and see exactly how those matches are going to shake up right now. So let's get to it.
Are you ready to pick your opponent?
이제 상대 고를 준비되셨나요?
Yeah, yes.
Let's go. Cats, come on in with that bowl. So how do you feel about your next opponent?
다음 상대 어떻게 생각하세요?
뭐 쉽다고 생각하는 사람들이 많겠지만 아무래도 여기는 다 모이는 전 세계 잘하는 18명이 모이는 장소고 또 BO3로 하기 때문에 방심할 수 없는 상대라고 생각하고 물론 제가 이길 확률이 더 높긴 하겠지만 절대 방심하지 않고 오늘처럼 준비 열심히 해가지고 내일 또 좋은 경기 할 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
I mean, some might say is an easy opponent, but I don't think there's no one is easy. So I mean, this is the best 18 players in the world. So I mean, nobody's an easy target. So I'll prepare a lot for this matchup, and it's also TVT. So I'll just bring my best.
That respect, I hope, serves you well. Good luck, Byun. All right, Reynor, going into this matchup, is there somebody you're hoping you pull out of that bowl?
No, I don't know. I gotta beat everyone, you know? So it doesn't really matter.
That's a good attitude. Cats, bring in the bowl. Big Gabe, how do you feel about that pull?
It's fine. Yeah, it's not bad.
Nice gotcha pull.
All right, and there it is with the draw. That also here means we have ourselves 5 of our matches set up for the knockout bracket. Now, bear in mind the knockout bracket is best of 3s all the way until that final one, which will be a best of 5, and that will be our final player into the round of 4 pick. So what do you make of the matches?
I mean, there's 2 guys we haven't seen yet. They've just been waiting for a couple of days, watching, warming up. Shin and Showtime are like, let me at them, boys. Unfortunately for them, you know, best of 3s only. It's a brutal stage, but that's what happens when you do only squeeze in with the last chance qualifier.
Yes, a very respectful answer, I think, from Byun there, but I think everybody is thinking that, yeah, technically, Coffee probably is the weakest player here, so Byun's got to be happy with that.
I mean, Byun's been showcasing some good TVT. I know that he fell to Oliveira, but...
Look what Oliveira can do!
Well, yeah, look what he can do, man. He's incredible. And even on the year, Byun had a winning record against Oliveira basically up until EWC. So I think Byun's going to have a really good shot to win that one.
And our upcoming match here is going to be Hero vs. Serral. Final thoughts, Dan, before we go into that one?
Dude, okay, so I think Serral stylistically is strong against Hero. You know, he leans defense, Hero leans aggression. So it's a hard one for Hero. But don't underestimate him. He's the best Protoss in the world.
Yeah, Serral looked furious after falling down into the lower bracket. So will he be able to defeat Hero here? Let's see if Protoss can make it through as we are done here. For now, we're going to go to that break. When we return, it's the penultimate match of the day to find out who plays against Maru right after this for a spot in the Final 4. Don't go anywhere.
I am joined by Serral ahead of his match against Hero. Did you know that you beat Hero the last 8 officials?
I didn't know the exact numbers, but that does sound about right.
It is very much true. How are you expecting to fare, I guess? I mean, that's gotta speak for itself, more or less. Are you as confident as you were in the last 8 matches against him?
Well, absolutely, I'm confident. But he was playing very well earlier today, so it's not going to be an easy match by any means. I think he leveled up, especially from yesterday when I played against him. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes, but the confidence is there.
Quickly, who are your 3 most feared opponents of each race? So one of each race.
Reynor, Clem. I kind of fear the Maru, to be honest. He's a PvC specialist, can do late game, can do everything. I actually kind of fear him.
All right, surprising answer there. That's awesome. Back to you.
All right, let's do it. We have got an absolute slobber knocker of a match here to get it going for our penultimate match. It is going to be Hero going up against Serral. Why are you so... What's wrong?
I don't know. It's slobber knocker, man. I like that.
Bang! Slobber knocker.
Yes.
Don't you remember JR from WWF back in the day? Or WWE now? Well, the guy.
How could I forget?
That's right. All right, yes, it is going to be Hero going up against Serral. This is a main event feel match. Let's be real. It could quite easily be a grand final of any tournament that has ever happened in the last 6 or so years. We have got ourselves quite the match indeed. Ben, talk to me about this one.
Well, it could be a grand final if, you know, Hero maybe played another race, because you don't see pros in grand finals. But I know, I mean, this is so awesome. I was looking at the big stat cards from both sides. It's like the guy that has the highest attack in the tournament, the guy that has the highest defense in the tournament, and that's El Clasico for me. Like, literally the next 2 matches that we've got on the stage here could be a grand final of any tournament, and it's one that you'd absolutely look forward to.
Yeah, you definitely would. And for all of these players trying to vie for this position, it's very important that they even just get an opportunity against Maru. You do not want to fall down to that lower bracket here, or that knockout bracket, I should say. But even going up against Maru, second place versus second place, that's a trial in itself. But 2 of these names are the guys that can hang with Maru.
Absolutely. It's been an interesting story for both of these guys. You know, you look at Serral, and he did have that crazy loss against Clem that kind of changed the whole dynamic of the tournament. It was a match we thought was going to be business as usual, right? Should be good, should be close, but obviously Serral's going to win. Not the case. No. And then with Hero versus Reynor earlier, what the hell happened there? That was wild. He actually did a full 3-0. It was incredible. I got to cast it back there with State, and I don't know, it does seem like we're having to kind of reevaluate where everybody's at here. The next couple of matches for the rest of the evening and tomorrow are going to be really important.
Yeah, Serral realizes the threat that is at hand here. As much as we have looked at Serral, Ben, as the guy that has been a ZVP master for years and years and years, after coming off the back of a 3-0 against Reynor, that has to be a little bit of a danger, all things considered, with Reynor being his teammate, etc.
It has to be. It has to be. I mean, Serral, make no mistake about it, the greatest CVP of all time. Like, he really is. And Hero, he's the guy that's been able to push a lot of Zergs to the absolute limit. But Serral, as Kat said, Serral's beat him the last 8 times in a row or something, which is pretty damn crazy. But I do think the Hero we saw against Reynor today was a very different Hero that we saw yesterday against Serral. If he can bring that level, who knows? Who knows what could happen? But the odds are stacked against him a little bit.
Yeah, the thing is that for a Hero, he's been able to kind of reinvent himself in the matchup, especially when he came back from the military and gained a little bit momentum to the point where everyone was trying to copy Hero. That is a little bit of a while back since then. But Hero will still be in your face in this matchup, trying to finish things off against you quickly.
I also think that a lot of people tried to copy Hero, but did not have that much success. I guess maybe Creator got close, but his style is really weird. So I don't know if Serral's going to have the right kind of practice. If Hero plays this perfectly, either way, it should be interesting.
The scary thing for Hero will be the fact that Serral will have watched those games against Reynor and trying to kind of eke out any kind of advantage it potentially can against what he brought against Reynor. You guys at home can be involved as well, as you can have it over to stcplay.gg and give us your predictions as to who you think is going to be victorious. We'll check in with that at the end of the series as well. Ben, what are your predictions for this one?
I mean, I'm going to be honest, like, Serral did look a little bit shaky, right? Like, against Clem. Even though Clem played phenomenally well, it wasn't the Serral that you usually expect to rise to the occasion. And for me, Serral was this guy that had this force field around him, like nobody could touch him. Maybe besides Oliveira, but now Clem. Serral's not going to be wanting to add another player to that list that can beat him, especially not somebody that he's beaten 8 times in a row. I still give the edge to Serral, but Hero played damn good against Reynor. He really did.
If any Protoss is going to break the impenetrable armor of someone like Serral, it would be Hero. It is time to get to this best of 5. Who's going to get a chance at Maru? Who's going to get a chance at the final 4? Let's figure it out.
We've got another exciting match coming up. If you are a little exhausted from extended TVT, well, we've got another PVZ for you, and this one is between a very well-rested player and one who has played a number of games on stage today. Perhaps looking to play some more. So, Fancy, let's set it up.
Absolutely. We're about to walk out 2 players that might as well be the final players of this tournament. So the first one that's walking on stage, it is going to be Hero of Weibo Gaming. This is his 3rd match today on the big stage, fighting tooth and nail for that one spot at the Final 4. He may be exhausted, but revenge is the only thing on his mind.
Revenge against Serral of Basilisk? I don't know if that's going to be possible. Clem broke Serral's record, but Serral is just that much more ready to claim a victory. Don't call him a villain, even though he's looking to take out a hero. We'll see how it goes for our favorite Zerg.
Absolutely. Winner of this match is only 1 step away from the top 4 of the tournament. Maru is watching, so casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Fancy. We are going to be going into this match. It is a big ZVP, and Serral, of course, looking prepared. Iron Pig joining me is Rotterdam. No doubt excited for this one.
What a match. I mean, earlier today we thought this could have been a ZVZ, but Hero had something to say about it. We've already seen them play against each other yesterday. I wouldn't say it was a one-sided 3-0, but it absolutely was a convincing 3-0, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that Serral really was in any real trouble in those games. Clearly, he had to work for it, he had to play well, but it did kind of feel that he was always right where he wants to be. I'm incredibly curious to see if this man is going to bring out something different, something to make it just a little bit more difficult on Serral and try to get Serral out of his comfort zone.
So far, it's been nothing but late-game macro defensive plays from Hero, uncharacteristically so. Their previous series, Serral started up with a gasless build, no ling speed, and Hero sat back and didn't pressure. His adepts didn't really do much, didn't chrono boost them, and he focused on the late game. And that worked fantastically against Reynor, didn't work so well against Serral. I think we will be seeing Hero change up the pace and really look to mix in some aggression. If he can't get Serral's respect, he's going to really struggle in this series.
Hero obviously played an incredibly good late game against Reynor on Crimson Court, but I think it's important to mention that Reynor made a very committed attack in that game with the Queens, with the Lurkers, and Reynor obviously expected to deal way more damage there than he ended up doing. So yes, it was late game, but it was entering the late game from a very advantageous position. I don't know if we're necessarily going to find ourselves in a position against Yona in this series, but let's go ahead and dive on into it. In the top left side of Golden Aura, we are looking at the main base of our Korean Protoss player. This is Hero. What a day it's been for him so far, Piggy. A 3-1 over Cure and a 3-0 over Reynor.
Unfortunately, standing in his way is a man that has not looked shaky until he did struggle against Terran last night. Outside of that, though, he has been an unstoppable force. Let's see if he can get back in the win column again. In the bottom right side, representing Basilisk, it's Serral.
It is funny how StarCraft II works, because we do often say that you are as good as your last best of 5, and before the tournament I've heard things like Serral's an 80% favorite to win it all. And I mean, yes, Serral is a big favorite to win it all, but I thought 80% against the entire field.
At a World Championship, that is a ridiculous.
Yeah,
you need to be beyond dominant greatest of all time. You need to take like 3 greatest of all time players and put them in one.
Yeah.
80%, that's crazy.
I mean, he is that, right? Serral really is him. He is that guy, but I still think 80% is a little bit ludicrous. And all of a sudden, after he lost the best of 5 against Clem, and it was a 3-0, of course, everyone looks at it as like, what? Anybody can win this tournament. Serral's so beatable. But I do feel that yesterday, everyone has an off day, and Serral does not have many off days, but it did feel a little bit like he just couldn't quite get things going. A lot of clicks, a lot of attempts that just didn't go through. Serral is well rested, Heroes had a long day. I expect a very strong Serral, like we have seen him throughout the entirety of 2024. And we haven't seen him play crazy amounts of games, but whenever we did get to see Serral, besides yesterday, he looked unstoppable as ever.
Serral's practice for this tournament did involve playing against Harstem, who was using a mod to give him full map vision, and Serral still absolutely crushed it, even when the Protoss could see where his air defenses were. So Serral is famous for being a rock that cannot take damage to the early Adept Oracle in the early game. And surprisingly, I really thought we might see Hero be a bit more aggressive, but he is not chrono boosting the Adept, to be fair. It's Golden Ore. It's a big map. Chronoing Adept's not very powerful here. But an interesting placement on that pylon with the Stargate. He's kind of hidden it in the back. It's very much a normal build, right, Roddy?
Yeah.
But he's hoping to kind of scare Serral and get an overreaction.
It's still more likely that hidden oracles will find damage than oracles that are just going to be revealed immediately. And if you are Serral, it's a little bit unsettling to enter a best of 5 like this and be like, what's happening exactly? Why don't I see what you're doing? And Serral's even checking for a proxy Stargate, which is not mega common in this matchup, but it's something that Protoss players used to do. It is a tiny bit silly because you're very likely to end up losing that pylon and then end up losing that Stargate, and that obviously makes you very vulnerable against Mutalisk later on, but it would often give you those oracles that show up 4 or 5 seconds quicker than they usually do, and that's when those spore crawlers are not done yet because all of the timings are razor tight. Serral is going to be a tiny bit confused, but I think he's actually going to be very happy when he sees it's a Void Ray. Now, Void Rays are annoying, right? Because they're going to kill the Overlord, they're going to keep the Zerg in the dark once more, but it is nice to know that it was just a Stargate at home and that it was just a Void Ray.
Not only that, but seeing it so early, yes, you lose an Overlord or two, Serral immediately boots up another Overlord, and more importantly, he'll delay his Spore Crawlers. If there's an Oracle, you need those Spore Crawlers potentially going down by now. Against a Void Ray, you can delay those even longer and focus on droning extra hard, only worrying about the second or third Stargate units to actually hit your workaround.
Yep, there is an Oracle on the way, and that's something we can see, and here Serral cannot see that yet. I'm sure he's thinking about it, but often if you see a Void Ray for us as a Zerg, the alarm bells do go off a little bit. It's like, why do you care that much about my Overlord potentially seeing something? You doing something crazy? Is it 8 gateways and Zealot Charge coming online there? Is there a Forge with +1? We know that's not the case, but that's not something that Serral knows yet. I do believe those Zerglings got a glimpse of the Oracle. Would love to see if the Queens are already moving in the right direction. Overall, Hero obviously playing a very strong macro-oriented opening, and it all is pretty standard in the end, but he has definitely kind of kept Serral in the dark and just made it a bit frustrating for Serral to really ease into this early mid-game.
The only scary thing here for Hero is if Serral does play kind of greedy, then just denying information with the Void Ray and then just taking a third, going Blink. You know, Serral could get ahead if he chooses to be greedy. Hero's build order and his strategy here is kind of gambling on the fact that Serral's a very safe player. He's hoping that by denying the information and hiding his intentions, Serral is going to overreact, maybe build a few extra safety roaches. For now, though, looking at the work accounts, the tech timings, I feel like Serral's navigating this really well. He's getting a bit of safety with the Spores and the Queens. He's got the Roach Horn coming up, but he's also maintaining that 5-worker advantage.
Yep, you're spot on, and I do think when it's greed against greed, that does favor the Zerg a little bit. As a Protoss, you can only build 3 workers at a time. If as a Zerg, you're not supply blocked and you keep on hitting those injects, you're just going to see more than 3 drones in the production tab relatively often, and that's why Serral has been able to create a tiny worker lead for himself, while also spreading some creep. You could really see that Hero was at least making a bit of an effort in dropping a Revelation, picking up one of those active creep tumors, and he's got a pretty late second Oracle on the way as well. It's interesting how Hero has played this. It almost feels that Hero just wanted to skyrocket to a pretty strong economy, but from here on out, it's going to be traditional Hero, and he's going to be very aggressive, and I really feel that he has only one intention with this War Prism and all those Blink Stalkers, and that is to straight up end the game immediately, Pick. I don't think we're going to see a random Robo Bay and a second Robo. I have the feeling that Hero is moving out with the intention of trying to get Serral out of the game.
We might not even see +2 start up. +1 is going to be done so early for Hero. He's going to go across to the Blink aggression. Serral, he sees only a few Stalkers. He has no idea that the gases haven't been taken on the third, and going for a Spire and more drones is incredibly greedy. Serral does not realize what's happening.
This is not the play for Serral. I think if Serral would know what we know, he would cancel that Spire immediately, and he would maybe even get a Desperation Spine or 2, even if Spines are not fantastic, because at this point, the man from Finland needs more units. Now, we've got Queens here. We've got a couple Zerglings and Roaches in the mix. I'm very surprised to see that that Spire is still in production, as a couple of probes are falling to the other side of the map. I guess we didn't have a cannon or a shield battery in that third base, Obviously, it wasn't too many Zerglings. That Spire is still on the way. Serral is incredibly confident that he's fine here, but this is a lot of Blink Stalkers, Biggie.
And they will blink back, keeping the damaged ones alive, letting their shields regenerate, getting value over time. Hero is not making +2 attack. He is committing to nothing but Stalker production. More pylons, more Stalkers, and attacking forwards. The creep is holding him back, but you can see he's clearing that with the Oracles little by little, and Serral is trying desperately to buy time with these Roaches, Ravagers, and Lings.
Yep, he did not get that active creep on the left side with the last Revelation, so that's very frustrating for Hero. There will still be some creep here, and using that creep as a bit of a launching pad is so awesome as a Zerg player. That allows the Roaches and the Ravagers to get a few more hits off every now and then. 4 Mutalisk on the way. Hero has built a few more probes, has taken extra gases. It did feel that Hero really wanted to get more done there, but perhaps it's the creep that kept him at bay. Obviously, Hero will never truly slow down. He's still going to give it a shot, but he is thinking about the next phase of this game, which may actually allow Serral to get some value out of that Spire in the end.
Indeed. I mean, this is crazy. Opting to go for Mutas with a mass of Stalkers on your front doorstep goes to show Serral's confidence, but also his understanding of how committed Hero was. As a couple of Biles do land, Oracle does take out a Ravager. The Prism gets spotted by the Mutalisks. And that is, I mean, it's at least Hero doesn't get hit in the worker line. You know, you'd rather lose a Warp Prism than a bunch of probes, but it does still shut down Hero's map presence. Puts him in a bit of a corner now where he has to build cannons, make a couple of Phoenix, and try desperately to secure a 4th base. Being stuck on 3 bases this deep against a now 80 drone Zerg, Hero is behind on the economy, and he doesn't have any splash damage out just yet.
Yep, and Serral's building more drones. He's got +1 melee on the way. Baneling speed got fired up as well. Infestation Pit and Hydralisk Den. So Serral's also thinking about further stages of this game. I feel like Hero is one of the very few Protoss players on this planet that is better against Mutalisk with Blink Stalkers than he is with Phoenixes. I feel like he doesn't really have a dedicated hotkey, as the Mutalisk do find the High Templars, and we're trying to gather up some energy. In the end, Hero does save them though. Loses 6 workers, but he still got 61 left. Good save in the end on those High Templars, morphing them into Archons.
You got to be careful though as Hero, because Serral is up on 84 workers. Hive, Lurker Den, double Evolution Chamber pumping, Baneling Tech. The only missed opportunity there was Hero's entire army moved to respond to the Mutas, leaving his 4th open. If Serral had decided to, he could have pounced on it, but Serral's playing extra safe right now. He's got his Roachling in the top right. If Hero pushes, he's going to counterattack with that while taking up into Lurkers and Banelings.
It felt like it should have been so much harder for Serral to stabilize than what it ended up being. And Serral's just such a master in putting his units in a beautiful concave, always realizing when it's time to get in and out of range of those Stalkers. And even though Stalkers have the range advantage and they've got the micro advantage, it just felt like there wasn't a whole lot that Hero could get done there. While I am certain that if Hero finds himself in a similar spot against any other Zerg out there, it feels that these Stalkers just never die and they keep on getting closer and closer towards the Queens and Hatcheries. Serral made it look easy, and it was really not supposed to be easy. And now we are entering a phase of the game that I don't think Hero was really planning on entering, at least not without taking way better fights with those Stalkers early on.
Hero's got a good worker count and a good supply count, but keep in mind it's not the greatest Protoss supply. Mostly Stalkers and Zealots at this point with a few High Templar for Storm. Second Stargate and Fleet Beacon go down, the Mutalisk spot it immediately. And one has to wonder, if there was a squad of Stalkers at home, could we shut this down a little bit better? It feels like Hero is going to need to split some Stalkers off to get those Mutas out of his base because they're gathering way too much information and picking off probes.
Serral's got so many powerful upgrades on the way with Seismic Spines, with Adrenal Glands, so it's going to take a little while before they are ready, but once they kick in, that Zerg army is going to be so much more terrifying. Now, he did get a lot of Roaches stuck in a stasis trap, and the Hero's doing the right thing. First, he's going to chase down a couple of these Roaches that obviously cannot fight against this many Blink Stalkers, and they can always turn around and pick up those other Roaches too. But I don't think that this would ever be a moment where Hero's like, well, I just got a bunch of units for free, now I can attack. If you're investing in all the Stargates, the Fleet Beacon, air weapons, you're obviously going to take your time as well. Hero's been pretty vocal big about practicing the late game. He said that's what he's been working on. That's what he felt has been holding him back in PvZ in the past. Well, he's going to go up in the late game against the best to ever do it when it comes to late game ZVP. And I'm incredibly curious to see how these trades will look.
I mean, we've loved his Tempest play so far in this tournament, but right now, a bunch of Stalkers getting jumped on by Roachling. Good trades here for Serral. And we do want to see more of that Tempest play. Hero's carrier play, it's not really up there with like Stats and those sort of players who do that all the time. But I think having some Tempests, potentially a Mothership, and really picking at your opponent and using your Psy Storms over time, he's shown against Reynor. He looked really good there. Yes, it was Crimson Court. Very closed off map, very close map. He was already in a dominant position. The real scary thing is that Serral not only played in 2020, 2021, 2022, he dominated in that era. Remember, he had 3-hour-plus finals against Trap multiple times. Serral played so many games in extreme late game against Protoss. He's very practiced in this situation.
Not sure if we cancel that hatchery there as we tapped away on the absolute last second, but obviously good army movement here by Hero. As Serral was focused on all those lurkers, battling a couple of zealots in the bottom left side. Hero is going to try to take 2 bases at once, but the Queens are here to drop a bunch of transfuse on this hatch. A stasis trap goes down as well. Immortals would love to get in range to get a few more shots off, and in the end Hero decides against it. Did not feel like that was the right place to be. One hell of a game here on Golden RR map, where traditionally it's very easy to stabilize on 4 bases, no matter the race you play. Going up to 5 or 6 bases, that's where things can get a bit more complicated, especially in this matchup, as we are also dropping the Nidus network on the side of Serral, so we could potentially get to see some lurker play behind enemy lines.
Hey, the recall does get a bunch of units trapped there. One High Templar on the right. I think the Immortal and the High Templar on the left are actually able to get out, but you kind of need to wiggle them a little bit. Stalkers are going to dive. Hero doesn't really want to keep these Stalkers alive too much longer. They're not the best late game unit, so he's happy to take a directly cost-inefficient trade to slow down Serral's mining. At the same time, hitting the bottom left, the movement is fantastic. This is only a small squad of Protoss units, but Lurkers are on standby defending that base.
Yeah, it's great to see that Hero always has the 1-2 punch. And I feel like if you want to get something done against Serral in the late game, this is kind of how you have to play. 2 or even 3 attacks at once. Just looking at your army and then looking at Serral's army and letting it come down to an all-out battle between spellcasters. More often than not, that will go in Serral's way. But if you can create a little bit of chaos, and we know that Hero loves the chaos, he thrives in it, you can actually get stuff done. And he got that hatchery on the right side. He got this one. He got the triangle base, and he did a lot of damage to the bottom left side as well. And he's also doing a pretty damn good job in keeping creep at bay, even landing a couple of feedbacks here on these infestors. Yeah, Hero really is playing solid. Serral's got a big bang though.
Serral is a very patient player in the late game. Nidus Worm just barely out of vision in that north. Here we go though, Hero diving on top of the Queens, catching those, clearing this creep, cutting the gold base off from reinforcement. Great move for him. The problem is that topside Nidus is going to cause him problems on the counter. It pops out in the north, and you're going to see Zerglings and Roaches emerging in the north. But you know what? They're not lurkers. And if you can take out this gold base, I think this is a trade that Hero is happy to take. You don't want this game to get too stalematey. You want to keep the action going, keep the movement going. This is where this Protoss army will thrive, and he is doing fantastically well so far as Hero.
Yep, he's not just getting the hatchery, he's also getting a whole bunch of drones. Now Serral still has a bit of a piggy bank, but going down all the way to 60 drones, I think it's a little bit too early to be down to 60 workers. Hero warping in a few DTs here. And I don't think we have an overseer in the mix. Maybe there is one nearby, as there is behind, but it's going to try to drop another Nidus in the main. Hero could obviously warp in a few more units there to take care of it. This Nexus lives for now, Pig. The Dark Templar saved the day. Hero is going to warp in a Zealot and a Stalker, and will take care of the Nidus attempt in the main base. This is incredibly good play by Hero. 15 minutes in, he has done a tremendous job in slowing Serral down, making it a little bit harder for Serral to become mega rich. Serral is rich, sure, but this is not. He's maxed out with 10k in the bank, and he's got his dream army and 3 upgrades across the board. No, this is Serral with a little bit of money and a decent army, which means that he's got more than a puncher's chance. But Hero's doing a really good job in at least making life hard on Serral. And if I look at this army, this is a terrifying Protoss army.
It absolutely is, especially when you've got to move your siege units like the Lurkers around to defend. If they're not sieged up in the right position, they can get jumped on. And Hero sees an opportunity, cracks the front line of Lurkers. Abduct's coming in the right side. One of the carriers and Void Rays will potentially get picked off, but Time Warp and Storm coming down as well and pushing right into that base. The Broodlords are in the back. They're going to retreat, shooting and moving as they go, but the hatchery and 9 workers go down.
Yep, 10 more Corruptors on the way, as Serral obviously still has a decent amount of Corruptors. Hero in the end says, I got my base, I'm going to go ahead and try to save this Nexus on the left side, and he will. Phoenix could go forward, maybe lift a healthy lurker or so, and that is exactly what Hero is going to do. Our Korean Protoss really is making all the correct calls here. And Serral, yes, once upon a time he had a bank. At this point he has spent all his money on more and more Corruptors, but the carriers are not the only thing that's scary about Hero. He still has a bunch of well-upgraded Immortals on the ground. There are High Templars in the mix, and Hero is going for it once more.
He's out trading Serral right now, busting another position. The Desperation Fungal comes down, but it can't keep him back. Hero is diving forward. You can abduct the mothership as much as you want. Those storms will land on top of the Corruptors coming in with a vengeance. Having to storm his entire own army as Hero trying to defend these Corruptors. And with the Archon shots, oh my lord, the Corruptors disappear.
And 2 carriers remain. Extra Stalkers are going to come in from the top side. I don't know if we have any Lurkers left on the side of Serral. It seems like that is not the case, so it is just 8 Broodlords, but Broodlords are not what they used to be. Serral really is in trouble here with only 53 drones, losing another hatchery. The economy is no longer there, and Hero did save a couple of these carriers. I cannot believe 2 carriers survived against the insane amount of Corruptors that Serral had there. Hero said let it rain as he stormed his own army into oblivion, but it's okay because these Protoss units have a lot of HP, and it's really starting to look like Golden Aura is going to go to Hero, and that would only be the second offline map ever that Hero has won against Serral.
1 year ago here in Riyadh, Hero actually lost pretty much every game he went carriers versus Zerg. It was people were saying, oh, he's just not that good with carriers versus Zerg, his late game's not as well-rounded. Hero has reinvented himself as a player. He has worked so hard on practicing these late games, and I got to admit, I was not thinking it would be successful. I thought he would have to change his style back to the traditional aggressive, in-your-face, crazy all-in style. But what a well-balanced approach. The movement for Hero is exceptional. Comes forward, okay, loses 1 Stalker, blinks away, but he's got that forward mobility. And look at this, swapping into Tempest behind it, because he's got such a scary ground army. Hero has forced Serral into Lurkers and Broodlords, and the Tempest is just going to come in and start picking it away from afar, saying, you can't afford to rebuild your Corruptor Viper. You don't have an answer to Tempests right now.
In the last 15 months, these guys have played 10 games against each other at offline events, not counting any of the online encounters these two had. 10 games offline, score was 9-1 in favor of Serral. But it's really starting to look like Hero is going to win as many games here as he has ever done against Serral in offline events, because I just don't really see this going wrong anymore, Pig. These upgrades keep on getting better. Hero is able to take bases. He's even getting his hands on the gold over here on the bottom left side. He's adding in a couple of Tempests as well, which is obviously going to be fantastic against those Broodlords, even against Lurkers. And it looks like he's even thinking of a cool recall, perhaps into the main base, or just poke in the bottom left side and then recall that entire Protoss army on top of that triangle base once more.
If we could see the units tab, I'd love to see how many Corruptors there are on the map. 11 right now against 5 carriers, 4 Tempests. That's not going to cut it. You've got an amazing anti-ground army as Serral. You've got Infestors to lock you in position, Blinding Clouds to stop your units from attacking, as well as Parasitic Bomb against the air, 8 Lurkers, 8 Broodlords. I mean, that's such a good army for surviving the ground push. The problem is the air units are there as well, and you just don't have the numbers to deal with that.
I would have liked to see Hero continue to be a bit aggressive, though. I mean, obviously his army is big, and he is maxed out right now, and he's taking bases, and he's getting extra upgrades. All of that is nice, but if you got Serral on the ropes, I do feel as a Protoss you really need to continue pushing, because taking out 130 supply Serral is doable, but if Serral gets close to being maxed out once more, this could still become scary. Hero knows that, and that's why he's here, dropping a storm, grabbing a couple of drones.
The army looks good. The high ground as well. So the Stalkers actually, he's just trading them. He's just forcing messy trades. It's a good way to play. It makes Serral come out and fight him. Serral with a big fungal parasitic bomb ambush there. The Corruptors dive on top. But remember, there aren't that many Corruptors. The Broodlord and Fester, though, are letting their presence be known. The ground army getting hammered for Hero.
Yep, another Fungo does land. Hero obviously still has plenty of units remaining here, and he did kill a lot of these Corruptors, and Corruptors are expensive. Serral is down to 47 drones, so it may not have been the prettiest fight in history, but I think given the state of this game, given the amount of bases that Hero managed to get for himself, it was okay pick. That one Archon put in some work, the Storms once more truly connected, and Serral knows at this point it is impossible to really drag this one out a little bit longer. He's gonna go for it. He's got a couple of Fungos, he's got a few Corruptors, a lot of Broodlords, and 2 Lurkers, but I think the aesthetic defenses is going to be almost impossible for this Zerg army.
I mean, Serral's trying to chase him down with one of the slowest compositions in the game. It's so odd to see a couple of Infestors and Broodlords chasing a Protoss army like this. Lurker's trying to break the cannons. Serral knows he's got no income. He has to get damage done now. But Hero being too patient, forcing him into a position where he knew he was about to get overwhelmed. And Hero showing depth to his play that many did not think he had. The ability to take down Serral with heavy pressure, smooth transition into the late game, and just kept Serral under pressure from start to finish.
Beautiful multitasking, fantastic army movement by Hero, and just a really good idea of what he had to do. as we're going to take a look at some of the final moments here on Golden Aura. But obviously at this point the game was over. We had a couple of epic battles, especially the one where Hero said, you know what, we're just going to storm everything I see. Proto Zerg, it does not matter, because I am richer and I can afford these things. Already doing better than he did yesterday, and what a day this man is having. He woke up this morning, he got a 3-1 victory over Kura, and Kura is such a good player who really has had Hero's number in the past, and that went on to show that Hero's here, he's ready to battle. The 3-0 over Reynor was nothing short of magnificent, and now a fantastic first game against Serral. It is Golden Aura, but still getting the job done, even on a Protoss favorite map, is so impressive.
Beautiful hybrid play. You know, it's not full air, it's a mix. It's just a bit of air to complicate things for the opponent, making it as difficult as possible for his opponent to get any control over the game. And now going onto the Zerg's map pick in the bottom left side of the map, representing Protoss and Weibo Gaming, it is Hero.
In the top right side of Crimson Court, we are looking at the main base of the Finnish Phenom. I think we're going to have to go back many, many years to figure out when is the last time this man lost 4 competitive games in a row. I honestly can't remember it for the life of me. Basilisk, Serral. You've got any idea, Pick?
Oh, it was a long time ago for sure. I mean, you can often get knocked out of tournaments without losing 4 maps in a row, and that is incredibly rare. I would not even hazard a guess, because it's definitely a while back. And losing it in a late game macro game. So there is a ZVP aura of invincibility that Serral's had for a long time, where like you'd be hard pressed to find the last time Serral even dropped a best of 5 to a Protoss player in a LAN tournament. I don't know if it's happened in the last few years. So he really has been unstoppable. And when it gets to the late game especially, that is such a confidence boost. Like, Hero now knows, I don't have to be so afraid. I can go to the late game if need be. And he's going to be opening up with a Probe Scout this time around. So that's kind of safer for Hero, right? Not being quite as greedy with the no Probe Scout that he likes to do. Does look like a close to walled off the base at the front. Hero's wall's always famous for having the pylon in the wall. Seems like it's exposed, but it does allow him to re-wall with a very solid wall off if the opponent tries to go for an all-in. He can plonk a gateway down there and block you off. Hero, of course, famous for leaving that door open. He likes to welcome Zerglings into his base so that he can trap them there. Sometimes backfires and ends up with a lot of probes going down. But remember, that's how Hero's series started against Reynor on this map. Lost 7 probes to 2 different Zergling run-bys. But you'll get a bit of chaos in there. Hero doesn't care. He loves it.
At Home Story Cup 22, Serral did lose a best of 5 against Zaun, and before that we had to go all the way back to IEM Katowice, where he lost obviously in the semifinals back then against Zest, with the Adept Printer making its first ever appearance. Obviously had to look that up, Piggy. I remember a lot of StarCraft, but when it comes to Serral losing, yeah, I don't really remember it because it doesn't happen very often.
It's the only dark spot in your otherwise otherworldly memory for StarCraft matches.
Well, I mean, it's this difficult. The man does not do a whole lot of losing, and I'm pretty sure that he even ended up winning Home Story Cup 22, unless that's one of the ones that Reynor won. Because Reynor obviously did win 2 Home Story Cups, but I have the feeling that that was 23 and 24. If I recall that correctly. I don't know. It's a long time. They both won so many of these Home Story Cups. What we did see there is Hero losing his scouting probe. And he seemed pretty bothered by it. Obviously, Zergling speed was not ready yet. Zerglings are not supposed to really kill a probe like that. Zerglings are a tiny, tiny bit quicker than probes off creep. But if your probe is healthy, it should always lift. Obviously, if it does get pinned to a corner, to a mineral patch, whatever, then the Zerglings can get a lot more hits off. Hero definitely seemed to be a little bothered by it. Now let's talk about Crimson Court, Piggy, because we mentioned Crimson Court. You said it's the Zerg pick. Why is this such a good Zerg map?
Because you get that purple gas at your third, double efficiency, beautiful Roach push forwards from that Roach Queen, amazing on this map. You know what it's not amazing against, Roddy? 2 Stargate Tempest. That's right, double gas on the natural for Hero. We're going to see the Tempest build that he started off the entire tournament with against Solar. It's a really tricky opening, and if Serral does commit to something like a Queen Walk with Ravagers and Lings, Tempest can actually counter that pretty darn hard. Of course, the other reason it's great is Hero can just go across the map and try to snipe that middle hatchery. It's really weak if you get the Tempest plus 40 damage versus building upgrade. 80 damage a shot from the Tempest, that hatchery goes down really fast.
It's a really cool idea, but Serral normally is so damn good in sniffing this kind of stuff out. And even if if Serral makes a few more queens with the idea of I am going to queen roach walk, if Serral has the feeling this is happening, he can just play all out macro, he can just start running up and he can drop a Spire, and sure, maybe he's going to end up losing a queen or two, but it doesn't necessarily have to be game ending. Now, of course, if Serral does commit and he does not get the job done and Hero stabilizes on 3 bases and kills that center hedge, yeah, then Serral is in serious trouble.
Indeed. Well, the Roach goes down relatively early. Serral doesn't know what he's up against. It's so hard to scout if that third base is down or not, and that's part of what makes this build work so well on this map. Serral just doesn't have much information.
And what's very cool about this is that best of 5s are often about telling a story to your opponent, keeping them on edge, keeping them guessing. Don't forget that on Golden Aura, we also open up with the Void Ray to then just go into Oracles and blink and kind of look at each other. It's like, well, I mean, obviously it is a thing, but is it really that useful? Well, if you go back-to-back Void Ray, but in the second game suddenly it's double Stargate Tempest, I'm actually starting to think it's pretty damn brilliant. Serral, it does feel like he's very suspicious, right? I have the feeling that Serral does think there is something going on. He is going to fire up a couple of roaches, and now I wonder, are we going to see a Spire immediately, or will it be more roaches and more queens?
Definitely 9 roaches is not really the play against the Tempest. They're coming forward now. Third base is being spotted as being incredibly late. Those Tempests are going to start sieging this down, hitting those queens from afar. The queens can buy time, but they can't do much else. Spire goes down behind this, but that's a 71-second build time on the Spire, and then another 30 seconds to build Corruptors. Hero's got about a minute and a half to work here. Let's see what damage he can get done.
I do love that trip to him on the high ground, because it's actually giving a little bit of creep to those queens here on the low ground. The queens obviously so much more mobile on creep than they are off creep. Sport Crawler is going to try to buy a little bit of time, and it will push the Void Ray back, but Hero's already done a good job in taking out that Vespene Geyser, and that's the Vespene Geyser that Serral was absolutely relying on. You mentioned it, Double Gas Hero, are we paying attention to our Tempest? It seems that Serral was able to distract him successfully with a couple of Zerglings, and one Tempest does get sniped. Now more Zerglings getting on top of the third base of Hero. This is problematic as the Roaches are going to show up as well, and where Hero is dealing some damage, Serral's dealing all the damage.
Beautiful play by Serral, opening that path up in the north by droning open the minerals rather than even breaking the rocks. A secret opening of the path and running by to take out Hero's third base. A brilliant counter-attack for Serral, and that is going to find so much damage.
Hero will be kicking himself, because if that Void Ray was at home, and this push is never supposed to be about that Void Ray, it would have been so much easier to keep that shield battery alive and not take that devastating damage from these roaches later on. A few Zerglings without upgrade shouldn't have been all that problematic. Now the Tempests are absolutely doing their thing, Pick. That is a lot of queens falling, but Serral is going to feel confident the moment Corruptors come out. Corruptors are going to have a field day against Tempest. The follow-up, though, is Void Rays with Flux Veins. I mean, I think this is the first time we see Flux Veins in this entire tournament. I love it. This best of 5 is bananas.
Corruptors are popping out. The Spore Crawler's there. He saves the hatchery. Hero losing those 2 Tempests to Queens. A mistake that is not meant to be happening. Because of those Tempests going down, he doesn't get the third hatchery snipe. If he sniped the third hatchery, it'd be 2 base versus 2 base, and this would be fine. But you know what? The Void Rays come in and actually push back the Corruptors. Can he get the hatchery? This is a wild push. There's so few queens supporting Rotterdam. There's not that many units, but the Void Ray overcharge is going to wear off, and when you don't have that, the Corruptors are quite good against them.
Especially with a tiny bit of queen support, right? It doesn't really have to be all the queens, as more roaches are going to make their way through these minerals. This was such a brilliant, sneaky attack by Serral earlier on. And of course, the Hero could have left the unit behind, could have protected the battery a bit better, but he just did not expect it, and I can't really blame the man. We don't see that very often, as Hero now feels that it's his time to take the center base. This is risky. I mean, this is funny, Pick. These are not games we see very often. Corruptors are fantastic against Tempest. They can be very good against Void Rays, and that sounds silly, right? Because aren't Void Rays meant to counter Corruptors? Yes, but to some degree. Corruptors have a bit more micro potential than Void Rays. Void Rays can be silly, and especially if later on there are spellcasters in the mix. If Void Rays are not all that hot, but I don't think that Hero is really gonna wait until there are spellcasters. Hero just will probably continue battling with all these Skytoss units.
You know, you're thinking Fungal Parasitic Bomb will ruin the Void Rays, but that's way further down the tech tree. The unit that can be surprisingly effective here for Serral is actually the Ravager. Because the Void Rays all tend to clump up a lot when they're fighting, if you have Ravagers and start just spreading Corrosive Bile across their line, it forces Hero to spend a lot of time dodging those Biles rather than standing and fighting. So I think Ravager Queen Corruptor should be able to defend a Void Ray timing attack, but it actually feels like Serral's the one pushing forward for a moment, getting a bit of middle control. He'd be wild to push up that ramp, though. He's only got 11 roaches on the ground.
Yeah.
Similar work accounts for both sides. Who's going to tech up first? Like, do we see Storm charge for Hero, or do we see Serral try and go high? For now, they're locked in this mid-game, and it feels like it's just an arms race to see who can get the bigger army.
This is going to be interesting. I like the mothership here as well. Just anything that has a lot of HP and can help keep your Void Ray safe is good. This is risky, by the way, by Serral, because these Void Rays do have Flux Veins. And that means that if all the Voids get on top of the Corruptors will have a very hard time getting away. The Void Rays are going to be a bit quicker than they usually are. Seems like Serral is also a believer of the Ravager, but we are going to get an Infestation Pit as well.
Oh, Serral tried to bait out the Prismatic Alignment. Hero did not take the bait. Gets himself a Corruptor and an Overseer for free. Great plays by Hero. Plasma Shields is on the way for him as well as +1 air weapons. +1 air weapons about to kick in for Serral. Those Biles coming in. Oh, Hero! Not watching! He just lost almost all of his Void Rays to Corrosive Bile. It wasn't even aiming for the Void Rays. Serral just wanted to get the battery. In his wildest dreams, he did not expect to get 7 Void Ray kills right there.
That is unbelievable. Serral wanted the battery and he got the world instead, and now he is just able to get on top of this sports base. That is unbelievable. Those are some of the biggest corrosive balls that I have seen in competitive StarCraft in years. And at this point, Serral says, all right, I am not that afraid of a couple of Void Rays anymore. He's going to go for it with or without Prismatic Alignment. Serral does not care. He's going to push these Skytoss units back. That is unbelievable pick. I cannot believe what we have just seen. Hero can't believe it either. This game was so close, it was so competitive, but a couple of Ravagers completely destroyed Hero's army.
Stunning victory there for Serral, and a surprise victory. Even he will be absolutely shocked at what he just saw.
That was not the goal. The goal was to take out the battery and the battery overcharge.
I mean, I foreshadowed it, Kev. I said, you know, Bile's pretty good versus it. That was not what I was expecting when I said that.
In your wildest dreams, you would have not seen that play out like that. At this point, obviously, the game was over. These Corruptors, these Ravagers, yeah, they already got the job done. Hero in disbelief. There was no other way to put it. You saw it there as well. He was ready to activate Prismatic Alignment. Probably surprised by the attack there of Serral. He's like, you sure about this?
Yeah.
Well, I'm stunned.
I mean, it wasn't
actually
necessarily Hero's game. It was still close, but it was
competitive.
It was like neck and neck, you know, and I think Hero might have had a small advantage there, right? Yeah. Until those Void Rays went down. Honestly, great counterattack plays for Serral. I feel like Hero kind of tricked him, and Serral wriggled his way out of a disaster and made it a competitive game, right? The Roachlings sneaking around the top because he had to mine those minerals from very far away, got around the map, and this was a really good play, but oh my lord, that hurts to watch.
Yes.
That's a mistake for the ages. That might be one of the bigger ones he's ever made. I mean, that's kind of the solar nuke, you know, from a couple of years ago. You don't see that every day.
No. I mean, a couple Void Rays, sure, a lot of damage on carriers and Tempest. Yeah, we've seen that. Or if units are fungled, we are aware of it. Like this early on, when there are no spellcasters yet. That is unbelievable. That's a very, very difficult one to swallow. But let's see if this man can keep it together. He is playing fantastic StarCraft today, and he was looking good in that second game as well, even after losing the third base early on against Roaches and Zerglings. Loading into Alcyone in the top right side. It is Hero.
Got to shake that one off and move into the next game. He is one of the most resilient players, able to handle tilt very well, but so is his opponent. He often looks almost like he's angry at himself. We've watched him in his stream kind of get angry at any small mistake, but play better. Every single time it gets intense, he levels up. Let's see if he can keep on doing it here. In the bottom left side of Alcyone, it is Basilisk Serral.
And what a way for Serral to snap the streak that he was on, losing 3 games against Clem, losing the first one against Hero, and it started to look dicey even after killing that third base. I'm with you, the Void Rays had +1, they had Prismatic Alignment, it was triple Stargate. Hero was about to get his hands on that rich Vespian Geyser too. And it's not like Serral already had Infestors and Vipers, no. Without those units, that is a terrifying Protoss army to deal with. I'm always stunned by... It feels that Hero's not that rich, yet he's got so many units to work with over and over again. You think back of the Ghost River game against Reynor earlier today, right? And it's like, where does he get it from? Where does he find the resources to get the double Robo and the Robo Bay in that game, or in this game to get such a monstrous air army out? And that was, I mean, that's just an unbelievable moment on Crimson Court. That is probably the most stunning moment of the tournament so far.
Definitely the most shocking. That is 100% certain. Hero has reworked his openings over the last few months to really become so solid at getting his early worker count up. And I really do feel like he cuts corners very well, often skipping a probe scout hero there to get a little bit of extra minerals in the early game like he did back in game 1. Other times just kind of saying, you know what, let's allocate all of our chrono boost towards the Nexus. This time though, chrono boosting the Adept, a change of pace here for Hero. Drops the Stargate behind it. Usually one chrono on the Adept often leads into a second as well. Serral sneaking one Zergling out to potentially scout and one Zergling chasing the probe.
I'm still digesting 6 Void Rays dying to Ravages, especially after you just said, like, Ravages are great. I was like, yeah, you know, with smoke houses and whatnot, and thought there was a chance we could get to see some of that eventually. Oh, unbelievable stuff in the second game of this, second to last best of 5 of the day. The winner, of course, of this series is going to move on to play against Maru in that all-important final match of the early stages of this tournament. The winner goes directly into the top 4. The loser doesn't quite have to start all the way in the beginning, but in knockout bracket round 2. What an important series that is going to be. But obviously, for these two, they first have to win this one before they can even start thinking about Maru. Here on Elcyone so far, clean start for Serral, not really taking any damage. And Hero continues to open up with the Void Ray.
Indeed, the Void Ray denying the information so important against Serral. You've got to put him in the dark. It's part of his mind games in this series. I'm going to deny your information, and I'm going to go in drastically different directions once I get rid of that Overlord. He's already shown kind of straight into macro, the blink pressure in game 1, the second game straight into the cheeky Tempest build, and I think this just makes it difficult for Serral to know for sure what's happening. Third Nexus goes down though. Zergling does spot it immediately, so he knows it's not the Tempest build from the last game, that's for sure.
Don't think he was really worried about that one either. Not on Elcyone, right? This is not the map for it. There were some other maps in the past where people were experimenting for it with a little while. I'm thinking
Post-Youth, it's very popular on in this pool as well.
Yeah, but that's also a very unique one. Like, not exactly a standard map. Elcyone, all things considered, despite that mineral wall and a lot of rocks and a weird Zelnaga Watchtower in the center, is a relatively standard map. It's large as well, just not the kind of game where you would normally go double Stargate Tempest.
Queen's going to intercept the Void Ray, keep it back. Notice this does push Serral's vision into a corner because he has to pull the Overlords back for safety. So the kind of side effects of the Void Ray, it's not always the direct damage, it's the I need to pull my vision into a tighter circle. And that potentially opens up opportunities for Oracles and Adepts to pick things off.
There is a Fleet Beacon and there is a second Stargate. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be Tempest. Could also be Phoenix. Hero in the past sometimes can get a little carried away, and where he goes double Stargate Phoenix. It is just so hard because the moment you fire up +1 air weapons, Serral is always in your face. He's going to see that Cybernetics core spinning. But if you want to play Phoenix, you kind of need that quick upgrade. Now the Cyber core is a
carrier into Blink actually, like classics old school build from like a year ago.
Goblin recently did it as well on this map against Reynor.
Yes, exactly. And it's quite an awkward build to respond to. I think if your opponent expects it, it's not as powerful. But once again, you know, it depends what you can get done early. Oracle denies the 4th base. Nice start there. And early 4th base was, gives them a lot of explosive potential with the droning.
The mind games are awesome of Hero, right? Because he's opening up with the Void Rays, making it difficult for Serral to scout, and the follow-ups continue to be different. First game, Blink Stalker. Second game, Tempest. A third game, it is indeed going to be some carriers here early on. Now with carriers, even if you want to go only like 4 carriers into Blink, I still think it's so nice to get air upgrades, right? Especially carriers, because they attack so many times. You have 8 interceptors, they all attack twice, so air upgrades are massive. But you don't want to give it away. The moment that you start researching air weapons, Serral will see it, Serral will start thinking about carriers, and then your build is less likely to succeed. So we're going to have to do it without any air upgrades. I'm very curious to see what the follow-up is going to be. There's even a world where he tries to maybe surprise Serral with a couple of Zealots with +1, because if Serral plays a very gritty game and he's just Zergling heavy and there are no safety roaches, Zealots with +1 are fantastic.
Serral was planning to go for a Roach Hydra timing, but the Oracle scouts the Hydra Den and immediately an Infestation Pit goes down. So he's kind of ditched the all-in plan, and he said, no worries, I'll just go Hive and play Lurkers here. But of course, we'll see what happens when he finds out about the carriers. The Twilight Council's finished. We're going to find out if it's Blink or Charge momentarily as the 3rd and 4th carrier start up for Hero. Let's see what that Twilight Council does.
That's pretty difficult to deal with, by the way. This many Zerglings. When we don't have a lot of units, and the attack moves out of position, but Serral changes his mind. Serral's like, you know what, I want to go for the Stalkers instead. Then he sees the Voider and he says, no, none of that. He's going to go quick Hive, but this was a big scout for Serral. I think Serral now has a very good read on the game. It is going to be Zealot Charge, by the way, so revealing a few Stalkers is incredibly smart. But Serral will continue to check, and I don't think that Serral is just going to be fooled and is not going to have any units ready to deal with a few Zealots with charge.
Hydra's already building. They aren't the best unit long-term versus carriers, but they're perfect for now, right? A small number of carriers, Hydras will defeat those, and they can be useful against the ground as well.
Spotting all those gateways obviously is awesome stuff for Serral, who was in 66 drones there for a while, and is still running around with a lot of Zerglings, and it's difficult to deal with this many Zerglings when your Zealots are still not very quick. 14 drones on the production tab. Hero, for the first time in this series, I want to say looking a little bit lost, right? Things have just not totally gone according to plan. Those Zerglings scared him. They created a bit of chaos, a little bit of panic, and at this point the carriers are very indecisive. Do we want to go? Do we not want to go? This is a very awkward fight of a couple of Hydras without any upgrades in the center of the map, but they will manage to pick up some interceptors, and the Zerglings meanwhile getting a cancel on the 4th base. It's really starting to feel that Serral is getting more and more control here of Game 3 on Alcyone.
Taking the 4th base away is huge, right? If you've got the 4th up as Hero, you can get the gases, you can add the Storm, the air upgrades which are now coming in. You can really just spread out that tech and that control, but now Serral doesn't have to worry about that. He's got 88 workers. He's got double upgrades. Ultra Cavern goes down. We've already got Infestors for the Microbial Shroud and the Fungal Catch, and I always feel like Ultras, don't get me wrong, if there's 6-7 Immortals on the ground, they're not the best, but when there's only 1 or 2 Immortals, especially if there's like blinding clouds or anything landing, they're so good at clearing the High Templar out. If you get rid of the High Templar, suddenly it's much harder for Protoss to defend those carriers.
Big pick off there on the Oracle, and that obviously has a lot to do with the map control that Serral has created for himself. A bit of creep in the center, the Xel'Naga Watchtower. He saw that Oracle go to the left. Was hoping it would return, and it did. These are still some scary moments because Serral is spending so much money on a lot of late game stuff, and if Heroes is spending it on units, all of a sudden that Protoss army does become a little bit powerful and intimidating. That's a lot of carriers. They don't have upgrades, but that's still going to be a lot of interceptors to deal with, and there are a few High Templars in the mix with Storm.
10 Queens though. 10 Queens plus Hydras. Oh, Storm's landing on the Hydras. Nice Storm to start things off. A good pullback to make sure those interceptors don't get blitzed down. Microbial Shroud will wear off, and you can, of course, re-engage. The problem here is the creep. I mean, we don't have an Observer out. The Oracle went down, as you pointed out, and Serral sees everything Hero's army is up to.
Yep, that's so frustrating. Now, there is an Observer somewhere on the map, and I guess it's going to make its way over to this army, but obviously it does not have the upgrade yet of the Robo Bay. We don't have a Robo Bay. Few Zerglings do get stuck, so that Observer is awfully slow. Serral is going to try to buy a little bit of time for himself with some counterattacks. He's going to get on top of all 3 cannons, get at least 2 of them by the looks of it. Nope, he's actually not going to be able to finish the first one off. Battery Overcharge is still very good. Burrow does finish up. I don't think we have Neuroparasite yet, but Serral does fire it up immediately. So we could potentially see some big fungals, big Neuroparasites later on. Ultras, however, are on the way, and Kindness Plating is halfway done. And carriers have such a difficult time dealing with Ultras with Kindness Plating.
Hero's slowly adding upgrades, but he's way behind from normal. So the Zealots are going to get minced by things like the Ultralisks. And Hero, he's got to realize that Serral's so good with the Ultras, he'll even pull them back to choke points to fight the Zealots 1 or 2 at a time. The Ultra's so good in those engagements. Plasma Shield's coming in. Hero's still only got +1 air weapons. He's got to keep adding these upgrades. I love his composition. I like even a few Disruptors getting mixed in. Really good against Microbial Shroud, Queen Hydra. As long as you stop at 2 Disruptors and get the attack and armor upgrades, those are the big things that are missing in Hero's production tab as he starts a 5th base.
It's going to be very difficult to keep them safe against all the Zerglings with Adrenal Glands, and obviously Fungals, Ultras that are about to finally get some good upgrades. Kindness is done. Serral is going to let go of this base, so Hero will find the first success in a couple of minutes. Taking out this left side base is pretty awesome for him. Serral is going to try to take control of the Xel'Naga Watchtower. I mean, even after a bad start, I do, or at least like a hectic or a middle game that I don't think the Hero was really looking for, it is starting to look a little bit better as the Disruptors will get revealed. Serral is going to try his best to maybe find a free Disruptor. Can the Warprism save it? No pickup there. The Zerglings now stream into the main base, and the natural This is creating a little more chaos than it was supposed to do. Big as Burrow has done as well. Obviously finished up a while ago. And this is just so frustrating because we don't have observer speed, we don't have oracles. It's unlikely that Hero is going to have detection in all the right places.
Hero should have a cannon in each mineral line. He's adding them now. A bit more distraction than he would have liked to deal with. +2 air attack finally on the way for him as well as the second and third robo. He needs those. That's so many immortals. So many Ultralisks, I should say. He needs a lot of immortals. He's got like one. One immortal is not enough. And as you said, the Disruptors, how are you going to protect them from these Ultras? It's going to be so hard. The Infestor Viper's ready for Serral. Serral's still got great creep spread. Hero, you've got to be careful. Serral's shown he's fantastic at ambushing these armies.
And Serral's got all the spellcasters as well. 4 Infestors, 2 Vipers, so we could see a nice combo of Parasitic Bomb and Fungal. Serral looks at his army and he's willing to go for it. Splits against the Disruptors. Zealots don't stand a chance. A Fungal will connect. That's obviously a choke point that should normally work in favor of the Protoss. As a couple of feedbacks will go down, a few more storms will land, but I just don't see a lot of Zerg units dying. It is going to be really difficult. Hero needs a different army. Like you said, we need more Immortals, more Archons, and I think a few more High Templars in the mix as well, right? We need Storm for days.
Oh, he's building a Colossus Rotterdam, though. I'm with you 100%. I think you're describing all the units we need. I'm hoping that Colossus is a misclick, because that ain't going to get much done against this Ultralisk army.
No. Probably misclick. I don't think we have extended thermal lens either. Could be useful against Zerglings, but yeah, it's so hard to keep that Colossus alive against this many Ultras, especially if the Ultras get some transfuse as well from the Queens that are making some serious progress to the other side of the map. Serral feels like he needs a few Corruptors. He's going to fire up 9 of them in total. Is the richer player, has had more bases for the vast majority of this game, and is obviously looking at a slightly more powerful army. But Hero is starting to work with the kind of army that we can say, well, a Protoss is absolutely allowed to dream. A few great storms, and anything is possible, as we see a couple of Lings and Hydras getting on top of cannons. Perhaps Serral just willing to trade out a little more of that early mid-game supply into stronger late-game units.
We've got to keep checking on the units lost tab throughout this game, because it feels like Serral can't really deny Hero's bases, but he can trade very well defensively. He has this
what a moment.
units. Oh, that's going to do well, forcing a recall, taking down a lot of the cannons and the batteries. The Ultra Link does pull back there. There's only a few carries and Tempests, actually. To be fair, the Ultra's probably could have continued and taken out a lot of those buildings and probes. But Serral's playing cautiously. He's splitting up a few Ultras and Lings for the counterattacks. He's adding the Corruptors, the second Spire for the air upgrades. And here we go. Hero's still posturing, looking for engagements. He's now got +2 air opens and +2 ground. Doesn't have +3 on the way. He's looking for the big fight. Disruptors up front. High Templar there as well. The Colossus in the mix. It is a big mix of units, but something that 8 Ultralisks could chow down on very effectively.
Stasis Trap there is very cool, actually, because I do think that Hero was already worried about a potential flank. A couple of Stasis Traps can obviously make a lot of the army of Serral very inefficient. Serral knows that. I don't know if he actually saw that with his Overseer. Did a good job there, I think, in avoiding the Novas. Seemed like they connected with a Spellcaster, but Serral's rich enough that he can lose a unit or 2. At this point, it obviously is all about that upcoming engagement. I have the feeling the fight is going to be very messy, very scrappy. We'll see Storms, we'll see Fungals, maybe even some Neurals, as there is a Fungal pick.
Oh, he's going to initiate! Serral going for it. Ultra's coming in from all sides. Another Fungal Parasitic Bomb right in the middle. The air army is getting slaughtered. Serral diving on top. The Ultras clearing the ground. The Corruptors and the Spells clearing the air. That is an absolute massacre.
Serral is a very patient man, but he felt that was the moment to go for it, and it's safe to say that he was right. So many Ultras remain, Corruptors remain, lands a Fungal on all the Observers there. That's obviously a lot of gas is going to go down, and the only thing that Hero was really able to save there is a couple of High Templars. Hero was very clumped up, but it wasn't just that, right? It's just the composition of Serral was better. I think Serral was always going to take an okay fight there, but he is not just a regular Zerg. He is Serral, so an okay fight turns into a fantastic fight, and we can really see that in the units lost resource step. Before that fight, it was relatively even. Right now, Hero has lost over 6,000 more resources than Serral. And sure, he's got 4 Robos and he's building 4 Immortals at a time. 64 army supply against 133 does not look very promising for the man from Korea.
I mean, what a swing. And we said it, you called it out, you said he needed more Immortals. Hero didn't have the supply to get more Immortals, and he just could not handle the Ultralisks in that fight. If you can't handle the Ultralisks, the Corruptors and the Spellcasters will pick you apart. The Fungal Parasitic Bomb combo was absolutely deadly. I love that Hero is still sniping hatcheries, by the way. He's the only man at 1/3 of the army supply of his opponent who will still be sniping bases and then getting out of there with recalls. But of course, Serral's answering in kind, not only getting the base, but 16 probes and a stack of production as well. Serral is miles ahead, and he's looking to close this game out in the next few minutes. Of course, most players would just shove across the map, but Serral, patient as ever.
Yep.
Gonna go for Ling run buys and just rebuild his bases, add extra upgrades, and look for the perfect find.
That is a lot of item plus, by the way. Hero also realizing that he's going to get a few more Archons. And just to go back to that previous fight, it may seem silly that we talk so much about the ground armies, like, but weren't the carriers just useless? Didn't the carriers just die? But if Hero has a stronger ground army, it's not just the Immortals that keep the Ultras at bay, that protect your spellcasters, that will also allow Archons to stand there. And the moment that Archons stand there, Corruptors have a much more difficult time. This is very cute. Hero apparently lost all of his observers. He's trying to figure out where is this burrow circling. So he's attacking his own Archon, hoping that the splash damage would kill that unit he cannot see. But yeah, TLDR, it's about the Archons on the ground that make it difficult for Corruptors to get on top of carriers.
Yeah, without those Archons being protected by the Immortals, all those pieces together, you end up with too many Stalkers, Zealots, kind of random units, Tempest that just kind of stand around in the fight, don't do much. Finally, the Nexus getting rebuilt. Hero's ability to remax in these games is truly impressive. But of course, he needs to find the correct engagement. Baneling's being added in for Serral. And I think that's a perfect way of busting open bases. I think for Serral here, you're not going to shove and try to attack the army. You're just going to split your own army up, take out the top left base with Mass Baneling Ultra while poking the right side with Broodlords. That's a situation that Hero doesn't really have an answer for.
Yep, we do obviously still have Storm. It's been a little while since we saw Storm being utilized, but Storm is still a thing. I would kind of like to see Serral go for it. Maybe he wants to wait for +3 melee, maybe he wants to wait for Baneling speed, but I think at one point you can just go for it. It doesn't have to be here. He could have gone elsewhere, but the army is not here. So Serral says, this is absolutely the moment. We are going to go for it. A single pilot was powering all those cannons and batteries. The first one died, the second one gets taken out as well, and now these probes are kind of left for dead. Hero's going to try to save as many as he can. Zerglings still getting on top of the Nexus. I would have loved to see the Zerglings continue there, but obviously Serral is having a good old time here. He's making all the correct calls. There are a couple of Stalkers being a bit annoying in the center, in the bottom right side, but Stalkers are not exactly known for their base trading ability.
No, their damage output isn't enough. They're quite expensive as well, so they will get taken out. And Serral happy to just keep chipping away at the economy, little by little, taking those positive trades. It's a much better army for Hero this time around, but he's got no insurance. He's down still, 40 army supply. Oh, nice feedbacks on a few of those Infestors, pops them. And he's going to be able to move up to the left side to defend the next Ultra Ling, but the Ultra Ling will get the Nexus snipe, and he snipes the base on the right as well. Serral distracts in the middle with the main army, hits the flanks with the Ling Ultra. It's a tough spot to be in for Hero.
Beautiful multitasking there by Serral. Of course, he is ahead, so it's a little bit easier to make great plays when you are very far ahead. Sometimes I do get worried, right, where maybe we should have just ended the game where we had the chance to end it. Now Serral's still making a lot of the correct calls, but you look at this Protoss army and you're kind of wondering, how did Hero even get there after that previous fight? Now Serral still has a very good anti-bullet army, and that is a magical fungal from downtown, as Hero does drop a time warp to buy a little bit of time, but the Zerg army is here and is going to try to get on top of all these Protoss units.
Amazing focus fires on the Infestors. That was an amazing withdrawal. Once you got hit by the first fungal, most players lose their whole army. The Hero not only pulled back, he used a series of feedbacks and Tempest focus fire to take out those Infestors coming in the left flank, so he only ended up getting fungal twice. He's still in the front lines. Down 30 army supply, but in his opponent's face. Hero, this is his famous move. He's like a honey badger. I swear, he'll go pick a fight with a lion, even though it is much bigger than him. And that's Serral's army right now. It's bigger, it's scarier, and yet Hero's killing bases.
I almost feel like Serral's just taking his time, figuring out what do I exactly need. Trying to take another glimpse at that army of heroes, like, okay, that's a lot of Tempest, decent amount of Stalkers as well. Now let's just go for a few more Corruptors, a few more Broodlords, and a couple of safety Infestors, just in case you manage to beat back my initial Infestors, as obviously the Fungals are important. And we haven't seen any Neuroparasite yet, but I'd kind of love to see a Neuro on the Mothership drop a Time Warp on the Protoss army.
I mean, that's the way. If it was Estrella, he'd neural the other guy's mothership if he was a Zerg player, and then he'd recall onto their face.
Oh, that would be a play. Oh, that's a couple of big Fungals, by the way, on all the High Templars. A lot of these High Templars are exposed. Most of them, if not all but one, do end up falling. And Hero cannot replace these units anymore. High Templars cost so much gas, 150 for each and every single one of them, and Hero does not have that gas income anymore.
I love the way Hero's getting map control, but of course the lack of a fifth base, just over time, it's not just cool, let's deny a base or two, which again, another base snipe, this is excellent. But it's excellent in the context of you need excellent ×10. because you don't have a 5th base. If he's got a 5th base mining, taking a 6th, Hero making these trades, you're like, hey, you're dragging your way back into this game. But right now, he needs to both secure the economy and keep up this base denial, something which is so difficult. I mean, that Broodlord count is fierce, and the unit count in general is getting to this stage where it's like 17 Broodlords. If they get on top of the ground army, they're going to obliterate it. On the other hand, the Tempest can technically pick them off from afar, but Hero needs to keep Serral at arm's length. He needs to use Oracle Revelations, Storms, and feedbacks to kind of keep Serral back. In a pitched battle, I think Serral's going to roll over the top.
+3 flyer attacks on the way as well. Obviously, Serral has been in control of this game ever since that big fight on the left side, but I really got to give it to Hero for still making some plays happen, even getting a hatchery on the left side, getting one in the bottom right side. Hero's the only Protoss in the world that can snipe bases with Blink Stalkers against +3 melee Zerglings with Adrenal Glands. Like, if that's out on the map, it should be impossible for a couple of Stalkers to sneak somewhere and actually get the job done. Hero did manage to slow the economy down a little bit, but Serral already has everything that his Zerg heart desires. He's maxed out, he's got his Dream Army, he's got all those upgrades. Look at the bottom side of our screen. +3 melee, missile, he's got everything, Piggy. The only one we're waiting for is +3 flyer attacks, but I think with or without it, this Zerg army, it just seems unstoppable.
Yeah, you attach this Zerg army to a lot of Zergs, you think, you know what? You could definitely wear this down. You can find a way to make mistakes and get the Zerg out of sorts. Then you remember it's Serral, a man who sat through 3-hour, long series and just calmly waited for his moment so many times over the years. And it's funny because I used to always think before he started streaming his own gameplay that Serral was completely calm in those games. And then you watch him stream it and he's like, oh, I hate this. This is so painful. This is so difficult. And you're like, oh, he's as frustrated as anyone else would be. But he somehow gets better when he's a bit angry. When he gets more focused as he gets in these hard late game positions. And he's just more patient than anyone else under pressure.
No cancel on that Nexus, and that's obviously not gonna help Hero when he wants to get a little more army supply out there. At this point, he's down 44 army supply as another big fungal will connect. We do have the mothership activating its spells. Time warp goes down. We're gonna cloak that army, but the mothership will get abducted. Apparently will not get killed, so for once the mothership survives an abduct. I mean, Serral's got way more Broodlords than he's got Corruptors, right? So it's a little bit difficult as the Tempests are absolutely doing their thing.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. He just got quite a few Broodlords and Corruptors there. I mean, it's surprising. There's still a lot left over, but I don't know. I'm just impressed. I feel like this army's so fragile for Hero, but he's hanging in there, mate.
He is hanging in there, but it's also because Serral does not seem to be in a rush to end things. I do think that opportunity was there once or twice, but Serral obviously aware of how important this match is, does not want to see himself end up in that knockout bracket tomorrow, so he's going to play it very, very safe. And perhaps try to frustrate his opponent a little bit as well, right? Like, we all know that feeling where you kind of feel like you're dead in a game, but if the match is incredibly important, you don't want to leave early, but it does start feeling more and more frustrating where you're like, just get me out of here. Hero has too many units left over to leave, but I do think he knows that he's in an almost unwinnable position.
You know, I think that's a really good point about throw your opponent off, drain their energy. I do think Hero is untiltable, though. I kind of feel like Hero is just so unshakable because he plays such a high-risk, high-reward style. I think there's very few players you can kind of get out of sorts and pull out of the moment, the way Hero just stays focused no matter what is happening in the game. And he's working. He knows he's working with a terrible toolset right now. If he wins this game, he's like, look, dude, I'm in a really bad spot. If I can even make this close, that in itself is partially a victory.
The bank of Serral is just becoming larger and larger as it does seem that the mothership successfully got picked off this time and Abduct did manage to go off and Corruptors finished the job. Hero is trying to protect his cybernetics core that is researching +2 air armor by the looks of it. I mean, he's got 101 army supply, but it just doesn't really stand a chance against all these Zerg units. And let's not ignore the bank of Serral. Serral sitting on 6.2k minerals, 3,000 gas. Serral could take the worst fight imaginable, will always kill a lot of Protoss units, and he can rebuild everything all day, every day. Hero's gonna have such a difficult time replacing literally anything.
Nice Fungals catching a few of those high-value units. Gold base. It's so exposed on this map. That gold base can be a bit of a trap. A couple of good focus fires from the Tempest, but Neural Parasite on the Archon. Fungal does whiff. The Archon does get out of range there. The Infestor's looking for the Fungal. Oh, you can't get caught flat-footed. Watch out! Here come the Fungals, the Neural on the Archon as well. Gonna get some big hits off Microbial Shroud guarding the ground army. More Fungals as the Broodlords start to land hits. And that is a massive amount of spells all over the Protoss force. Hero gets called out as Serral, he's waiting for this moment for so long, and he gets it done.
Serral knows the pain of a bunch of Corruptors on top of an Archon, and now he's starting to relive the glory days of being a Protoss, where he's like, you know what? Archons underneath the Tempest, that seems really fun. Hero down to 24 supply, what a neural that was. And of course Serral had a bigger army and a more powerful army, but that still must have sparked a little bit of joy in the heart of Serral, seeing all that splash damage on those Protoss units as we are remaxing on 15 Ultras big. 15 Ultras against the Hero with 10 probes. That will finally do it on El Cyane. Serral takes the 2-1 lead. It did really feel that the game-deciding fight was that fight on the left side. Serral didn't just win that fight, he completely crushed the Protoss army. The units lost resource taps, only 6,000 resources in his favor. That was massive.
It's not the ideal army, the Ultralisk-based army, but it's one that's hard to solve. You need to be very, very careful and pick those fights just right. And of course, if you don't quite have the thing, it can be rough.
We are going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back to the second to last best of 5 of the day, where we are taking a look at Hero, the man who's down 1-2 against Serral. One hell of a series so far, pick. Game 3 obviously went a little bit longer than perhaps it should have gone. And that Void Ray though, the Void Rays on Game 2, I think we'll be talking about those Void Rays for a very, very long time. Let's see if Hero can do what Serral did earlier in this series, and that is recollect himself.
Indeed. He's played some fantastic games so far. And that map too, of course, with the Void Ray Bile, going to be something that could be haunting a lesser player, but something which Hero is used to resetting after these moments. He's had so many weird comebacks, both against him as well as for himself. Like, he's a high variance player, so a lot of players out there are more safe. They make mistakes like this, and I think they really get tilted. They get thrown out of their element. They get frustrated. For Hero, this happens so many times every day on the ladder in all of his games. Like, he makes these mistakes you don't usually see at this level, but he also makes these game-winning plays that other players don't make. That's kind of the nature of his playstyle.
I'll be honest though, I'm not a man who tilts very quickly, but if they start neuroparasiting my Archon, and then Archon deals a devastating amount of a bunch of Tempest that are fungal as well, I think it'd be a little tilting. I'll be losing a couple hairs.
Yeah, it definitely could get a little frustrating there. It's always kind of fascinating because for those who don't know, Hero has one of the most unique control grouping systems in the game. Most players, they have very set organized groups, spellcasters on this. This goes on that for Hero. He only control groups the most recent units that he was looking at. And it is a very chaotic situation, makes him very good at adapting on the fly, and definitely has a different game flow to it. Well, he's going to need to tap into that game flow, tap into that deep well of experience right now, because he needs to win this game and the next up against an absolute monster. In the bottom left side of Amphion, in the red, it's Weibo Gaming's Hero.
I'm really curious to see if we'll see another Stargate and once more that Void Ray opening with perhaps a different follow-up again against this man in the top left side of Amphion, winning 2 games in a row here in this second to last best of 5 of the day. The winner of this series will move on to play a mega important match against Maru. This is Basilisk Serral.
Serral goes for the 15-15 there, does allow himself to get the hatchery down nice and early, and Hero's early probe across the map is unable to block his base. That's a pretty good start for Serral, but in of itself, it does mean that his build order is going to be quite different. Spawning pool already a little bit delayed there, and adding more drones behind it. The probe, harassment, quite annoying. You can see Hero just trying to occupy the mineral patches to force Serral off the mining, but Serral's counter micro is on point, hasn't lost more than a few minerals.
This is perhaps more important on this map than on any other map, since Amphion is the only map where there are a few mineral patches that are just a bit further away than they should be, and a lot of pro gamers, like, you have to be proper good at StarCraft and your timings need to be mega tight to notice it. But on this map you do tend to mine a little bit less than you do on every other map out there. So if you then also have to worry about a probe that's occupying your mineral patches, as of course only one worker at a time can mine, that starts adding up even more, and you may not have those resources to drop the Spore Crawler in time to deal with the first Oracle.
Yeah, already a few seconds behind. The builds are naturally on this map by the 2-minute mark. You're about 3-4 seconds behind. Nexus Sniper Core coming in for Hero. And this map, I think its main strength as a Protoss is Oracle attack angles, because there is so much dead space around the main bases. There is just so many angles you can choose to hit from. Because of that, I'd love to see Hero mix it up and actually go for an Oracle first. I know the Void Ray, the scouting denial's been a big part of his game plan, but I don't know, the Oracle's just so powerful here.
How would you have felt about a Twilight Council opening though? As Serral's obviously opening up gasless, Hero is aware of it, he has seen no early extractables taken. If there was ever a moment to maybe play Twilight, I feel like this is also a pretty good map for it. There are many different ways that Adepts can find themselves to the other side of the map. Even if Serral decides to go for a bit of a wall off here, Hero can also mine out the minerals on his side of the map. And if Adepts can very early get on top of the third base of Serral, it'd be very, very difficult for Serral to deal with that.
What I don't like about this opening for Hero is that he doesn't chrono the Adepts out. Like, I definitely think something to be aggressive, even if you're not going for the Glaives, the Twilight Council like you mentioned, just getting over there with 2 Adepts early to punish the fact that there's no Ling speed and force a bit of a response, at least slowing down the creep tumors. But Hero, similar to in Game 1 in their previous series earlier on, is not pressuring at all. And that means Serral's creep will get out, he's going to be able to just drone up unperturbed, and he's thinking about proxying on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I do like that, because that still screams aggression, just a different kind of aggression that you and I had in mind, but Hero is doing everything for a reason. He's one of the very best Protoss players in the history of this game, so I'm starting to like that a little bit more. It's just a couple of gateways for now, without a Twilight Council, as we are going to take a little look at the hands of Serral. Now Serral see that first Oracle coming in, he absolutely does. First Queen's moving to the bottom side of the main base, Hero goes in deep, activates Pulsar Beam, grabs a couple of drones, does take a lot of damage on this Oracle.
That Oracle has to be careful now. has to regenerate its shields and come in a little bit later. We'll see how it goes. Third Nexus does go down. It's a little bit delayed with the 3 gateways coming up. Extra Oracles are pounding out. Ling Speed started up for Serral now, but it's a very late Ling Speed. And as that Warp Gate kicks in, those units potentially will start warping on the right side, and that could cause him some issues. Oracle waiting there for what he expects to be a drone popping out of this egg, but in fact it's Zerglings. Still, any damage is damage. Gets rid of the Overlord egg as well, though there is a full mineral refund. At least this is removing part of the production capabilities of Serral.
Serral working on that Oracle that is now hiding behind the natural. Queen's obviously keeping an eye on it. Overlord spread really helping out. Serral probably very happy that for the first time he does not have to worry about a Void Ray. He can safely spread those Overlords and he can start working with the vision that he is used to. Triple Oracle. Once in a blue moon, Hero will continue building Oracles, right? He's going to be in your face with a lot of units, and it doesn't really matter what he cranks out of these gateway units. He is the kind of guy that can absolutely build Oracle number 4 and 5. Does not seem like he is planning on that for now, and Serral really needs to start finding this proxy setup. The first adepts will reveal themselves. This is going to be difficult. The wall-off is not here yet, Pig.
Ling Speed's kicking in at the perfect moment, though. It will help him defend, but he's got so few Zerglings to get started with. Queen's going to body block. Beautiful movement. Those Queens blocking the Adepts from moving closer, and they've got to back away. Now, to be fair, is Hero actually going to commit here? Yes, he is. Oracle's joining up in the main as well. The drones are in jeopardy. Serral has so few units.
Yeah, Serral went all the way up to 60-something drones. That is just crazy without Zergling Speed, without a Roach Warren. Hero is going to find an opening. Cancels the shade, so he's going to get a whole bunch of additional drones here, and he's obviously not done yet because the real Adept Swarm is coming. The Resonating Glaives is very close to finishing up. Hero is not done yet. He's going to stick around here for days. Serral is in a bit of trouble. These Adepts will get recalled, but it's so important for Serral to figure out that it's not over yet. Glaives is about to finish up, and Hero could very well show up with even way more Adepts, and Serral goes back into droning, Pig.
Oh, he finds the gateways now, and he realizes his folly. Those last 6 drones, he wishes he did not build those. He thought it was over, but round 2 is coming in. Evo Chamber wall off. It's a good idea for Serral. Will he get up in time? He will buy himself a few seconds, but of course the Adepts can just click on that. Hero, he's not paying attention though, and that does buy a lot of time. Those Adepts could have one-shot it, but now it's going to take them a few seconds to work through. Roaches on the way. Serral buying himself valuable seconds.
Yep, every second matters for Serral as that Evolution Chamber will fall, but now a couple of Roaches are out. Those Roaches were not supposed to be here yet. Hero lets the Shade finish up regardless as he believes in the power of Resonating Glaive Adepts. I mean, Roaches are definitely doing okay. There's a few more Adepts showing up in the third, in the natural. They're everywhere, and don't forget about those Oracles. So far though, Serral's doing a very impressive job in limiting the damage, but Hero ain't done yet.
Those Adepts getting great damage. He's up to Blink and he's on 3 base saturation behind it. +1 on the way. This is not an all-in. Yes, it's doing massive damage, but he doesn't need to finish Serral off. Now, don't get me wrong, Serral has a 4th base. He's got a lot of Roaches coming. Hero could have got more damage. If it wasn't for that clutch wall off, Serral would probably be in the ground right now. He may have had to tap, but he's hanging on for dear life. He's keeping the supply relatively even. Yes, his economy is fragile, but he's on 5 hatchery right now. Stalker's coming in. Hero wants that finishing blow.
And don't forget that the Roach one is very exposed, and that is obviously going to be very problematic because Serral would love to get a few more Roaches. He's going to at least get a Ravager or 2. Adepts are all over the 3rd base. Still not too many drones dying, but a Protoss being up 10 workers in an 8-minute game is obviously always a fantastic scenario where Serral had a great time in Game 3 because he got ahead. It kind of feels that Hero is having a fantastic time right now, but Serral is still a 4-base Zerg, and if you have, well, actually 5 bases right there, just hatcheries everywhere, but we don't have that many drones, and above all, we don't have that many units.
But if he crushes this set of Stalkers, he will be able to regain control and get back in the lead. Hero's taking a 4th base. His +1 weapons is on the way. He's only 3 more gateways and a Robo. Hero is continuing to macro behind this. Hero is very consciously not going all in. He is throwing chaos at Serral. He is saying deal with all of these different problems, but guess what? It's not all in. You don't have to just defend this. You need to build your economy at the same time. Serral somehow finding a way to squeeze in drones, but honestly, he is in a very difficult position. Hero is now going to rotate to go for that 4.
defending that base at 9 o'clock is going to be so difficult because Hero can just spam stasis traps for days here on the high ground. Stalkers can blink back to the high ground. This is not a fight that any Zerg ever wants to take, but Serral kind of has to take it because he does not want to be a 3-base Zerg. That's why he just goes for it, but he knows he cannot win. Hero sends us to Game 5. What a series. After these crazy TVTs, Piggy, we now have Serral and Hero going all the way to Game 5.
Interesting to see Hero looking a little bit frustrated there. A shake of the head, and Serral also looking sternly, no doubt, at that computer screen, saying, what the heck just happened? What was that build order? Triple Oracle with a proxy third gateway into delayed glaives? That's not a build you get a lot of practice against. Of course it's not. It's Hero, and he's back at his element on Amphion, doing a special tactics build order, something that Serral did not expect, did not anticipate, and was caught a bit flat-footed, even with that emergency Evolution Chamber wall-off, turning what should have been probably an instant win, I think, for Hero into a closer position. Hero still just kind of said, I can keep macroing and split these Adepts into 3 bases at once, and that was just too hard to deal with.
I love that move, by the way, cancelling that shade when he had the Adepts in such a sweet spot in the main. There were no Zerg units attacking those Adepts at the moment. Every now and then you see pros players, they just keep on shading, and it's like, no, don't shade right now. They're waiting for you at your next destination, but this is right here is the place you have to be. Hero was aware of it, did such a good job cancelling that shade, found the damage, and Serral obviously just a little bit too greedy. Once more, we are going into Game 5. The winner of this series will move on to play against Maru. The second place finisher of Group A is going to duke it out with the second place finisher of Group B. The winner of that series goes into the Final Four. The loser has to start all the way in knockout bracket round 2. And that means you have to win 3 more series to even get close to that Final Four.
I mean, that is obviously such a hard road. It's your third life, and your third life is much harder than your first or second life. You know, if you make it through straight away or here in that second chance, you know, it is definitely going to be way more effective. It's going to give you a much better chance, and of course having the prize of playing against Maru for that final spot that is going through, or I should say the third spot into the top 4. It's a very, very, very good reward for whoever wins this match and potentially can take down Maru in the next.
I do think we can say no matter what happens here in Game 5, what a day this has been for Hero, man. That 3-1 victory over Cure, incredibly impressive. We always rave about Cure. That is amazing. That is the first time I've seen the dancing Zealot this weekend. I love it. A 3-1 over Cure, a 3-0 over Reynor, and now pushing Serral to Game 5. That is the first time the Heroes ever done that. Up to this point, they played 10 maps against each other at offline events. Score was 9-1. Hero has already done better in this best of 5 than he did in all those other series combined. So I think it's safe to say no matter what happens in Game 5, what a day it's been for this man. And it's hard not to root for him, but obviously Serral was so amazing. He's the GOAT. He has given us so many beautiful moments as well. I think we will win as StarCraft fans. But one of them could potentially still, at least one of them is going to end up very sad, but it could potentially be both, as Maru is obviously looking at this series. What do you think Maru is hoping for?
I mean, I think if you look at the records, Maru has to be hoping for Hero, but you know what? Hero sometimes has his number as well. They're both fantastic matches. I mean, there are a couple of matches, a couple of main events that you give me a Maru Hero, you give me a Maru Serral. Either of those I'm excited for. I think for a lot of people, we want to find out if Maru, of course, has recovered and got new tactics to deal with Serral, as the last few times he ran into him, he couldn't handle him. No doubt, he's prepared. Everyone's prepared for their versus Serral matchup. You can already see it in this tournament. Serral has had a target going a target on his back going into this event, and this man down here has absolutely prepared for it. It's going to be decided on site, Delta, and in the bottom right side of the map, coming back from a bathroom break with focus in his eyes, determination in his hands. In the bottom right side for Weibo Gaming, it is Hero.
Absolutely stunning PVZs coming out of that man. Not just today, but of course yesterday. A 3-0 victory over Solar as well. Really goes to show how hard he has worked on this matchup. In the top left side, hailing from Finland, representing Basilisk, we are looking at the main base of Serral. It is his first series of the day. Meanwhile, Hero has already played 2 entire best of 5s. This is the 3rd one. So Serral definitely the fresher player when it comes to energy, but a lot of these gamers, they can really go for days. There's so much adrenaline going through their body when they're playing these high stakes matches. So obviously, I think Hero's okay. He might crash later on, but I think for now, he's absolutely feeling it. And it's got to give him wings, right, to do this well against Serral, to be this competitive. And let's not forget about that game on Crimson Court. That really did look pretty damn promising too.
Yes. This definitely could have maybe been a 3-1 for Hero. You know what? That's StarCraft. That is the waves that you ride, the highs and the lows. And Hero, I love watching him always on that camera because he's one of the more frantic and nervous looking players. And if you're not familiar with Hero, you might think, oh, he looks a bit shook. There's no way he could play stable. This is kind of how Hero plays big matches. He always looks a little nervous. You can see his hands moving a little frantically. That's just his natural state. It's similar, you know, him and Byun kind of share that. Byun, I think, maybe though a little bit more, I guess, emotional in the ups and downs, whereas Hero, it feels like he just kind of is confident no matter what, and he's always smiling as things go wrong for him. You'll see him shake his head with a bit of a laugh and a grin when things go terribly bad. And now he's going to chrono Adepts again, looking to put on a little bit more pressure in the final game.
Yep, Serral obviously opening up with an extractor this time. He has mined the right amount of gas. We're going to fire up Zergling speed immediately. First Overlord on the other side of the map. We are going Stargate once more. 5 games in a row it is a Stargate, but the follow-ups have been different in each and every single game. And Serral's going to do his best to figure out what it is. You think Hero's going to go back to that Void Ray into something that no one will see coming?
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we see Void Ray again. Oracle's a great option as well out of the Stargate, of course. And the Adepts coming in looking for damage. Now, remember, Hero skipped the Scout this game, so he's at a very efficient opening. Part of why he needs to chrono boost these Adepts is not only to, you know, get some damage, but it's also to scout. What are you doing, Serral? And he saw the drone sneak out to the 3rd. He sees drones coming out on the expansion. And he's going to force 6 more Zerglings. So Serral has to build 10 Zerglings just to respect these early Adepts. And it's kind of like a bit of tit for tat. You give up a few probes, could be chrono boosted. You force Serral to build more Lings.
Well, Serral actually did pull all the drones there. So a tiny victory for Hero, where he's probably like, huh, got you. A little bit of lost mining time. These are the moments that feel good. The Adepts are still healthy. Now they are going to start battling the Queen. That is a shade that you will let finish up as we're looking. That's actually not the best spot to put your Adepts in. I think Hero realized that. Instead, he's going to do it elsewhere. He is just going to keep on threatening that shade into the natural. Serral has enough Zerglings. The Zergling speed is done. Could go for it. Queen from the high ground could help out a little bit as well.
Oh, what a detail for Serral, realizing if he walks that Queen over in between injects, he can get a few hits on the Adept. But it is time for them to withdraw and try to get home. But wait, no, the Oracle's there to guard them. They don't need to go home. Lings are out, but already a 3rd base on the way for Hero. Serral just building Queens and Lings and drones. Both sides macroing up neck and neck in the workers. Neither side able to separate themselves just yet.
Hero has tried to go for it a couple of times and perhaps just scouting, but it's always like, if I can get myself in that perfect spot, I'll let the shade finish up. At this point so far, Hero playing very, very cautious, doing a good job in keeping creep at bay as he snipes one of these active creep tumors early on. That is big. Now it's double Oracle. No drone damage yet, a little bit of indirect damage here and there. Hero definitely just trying to be a nuisance, hoping that he can force Serral into a mistake. But making mistakes is not something that Serral does a whole lot of. There goes the first drone, so Hero is starting to finally find some damage. Grabs the second one as well, as one of those Axe just turned into a drone.
Oh, this was great pressure here from Hero. 4 drones goes down. I mean, Serral already delayed saturating that base. Another 2 go down. 6 workers. Hero so patient. I love that he didn't overcommit. He baited the Queens out, and only when the Queens moved out to the 3rd did he go in for damage. A great start for Hero, but he is still down in workers. A testament to how good Serral's macro is.
Yep, Serral obviously, besides those Lings that he built in the early game, has built nothing but drones and Queens for a little while. But I do love it, right? It's a different kind of Hero. Hero in the past always just YOLOs that first Oracle and takes a lot of damage. And we have seen some trademark vintage Hero games. I think of Game 4 earlier today against Cure. This is a very different Hero. He waited, he waited, he waited, and in the end he did find the damage he was looking for. As we have a bunch of Adepts without Resonating Glaive, of course, it's shading to the other side of the map. Let's the shade finish up. There are some some Zerglings waiting for it, though.
Not too many Zerglings, though. So the Adepts did commit to the Shade decently. Most players want to get out right now. The Oracles try to get by, looking for those workers in the main base. He's going to go for the Stasis Trap on the right side. Second Stasis Trap tries to go down. The Lings do take out that one. A few drones get frozen. But overall, great defense for Serral. I mean, 2 drones getting frozen, maybe 1 or 2 Lings going down. The 4th base got down in the midst of that. That could have easily been cancelled if Hero just chose to deny the 4th.
It could have been cancelled by Oracles, by Adepts, by a lot of things. We could have perhaps even sniped that drone before it became a hatchery. It started off so promising for Hero, who was so patient. Oh, that second wave of the attack, though, really not going his way. Serral is going to be incredibly pleased with that, as we've got a very quick infestation pit going down. All things considered, with the amount of pressure that Hero has put on Serral here, I am shocked with how quick this infestation pit is.
I mean, Serral's greed has to be admired. He went for a Roach run at 5 minutes and 15 seconds. His first Roach is only coming out now. That is a level of confidence in your scouting, your knowledge of what your opponent's doing in the game. Many players would not risk that in Game 5. They would have opted for more safety earlier. But Serral finds himself in a really competitive position, and even an advantage, many would say, because he pushed that edge as hard as he could. That being said, Hero is not ready to put down the aggression just yet. A second Forge on the way, as well as going up to the gateways, but the Stalkers are already on the front with +1. They're going to be blinking back. The Lings protected by the Stasis Trap there are the Stalkers. And, Queen's going to start to go down. Hydroden and Hive starting up. Serral, though, he's got only a 4-worker advantage, and Hero will start a 4th Nexus.
Serral plays this game with so much confidence, right? He doesn't have any creep to work with here. There's a bunch of Stalkers in his face. Zerglings get stuck in his Stasis, and Serral says, yeah, Hive. And a few more drones. That's honestly nuts, because this is Hero. We know how aggressive he can be, even though he has perhaps dialed it back a tiny bit throughout this tournament. He is still aggressive in all the right moments. We saw already earlier today. We saw that yesterday. At this point, it seems like Serral is going to get away with it for now. I think it's been a little while since Hero truly got in the main base. Serral does have some good scouting in the bottom side of the map as he sees the timing of this 4th base. 13 more drones lurking and going down as well. Serral is playing a very dangerous game here.
Indeed, but I think he realizes the mode Hero's been playing is get in your face and then macro really hard. Hero hasn't really had as much lethal intention as he normally does in this series, and Serral is being very greedy to try and take advantage of it. So far, it's working out for well for him. Robo, Storm, double upgrades, all this stuff's coming up for Hero. This is going to push to the late game. I don't see a kill timing for either side. It really feels like we are once again going to see who's the best in the macro game.
Yep, it almost feels that Hero was bluffing a little bit, even though there is still there is potential in this many Stalkers on the edge of creep. If Hero would have been able to take out that 4th hatchery, that would have been massive. But Hero was perhaps bluffing with his aggression a tiny bit, and Serral just called the bluff, was willing to drone up, was willing to fire up that Hive, and now we've got 5 Lurkers on the production tab. Seismic Spines on the way, +2 missile attacks already as well. Still very, very little creep to work with over here, though, and that's going to be a bit uncomfortable, but the fact that the first Lurkers are out are going to make Serral feel a lot safer, knowing that a forward blink is probably off the menu.
Storm's about to finish, but I think he just morphed all his High Templar into Archons. Hero's saying, screw Storm. Okay, he does have a bunch of High Templar there on the right side. 3 Storms, 2 Archons, a few Zealots, but the Lurkers are ready. Serral has the numbers. You got to be careful committing into this. As Hero, there's units on every side.
It all comes down to this. It could be a very long game, but it can also be over if one of these 2 players is able to win a very decisive fight, because at this point the piggy banks are tiny. The winner of this best of 5 moves on to duke it out with Maru in an all-important best of 5 for a direct ticket straight into the final 4. Hero's here with all his Stalkers, a couple of Zealots looking for a cancel on the hatchery, and he does get it, but he's going to have to respect these Lurkers that now have their range upgrade, and Adoptive Talents is more than halfway done, so we're still a little way off of Lurker's speed, but it's not going to take forever.
The Fleet Beacon goes down. I was going to say we need a 2nd and 3rd Robo. 2nd Robo finally drops here. Remember, not having Immortals is weak against 2 things. Lots of Lurkers or lots of Ultras. Those armored units, you need a big core of Immortals to be able to fight that on the ground. The Immortal count now growing is huge, and remember, Hero's upgrades are fantastic. He's got 3-2 on the way. Serral is going to be way behind on those upgrades.
Upgrades are indeed incredibly important, but I feel like Lurkers sometimes don't really care. Like, the only unit that really cares about having great upgrade against Lurkers are those Immortals. Zealots, Stalkers, Archons, even if the upgrades favor the Protoss, they won't make the difference against a very high Lurker count, as we've got a Nidus network potentially going up in the main base. I don't know if Hero has seen it yet. He is not reacting, Piggy.
I don't even know if Serral has anything in the Nidus. If he does, though, this could be a disaster, but he spots it. Zealot warp in. The Nidus Pops out a single queen to transfuse it, but she does get taken out, as does the Nidus Worm. Great defense by Hero as he dives forward on the 5th. Hero with a split push. I love the split push. It's such a good way to use your mobility, but Serral's got a link counter. He's going to deny the 5th base of Hero at the same time. Base for base. This is a really good example of the map control of Hero, but also how Serral still finds his way around behind.
It is so incredibly tense right now between these two as Serral looks at the Stalker army and says, I believe I can battle a couple of Stalkers. There is a Mothership on the way as well. There was even a Phoenix. One of these Immortals gets surrounded by just Zerglings. That is a big catch because we have been talking about the Immortal throughout the entire best of 5. It is such a pivotal unit for Protoss in the late game as Serral finds a few more and a High Templar as well. These are the most important Zerglings that Serral has built throughout this tournament. Amazing pickups.
And Nidus has just gone up on the other side of the map as well, but Hero's being so aggressive, he forces some units at home. The Nidus is outside his natural though. Serral ready to mount a counter-offensive. Lurkers, not the best Lurker siege. I'd love to see him get on top of a base, but it does cause a distraction and a problem for Hero to deal with. Warping and Stalkers will not deal with that. The Oracle's coming back, and the Mothership though could be fantastic. No Overseer on that position, which means with Cloak, Mothership and Stalkers can take it out.
Yes, but Lurkers can still attack Stalkers, even if there are a couple of support units. I don't think this is the best defense so far by Hero. It's a little bit hectic, it's a little bit chaotic, and that is because Hero is focused on this fight on the other side of the map, but there are Lurkers here, there, and everywhere.
He's attacking in the north as well. He just cancelled the 5th again while sniping the 4th base, but Serral comes in for revenge. He says, you can take my bases, but it comes at a cost, and I don't think it's a cost you're willing to pay. Hero never cleaned up the Lurkers. Did his Mothership go down to Queens? I think it did, Rotterdam. Serral building a random Mutalisk and Swarmos right now just to say, yeah, I can build one of everything, mate. Tempest and Mothership trying to rebuild, but I cannot believe Hero suffered so many losses to those Lurkers, and it was just multitasking overwhelm. Serral said, I'm going to defend here on the left, in the right, and hit you with a Nidus Worm at the same time with the Queen Lurker combo. What a great Nidus Worm for Serral. He has traded 5,000 resources more efficiently and finds himself with a 50 supply lead. Hero tried to smother Serral. Serral takes the pillow off him and holds it over his face in turn.
Hero indeed tried to make this very, very chaotic, but Serral read him like a book in the end, and not dealing with those initial Lurkers, the initial Nidus. That was omega painful. Those Lurkers just continued to be there. Hero was not able to cancel that Nexus over here in the center of the map either. That's 400 minerals more down the drain. And at this point, Hero just hopes that Serral, just like on Alcyone, is gonna give him some time. But I have the feeling that Serral knows exactly where Hero is at, and that Serral will continue to be aggressive.
Hero has to lick his wounds. The random Swarmos lets his presence be known. Says, let's go to Locusts! And the cannons do blast them down. That was, of course, a hotkey misclick, the single Mutalisk. And Swarm Host as the Lurkers get caught on the map. They burrow, though. Serral's got quick eyes paying attention. Tempest slowly clearing this up. Hero's going to be able to remax. Remember, we saw Hero hang in and remax in the previous games. Serral, though, not willing to give him time. He's going to bust the cannons on the southern base.
How much detection is there left for Hero? We had a couple of cannons here, but these cannons will fall against the Roaches, Hydras, and Lurkers. We see 2 Observers in the mix, no more Oracles though, and it's incredibly hard to always keep your Observers alive. It seems that Hero says the best defense is offense as he rallies everything to the other side of the map, but Serral got Nidus networks to work with, so it's incredibly easy for Serral to bring all those units back home.
Still got to be careful. Lurkers are a sort of siege army. There are 5 Immortals up, maybe not as many as he could have had. There's 3 Immortals and the High Templar going down to the Zergling counterattack was such a crucial moment in this game. I really feel like that's where Serral first started to gain ground. Another massive Lurker counterattack! 8-9 Lurkers on the other side, still sieging the base in the south at the same time. Serral with an intense look on his face, doing everything at once so well. Yes, the Lurkers will get cornered. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Hero's first big win for a while. He's actually kept his probes alive as well. He's retaking a 4th in the north. His income is just so far below Serral's, but definitely gets him back in the units lost column a little closer to even. Remember, he was down 5,000 in the units lost before. He's closed that gap to 2.5.
And we can't ignore the fact that he does have a bunch of Immortals now. We've been talking about Immortals throughout this game, throughout the entire best of 5, and with Immortals you are allowed to dream. We've got Psystorm on the side of Hero. That was big, and even if Serral's been mining a bit more, Serral is not sitting on a crazy amount of gas, and just Zerglings are not going to win this game. So that was a massive victory for Hero on the right side, who looked pretty much down and out earlier, and he's showing us that there is always another life for him, as Serral is going to try to send a few Zerglings on top of that 3 o'clock base. Hero's got different ideas of defending. He just wants to attack over here on the left side.
Oh, you said Lings weren't going to do everything, but I don't know, Roddy. Those Ling counterattacks have been fantastic. The Zealot Warp-in will start to defend those. Remember, fantastic ground upgrade. So anytime it's Zealot versus Zergling, the Zealots will be crushing those battles due to the upgrade difference, especially if you've got any Archons in there for support. Hero needs to defend these bases. He takes the middle one on the left side. Nice Archon Storm combo, getting a few Corruptors and Queens.
Hero's army is looking so good right now. It's so much bigger than it was a while ago, and it's so much better against what Serral is working with. Now, Lurkers are powerful, and it really comes down to execution. We have seen these battles go either way. They can go in favor of the Zerg, they can go in favor of the Protoss as well. It is so impressive that Hero, despite all those losses here, there, everywhere, is always still able to create these terrifying armies.
Shout out to our Observer team for catching as much as they are. There is so much going on right now as Hero recalls to the north of the map. And oh, he doesn't quite click the hatchery. I would have loved to see him click on that and finish it off. A few nice storms on the Hydras. The hatchery goes down. The Lurkers are wounded. Serral abandons the position. Now, Serral did snipe a base that was building at the same time in the bottom middle, and that one was not cancelled. So Serral's still finding damage with his Zerglings, but his own economy is massively hurt.
That would have been big as well, sniping a couple of these High Templars. Shield Battery cannot heal up units until the warp-in is done. In the end, Serral grabs one of them, 150 gas down the drain. I mean, the game is just wide open because of how chaotic it's been. They've both been in each other's face non-stop. Hero now has taken the supply lead, and the man has a terrifying army. +3 attack, +3 armor, a lot of Archons, a lot of Immortals. Serral also getting his hands on +3 melee. What a game pick.
Hero has made massive sacrifices this game to get rid of Serral's creep spread and keep his base count low. And you can see it paying off now. Lurkers get in, they get some damage, but the Oracle comes back. There's one Lurker that he left on the right side. As the Observers come in, I think they might barely get vision. He should be able to shut that down. Good evacuation with the Lurkers, though. Those Nidus Worms being used by Serral very well. But I really feel like Serral's lacking control on his side of the map. The Nidus harass is cute, but look at his vision and look at his map control. He just doesn't have creep spread. Hero being in his face from start to finish has removed one of the big advantages of Zerg and Serral specifically, which is creep covering the map, connecting your bases, and the wide spread of the bases on site Delta is being used against Serral. Hero is using his mobility so well.
Yep, Broodlords are not what they used to be, but they are pretty damn good against Zealots, Archons, High Templars, and Immortals. The only problem for Serral is there are still a couple of Tempests, and I believe that Fleet Beacon is still alive and kicking. We still have Stargates at home as well, so there is absolutely a way that for Hero to deal with those Broodlords. This doesn't have to be game-ending. As Hero at this point says, you know what, let's slow this game down a tiny bit. I'm a maxed out Protoss. I've got a terrifying army. I'm going to take some bases, as you've got very limited creep spread, like you just mentioned, Pick. This game is just nuts, man. What a day of video games coming out of Hero here in Game 5.
You tricky boy, Serral. He's been blocking these two bases for the last minute and a half. Serral just being so annoying. Even there, keeping that drone alive after the Zealots cancel the hatchery. Serral's attention to detail. I think it was you yesterday, we were talking about Serral, you said he's just so good at putting out fires. And I think that absolutely is such a good way to describe Serral. Is there's these little things going on, he's just handling them very cleanly, very precisely, but Hero is still in his face.
What's the Lurker count? How many spellcasters does Serral have? I'd love to take a little look at the army composition. We still have that random middle list, by the way. 16 Lurkers, 3 Infestors, and a single Viper. That single Viper could actually be incredibly useful. Can maybe abduct the mothership. It would be very difficult otherwise to take it out. 9 Corruptors is okay-ish to deal with a couple of Tempests. It's okay to kill a mothership that you abduct. It's not enough to fly into the Protoss army.
Ooh, Abduct's coming in. One Tempest does gonna go down there to the Corruptors. The Storms, though, starting to damage those Corruptors. Broodlords getting the base cancel. Lovely move for Serral. And also great choice to back off as Hero. You don't want to stand there fighting to the Spellcaster Broodlord siege. He cancels the base in the north for about the 7th time in this game. Hero never letting that northern base go up.
Neuroparasite is done, and that's something to absolutely keep an eye on, because we've got 4 Infestors, and we have seen Zerg players land a couple of devastating Neurals in the late game on the Protoss ground army too. We already saw one Archon being Neuraled. Obviously at that point it was looking incredibly good, but Infestors really can make the difference in a mega close battle.
Got a model up north. Got to watch out. Fungal's there. The Corruptors and the Fungal are there. Oh gosh, he's caught out. Hero was not expecting the army to rotate so quickly. Storms keep the Corruptors back, but the Broodlords are all over him. I think he's got a recall out of here to save some of those units, but Serral does not want to get baited into the open. He's not sure where the rest of the army is, and Serral cautiously backs away. Corruptor Viper coming forward. Tempest in the open. Great catches
Wow.
here. Wow, he gets one. Almost gets a second one as well. But good moves by Hero to limit his losses. He's got 8 Immortals on the ground. Those units aren't too useful in the current composition. Like, yeah, if they get on top of the Lurkers, it's great. But Serral is specifically avoiding that situation because he realizes, hey, I got to let my Broodlords do the heavy lifting. If I get rid of the Immortal count, then I can maybe start pushing with Lurkers.
Yep, but Serral obviously is not rich enough to just get rid of all the Lurkers at once and start building different units. I mean, it's always funny how Lurkers versus Protoss work. When it comes to Protoss running into Lurkers, Lurkers can look fantastic. They can be devastating and they can absolutely obliterate everything the Protoss has on the ground. But if the Lurkers have to move into the Protoss, that's suddenly where the Lurkers can look incredibly underwhelming, and Immortals will truly live up to their name and be immortal.
Still attacking that northern base's Hero. He just won't let up on it. Serral's down here with the Lurkers as well. Dark Shrine will go down. And those Lurkers backing away. Shield upgrades, level 3, +2 air weapons coming in for Hero. Important to add those upgrades the longer this goes. Hero has not been mining, you know, vast amounts of resources for a long time, but neither is Serral. They've both been on relatively kind of mid-game styled economies. You can see Serral largely having the income advantage over the last 10 minutes, but the start and the finish there was in Hero's favor of that last 10-minute period.
I'm just smiling from ear to ear, Piggy. What a day of video games this has been. And to see a Game 5 like this between Serral and Hero that's so close, so competitive is fantastic. As a couple of the High Templars do land some feedbacks, drop a couple of storms. I see Lurkers are getting obliterated. That Lurker count was dropping real quick. Both players are very low in supply.
There's Lurkers in 2 of Hero's bases, picking off so many probes. Hero's so busy attacking that he hasn't noticed. He's not pulling those away. His army's getting jumped on at the same time, though. Neural Parasite is massive. You were asking for it, Rotterdam. And Serral has answered, stealing the Tempests and the Archons and turning them on their friends. Oh, that is a nasty set of Zerg recruitment orders, taking up Hero's army and turning them on himself. The Lurker harass distracts Hero, and in the midst of that distraction, Serral pounces. But Hero's not done yet. He dives in the base in the north, takes out the hatchery. He needs to move north and take out another hatchery as well, because Serral just took amazing trades.
Yep, for the second time, Serral takes a great fight, but Hero also finds economic damage, and Hero still has an army. And it'd be incredibly foolish of us to now count him out, because he has shown us that he can recover from these moments as he is switching into some late-game Void Rays with Flux Veins. I mean, no Ravages to worry about this time around. In a weird way, that could be a brilliant play if Serral does not see it. Yes, there are a couple of Corruptors, but if you can surprise him with a couple of Storms and like 8 Void Rays with +2 air weapons and Flux Veins, this is crazy enough that it just might work.
It's a genius idea, Rotterdam. The problem is you need to hide it and reveal it all at once. And we know that Hero loves that select all army button. It is the main way he controls his force. Those Void Rays rallying straight to the middle have already been spotted by Changelings. So this will not be a secret. Serral will have time to prepare, and he's already got 7 Infestors, 1 Viper, as well as a bunch of Queens. Not a lot of creep for him, though. He's off creep right now. Those Queens are a bit exposed. Serral needs to reconnect his bases.
I really wish that Hero would have waited a little bit revealing those Void Rays, right? Why reveal 1, 2, 3 Voids at a time with Flux Veins? Because now Serral is going to look at that. He's going to build more Corruptors, and he can obviously build a second Viper. I think only 1 Viper is risky. Serral probably still feels pretty safe on the ground, as there are 15 Lurkers protecting this base in the top side. He's got some Fungals to work with as well. Serral has been dominating the big army engagements, but Hero has done a better job in expanding and making sure that he's got a lot of resources to work with. So once more, Hero is going to be able to recover from losing a battle as he is getting closer and closer to being a maxed out Protoss.
The big thing which I think is hurting Hero right now is never cleaning up that creep in the bottom where the Nidus Worm was. I feel like if he just got some Zealots and an Observer down in the south, cleared that up, he'd have a new base to expand to, and he'd be able to more effectively pressure Serral in the bottom left. His inability to do that is where Serral's really got his economic foothold, is that bottom left side of the map, and that's where I'd love to see Hero strike next. He's going to push the north, but this is incredibly well defended. Good feedback Storm combo on the Queens. The Lurkers are there, and the Immortals cannot break that position. The Tempest can slow siege it, but look at that. He snipes the Observer and pulls back. Great move for Serral.
Yep, Serral has a bunch of Queens here as well, so he can drop a Transfuse on the Lurkers if he has to. It really is that age-old rule. Immortals have a hard time running on top of Lurkers. Lurkers have an incredibly difficult time running on top of Immortals. So So defender's advantage is more real than ever when you've got these kinds of armies looking at each other. As Hero says, you know what, a few more Tempests than perhaps, still trying to make the game chaotic with Zealots here, there and everywhere, but it's starting to look like Serral is starting to have more and more control over this game, and these are the games that Serral loves to play. Serral doesn't want to play these hectic games with no money in the bank at all and 17 different fights. Can he do it? Oh, absolutely. Is that what he's looking for? No, because Serral believes in his ability to control the late game Zerg army to perfection.
Serral's looking for an ambush in the north. At the same time, Hero's looking to recall to the south. He's got to watch out for the Neuroparasite. He recalls, though. He recalls before Serral can pull off the ambush, and he finds the bottom left side of the map. A brilliant move for Hero. He's going to get 2 hatcheries. The drones are burrowing and running away. Good job by Serral, trying to save what resources he can. Observer's getting picked off by the spores. Nice move there for Serral. He can't really counterattack, though, because Serral's army's too slow. He can't be moving too far away, because if he gets recalled on top of, he could get picked apart by Tempests.
Phenomenal mothership plays coming out of Hero. I'm surprised that Serral didn't try to do something about some of these bases in the top right side, when you know all of the units just got recalled to the bottom left. And of course, Hero could use Nexus recall as well, but I think he'd have a difficult time bringing an army of this size home. It feels like that's just a little bit too big to go for a regular recall, as the Robo is unpowered. I believe the Dark Shrine was here as well, so I assume we have lost the Dark Shrine. DT's obviously not having much of an impact. Serral now going for it. He is going to try to recall. Did Hero manage to recall everything? Definitely looks like it. That is a lot of Protoss units that obviously managed to get on top of each other. Void Rays and Tempest can clump up, and Hero saves the top right after taking out both bases in the bottom left.
Yeah, just removing Serral's production and map control by taking out these hatcheries is so big, and just keeping him away from that bottom left. Because right now, I mean, it's been such a long time where Hero's mining more. Hero's mining so much more right now.
6 arrows. That's a lot of arrows, Big.
That is a lot of arrows. Each of those red arrows at the bottom of the screen does show the income advantage. It's monumental for Hero right now, and it's really on him when and where they fight. Serral doesn't have the creep spread, which means his lurkers, his infestors, his queens can't get as close to the Protoss army. They don't have that movement speed or that vision advantage. Hero's got to be careful, though. Neuroparasite's still very scary, as is the fungal. We've seen what Serral can do if you step into his territory.
And Serral has a tiny bit of a gas bank, and Hero's gas bank is a lot smaller, which means that if they fight and it's close and it's competitive, there is a chance that here Serral's reinforcements are going to show up in bigger numbers. Tempest are leading the charge, working their way through a couple of the Spore Crawlers. Corruptus trying to push these Protoss units away. It's not quite working yet. That one lurker is putting a number on the economy of Hero on the top right side, but Hero's got multiple bases. Serral loses another hedge. Serral's got a massive army, 158 army supply, but he's got no income anymore. He's got a bit of a piggy bank, but no income.
Indeed. Serral without income. I mean, it feels like he's on a timer. Don't get me wrong. If he turns this from a 28-minute game to an hour-long game, yes, he can catch up. But that's such a long one. Fungal lands! Big Fungal, he's going for it! Serral's going to dive on top. Parasitic Bomb lands in the middle. The Void Rays getting hammered. But the Time Warp Storm combo comes down. Serral has to back away. The Void Rays take a peppering, though. Another Fungal goes down. The Mothership's going to take big damage. Hero wisely disengages. Serral takes a better trade, but it isn't the game-ending one that he wanted. He wanted to catch all those Void Rays.
Yeah, well, he definitely dealt a lot of damage to that army. That's something that's incredibly important, because sure, the shields will regenerate, but the HP will not regenerate. And that is a lot of wounded Void Rays entering that next battle. And Hero's gonna have a really difficult time remaking all those units. He tried to find the one Void Ray that was affected by the Parasitic Bomb, but he panicked and he brought it back into the pack. He dealt so much splash damage to himself. I actually think that was a massive moment for Serral. Not just because he won that fight, but now he makes it so much more doable to win the next fight too.
Carriers coming in now for Hero as well. A few carriers is always good to have like a bit of raw damage. He's finally getting +3 air weapons as well, which was missing to this point. Doesn't have any armor upgrades for his air, so a few lacking ones. Keep in mind though, Serral was not rich this game. He's only on 2 air upgrades himself, so both sides aren't quite capped out on the upgrades. And what a scrappy war to decide this series. Remember guys, the winner of this match gets the reward of playing Maru in another match to get to the top 4 of the tournament.
Corruptors are getting close to those Void Rays. Vipers are trying to hide in the back. They obviously don't want to be one-shotted by these Tempests. The Vipers are so important for Serral right now. He doesn't want to lose them, but he knows that those are the units that have the potential to deal devastating damage once more to this Golden Armada army. We're looking for a Fungal. We are looking for Parasitic Bomb, round 2.
Oh, big Fungal Parasitic Bomb again. It's in the midst. He's got to be better at zoning with these High Templar. Hero panicking under pressure and his Void Rays are getting slaughtered. Oh, there we go. Finally, a set of feedbacks goes down on those Infestors, but the Nexus of the Pylons go down. The Broodlord's picking off a few of those units as well. And that is really big. We have to keep checking on that unit's loss tab because it feels like these last few fights have shifted things, and indeed they have. Serral is back in the winning column. 7,000 resources, units lost, more efficient. Keep in mind, Hero's mining way more resources. But the longer this gets drawn out, Hero's bases on his side of the map are getting dry earlier. Serral has more resources to suck up on his side, so the longer this draws out, the slower it is, the better it is for Serral.
A 31-minute game 5 here between these two as another fungal lands. This time Hero does find that one Void Ray that is affected by Parasitic Bomb, but he's going to lose the remaining Void Rays regardless, as the Zerg spellcasters are simply in way too many high numbers. Hero does still have a mothership. Are we looking for another great tactical recall? Hero the kind of guy that will actually start building cannons here just because he thinks that's awesome, and he's got some minerals to work with. It's a terrifying fleet, but can Hero find the engagement that he's looking for?
There is a clear momentum shift in this matchup, Rotterdam, and it's because Serral's connected his base with Creep. He's got Creep to the halfway point for the first time in this map. And not only that, Hero is no longer split harassing and splitting his army up. As it goes to one big army versus one big army, Serral's Creep is slowly expanding around him. Wherever Hero's army isn't active, Serral's spreading Creep. Serral has more vision than he's ever had. Hero's had the information advantage in most of the fights up to this point. That's how Hero's been doing so well. As Serral gets all this vision with the Creep and the Infestors and the Vipers coming forwards, you're seeing him find the spells. He's landing Fungals, he's landing Abducts, he's landing these Parasitic Bombs, and Hero needs to split up and clear that Creep or just really do a good job of bullying him back, because right now Serral's won the last 3 or 4 fights, he's got momentum, and Hero needs to get in front and start intercepting those spellcasters with High Templar.
And that's why he's building a lot of oracles right now. That's obviously not for Pulsar Beam. That is to drop revelations over and over again. The moment you've got vision of that Zerg army, you make it more doable for your High Templars to be in the right place in the right time. They've got that superior range over the Vipers. 10 range on feedback. He is looking for them, but Serral's doing such a good job and even throwing a bunch of Overseers in the mix, which makes it a little bit more difficult for the High Templar to always feedback the right target.
4 Immortals and an Oracle, a fantastic run by Force in the north. It's very good for clearing Lurkers, actually. 5 Lurkers are moving to respond, but if you Revelate this, the Immortals will smash through. Great Revelation, and look at that.
Oh! For the second time in this game, a couple of sweet Neuros coming up. Serral really getting so much value out of these Infestors. If anybody really thought that the Infestor was dead and was no longer viable in high-level ZVP, well, Serral is really proving the opposite here throughout this series. Some great Fungals, some great Neuroparasites.
I think the High Templar in the bottom just got shot. Okay, they survived. They did survive the Lurkers. He kind of stumbled into the Lurkers, took them out. Will snipe this base. Hero getting some good base snipes. But you can see that Serral's got that map control we were talking about. And I think as long as Serral gets more map vision and control like this, you're seeing him stack up really efficient engagements. The Immortals are getting thrown away, which I think at this point is not a bad idea because they aren't the most valuable unit. Mothership cloaking and diving in there. Bit of a crazy move here for Hero. He looks like he wants to pick a battle, but watch out, Abduct comes in. Time Warp does drop in response on top of those Broodlords. Storms landing on top of the Broodlords and Corruptors. Massive storms all over the Zerg air army. Serral wisely backs away.
Hero feels incredibly clumped up as a carrier does get abducted and is going to get picked off. A few Fungals have landed. There's only a single Archon on the ground. That is really scary if you're Hero because you need that splash damage. Archons are so good in keeping Corruptors at bay.
Wow, he's warping in Stalkers right now. Hero the mad lad trying to just jump on top of Serral. He finds big storms all over the Zerg army. Transfuses are landing though. Fungals landing on the Interceptors as well. And Serral playing so patiently. He lands a Parasitic Bomb on the Carriers, trying to recall half of the army, but that means the other half of the army is left in the lurch. Hero is panicking.
There's still one Archon on the ground that's going to try to make the difference, but Tempest just don't do very good in these straight-up fights. The Infestors are here once more. Another Neuroparasite lands on that remaining Archon. Corruptors are doing their thing. They're not in very high numbers anymore. It is a close fight. Serral should probably stay away from Battery Overcharge for a split second, but Serral's army is still massive.
I cannot believe the efficiency. Serral's late game spellcaster usage, second to none. 10,000 resource lost advantage. The efficiency of this man is second to none. and he manages to cleanse Hero's army. What an incredible Game 5 to decide probably the closest series of the entire tournament so far. Wow, Serral fighting back from the brink. He was on next to no income. 6 red arrows for the income advantage for Hero for about 8 minutes straight. And Serral says, that's okay, I'll just take perfect engagements. If I need to take perfect engagements to win, I'll do it every single time.
Hero still battling with a couple of Stalkers and a couple of High Templars on the top side of the map, but Serral knows that at this point the doors are wide open to just go back into Lurkers. The Lurkers are going to be fantastic. We still have a bunch of Infestors sharking around as well, perhaps looking for a few more Fungals, a Neuroparasite perhaps, some of the High Templars to feed back the other High Templars. Lord knows. What we do know is that Serral has an 80 army supply lead. Hero, his Robo was unpowered early. It was picked off by those Zerglings at the triangle base, and he's now forced to rebuild it, but he doesn't really have the money anymore to be doing stuff like rebuilding rebuilding a robotics facility to build a bunch of Immortals.
Long distance mining, never a good sign there. Serral's income still in the negative, even though Hero is mostly long distance mining. He's still got the minerals in the top right. Just goes to show, you know, Serral's not really had a great income in this game. There's so many minerals left on his bases as well. Like even his 4th and 5th base, Serral has a ton of minerals left to mine, but those bases just got sniped so many times. And I mean, I feel like he's lost about 20 hatcheries, maybe more this game. He's cancelled at least 7 hatcheries. Hero losing a Stargate. Serral's face, look at that laser focus. He will not be showing any sort of release, any sort of relaxation until he gets that GG out of his opponent.
Finds a couple of these probes that were long distance mining in the center of the map as the Stalkers will pick off that one Corruptor, but Serral knows that this is no longer about the Corruptors. All the carriers have died, all the Tempests have fallen. There are no more Void Rays to worry about. Serral will build a few more Vipers, which is a little bit surprising, right? Because this is not really the kind of army that we want Vipers against. Perhaps a Blinding Cloud if Hero has a crazy forward blink with his Stalkers. But maybe, I don't know, abducting an Archon perhaps to let the Zergling shine. As we have a few Lurkers here. They are on hold position perhaps for a split second, or they just didn't see these Stalkers yet. But Hero loses a couple of units that he really cannot afford to replace.
Archon's coming forward in the north. Nice Oracle Revelation with a few Zealots, but the Broodlords come forward and scares that back. Nice. Oh, nice! Fungals! The chaining of the Fungals coming in just one at a time. Serral keeping those Infestors out of range. And those High Templar, all of them going down. The Broodlords raining down death from above. The Archons falling. That was a savage catch. You have to see Serral's usage of Infestors in this matchup, staying just out of High Templar range and landing the Fungals on the edge of their splash damage. That is next level late game micro.
And Hero knows it at this point. The writing is on the wall. The man came closer than he was ever when it comes to defeating Serral at an offline event. But unfortunately for him, it seems like it is not going to be enough. Hero is not done yet. Hero will still have another chance in that knockout bracket that we are going to watch tomorrow, as he's still going to give it a tiny shot, but I think his posture says it all. Hero knows at this point Serral's got a little too much. There are too many Zerg units out there. The Zerg units are too powerful. Fungals will keep on connecting, and Serral gets the job done and will advance into the final series of the day to duke it out with Maru. Big, we've seen some ridiculously close best of 5s today, but this one tops it all.
What a stunner. And you can see just how much that took out of both players. They are both drained after that performance. And honestly, it's the fans that come out as the massive winners in this. Both players just tried their hearts out, looking for that spot in the next match against Maru. Serral barely coming out on top after what was one of the most nail-biting series of the entire day. And Hero, what a surprise. I mean, he just showed great late game, great overwhelming attacks from all sides. But Serral, I mean, this is Serral from 2018 being unstoppable in the World Championship. And this is Serral just not dying, refusing to go down no matter how far behind he was.
There's a reason we call him the final boss. The man will just not fall. I mean, too many ridiculous moments to even start. Side Delta was a game for the ages. Let's hear from the man himself as he's on stage with our host.
A man will not fall indeed. Serral, after that 5-game series, wins a chance to get to the Final Four after one more match and one more step. Serral, you looked a little bit emotional. Can you talk to me about how you felt about that game?
Well, just extremely happy. I thought the last game, well, I didn't think I was lost at any point, but I did feel like I was in a pretty nasty position multiple times, so that was a really good win and felt really amazing.
I mean, honestly, it looked like you gained control after Klim's loss yesterday. So how do you do it? How do you reset yourself after that loss?
Well, I took one of my hats today with me, and I think that was a good enough reset. There's not much else I had to do.
I mean, honestly, it looked like you definitely had everything at your grasp and you were able to win that match. But for the next match, you're going against Maru. And you've played him twice this year in major finals, and you went 4-0 every time, and you won the game. So how do you feel about that match?
I don't like to think about the past matches all too much, just because it's Maru still, and he can play like absolute monster on one day, and on one day a little bit less monsterous, but he's a scary player, and I think it's going to be a really exciting match. I hope we're going to get a longer series than usually, and I think that should be what's happening.
I mean, absolutely, it's going to be a fun match to watch for sure, but we're going to give you a minute to rest before that match starts. And for now, let's head back to the analyst to talk more about the match.
Oh my goodness. StarCraft's so good.
That was unbelievable, Wardy. I think that Serral versus Hero is going to go down Game 5, one of the greatest StarCraft II games of all time. My heart was racing. I was pacing. I had my fight or flight response triggered like 3 separate times. That series was everything we expected and more. It was unbelievable.
It was just so good. Backstage, we were up, we were down. We thought Hero had it, we thought Serral had it back again. And of course, so much on the line. Serral getting a chance now to fight for top 4. Hero, after all of that effort, knocking out Reynor earlier, going to 5 games and 35 minutes in that game 5 against Serral, is in the knockout bracket now as well. That's a heartbreaker to reset to tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna have Serral versus Maru to decide who's gonna go to top 4. One of those players is going down into the knockout bracket. That could have been our finals. This feels like a finals day at EWC. That is how high the stakes are right now. And for Hero, from yesterday to today, his PvZ, it feels like he is reinventing himself. Think about his games against Reynor. Think about his games just now against Serral. I have never seen him play PvZ this well, and this is a guy that revolutionized the matchup when he returned from the military. I mean, I have goosebumps. That was like an emotional, spiritual moment watching that series unfold. I am so giddy.
We're having an absolute great time here at the Esports World Cup with StarCraft II. It just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? I'm super excited to hear what the guys are going to say at the desk, because I think they're going to be nerding out just as much as we have been.
Oh yeah? You want nerding out? What was that match? We had an insane game number 5. We thought Serral had it. We thought Hero had it. I'm quoting Wardy. We have got it. That was unbelievable here coming out from both of them fighting tooth and nail. Serral finally clinches it, but Tasteless, what did we witness?
Wow, what a game. I mean, I'm talking about so many different moments in that series. Such a back and forth. We had Hero going for that Stargate tech, trying to rush into that, the back and forth that we saw there. Some timing attacks from him as well. The craziest game to end the entire thing. I mean, that was like a whole best of 5 of its own inside that final game.
Yeah,
Such
really
a
was.
back and forth. Such crazy late game. How long was that? Was that like, what, 36 minutes? Something like that?
A long time, but it was absolute bloodbath, wasn't it? Like the whole thing, you just... Oh, is that what you were going to say?
No, that's what Pignom said.
Okay. I mean, it was a great series, honestly, between these two. And like Hero, it's kind of a shame to see him go down to the knockout bracket to round 1, might I add, from here, because he beat Cure, beat Reynor, and he pushed Serral to the absolute limit with Protoss. I mean, absolute amazing.
Yeah, it isn't an overstatement, Lambo, that we were losing our minds here. I'm getting texts from other people saying people are losing their minds in other parts of the building. What was that?
I mean, it was completely crazy. We're not used to seeing Serral lose late games. He loses like 1 or 2 of those in a year. I mean, Hero almost took 2 of him there. He won the first game. I know it's so long ago that we almost forgot it already because the rest of the series was just so insane, but he beat him in the very first late game they played. And then Serral won the next one, and the last one was honestly on a knife's edge. Anyone could have taken that. Hero made so many great army movement decisions, and he kept that killer instinct that he has with his normal style, and he transitioned that into his late game, and I just love to watch it.
Yeah. Whew. We need a break after this one. We're not going to a break just yet. We've got lots more to talk about, but we really do need a break. It's really cool to see across these couple of days as well, just the level of play. And again, we've said it a few times on this desk, Ben, but how much it means to the players when it comes to a stage like this. We saw it last game as 8, and we see it at Katowice, and we're seeing it here again. It's saved for those kind of special moments. Of course, yeah, we had great tournaments at Atlanta, at Dallas. We saw some great plays, but you see in these kinds of moments, nobody's willing to give up until the very last second because they know what it means to even just go down to the knockout bracket.
I mean, the stakes are so brutal, right?
Yeah,
it's crazy. And I mean, the whole year has built up to this moment. And when you have these jumps of, well, I can either go back to literally square one.
It really is square one.
Or jump to the top 4 with a guaranteed 80K at the World Championship. It's with the chance, by the way, to just avoid what can ever happen in that knockout bracket. The whole year's led up to this.
Yeah, the meat grinder, which is tomorrow, and it all being best of 3s. It's a volatile meat grinder through it all as well. Well, let's actually go to Lambo for some tech analysis from Pro Perspective. Mr. Lambo, what do you have for us in this insane series?
Well, I actually have the Crimson Court game because one of the things that we don't talk about very often, you guys all might have already forgotten about this one too, is that Serral's ability to have great on-the-fly decision-making is unrivaled because he didn't scout the Tempest, and the first thing he did when he saw them was here in the bottom left-hand side, he mined the minerals because he made units because he didn't scout the Tempest, right? It was a single Void Ray opener, so he expected either a Glaives follow-up or maybe a quick Ling Stalker attack. So he made a lot of Ling Roach, and he had a late Spire, so he tried to buy time. And because on this map you can't really counterattack since there's a wall at the natural, the first thing he did was legit select a lot of drones, mine the minerals, and counterattack. And that is what allowed him to even have a foothold in this game. Since he didn't scout it, he didn't have the Corruptors ready, the Tempest kept trading for free, and it was really this move that kept him in the game. You can see him here barely getting the Nexus. This also allowed him to attack at a point that is further away from the Stargate.
Yeah.
And that really enabled us to show this second moment that I have for you guys, and I'm pretty sure everybody knows what is about to come.
Oh no.
Yeah, I just have to do it. I'm sorry, Hero fans. Here, take a look at these Void Rays. It is very hard to see, and that's also the reason why Hero lost it. I can't see the Crossbow by myself, but all the Void Rays go down. And that completely changed the outcome of the game. We can see Hero smiling, being a good sport about it, but great decision making from Serral, and then the game-ending play with Corrosive Bile.
Outside of a fungal growth combo into a Corrosive Bile, that might be the biggest Corrosive Bile of all time.
I can't remember another one even coming close.
No, I mean, like, I kind of remember Neural Parasite, like, on Battle Cruisers from Dark in a GSL a long time ago, but this was just out the blue and literally game-ending.
Yeah.
From a situation that I think Hero was actually...
played out.
It was not looking too bad, even though we lost the third, or the fourth, maybe from that, or third, so long ago at this point. It's been a whole journey, but it was super playable, and he just lost it right there. You could see him, like, sink in his seat and everything.
All right, well, do you know what it's time for? It's time for the pre-game, because I want to ask you guys, because you're not going to be here, about Maru against Serral again here. It's a fixture that's kind of written in the stars for StarCraft II, and now we find ourselves in a position where one of them can guaranteed go to the top 4 here in the World Championship. Tasteless, I can't believe it's happening again.
Okay, first takeaway, Serral bleeds. Okay, this is a very, very different tournament with Serral.
True.
We have to really rewrite how we're understanding this. I think he's still the most likely to win this. He looks like a real threat no matter what, even though he's had close games. But they have been really close games. People are able to hang with him, and not just one. You know, we had Clem take him out 3-0. We had a crazy close series here with Hero.
Yeah.
So who knows? Let's see what Maru's got.
The bizarre thing is, Lambo, is that, of course, yeah, we have these two conflicting storylines of the fact that, yes, okay, Serral is a guy that has been able to be, 13-0 in maps against Maru this year. However, as Nick says, he's shown vulnerability here. Does Maru get over that kind of mental hump here? How does this play out?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it definitely gives Maru some confidence here to see that Serral not only lost a couple of maps to Hero, but he also got owned by Clem. If we're going to be honest here, he got 3-0'd in the same matchup. And this is not the Grand Finals. Very often, Maru plays super well until the Grand Finals, and then he starts shaking a bit. Serral said he looks like a monster sometimes, and then sometimes he doesn't look so monstrous as I think the way he put it. But the not so monstrous usually happens in the Grand Final. This time, they don't face in the Grand Final, so I think this time it might be a lot closer.
Your thoughts, Ben, before I send it to a break? And
well,
then
James,
the free game of the
you
game?
see this huge score over here, this
that
97?
one?
Do you want to go point at that 95 for me? Maybe you can reach? I'm not sure.
I'll try.
It's a little bit high. So we got like 2 of the highest rated. Yeah, exactly. That's all. Thank you for playing into it, James. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. But literally, like the 2 highest players of the tournament, I do think. But they both bleed. They did not get here easily. Maru beat Oliveira 3-2, totally different matchup. Serral beat Hero 3-2, totally different matchup. I just hope for a good one this time, because Serral's been absolutely monster moding this man, which it's a bit sad at this point, you know? Like, I just don't want it to happen again.
All right, never have I ever done that. The pre-game of a pre-game, but this fixture deserves it here for day number 3 of the Esports World Cup. Thank you very much, guys. It is time to go to that break. After this, Maru versus Serral once again. It's GOAT versus GOAT. Let's be real. These two have dominated StarCraft 2, and it happens right after this.
I feel pretty good. Was there already last year, so yeah, I feel pretty good. It's the biggest StarCraft event ever in terms of prize pool, so I would love to win that. And yeah, my goal is to win like everyone else in the tournament. I think I gotta play my best, and then I have a good shot. Usually people say that I'm the best European Terran. Yeah, impacts the StarCraft scene in a positive way because it encourages teams to pick up players and pick up StarCraft players. So yeah, I think that's the best way it encourages the StarCraft scene overall.
It's already very amazing that I make it to come here, because I went here in last time and it was really nice experience for me. Like so nice tournament, so I am very happy that I may come back to it. This is the kind of World Championship in StarCraft 2, so I practiced really hard for several months. And this time, last time, I lost in round of 4, semi-final. And I was very sad after losing, so this time I will make higher than that. Actually, the prize money is the biggest in every StarCraft 2 scene tournaments. It's like life-changing money, so also it has a lot of owners, so I like to win, of course. Yeah, everyone wants to win. Yeah, in the Katowice and the last I played really bad. I feel like my preparation is not that good than my opponents. So this time I prepared a lot of stuffs than before. So I think I can do the better stuffs from last times. It's really new format, and my bracket goes really tough. So I'm afraid of my opponents, but it is what it is, so I have to do my best. Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm Artosis, joined with Pig, Tasteless, and Rotterdam, and today we're going to be talking about the impact of StarCraft on esports. So I want to start us off with, would it be going too far to say that StarCraft created esports?
I mean, we've always had competitive games, right? We've always had moments where two guys get together in multiplayer, they can duke it out. But I think what StarCraft brought to the table was real esports infrastructure, like teams, like arenas where you actually filled up audiences, and they proved that it could actually work. People would show up and people would watch.
It's funny because, you guys were like into the scene, playing, competing, going to tournaments when I barely knew about esports. But even from the very casual side, you kind of had this gamer culture pervasiveness where people would be like, hey, did you know there's full-time StarCraft pros? Hey, in Korea, it's on TV. Hey, there's this guy who got kind of flown in, and there was this giant plane at this huge, entrance and all this. You'd hear this kind of lore without ever having watched a competitive match because there was no live streaming back then. If you weren't in Korea, you weren't watching on TV. So I think it's the first thing where you could point to something and say, this is legit. This is a real thing. And it gave it this sort of credence. And I think that's what everyone else aimed for as they started to develop their own other esports.
I feel like Korea, Brood War, they really took it to the next level where it's no longer like, hey, we play against each other, let's make it a competition. Like, no, it's becoming serious. And that obviously took a long time before the rest of the world got on board. But to say that it's just StarCraft, no, but maybe StarCraft is the game that truly elevated it. But Brood War, slightly more your era than it was mine.
Yeah, well, Brood War was so big in Korea back then. It was like the second most watched sport on television when I moved there. And, like Korea was so far ahead of the rest of the world as far as esports goes. I would say modern esports was probably kicked off from StarCraft II.
Yeah, I feel like the era from 2000 to 2010 is a very interesting one because there absolutely was a lot of esports. It was really good esports. I mean, we hang out at World Cyber Games and stuff back in the days. And they had a lot of good ideas and a lot of games like Warcraft 3, my game. We definitely had a scene. We had good online tournaments, like online qualifications going into an offline event. So it was there, but it always felt that it was not very accessible. It was so hard for people to get into it. Like in Warcraft, you had to download a client and then a game would show up in your local area network and then people could watch. It's like, you have to be a mega tryhard to do that. And fortunately, we had a lot of mega tryhards and we had a fun tournament scene. But I think with StarCraft II coming out, like that announcement was already hyped, the anticipation was hyped, and it was just the perfect storm with suddenly Twitch becoming Twitch first was like Justin TV, right? But the stream platforms were there. People were streaming StarCraft and they're like, hey, this is pretty fun. We're all like, hey, this is actually kind of cool. You can just like watch it with other people, and like that obviously really took off.
What's funny about it is that when it got really big and it had a crazy run for like the first 2 years, other esports started to pop up. And there was like a little bit of hysteria about like, can there be more than one major esport? Do you remember these conversations happening? And now we're here at the Esports World Cup, and it's like we've got all the games together in one spot. But it's kind of crazy to think that it started there. People were freaked out. Okay, can we even have two of these? This is so good, but is one going to consume the other? And it's not true. Now we've got all sorts of esports and all sorts of different genres.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to see that animosity fade away over time and people actually become fans of different genres. I think a lot of us ourselves are kind of a bit more like, StarCraft's even the best strategy game. We don't like other strategy games, and I think we've all kind of tried different things and seen the different beauty without it. But there's something about, in StarCraft, it brought a level of competitiveness, right? A level of speed, multitasking, and kind of a simpler management system than a lot of the other games, right? There was a lot of games out there that were like big, vast city builders, but StarCraft really seemed to focus on the player versus player interaction a lot more. Do you guys think that's fair to say?
Yeah. It's really a battle of wills, two people going against each other, right? Like that's what really makes it so beautiful, is the real-time engagements that people have with each other. It's like, yeah, chess is really cool and stuff, but you're taking turns. We don't take turns in StarCraft.
I think as long as it can still be managed and taken care of, and the proper adjustments are made in the game to keep it healthy, it can age like a fine wine. I mean, there's always something nice about a new RTS game, and everybody's scrambling to figure out, like, okay, what is good, what's broken, what's OP, and try to master it before everybody else. But there's also something nice about a game that's been out for a really long time, and we really have not just a deep understanding of the complexity of the game and how to play it, but we also have all these great stories, right? That's how you get an exciting esport, is you've got years and years. In this case, if you count StarCraft 1, it's a quarter of a century. I think it might be 26 years now. So you've got all this history behind it, which makes it, so cool to watch.
There's so much history, so many cool storylines. I mean, if you would have told me 3 years ago that like, yeah, within the next 2 years you get a Chinese world champion, I would be like, no, that's no, like the Koreans are too good, the top Europeans are too good. That's simply impossible. Yet we had that fantastic moment with Oliveira. I think one of the greatest moments in StarCraft history. And if we already had that recently, like who is to say what's going to come in the future?
Well, I think that's a great message to end it on. StarCraft II forever!
All right, let's get down to business. This is going to be the final series of the day. We have had 18 of the best players in the world asked who is able to take the top spots. Number 1, Serral. Everybody looks at him as the absolute invincible from this game throughout 2024, going up against Maru, the god of GSL. We have both of our players head to head. The gloves are off. It's going to be a bare knuckle brawl between these two to figure out who gets that last spot in the round of 4. I am so excited to finally get ourselves our third player moving forwards. Joining me, Pig, as well as Rotterdam here. This is all out fight. The match of the day coming in here. Maru versus Serral. Goat versus Goat. Pig, talk to me.
It's a GOAT battle, mate, indeed. My favorite sort of battle. The screeches of the masses can be heard around the world because this is the match we've been waiting for many times over the years, and the last few times, let's be honest, it didn't quite live up to the hype.
True.
But this is a different story. This is the biggest prize pool in StarCraft II Esports history. It is a tournament the players have been preparing for months, and everybody has said Maru's most important preparation for this tournament is for this one man. This is the person where most of his brain power has been on. How do I solve the Serral problem?
It's perfect, James. They have both been pushed to the limit as well. I mean, Serral comes off an absolutely ridiculous series against Hero, but it's almost like we already forgot about Maru's series. That series was absolutely nuts as well, as Oliveira really brought it to Maru in a bigger way than he's done in a very long time, perhaps since Katowice. They both lost against their respective race, right? Maru losing yesterday against Dark in the TVZ matchup. Serral, of course, losing against Clem, but these games are always different. When these two duke it out against each other, I mean, it's a match that we all expected to happen eventually, but a lot of people thought it was going to be Final 4. They did not think it was going to be in this ultimate playoff match of the lower bracket champ versus the lower bracket champ. It is going to be sick.
Let's be real, as much as, okay, I think a lot of people, after what we saw in Dallas, had kind of written off even Maru's chances going up against someone like Serral to a degree. However, it's a different feel here. It is complete. You can feel it in the air in terms of all of the players, how they're approaching these matches, even the GG timings alone. Everybody, and that's no hyperbole, everybody is leaving it to the very last second to try and keep in these games, and these two will do absolutely the same when you're talking about number 1 versus number 2 in whichever arrangement you want, Pig.
Indeed. I mean, it really is just crazy because you've got two players who are some of the most best defensive late game players of all time, but when they play each other, it's a different story. Because Maru finds himself often committing to a lot of aggression, trying to get momentum in the early game, but then in the mid game, it's Serral just saying, hey, we're not going to late game. I have in the past dropped a few maps to you. If you get to that ghost mech composition, I'm not going to let it happen. I will swarm and overwhelm. The last time they played, it was just an avalanche of Zerg, always before the 12-minute mark, and Maru did not have the numbers. I absolutely guarantee you that he has studied Oliveira's build orders. He's kind of the best TVZ in the world, many would say. Clem's build order is the most mechanical Terraverse Zerg, also one of the strongest ones from yesterday. And Maru's going to come in here with some very tight game plans.
Roddy?
Yeah, Maru plays very different than those two, though, because we know Maru as the ultimate defensive god. There's a reason why his rating, actually Maru is over there, why his rating is as high as it is. Maru is not a 8-Rexer, and that's where Oliveira found a lot of success over in Dallas. Sure, Maru looks at those games, and Maru, of course, is capable of doing that, but that's not really his bread and butter. Meanwhile, Clem is all-out aggression, non-stop, in your face, willing to throw away units, also not quite Maru-esque. It's different. It's always different when these two go up against each other. And you mentioned the GG timings, but it's also in a different way is shown in the hesitation that some of the players, including these two, have shown in games where they're very far ahead. They don't send it. And that is actually very scary from both sides, right? Because you don't want to let Serral live when he shouldn't. You don't want to let Maru live when he shouldn't. So this can actually be an incredibly long best of 5 as well.
For sure. And again, like if either of these names going down into the knockout bracket here causes terror and ripples throughout that bracket, because they know, yes, okay, both of them have been able to bleed throughout this tournament here, Pig, but at any point in time, each one of them, any one of them, can turn on that superstar aura that you know is unattainable by a lot of other names.
Absolutely. I mean, Serral just used up one of his 9 lives, I think, in that last series. So he showed that superhero aura, as you call it. I think what's interesting is he learned from yesterday's series against Clem. Ghost River is a claustrophobic map. He does not want to be there a stone's throw from that push. That push was scary that Clem did to him. He's vetoed that against Maru this time around. And that's kind of interesting to say, you know, I'm going to change up in that series. Maybe if Maru was planning a special build on Ghost River, he can't use it.
Interesting in different ways, because they did play Ghost River in Dallas. And a lot of us actually thought that this was the moment where Maru was finally going to beat Serral again, because obviously there were a lot of question marks around Serral coming into Dallas. Maru looked good as ever. Ghost River and the entire map, well, obviously there's a lot of great things for them, but especially Ghost River. Back then that was map 2. Serral won it convincingly, and at that point everyone looked at each other like, uh-oh, Serral's doing it again, isn't it? So it is fun to see that even though Serral won Ghost River, this time he gets rid of it.
Well, of course, you guys at home can go over to stcplay.gg and tell us who you think is going to be victorious here. I know that for a lot of people out there, considering the record of 2024, a lot of people might put their votes on Serral, but it has been shown that not only Serral can bleed, hell, Maru can bleed as well in this tournament. Both of these have an opportunity. Quick scores. What are you thinking?
Ooh, I mean, I think this is going to be a barn burner. I think it's going to go down to the wire. I think it's going to be a 3-2, and I don't know why, but there's just an odd feeling I have that Maru is going to come in with really prepared strategies. Serral may be a little worn down after that last series. I am actually feeling it for Maru, even though all of their past results say that's the opposite. I'm betting on Maru 3-2.
Score only, Roddy.
Score only. Well, I was feeling Maru in Dallas, and I was horribly wrong, so I'm going to go 3-1 Serral this time.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. The 2 best players to ever touch the game. Let's be real. The gloves are off. One of them will guarantee themselves $80,000. It's time here. Maru versus Serral.
What a treat to close out today. We have the #1 ranked player in South Korea against the #1 ranked player in the entire world.
This is going to be definitely an exciting one. One more spot to the Final Four will be locked after this match. One more will remain for tomorrow for the knockout bracket. We're so excited to announce this match. So how about we introduce our first player? He is from Team Vitality. It is Maru. It's been a long day for Maru, but after a heavy match versus Oliveira, you know he's got what it takes to take down this wall, brick by brick, and finally makes it to the Final Four.
Maru's opponent tonight, Serral from Team Basilisk. There was some concern that Serral's military commitment might split his focus on StarCraft II. But match after match, the GOAT has proven that he still has the will to win. But did a grueling 5 games against Hero diminish his stamina? Or can he push through Maru to cruise into the top 4? Welcome, gentlemen. Please shake hands.
The GOATs of StarCraft II face off yet again. Another guaranteed $80,000 and 275 points toward the Esports World Cup Club Championship. So casters, please, one more time. Tonight, take it away.
Welcome everyone to one of the hopefully best matches of the night, and that is asking something because we just saw Serral play one of the best PVZs in the world. We saw Maru play an amazing TVT versus Oliveira as well, and we're hoping that this can actually beat both of them. Is it possible, Artosis?
Of course it's possible. It's the literal 2 best players in the world playing each other. Like, how can it not be possible? It's likely even. But that last series from Serral is my series of the year right now. That is standing head and shoulders above absolutely everything else. The most entertaining series I've seen literally in years. Edge of my seat. But here's the thing. I feel like Hero just did Maru a solid. How could Serral not be exhausted after that series?
It's a very good question. We know that he takes things a bit slower, and sometimes it looks like he has more stamina than other people, but you gotta imagine, even for Serral, that must have taken the wind out of his sails a little bit. Can he get it back as we spawn onto the first map, Crimson Court? In the bottom left, for Team Vitality, he is the Red Terran, Maru.
And his opponent in the top right, the favorite of this tournament, but still fighting for a spot in that round of 4, it is Serral. Oh man, what a match we are in for here. A best of 5 between these two. We were hoping to see it. This is a hilarious place to see it. One of these guys has to go to the knockout bracket, which has to be depressing for everyone else.
Absolutely. No one was hoping to find either of these players in the knockout bracket. Not that they were anticipating Dark either, but now it's going to be between the two potentially greatest of all time StarCraft II players, both looking to cement that status should they make it to the round of 4 and should they make it to the finals and win it all. Last time these two met, Maru did not have what it took. Serral kind of bopped him. The word has to be used. Every one of those games.
It doesn't have to be used.
I think it does. Every one of those games was a bit ugly for Maru, but you could tell that he was starting to be a little bit off anyways. You rewind, you look at it, deep dive, and Maru, yeah, it was a couple of tricks that Serral pulled out to surprise him, but he was also just playing a little off. Key upgrades. Upgrades were always late. It was a little less mechanical than you would expect from Maru. Was it Serral's just overwhelming aura that forced it, or was it just an off day? Well, if it was an off day, hopefully Maru is on today.
Yeah. You know, I think he is. He put out some amazing games against Oliveira, who really... I mean, Oliveira was very, very impressive so far in this tournament. Of course, he's still in it. We'll be in that knockout bracket. But, you know, as State says, he's a big game player. You know, he's someone that's delivering at the biggest tournaments in the world. So Maru fought fantastically against him, and he got some time to rest while Hero and Serral, you know, duked it out for so long. Now, this is kind of interesting. The Reaper goes across, and Serral hit a drone there at that rich Vespene Geyser base in the center. So it looks like he will take his 3rd at that location.
Yeah, pressuring the Zerg player on this map can be a preferred way to play, and the best way to pressure in that mid game can often be with those roaches. So gotta be scared of that. Maru's going to be on the ball here. There's also some misplays versus some roaches actually in Dallas, which I think he will improve on as well. And hopefully just has the right mentality going into this tournament, because I think when Maru does play his absolute best TVZ, maybe with a sprinkling of help from some of these other Terrans who have taken down Serral, I do believe he can beat him.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Although it is interesting that Serral's been going for the more roach-heavy play lately. That actually gets Maru more often than like a more standard Ling Bane, which is kind of like a funny thing because a lot of people feel like Ling Bane is a better comp, but like that's a way that Rogue is used to beat Maru as well in very important events.
Absolutely, that was a key GSL actually, but then we also have Dark, notorious roach player, and just the way that he plays
last night,
with
right?
it. Yeah, it's just, you know, it's a little bit awkward. Serral, you know, awkward's not the right word, it's just a little bit weirder than some others, but Serral's definitely not weird when he plays with roaches. Dark will actually commit to roaches when no one else will, or vice versa. Serral, he can absolutely do some of these 1-1 roach all-in should he desire, but he also can play just a very safe style with the roaches and head on up to that hive technology.
Well, right now, you know, Maru finishing up that command center and getting the orbital going. He does have Banshees on the way here with Cloak. We have some Hellions popping out. Looks like another Tech Lab probably to start Stim up. So, you know, a pretty standard openers on this map for both sides. Now, will Serral try to pull the trigger and do something aggressive here?
That is the question. Lair is about halfway done, so we're not going to have any commitment. But a couple of roaches just coming out here to help defend, and he can actually do a lot of macro behind this sometimes. In fact, an awful amount. Sometimes you think, oh, I can be pressuring him. I guess he's deflecting me. Okay, suddenly the ultras. What the heck, man? It's always scary, even though on a shorter map, and you think the Terran is going to have that aggressive mid-game. Again, those roaches can trip you up, make you think a bit about whether or not you want to be on the aggression. Maru going for Banshee's going to certainly help protect him against some of those earlier attacks. That lair is all only for the Overlords to come on over here. We do have an Overseer on the way to help deal with the Banshees. Serral going to actually turn it up here, go for the attack, be ultra aggressive, and it will be down to this, Artosis. Can the all-in work?
He is pretty darn all-in right now. Now, 2 eBays on the way. So if Maru holds this, he's going to be in great shape. Utilizes that cloak a little bit, but like you said, he's got that Overseer. That's why he went for the layer. But really right now, Serral is all-in. He's on 40 drones, Pure Ling, Ravager, Queen, going across the map right now, starting to utilize some biles. Maru is going to get a couple bunkers up. Let's see if he's able to hold this.
Yeah, the bunkers are a good sign. He was able to try and at least set up a defense, but a couple of bunkers won't be the end of it, and Serral is absolutely committing. More units are on the way. The Queens will eventually get on a creep as well and help transfuse. One bunker goes down to the Corrosive Biles. Maru hoping to buy more time for that tank to arrive and help out, but Serral is ready to go. He's flooding with the Lings. The SCVs are pulled. The Corrosive Bile was quite not enough. The bunker is holding. It's holding. It finally goes down, and the Banshees are helping out here. The Queens can't get close enough, but the tank is going down on the high ground, Artosis.
Oh my god, a beautiful bust here from Serral. Just perfectly done. GG is called, and a very quick game number 1. Serral pulling the trigger after getting that Rich Vespine Geyser, going completely all in against Maru, who did go for a fast third command. So, you know, he was being a little bit greedy, so we have to live with that one. Maru falling to 0-1 here in this qualifying match.
3 CC, 1-1-1. 2 Banshees wanted to help out against something aggressive early on. But unfortunately, that was an overwhelming number of units. The Lings getting into that high ground, the tank going down. There's not much more beyond that. A single Banshee would not clear everything up nearly fast enough. Maru having to admit defeat very quickly before he even really got warmed up.
Yeah, a very exacting all in there from Serral. Like, you could see his control on the Ravagers, throwing the Biles down, making SCVs back up. Then he can walk up, get the extra hits with those Ravagers, just knocking those bunkers down as quickly as is humanly possible, or as Zergly possible, and taking that victory. So we're going to go into map number 2. It's going to be on Golden Aura. Here we go.
All right, spawning in the top left, taking a loss in that last game. He is the Red Terran for Vitality, Maru.
And his opponent taking game 1 with a beautifully executed all-in. It is Serral. All right, so what do we think? Okay, now, that map, okay, that Geyser, okay. Yeah, that all in, it makes sense. Does Serral continue down an aggressive road? Maybe he's tired from the hero match, or was that just like, okay, we're on this map, let's do it?
Crimson Courts is a usually bad Zerg map. I know we've been seeing it more often in these matchups, guys, but we're also seeing some of the Zergs that do play on it more than others, like Dark. We're also seeing some of the tricks that certainly Zergs have been brewing for that map in this matchup as well, which is probably why that was let through for Serral. Otherwise, it's a bit of a nasty one, right? But you've gotten that out of the way. It is your victory that you've just taken, and now you are on Golden Aura, where you could actually go ahead and spread your wings as Serral would in the macro game. We know that he's as good in that as that last cheese was in the first game. And Maru just got to believe, I suppose, that that was a one-and-done game, and he will get his own chance to shine.
But, you know, sometimes you cheese in that first game, and it kind of sets the tone. You know, does Maru risk doing something like a fast 3 command center again? Or will he be bullied into playing a more conservative build, which might be harder to play out a macro game against Serral with?
Well, time will tell here. We are grabbing our command center. Serral going for just a handful of lings. And I do expect this to be going on a little bit longer. I mean, if Serral does have 3 all-ins in a row to try and get this out super, super quickly, that would benefit him even more than just the 3-0. He'd just be like, oh, thank God, that wasn't another hour, 2-hour-long game. But it is difficult to have that many all-ins, especially as Zerg, I would say.
Yeah.
So I think Serral will be playing a little more on the defense, as we know he's also very good at. Reaper trying to get some damage done. It's not going to happen, though. The 3rd CC is on the way, as Maru does continue feeling confident in his opener, especially on a bit of a wider map as well.
Yeah, I think it's actually a good choice from Maru. I hate it when a Terran will get cheesed in a situation like that and then back up and play defensively in the second game. You know, it's very rare that you're going to see that same all-in twice, especially from a player like Serral, because not only is he as good with the macro play, I would say his macro play is actually much better than his all-ins, even though I can't find anything wrong with the all-in he just did.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's harder to do the macro stuff. So like, yeah, no, he's really, really good at that. So that's what I'm hoping to see. I tell you, I'll go to bed very happy tonight if we get this series to have some sick macro games in it between these two.
You gotta imagine one will happen, but
Yeah.
every time we thought it was about to happen, unfortunately Serral just kind of rushed on over and did take the win in earlier tournaments. Roachborn once again coming down here, so Serral is going to continue with that option. Now last game, you know, he got the Roachborn, he got the Lair for an Overseer to push forward, and you know, that was an all-in. He did not go for many drones, he certainly wasn't playing defensive. Well, that's not the only option with that Roach timing. You can definitely get the Roaches, and as I was saying, you could grab just a handful to help defend, and then as the Terran decides to you know, try and engage, try and harass, Serral's just too good in all the places, and then boom, suddenly he's at 85 drones and just running away. So again, you got to be careful about like which one he is choosing. If you do manage to see the Roachborn, you got to still pay attention. And then of course we're going to be paying attention to see if Serral does still have tricks up his sleeve.
It doesn't look like anything tricky this game. Really does look like a more standard macro adventure here from Serral. You know, that 3rd command center is producing some SCVs. He's got it in orbital mode now. Some Banshees going to be made, extra barracks being added. So, you know, Maru is really kind of hitting his own stride as far as the macro goes as well.
Did that Viking actually kill an Overlord? Did we not see that? Or was there just no Overlord? There was just no Overlord on the other side of the map. I was looking to see how Serral would get some scouting done. Oh, he did.
Oh.
Okay. Something.
Yeah,
oh,
I think the Marine last shot it is what must have happened.
Yeah, that's absolutely what
I was
happened.
going to say, it's like, oh, did Serral just decide to not scout anymore?
Yeah,
That's
I was
weird.
like, well, that's a question mark.
That's an interesting choice. Okay.
But speaking of interesting choices, the Viking into Banshee is also an interesting one. It's a very old build that was the standard at one point, and then it fell off hard. And we started seeing it again, I don't know, last year. And I remember people being like, well, like, what are we doing here? And I'm like, oh, no, that was a thing in 2016. Like, I'm familiar with this.
Polt was right all along.
Yeah, absolutely.
And honestly, he saw Hero earlier opening up with Void Ray first. Why not? Let's go. You know, I think honestly mixing it up, though, against Serral is probably a very good choice. Like, I was talking about this earlier with the... It might have been with you in the other room where it's like, okay, why is he going Void Ray first? Well, if you're only going to kill 2 drones with an Oracle, why not just go Void Ray first and get the Overlord? Maybe it's a similar thing here where you're like, well, the Banshee's not really going to do that much. Let's just get the Overlord out of here.
Yeah, the Banshee still provides, again, some of that cover against, you know, I say against some all-ins, and obviously it didn't help out last game, but I swear it usually does. And it also does still provide a little bit of use in that mid-game and late game, too, as far as catching the run-bys, which can be awfully useful, honestly. Even a little bit of scouting on the 5th base. We do have that Infestation coming down for Serral now. Overseer coming in here. Want to get an idea as to Maru's exact build order. Big question, you know, does he have double engineering bay? Yes, okay, he does. But does he have 8 racks or a 4th command center? That would be the biggest question.
Yeah, going to go ahead, try to get that scout done. Still, the Banshee doing a pretty good job keeping the Hellions alive. I do like to see that. I don't really like the dives that we sometimes see. And as he gets through there, it's a pretty obvious not 8 barracks right now. So You know, the scout is reasonable. The Vikings still helping out a little bit. Baneling Nest here on the way. And, of course, Serral starts that hive immediately.
Yeah, where is the fourth command center? When's it going to come down? He had the money, but had to get a couple of supply depots instead. So once again, back up to the money. Trying to get some creep troopers on the front. Yeah, with a little bit of a distraction. There is the fourth command center. We're not going to have that heavy aggression, as the desk noted. Maru, not really an 8-Rax player. He's going to get some creep tumors over here, but really not a whole lot. And Serral is already halfway to his hive at 720.
Hey, that armory is a little bit late there as well. That's that's bothering me a little bit. I've seen that quite a few times actually here in Riyadh so far. Players that are, you know, trying to nail their Terran upgrades. If you don't hit the armory in time, it just kind of feels a little bit bad, right? He could have had a slight advantage as far as the melee upgrade goes, or against the melee 1-1, and had 2-2 first, but now it's like just up in the air, right? It's in question.
No, that's a very good point, because again, that was one of those big things you noticed at Dallas, and you wondered, oh, is Maru playing his absolute best? It is a little bit in question. He still has yet to start the 2-2 as well, despite the armory being done. Or, well, hold on. Nope, it's not
just
quite
hold on. 5, 4, 3.
Okay.
Yeah, see, he's not even starting the 2-2. This is ridiculous.
He does have enough money to get it alongside Dylan Plow. So that was as fast as he could, but you're absolutely about the actual armory timing. So upgrades actually now leading for Serral as he is on his hive, also grabbing a Juno Glands and some Vipers. Maru just simply has not been able to interrupt Serral's macro.
No, not at all. Not at all. And Serral's sitting here very handsomely on 88 drones. So that is a very great economy. Starts that Ultralisk Cavern that we're expecting this whole time. And, you know, Maru's going to float down his 4th CC. Like, I mean, it looks like it's a big macro game right now, but I'm actually very worried for Maru, because if you don't interrupt Zerg at all, it's like, yeah, you're on 4 base, yeah, you're getting good upgrades, yeah, you have the full tech that you want, but like, Zerg might just overrun you.
Yeah, this was definitely something that was noted in Dallas, actually. You know, Oliveira did kind of a breakdown on his own series against Serral, but then also Maru, and he actually said that he thinks that Maru's playing an old style of Terran versus Zerg, and he pointed to the 4th command center. Now, that obviously didn't change the meta a whole lot, but it was interesting to get to see how Oliveira specifically played against this character. And Maru just not doing the same thing. It does feel like he's behind, even though he hasn't done anything necessarily wrong. Yeah, that's the weird part about it, right? But we do have those Overlords. It was barely spotted. Maru, did he actually see a bunch of Overlords move to the north? Because if he did, there's really only one reason that would happen. I don't think he did.
Yeah, I think he actually missed that one, even though, like, technically it was within his vision. A bit unfortunate. We'll see if he ends up catching that or not. That is a lot of Zerglings going towards that main base. I don't see units moving up right now. The very fast Overseer going to come in. The command centers being made here, but here come those slings. Oh, this does not look good.
This is so perfectly timed. It's like Serral is just doing a build order versus AI, you know? He hits it with 2-2. A Juno Glands is already done, gets an entire command center, and this is just chaos for the price of a handful of lings, which is really not that big of a deal for Serral, who's at 91 drones at this point and 3,000 minerals in the bank. He's going to go for some pressure on the front lines as well, and Maru is not quite prepared, but I'm also not sure Serral really has. Well, no, he does have enough, but it's a little more awkward with the Banelings waiting. He's also willing to sacrifice these units, because again, Serral, he rich.
Yeah, he's up in the 90s on his drone count. He's dropping lings that literally are free to him at this point into the main base to deal damage. Killing off a base of Maru. Maru's unable to keep any pressure on. You know, Maru is getting into ghosts, and he's very good at that kind of like ghost-based late game. But it feels like he's already so far behind that, yeah, I'm not sure what he's supposed to do here. He just has to take really fantastic engagements for a while.
He is kind of blitzing. He knows he has an opportunity because the army did just sacrifice itself, and if ultras are making, they do take a little bit longer, and he might just be right. He might actually be choosing the right time to go. Oh my God, wouldn't mind just killed all those SCVs. Thank you very much. But we're all about this army on the front lines, guys. Maru almost all in with this. He needs to get the damage done, and Serral is buying time. He wants more ultras. He wants more lings. He wants a better surround. He's finally going to go for it. He's getting on top of the Terran forces. Maru forced to flee in those medevacs.
Yeah, the Ultra's coming out here as well. Serral just has an overwhelming force to push him back. Maru definitely did some damage on the way down there, but, I mean, he took just as much damage at home. He's down a good 60 supply right now, 40 of which is in the workers, which you see lost here. It is a bad situation here for Maru, for sure.
It absolutely is, and this is... Oh boy, you know, you got to get in here and, you know, hype it up, right? Because we've had some banger matches in series, but this is very reminiscent, actually, of their previous encounters. Not a good sign for Maru, which is that, yeah, it just feels like he hasn't updated his style, even though that seems to be what's necessary versus Serral.
Yeah, I can't really say too much against that, right? Like, the players that actually have been able to beat Serral are playing more aggressive styles, like Clem and Oliveira, and Maru's trying to play this kind of like older, slower, macro-intense style where he just has so much all the time.
Yeah.
But without any of that pressure coming through, without interrupting drones or dealing any damage or canceling any hatcheries. You know, it's almost like two people playing single player, but Zerg, like, it's Serral. He's going to out-optimize you.
Yeah. I mean, actually, I know we're talking like the game is over, and like, no, the supply's back up, and it's like, Zergs, especially Serral, I would say rarely lose in this position where it feels like they have had the freedom to creep spread, to get the drones, to get the armies, to plan their execution with the Ling drop perfectly, to get to the Ultras in time, and then just take over the map offensively. As you can see, once again, Maru trying to move out and just moved out into the awaiting maws of the Ultras. They're trying to jump on top of the Ghosts, and this time around they will not be able to do so. But Maru needs a lot more engagements like that, and probably better.
Yeah, he needs those engagements, plus he needs to drop the corners. Like, that's about it. These corner hatcheries have to go. He cannot be letting Serral have both those bases. Even if he's winning the battles in the center, it doesn't matter, because Serral will have such a large economy advantage that he should be able to just run him over anyways.
Yeah.
But I mean, I like the composition he's running around with. It's very mobile and can kill Ultras, right? We have a lot of mines in there, a lot of Marauders in there, and of course a ton of Ghosts. So he's got an army that he can kind of micro with, kind of move around with, but it does feel like Serral's still running the game.
Oh, absolutely. There's always a chance that the Zerg overcommits. Suddenly they don't have that much of a bank and they start sweating as well, despite a consistent economy. They do feel a lot safer with a bank. But Serral is obviously in his zone. Maru was close to getting into his zone. He was getting those extra command centers. He was getting to the Ghost. He was getting to a defensive position. But the Ling drop in the main, combined with the sacrifice of mostly unimportant units onto a successful planetary snipe, really just changed the game entirely. And Maru definitely still could do something, but moving out versus this army is always scary, especially when you include the Fungals.
Yeah, those Fungals really slowing Maru down, making it very hard for him to retreat with his very valuable units here, but his stim and spread there are just magnificent, doing an absolutely fantastic job of killing off a lot of the army of Serral and pushing him back. Maru keeping his supply very high. He's still got a very good economy. You know, the game hasn't gone perfect for him, but he's got that big economy. He's macroing well. He's microing well. And here he goes trying to push down some hatches.
Yeah, that is an incredible income graph, heavily in favor of Serral. But you know what? He takes a bad fight near his home base. He might be unable to remax fast enough. Once again, he's defending his third. He's going to be coming around with another surround, however. And he does have more Ultras on the way. Also, the Fungal from behind and the Widow Mines. What the heck, guys? You're supposed to be Terran units.
Well, that's what Terran units are. They helped to blow up his entire army. That's too bad. Like, that is a lot of Ghosts going down as well. A lot of the high-value units that Maru has. He does not have a big bank right now. He's down 50 supply at the moment. Okay, he's going to try to get a little mine drop off here in the bottom left. So that's nice. You know, like, I mean, I guess you kill a few drones here, but Serral is just sucking up resources all over the place.
I half expected those Widow Mines to somehow target the medevac as it flew away. They are not friends to Maru today, man. And Serral is just not getting any nasty hits either. Does clean up the ones that were left behind. Maru continuing to try and apply any type of pressure whatsoever. Looks like Serral anticipated it and is going to let that Overlord soak up. But hey, that is a fully saturated drone base. That one too. And you're not doing much to deplete it.
I do like these moves from Maru. It's just, like, it doesn't feel like he has any sort of tempo advantage here, right? Like, Terran is a little bit about timing attacks. Like, you have to get in there at the right windows and deal the damage, or at least pressure your opponent into making some mistakes, and he hasn't been able to quite do that. Now, his multitasking is doing very well. Like, we have mine drops all over the place and everything. He does have some good mines out, but look at this. Like, Serral burrows underneath the command center, and, well, at least he gets that hit. Oh my gosh, the fungal still hits. Oh.
How did the fungal still hit?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Of course, that wasn't a fantastic one, because it just did a little damage. Medivacs would heal that up, but still. Oh, Maru's going to try and take a 5th base, which he does desperately need. 17.5 minutes into this game, but Serral is just waiting for the opportunity to pounce on him. Little distraction, perhaps, with the Lings, and then an attack off to the left. Maru's army not in position.
Yeah, some mines go off, but they don't really hit as well as he would hope. It does start on Blinding Cloud. Not maybe the most helpful, because Maru was going to stim back anyways. Kills off quite a few units and does save his command center, but 17 workers go down. And we just haven't seen the similar damage done to Zerg.
No. You can see how Maru would be in a good position if he had gotten to 5 bases immediately. Uninterrupted 4th base, 6th base on the way, that type of situation, all the Sim City. You can see his movement with the army when he concaves, when he gets the fan out, you know, and the snipes go down. Serral is absolutely losing some resources, for sure. It's just combined with the overwhelming presence and economy of the Zerg, it just doesn't seem to matter very much.
No, has not so far. Once again, stimming down to the bottom left, bringing a really large army. That's a hard place to engage through. Serral is going to pour through here with his Lingbane Ultra, and Maru is having to pull back. He just doesn't have the right supply. I actually think we're about to see GG.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there it is. And a 2-0 right now for Serral. Just completely outplaying Maru. From here, I feel like Maru has to really make a decision. Okay, I think it's down to 3 things. It's like, okay, do we proxy a bunch of barracks? Do we switch it up and go for some sort of mech play? Or do we attack on 3 bases?
Yes, I actually think those are all the options. The first option, though, is not something Maru does very often anymore.
I know, isn't that weird? Yeah, that used to be like his bread and butter.
Yeah, and it also, I thought, was a build that never lost. So this is...
its win rate in lands is astronomically high.
It is,
I don't know if I've ever seen it lose.
It is, though, but it's gone now, apparently. And then, you know, an 8 racks, a third option there, he just doesn't seem to do very often. And we're not going on to a map that I would say is like most amazing for it. We're going on to Oceanborn, Alcyone, one of those big 8 racks maps instead. And then as far as his actual macro game, that's what I want to kind of touch on and compare to Oliveira's match against Serral at Dallas. But we are getting into the game, so I'll hold off until the intros. All right, top left of Oceanborn on his last life. Should he lose here, he goes down to the knockout bracket. It is Team Vitality's Maru.
Oh, no, he does not look confident. No. That is not, I know a confident Maru what it looks like, and it is not that. In the bottom right, just the stone cold killer of Zerg, it is Serral. That's a look of confidence.
Yeah, yes it is. All right, so, you know, I keep referring to this Oliveira macro. He didn't describe it in detail in his post write-up of Dallas, but he did talk about Maru needing to revisit his macro. And you're like, okay, what does he mean by that? What did he do? You check out the games of his semifinal match versus Serral in Dallas, and you will see that actually, should he choose to go for an extreme macro game, not his 8 racks, his 4th CC comes down at an incredible time after his 2nd and 3rd barracks, before his 4th and 5th. Oh. So 3 CC into, you know, your 3-1-1 setup, then the 4th, then the 4th and 5th barracks, I believe it was, making it even earlier than what we would typically think of as the quote-unquote earliest 4th you can get, which really we thought 7 minutes was one of the earliest ones. I think he was getting around like 6. It was pretty insane.
Wild, yeah. That kind of reminds me of some very old builds people were trying that just absolutely did not work back in the day, but very good insight there.
Yeah, it was incredible getting to read some of his details, because if he hadn't said like, well, I think macro needs revisiting, I might not have looked that intensely, right? It's been like, well, no, Maru's great macro. What are you talking about? But that was one difference, and I mean, you do have some different times of units, right? But when it came down to like the 2-2 timing and the supply overall, obviously that hit a lot faster for Oliveira. When it came to like the 16 Marine drop, the very first thing that happened, it really wasn't that different actually than a 7 minutes for CC. So it did just seem superior. I'm sure it had its own weaknesses and it has its own faults, but that's what Oliveira was able to show versus Serral and get himself into a better position, because Maru plays these 3 CC games like the last one, and we have to just sit here and admit it doesn't look like he's playing a greedy game at all.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. He's just playing like kind of standard. It looks pretty safe what he's doing and everything. So there is that third command center right on time.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he makes any adjustments, any changes here.
I mean, he has to. He just, the desk said it best, which is that really Maru would be thinking of Serral first when he thinks of who do I have to beat 100% basically to make it to the victory, basically. There's a chance someone else would actually take out Serral for him, an even bigger chance in this tournament than we expected, but that's still where most players are thinking that's the ultimate end boss. So we figured he'd have a little bit more of a different TVZ coming in here, but it is just repeating the same pattern as both Dallas and Katowice.
Yeah, the pattern is definitely showing itself with the O at the end of the score. So I am hoping that Maru can stand up and start taking some games for himself here. I'm a little bit nervous about it just because I'm seeing him do the same builds basically over and over with not like a huge change. Now, I mean, the way he was utilizing the Hellion Banshee before, it's like, okay, some harassment, little bit of creep tumors, little poke here and there, no big overcommitments or anything. You think there's any chance that Maru decides, like, okay, let's just try to dive and get a bunch of drones, something like that? Like, just some move that's high risk, high reward.
Well, I mean, that's how Clem kind of got his start yesterday versus Serral, right? So, I mean, Lambo did an excellent job breaking down just how many small mistakes amounted to that. There's 3 small, uncharacteristic mistakes. So it's like, can you bet on that happening again? I don't know, but you do have to try something. Probably what Maru's thinking is that since he did have a couple of good engagements last game, if he could just bridge the gap between his 4CC setup and, I guess the 5th really, like if he can actually survive till the 5th, not just the 4th, he would have a good chance.
Yeah.
But that is where Serral is maxing out on an incredible economy and pushing him and killing him.
Absolutely. Like the games, there was like this little era where Maru was basically like he was keeping heavy pressure on, and then he would just shut it all down. It was like that era where Dark was going 93 drone pure baneling, like right-click the back of your base, where Maru would just be like, okay, and now we build missile turrets and, siege up liberators and just like literally don't attack again, just try to absorb forever. And the thing is, a lot of that was on like 5CC basically. So if he can get up to a situation like that, sometimes you can get so cost-efficient that you can play half map, half map. I haven't seen many people do it successfully, but, I'm looking for anything he can do at this point.
Yeah. I think Maru's maybe also looking down deep in that toolbox for something to work out, but just going to try and rely on some good macro and take as good of engagements as, I guess, some of those highlights before the fungal started messing them up too. That beautiful concave was actually fantastic. So, you think that is possible a couple more times. You haven't lost as much economy leading to that moment, and maybe some magic can happen. Banshees trying to find some damage, find one single drone before Serral defends. I mean, Serral, he is getting up to the 70s of the drone count. +1 melee has begun. Maru with a faster upgrade timing should keep that. Unless he misses his armory timing. Oh, that's almost perfect, actually. So there you go.
All right. Well, at least he's fixed that up a little bit. And, still kind of just rotating around with the Banshees, with the Hellions. We have some Lings being made here for Serral, who does have his own 1-1 going now. But, those upgrades are a lot quicker for Maru, so he's going to have these windows where he's going to be able to battle very, very positively here against the Lings and Banes.
Yes, yeah. You could actually, I mean, sometimes, you know, you get that one little snowball as they're kind of a little under defense, and you also get a victory there. A canceled 5th hatchery would not be bad, and Serral does admit it has to be canceled, immediately replacing it back, as well as the creep tumors. The Banshees do survive for yet another attempt back there, which is, you know, decent news for Maru. We're getting ourselves set up in a slightly better situation. As long as he starts 2-2 as fast as he can with the resources, then that's already an improvement from last game.
Yeah, yeah. 4th CC is on the way, so still trying to go down that road, which is fine. We'll see if he's able to keep a bit more pressure on here. A lot of Lings being made. Now, we were talking a lot before about like Roach versus Maru versus Ling Bane versus Maru, and I do think that Maru is a little bit better, a little bit more comfortable against like a Ling Bane type of approach. So, you know, we'll see here. With his macro really kind of finding its stride, he's adding another factory. We'll see if he actually gets Drilling Claws again. Haven't seen that quite yet. There it is. There it is. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, this is... I like this game a little bit more than the last one for Maru.
Yeah, and in terms of macro games, defensive Terran Turtle, I mean, Ocean Board's totally fine for that one, too. 2 Medivacs going to fly into the main base. They're not going to find any success. No, they kind of tricked the Lings out a little bit. They are already injured. They're going to stim again. That this is 1-1 versus 1. It's not going to be enough with the Queens also helping. No damage found there.
Well, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
5 drones.
Yeah, 5 drones. When you're up in the 80s, the 5 drones, you don't really feel that much, but it's something, right? It's something. He's keeping Serral a little bit busy, keeping him a little bit more on the back foot than before. Yeah. Now, of course, the Hive is already on the way here. 2-2 has been started. Burrow coming up as well. Of course, we've seen a lot more burrowed Banelings lately, so see if that plays into it at all. And yeah, and not like a ton of action this game either.
No. Both of them really wanted to get set up into their prime position. Serral not going for, I guess, his extreme greed as the last build was able to give him. You know, I think it was like 7:20. The Hive was already halfway done. Well, this time it's like 9 minutes, a little over halfway done. So a little less scary, I guess, on the Ultras in particular. But we're not really thinking about Ultras with this style, with this opener, with this build. We are getting those Hydrals down. We're still also getting Overlord drops, which I think are going to be very entertaining with the Burrow combined. That's always so fun as a Terran player.
Oh, yeah.
But then while you're dealing with that, Serral has taken the time to build the Hydras, the Lurker Den, and the upgrades.
I got to tell you, I really like this 5 Overlord Zergling drop timing that he's playing around with, especially how it lines up pretty well with 2-2. Although I think it's going to be a little bit faster than the 2-2 this time, perhaps. Now, forces another canceled hatch. In fact, gets the kill. I mean, not a huge difference between those two right at this second in the game, but nice play there from Maru, who is maxing out, who's going to have 4 base, hasn't really taken any sort of damage. Another command center on the way. All right, concussive shells, +3 attack, 3 mines at a time. I'm liking a lot of the things we're seeing here.
Those Queens are on an adventure. They weren't showing up, man.
He's going to lay a bunch of creep or something.
Well, yeah, I think he actually made a misclick throw. I don't even know what that was, but is that another kill? Well, we're watching on the main screen a little bit of a tussle as the Wood on Mines help Maru control that sector. He'll be back on that hatchery, and he might get the kill there too. Oh my god, yeah, both of them were kills.
All right.
Wow, yeah, okay, Serral making some mistakes, perhaps the late night and the long series beforehand finally getting to him. The Nidus Room is on the way, the Lurker Den as well, but here come the Overlords, dropping out some Lings in the natural first, into the main as well, and utilizing that Burrow to get those scans.
Yeah, but he will clean that up. Not really taking any damage from that other than, you know, the waste of time and energy. A Nidus coming up as well as that Lurker Den. So Serral really ready to start putting on some of the multitasking pains to Maru. Another scan going down as he tries to clear out all the Lings that made it into his main base. A bunch of missile turrets to stop those drops from occurring again as well.
Oh, they're going to try, but we'll see if Serral forces the issue. Oh, okay, a lot of Banelings just went flames there. Viper's going to find a parasitic bomb, actually 2. Yeah, that's going to get a couple of medevacs. And the Wood of Mines will eventually be cleaned up. Serral at 86 drones. He is going up to 6 bases, even despite losing them. Oh my god, he just added on so many drones as well. He's going to go over 100.
Over 100,
oh,
okay.
Boy.
Dark style, let's go.
Oh, gosh. All right, well, that is a lot of economy, but that also takes away from your army. And Maru is actually moving out here into the middle, cleaning up some creep spread, not going to overstep. Maybe just happy that he's able to get this 5th base up and running without Serral nipping at his heels.
Yeah, this game is actually starting to heat up a little bit. We're going to see these two start to crash into each other quite a bit more. A bunch of mines here. Going to go up, making some missile turrets up at the front as well. The Vipers coming in. A lot of ghosts in here also. Mass of Ling Bane rushing in right now. There is a siege tank here to help out a little bit. There are some mines here and there. But Serral just with a huge amount of Banes kind of chasing these ghosts back.
Yeah, he did not care that he was off of creep for an extended period of time. He figured this was going to be worth it, and it seems like he was right. Going to escape with some Hydras and maybe most importantly those Vipers, as he does remax fairly quickly. The bank is there. The drone count is certainly there, just shy of 100. And he is going to continue doing that over and over and over again, but then eventually get the Lurkers involved, the Nidus Room involved, the drops back involved, and it's just insane as a Terran player to track all of that.
Yeah, it's really, really tough, but Maru is getting into that kind of 5-base game where he might pull the trigger to just heavily turtle, right? Like lots of mines, turrets. I see that fusion core coming up, so we're going to get some Liberator range. And this is something that Maru is really second to none at. Like, he is very good at playing these very turtled out, like half-map types of games. I can't tell you how many times that Tasis and I have looked at each other in shock as he's nuking creep tumors later on.
That might come in this game, actually.
it's a possibility. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, no, we're definitely getting into the later stages as Maru able to successfully get his 4th base up, but also his 5th without any hiccups. Serral kind of more, it feels like, setting up. He did take that one fight, sure, but it feels like he hasn't really activated all of his trap cards as of yet, including that Infestor. I see that sharking around over on the right side. Link Surround attempted, not going to be able to find it. Maru pulls back nice and quick and wants to just, I think, kind of know what is actually over there. What's on the horizon? Where are the armies coming to engage me? Actually finds the Infestor. That was too close to the missile turret. All right, that wasn't so sneaky.
Yeah. All right, so good catch there. At least he knows that this is something that Serral's going to be looking for. Nice yank into the Hydras there. And, Maru, he has his kind of quadrant pretty well sealed up. It's not perfect. I think Serral still can probably find some damage in there, but you can see him scanning around trying to figure out where everything's at. He definitely needs to eliminate any of these Serral bases that are in locations that should theoretically be Maru's.
Absolutely beautiful move right there by Serral, making sure the drones are saturating the most dangerous bases. Arguably even Maru's base on that left side. And that is absolutely a great move. He can pull back the drones to the Nidus Room as well now, so instead of maybe losing some on the retreat to the left, into the Nidus Room you go. If you have to retreat, apparently Serral's going to try and defend this.
Oh my gosh, and he does roll in with a lot of Banes there. The Lings actually being just enough to surround all the Marines on the right side. They go after the Marauders now as well. Looks like they'll just barely end up falling, and he will end up getting this. And you're right. I mean, the Nidus, a great way to save that many drones. I do love that you point out that he's saturating the dangerous bases, because this is something that I feel like Zergs have messed up before, because generally when you take a base like that, either the game is already over or that base is going to be battled over nonstop. And if you can suck out some of the resources, a lot of times split map games like this, you'll end up winning because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Maru's going to fight tooth and nail to try and make sure he doesn't get these bases, but the longer it takes, the more minerals are already gone. Another fight right here. Parasitic Bomb on top of the Liberators, getting some nice AoE damage, but once again, fanning out, pulling back and back, making sure it's all off creep as well. Maru will survive as he, I was going to say looks to take a base, but I'm actually not sure exactly where he would like to. I don't think he quite has to force another base yet, but he definitely has to track Serral's. Make sure he can't just get away with this forward mining.
Yeah. It brings a lot of Liberators down to the south here, setting up these positions. It looks like he's getting ready to try to kill this bottom left location. Love the Nidus up there from Serral. One thing to mention, Serral has a huge bank right now. Almost 6K minerals, 2K gas. We have some Lurkers in there I think might be on hold position right now. Maru could have a hard time clearing that. And nukes are starting.
Yes, they are. Nuke on top of a saturated base, instantly taken out. We'll get excited a little bit later. Hopefully, there's another nuke on the way. Ship weapons as well as Maru looks to complete his late game composition. Once again, Serral trying to just basically run past these Liberators and go after the ghosts. We're awfully clumped up and then go back into the Banelings as well. Oh, that was a decent amount of ghosts taken down. Baneling's going to actually not kill the Planetary, but they do find a lot of SCVs.
Yeah, they do a great job there. It's a lot of ghosts, a lot of SCVs going down, and in fact, that little Lurker attack here killing off quite a few SCVs as well as damaging that base quite a bit. But Maru will be able to push back down here, and it looks like he will be able to kill that hatchery as well.
That's I don't want to say tit for tat, but not quite equivalent. Yeah.
Not quite.
No, but Maru is at least keeping tabs on Serral, and it's really not uncommon, I think, especially for Maru games, to see the banks, the situation that it is, but knowing that he is on 5 bases, or hopefully 6, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 6. Hopefully he keeps that one. That he actually does still win from this type of position. You know, as long as he's maxed out with some mining, you never count him out.
Very, very, very true. Like the cost efficiency level that he can get to, you know, stimmed bio, obviously, you know, high DPS, can do a great job. But the mass Ghost Liberator missile turret is just a very hard composition to attack into. Now you see Serral rolling in with so many Banelings. And this can work for a while, but Maru is getting more efficient against this each time it rolls in. Like that one wasn't quite as good as the one before, which wasn't quite as good as the one before. So Serral may have to switch it up from here pretty soon.
Yeah, I think he's really anticipating those back fungals to do a lot more than they are. You know, like, yeah, he did fungal the ghost right there, but, you know, even though it stops him also from sniping, that wasn't really a snipe engagement for them anyway. That was just like, you know, run away and survive, because these Banelings are literally suicidal. He will waste money trying to chase after me. And so far, that is the truth. Yeah, the resources lost, kind of telling the tale. Maru is making his way back into this game, kind of taking control over it, just wrestling it away from Serral. And Serral starting to feel the pressure, going to lose another base that was supposed to be his. The other one was more arguable. Nukes a little too much, but and again, more nukes going to be on the way. And this army, as long as it can escape or even take a decent fight, it will be wonderful for Maru, but caught a little awkwardly right there. He's going to have to disengage and just accept that he's not going to be able to push too much further.
Yeah, he saved most of his ghosts there, so that's good at least. A couple scans going down as he catches the infestors. Definitely important to keep on top of that, since that is one of the ways that Serral has really, really injured Maru, is with those infestors, with those great fungal flanks. So right now, once again, Maru kind of pushing down. He's keeping very good pressure. You know, this is the older style that Maru is so good at, and he's kind of making it work right now.
Yeah, I think the Liberator Edition is actually kind of throwing Serral off. Talk about that in a second, as we do have Banelings roll on in, kind of catch some of that army up against a wall. The drones flee back into the action, but into the Nidus Worm, so they will be able to escape. 3-3 finally started, by the way. I wanted to note that a little earlier, but Serral obviously behind on the 3-3 upgrades. That's pretty normal. Didn't really prioritize them as the game was happening. Drones go in, one Nidus Worm, and no, you can't explain it.
I love it. I love it. But yeah, he's going to start mining there again immediately. But yeah, talking about this comp a little bit, like the missile turret, you know, Liberator Ghost composition, it can be so efficient, but you do have to move it around a lot. You do have to make sure you're reinforcing. It's very, very positional. And you can see here, Serral has some great tools against it, utilizing those abducts. You know, Maru has to keep on top of eliminating these bases.
Yeah, you know, in an ideal world, Serral's able to at least have his, you know, pre-setup, his kind of like mental setup before those Liberators are actually sieged. And that doesn't happen in a couple of these fights, but here we go. Actually jumping on top before all of them were sieged up, but there's still so many. A fungal did hit once again, but the Ghost managed to escape. We're not getting the combination of everything perfectly like some of the previous games between these two, where the army does jump on top of the Terran before they are ready to go, where the fungal does hit in an important manner. Maru bringing it back a little bit, but that is a good fungal. The problem would be the Banelings were a little late. Maybe now the Ghost can still escape. Here they come. They're going to go ahead and split as Maru takes a supply lead. He will not be able to save these Ghosts, but Serral's bank and his economic position is now really in question.
You know, a lot of times Zergs mine this much and then just keep making Banelings and keep going for it, and it works out. But sometimes this is what happens, where they spend their bank and suddenly Maru looks like a god. So we'll see if he's able to push this little advantage that he has forward right now. He did end up losing a lot of ghosts there, a lot of valuable units, but he's still mining quite a bit. He's going over here to take another base that Serral as well trying to take. And the cost efficiency that you see here, look at that. Absurd.
Yeah, 11 hatcheries killed. That one that just died off screen was the 11th. So or behind the screen, I should say. These Liberators are just doing an excellent job. You know, they're always getting shots. Serral can kind of push past them to a degree, but he's not really getting all the kills, you know, before the fight happens. It would be ideal. They're wonderful as far as the defense, so lurker harassment not nearly as easy on that top base. Serral really has to commit not just a lot more forces to attack Maru, but also more just dedication of his mind, right? Like, attention is a resource.
Absolutely the case. And by the way, I love that he's got a couple mines up there as well. I actually like mines mixed in with this because it can really punish the Baneling run-ins, but we haven't seen that as much. And, you know, it's hard to get all this macroed up and controlled all together, so understandable to a certain degree, but sometimes you do have to go that extra mile against someone like Serral.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Maru actually doing a wonderful job in this game. It looked a little sketch towards the beginning, but Maru has taken just better and better fights as the games have gone on. 16,000 resource difference is a good sign for a Terran player in late game TVZ. Serral's not quite out of it yet, but without that bank to depend on should he take another bad fight, every fight has to be close to perfect.
Right now, some good abducts coming in, while the Lurker Hydra are going to try to clean a lot of this. The Lings and Banes start to roll up, but can't quite make it, can't quite cover that ground. And meanwhile, we saw in that picture-in-picture a couple of Lurkers coming around. Don't really get a lot of SCVs, a couple of SCVs fall, but Maru will clean that up as well.
Gotta say, it's looking a lot like a Maru victory at this point. This is definitely the best chance he has to take his first map in, 13 games now? So that would be nice. And
nobody goes 13-0 on LAN against Maru in a row.
Exactly. I think we're at that point. Maru, with his own comfortable bank at this point, does have the army to defend against this, and he just needed to choose the right moment. He's going to stem on top of it. Ghost actually awfully out of energy, but the lurkers are taken care of thanks to the concave. The banelings are getting some connections, and Maru's supply dips a little, but he always has that defender's advantage. Reinforcements are on the way, Liberators are causing problems, and the planetary could have been a fallback point.
Yeah, you notice that Serral really has kind of changed his tune this game. It was a lot of Banelings running in, trying to end the game, and now he's trying to get more and more efficient. We see more little Zergling counterattacks on the side and a heavier Hydra composition here to try to really utilize abducts for cost efficiency. And look at this, he's killing these Liberators, and he should be able to get this planetary as well. I mean,
orbital, yeah.
A flying planetary, that's crazy. Oh my god.
Awesome. Yeah, this orbital is not going to be able to get away, although, well, maybe if he gets the repair.
That siege tank. Look at that, 24 kills, you kidding me?
That's an excellent position on Oceanborn. Definitely still that one, guys. Infestor just so close out of scan range. Could be brutal if Maru tries to chase. I think that's really where the Infestor Shark attack really hurts a Terran. They think, yes, I finally did it, and then they get fungled as they're chasing. That's the worst one. If Maru doesn't get over-eager, if he just keeps it calm and steady, knows that he's in his place, that he's really reduced Serral's economy, then he should know that patience is on his side, and that if the game goes on for another, let's say, 5 or 10 minutes, Serral just won't have enough money to actually kill a Terran.
Right now, Maru pushing down, trying to get another base here. That is a very high Hydra composition, which, of course, can do pretty well against the Marauders here as well. Coming in, Serral is... Maru backing up now. More Marine Marauder mine heavy at this point. What do you think about that? It's like we're seeing far fewer ghosts than we had before.
Well, Maru does run into the gas problem that Terrans can have. Sometimes because they just don't take the gases, I suppose, but just often, it's a surprise for us when we're like, hey, we don't have any gas. But that has been an issue. He's spending so much on Liberators. I actually wonder how many have died, because certainly they have been traded out. Oh, my God, 29.
Only 29.
Oh, only 29.
Not a big deal.
That's not that expensive. And 37 ghosts. Okay, that's where a lot of these resources have gone to. But yeah, I think he is a little more picking and choosing. Neither one of them in the most comfortable place, but Maru, I would say, more comfortable on the economy, as he also takes this high ground with a mining base off to the left once again.
Look at this setup from Maru. Just such a beautiful concave. He's getting a few snipes off with his very small ghost count right now. Serral does not really have a great way to attack him. When you look at this type of concave, there's like a lot of zoning going on here. he's in a pre-made arc as well, so like attacking up is going to be cost inefficient anyways. And with those missile turrets hitting these Vipers as they try to fly in, they are throwing down some parasitic bombs. He's trying, but you can see, look at that. That is just, you cannot attack into that.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Serral keeps a supply lead.
Yeah, really.
You know, the Banelings were unavailable on the left side of that engagement, and that's where a lot of the bio is happily taking a fight with Hydras, still underneath those medevacs, healing them up as well. I'm not sure Maru ever got Caduceus Reactor, which actually is a useful late game. You don't get it particularly quickly, but yeah, he never did. That would be an addition. Perhaps in the next game or something. Again, gas is a problem for him, so he would have gotten that a little bit earlier. Now he's putting all the gas into whatever high-tech units he can afford. But yeah, it's a lot of bio. It's not quite the supposedly undefeatable army that you can have with tanks and ghosts up there as well, but it's still pretty good. It's a bio army on the high ground with a concave.
Yeah. And, you know, he's playing against, like, this more Hydra-heavy comp anyways, so if he's keeping these good arcs, it's okay. This more biocentric army can work. You have enough ghosts here that you can, over time, whittle down the lurkers anyways. So I'm not too worried about Maru's position here. And, you know, I think he can take a few more gases and still have enough income there to pump those ghosts in when he can afford them.
Unfortunately for Serral, he doesn't have any other bases to take, and it definitely took even less than 5 or 10 minutes like I thought. It's just, he's already out of it. Oh!
I love this move. This is one of my favorite moves in the whole game.
It is logically sound. It is absolutely what you should do, but it still feels like a little bit of a...
Well, offensive mules are one of the rudest things in the game, okay? Like, you should lose MMR if you offensive mule someone. But, like, this is, as you say, you know, when you get into a position like this, you don't actually need all your scans, you don't actually need all your mules. Stealing resources from your opponent, like, each mule just stole, like, 30 minerals. Like, okay, sick. You know?
Yeah. Oh, Maru is definitely getting closer and closer to finally taking